This man is clearly a disciple of the demonic sect, yet he doesn't practice demonic arts. Instead, he chants Buddha's scriptures. He's even regarded as a Buddha's child by the Western Buddha Venerable, who is thousands of miles away. His name is Luli. He was an ordinary programmer in the real world who died unexpectedly and transmigrated here with a system. This is a world of immortals and demons where Taoism, Buddhism, and the demonic sect stand in a tripartite balance. According to the script, he should have been the chosen one, but instead, he was thrown into the demonic sect, a place where the strong prey on the weak. If you aren't strong enough, you'll be killed. And his system is called the automatic cultivation system. Any skill he learns can be automatically cultivated. But the skills he knows are all from the demonic sect. They're either about killing and bloodlust, or dismembering bones and eating flesh. As a modern person, he simply can't cultivate these demonic arts. Today is the day for the Yin Ming Ghost Sect skill assessment. All unqualified disciples will be executed on the spot by Ghost Demon Master. When it was Luli's turn, his 4 demonic skills hadn't improved at all. Luckily, Ghost Demon Master saw that his aptitude was excellent, and he was the last to join. He decided to give him another month to learn from his fellow disciple, Senior Sister Xiao. After Ghost Demon Master left, Senior Sister Xiao threw herself into Luli's arms. She said she wanted to pull him into her room for dual cultivation, but he flatly refused. To survive the assessment in a month, she planned to try her luck at the Scripture Pavilion, to find some new skills and see if there was a way to solve the problem. After searching for a long time, the skills either required live bone extraction or stepping on 100 pairs of human eyes. The only skill that seemed decent was called the Heart Demon Sword. It only required absorbing yin energy into the heart and lungs, and then nurturing the sword. But it would take 50 years to master it. By the time he mastered it, grass would probably be growing on his grave. This really is the demonic sect, after all. Isn't there a single skill that isn't so bloody, that doesn't require collecting human blood and bones, or cultivating by absorbing ghost energy? As soon as he finished speaking, a dignified voice came from inside the Scripture Pavilion. What a joke! My Wise Young Ghost Sect is a demonic sect. If we don't kill people and nurture ghosts, what kind of demonic sect are we? Tell me honestly, kid, are you a spy sent by the righteous sects? Looking at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him, Luli was also startled. What a powerful pressure! This man's cultivation is at least above the golden core stage. Could this person be the first elder? If that's the case, he might have good stuff. Thinking this, Luli hurriedly said respectfully, "Disciple wouldn't dare. I just want to find a skill that suits me, otherwise I'm afraid I'll be killed by Master by the end of the month. And with my strength, how could I possibly be a spy?" After speaking, he handed over the Ghost Demon Master's token. The elder guarding the pavilion glanced at the token and nodded. "So you're that kid's disciple." With his temper, it's indeed likely. All right, choose slowly yourself. After saying that, the elder guarding the pavilion turned to leave, but Luli stopped him. "Elder, please wait a moment. Disciple is being bold. I wonder if you have a skill that's suitable for me. Could you bestow one on me?" The elder guarding the pavilion's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Then he snorted coldly. "You're quite impudent. Here, take this. These are the skills I got from killing 2 cultivators. Whether you cultivate them or not is up to you. I'm a bit tired. I'll go back to sleep. Get lost after speaking." The elder guarding the pavilion disappeared from the spot. Luli quickly thanked him. After returning to his residence, he immediately examined the 2 skills. One was called the Purple Dawn Purgatory Sutra, a flying heaven temple transmission technique. Morning absorbs purple eye, evening absorbs flying rays. A 5-element blazing sun, true energy is vast and fairy, nothing is unbreakable. The other was called the Vajra Art, a physical body training divine skill from the Vajra Temple. There are 12 layers. After cultivating, the physical body is comparable to a magic treasure. Indestructible Vajra, boundless divine strength. Among them, Flying Heaven Temple is one of the 3 great Taoist temples in the world. Vajra Temple is one of the 3,000 Buddhist sects. Although both of these skills have flaws, both schools are undoubtedly among the most righteous. If he were discovered cultivating righteous skills in the demonic sect, he would be directly strangled to death by the ghost demon master. But if he didn't cultivate them, his cultivation would continue to stagnate, and he would still die in a month anyway. Since it's death either way, he might as well start cultivating. Thinking this, he immediately clicked on the system panel and started learning. The system notified him that learning was successful. 2 little children appeared in front of him. The little monk was the Vajra art. The little girl was the Purple Dawn Purgatory Sutra. Since it was night, he couldn't absorb morning and evening rays. So Luli told the little girl to rest first. Then the system began automatic cultivation. The progress was very rapid. If it continued like this, he could break through a layer in less than 20 days. But before he could be happy for long, the system gave another notification. Your Vajra art is feeling down because it hasn't heard Buddhist scriptures and has decided to stop cultivating for a day. This was really a case of don't praise too soon. But it's good that it just wants to listen to Buddhist scriptures. Luli could still solve this problem, because when he was coding himself to the point of collapse, he recited the Heart Sutra to regulate his mood. Now it would come in handy. Thinking this, he immediately sat cross-legged and began reciting the Heart Sutra. The little monk who had fallen asleep was also awakened by the sound of Buddhist scriptures and looked at him with shining eyes. At the same time, inside the great thunderclap temple of Western Buddhism, the Buddha Venerable sitting on the lotus platform also felt the emergence of supreme Buddhist scriptures. He asked, "Just now, when golden lotuses bloomed, I suddenly heard scriptures from afar. This scripture resonates like thunder. It must be a Buddha's child born into this world with the descent of a supreme Buddhist scripture. Doesn't this mean my Buddhism will flourish? But why is the disturbance coming from the south? Order to the 10,000 Demons Mountain. Contact the disciples. Attack the demonic sect. Send Buddhist disciples into the 10,000 Demons Mountain to find the Buddha's child. No matter what, the scriptures cannot fall into the hands of the demonic sect." Along with the Buddha Venerable's order, the news of the Buddha's child spread rapidly. He was a disciple of the demonic sect, but he chanted the supreme Buddhist scriptures, causing celestial phenomena, and was regarded as a Buddha's child by the Western Buddha Venerable. The righteous sects are bound to join forces to attack the demonic sect because of him. After Luli finished reciting the Heart Sutra, the system also notified him. Your Vajra art has entered an enlightenment mode after listening to the supreme Buddhist scriptures. Congratulations to the host. The Vajra art has broken through to the second layer. Congratulations to the host. Your Vajra art has been greatly enlightened after listening to the supreme Buddhist scriptures and has evolved into the indestructible Vajra divine art. Looking at the system notification, Luli didn't expect that the skill could actually evolve. His power had directly increased by dozens of times. With just one punch, he could smash a stone ball to pieces. And even after punching like this, his hands didn't hurt at all. It truly is indestructible. Now, he could be considered to have some fighting power. Soon, the night passed. Luli pushed open the door, ready to bask in the sun. At the same time, his Purple Dawn Refining Sun Sutra also began automatic cultivation. To improve the cultivation effect, he took off his shirt, increasing the contact area. The cultivation effect of the Purple Dawn Refining Sun Sutra also doubled. Before long, a flame mark appeared on his hand. Just when Luli was wondering what this was, the Purple Dawn Refining Sun Sutra next to him explained, "That is the sign of entering cultivation. Congratulations, you have become a true disciple of Flying Heaven Temple. Soon, you should be able to condense a 5-element blazing sun true energy." So it turns out that this Purple Dawn Refining Sun Sutra is true transmission technique of Flying Heaven Temple. As long as you cultivate it, it means you are a true disciple of Flying Heaven Temple. After listening to the explanation of the Purple Dawn Refining Sun Sutra, Luli's expression instantly darkened. He thought, a technique that demonics experts could recognize at a glance. The Vedra art is only a body-refining skill. It's widely circulated, so there's no problem. But cultivating flying heaven temple's true transmission technique. Wouldn't that be courting death? If I break through and condense any true energy, I'll be finished. I have to think of a way to suppress it. Since cultivation requires absorbing the essence of the blazing sun, then it must hate yin and evil Kai. So Luli went to the 10,000 ghost caverns. Here there were graves everywhere. There was not a single breeze, but he could feel the cold. It was an excellent place for absorbing yin qi. As soon as he arrived here, the system gave a notification. Your Purple Dawn Purgatory Sutra is feeling unwell due to being in the yin energy zone. The cultivation effect is reduced by 200%. Seeing that this method was effective, Luli resolutely chose to go deeper. But strangely, this place was clearly called the 10,000 Ghost Caverns, so why hasn't he seen a single ghost yet? Just as he was bored and asking questions to the tombstones, a laugh suddenly came from behind him. You're really interesting. Luli turned his head and saw a green-haired woman walking towards him. As she walked, she said, I'm a patrolling disciple of the 10,000 Ghost Caverns, Emerald. You must be the new disciple taken in by Ghost Demon Master, right? Looking at the way you're acting, it must be your first time here. Want me to tell you about the rules of this place? Then Emerald took out a map and said, This is the outermost part of the 10,000 Ghost Caverns. The ghosts have been mostly cleared. If you want to find ghosts, you have to go inside the 10,000 Ghost Caverns. I have a map here that details the distribution of the 10,000 Ghost Caverns. It's only 5 low-grade spirit stones. Hearing that it cost 5 spirit stones, Luli was about to say, What if I don't buy it? When he heard a shua sound. Emerald's sword was already on his neck. Was she trying to force him to buy it? So, he wisely took out 5 low-grade spirit stones and offered them with both hands, tearfully buying the map. Take this temporary green token, don't be upset. If you encounter trouble in the future, just show this map and mention my name, Greenie, and you'll be safe. Also, since you're so handsome, I'll give you one more piece of advice. Ghostly Master only accepts 1 disciple at a time. I hope to see you again next month. Goodbye, junior brother. After saying that, she turned into a beam of light and flew away. Looking at Greenie's departing figure, Luli couldn't help but sigh. Was this woman trying to scare me, or was she serious? But I'm not familiar with this area, so buying a map isn't a loss. But when he opened the map, he was stunned. You call this a detailed record? I'm going to the Consumer Association to complain. But after thinking about it, he gave up. This Greenie is able to occupy a territory in the 10,000 Demons Cave, so she must have some power. I can't afford to provoke her. I should just find a place to cultivate quickly. Then he found a place with extreme yin energy and started automatic cultivation. 3 hours later, the system prompted, Your Purple Glow Sun Refinement Sutra is very dissatisfied. The surrounding yin energy is extremely irritating. You have accidentally suffered a Kai deviation, and your cultivation has regressed by 36%. Your Diamond Unbreakable Divine Skill has gained some enlightenment after listening to Supreme Buddhist scriptures, and your progress has increased by 1%. At this rate, in a few days, this Flying Crown's true lineage technique will completely regress to 0. But this Diamond Unbreakable Divine Skill only increased by 1% in 3 hours, which is really slow. However, just as Luli was checking his cultivation progress, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Looking up, a fierce ghost suddenly appeared before him. It was his first time seeing a ghost. Luli was also startled, but he quickly reacted. He was a cultivator now, and a demonic sect disciple at that. What was there to be afraid of? This was a good chance to practice. Just then, the fierce ghost, without any sense of martial ethics, bit down on him. But Luli, who was bitten, didn't feel any pain at all. This was the Diamond Unbreakable Divine Skill's automatic body protection. With this ghost's level, it couldn't hurt him at all. Moreover, he was currently cultivating a pure yang technique, making him a pure yang body, the natural nemesis of these yin and evil things. Thinking of this, he used the ethereal ghostly shadow step to dodge the attack. The white bone heart-shattering palm followed closely behind, sending the fierce ghost scattering with one palm. At this time, the system prompted, "Your purple glow sun refinement sutra has gone completely berserk after being invaded by ghost energy, causing your cultivation to regress. Your ethereal ghostly shadow step has absorbed pure ghost energy, greatly invigorating you. Cultivation efficiency increased by 50%. Your white bone heart-shattering palm has increased in cultivation efficiency by 50% due to your joyful mood after killing an enemy." Seeing the system prompt, Luli immediately became excited. "This works. As long as I defeat monsters, I can level up. Wouldn't that mean that I can pass the cultivation test at the end of the month?" Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. He looked at a little ghost hiding behind a tree, which was so frightened it turned tail, and ran, shouting, "Don't come here." This man was clearly a demonic sect disciple, yet he kept saying Amitabha, and he didn't even blink when killing ghosts. In just 20 days, he had killed all the fierce ghosts within 100 miles, becoming a veritable scourge of ghosts. And through this period of physically delivering the ghosts, Luli's ethereal ghostly shadow step and white bone heart-shattering palm had both broken through to the 4th level. The purple glow sun refinement sutra had also regressed to 0. However, the diamond unbreakable divine skill was stuck at the 3rd level. But there was nothing he could do about that. After all, he was still at the 1st level of ki refining. But then he thought, within a month, all of his cultivation had greatly increased, which would definitely arouse suspicion. It's not necessarily a bad thing to be stuck at the 3rd level right now. Suddenly, a voice came from the Yin Spirit Ghost Cave. "The time has come. Come quickly." It was Ghostly Master's order. The monthly assessment was finally here. Luli activated his ethereal ghostly shadow step, and his figure flashed. He disappeared from the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. But when he arrived at the main hall, he discovered that the only people being assessed this time were him and Xiao Shiji. All the other disciples were dead. However, Ghostly Master didn't seem to care. He had only called the 2 of them here because he needed to go into secluded cultivation. He didn't have any extra energy to recruit disciples, so whoever survived the next monthly assessment would be the true disciple. After saying that, he turned into a ghostly shadow and left. But as soon as Ghostly Master left, Xiao Shiji impatiently made her move. Fortunately, Luli had been prepared and used his ethereal ghostly shadow step. The afterimages created by the 4th level training allowed him to avoid this sneak attack. But even so, Xiao Shiji still didn't take Luli seriously because his cultivation was only at the 1st level of ki refining. As she spoke, she unleashed a sword aura at Luli. Luli just casually waved his hand and dispersed the sword aura. Seeing this, Xiao Shiji was shocked. Her full power attack couldn't even break through Luli's physical body. Then she pulled out a talisman. She smiled and said, "Junior brother Lu, you do have some skills. It seems I can't hold back. This talisman has a sealed fierce ghost inside. Junior brother, are you confident?" Seeing the other party pull out her trump card, Luli didn't hold back either. He activated the ethereal ghostly shadow step and, with a swoosh, appeared in front of Xiao Shiji. He forcefully pressed a poisonous herb onto her chest. This herb was called icy poison grass. Not only could the poison freeze her magic power, but it could also freeze her to death. And the more she struggled, the faster it would take effect. Now cornered, Xiao Shiji used her last resort. She cut her finger, and using most of her essence blood, summoned a giant fierce ghost. This was a fierce ghost she had captured in the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Originally at the 3rd level of ki refining, but after feeding it her essence blood, it was now at the 10th level of ki refining. She believed it would definitely defeat Luli, a cultivator at the 1st level of ki refining. However, looking at this fierce ghost, Luli couldn't help but ask, "You seem very familiar. Have we met before?" Suddenly, he realized. This was the one that ran away last time. And when the fierce ghost realized that it had been recognized, it was also frightened and trembled. It turned tail and ran. While running, it shouted, "Help! It seemed that Luli had traumatized it during their last encounter. And at this time, Xiao Shiji, poisoned by the icy poison grass, and without her essence blood for protection, could no longer hold on. In a short while, she completely turned into an ice sculpture. With a bang, the ice sculpture shattered and turned into a pile of ice fragments. At this time, the system also prompted your white bone heart-shattering palm, exceptionally excited for killing a cultivator for the first time. Increasing cultivation efficiency by 300%, progress 10%. Luli was a little surprised by the system prompt. It had actually increased so much. But before he could be happy, he heard Ghostly Master laughing behind him. Well done, Li. This powerful Bloquii in your body, and the 4th level white bone heart-shattering palm, and ethereal ghostly shadow step, you actually only spent less than a month. This talent makes even I feel ashamed. I would like to ask you how you cultivated. Having his cultivation exposed by Ghostly Master, Luli knew that he could no longer hide it. After swallowing, he offered up the 2 techniques with both hands. Master, this physical body training is because I cultivated a Buddhist body refining skill called Diamond Awakening. Ghostly Master raised his hand and pulled the 2 scrolls to him, taking a look. It was indeed Diamond Awakening. You even have the Flying Crown's Purple Glow Hell Refinement Sutra. Which elder gave you this technique? It was that white-haired elder with the skull necklace. I never expected that I would be so fast in cultivating this Buddhist body refinement technique. Hearing this, a trace of a strange color flashed in Ghostly Master's eyes. Then he waved his hand and pulled Luli over. He said, "Don't tell me you are the rumored reincarnated Buddha child." He was clearly a demonic sect disciple. Yet he cultivated Buddhist techniques and progressed so quickly. This aroused the suspicion of his master, Ghostly Master. He raised his hand and pulled out a golden alms bowl to verify his identity. But after shining it for a long time, Luli didn't have any reaction. This was awkward. Then Ghostly Master released Luli's collar. He said, "So it's not you. What a disappointment. I thought you were that reincarnated Buddha child. Since that elder gave it to you, you can keep it." This made Luli involuntarily breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I'm not. I was scared to death. I thought I had cultivated something wrong. Then Ghostly Master said again, "Luli, although you are introverted and hide your sharpness, and your personality doesn't match mine, your talent is excellent, and your scheming is not bad either. I will reluctantly accept you as a true disciple. Later, go to the mountain peak and choose a cave to live in. I'm not a stingy person. Since you have become my true disciple, I will pass on to you this true lineage technique." As he spoke, a red light flashed in Ghostly Master's hand. At the same time, the system prompted Bloodthirsty Heaven Devouring technique learned successfully. After completing the skill transfer, Ghostly Master pulled out a small green pagoda, the Egg Tower. This soul-devouring ghost pagoda is a high-grade magic tool that I used before. It can be used to collect spirits and nurture them for combat. And after fully activating it, it weighs 30,000 catties and can be used as a hidden weapon. You should keep it well. Luli was startled at the soul-devouring ghost pagoda float towards him. This was a high-grade magic tool worth 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. He was actually so generous. Despite the shock, Luli's hands were busy, grabbing the ghost-suppressing pagoda. He bowed to the Ghost Devil Master. "Thank you, Master. May you live forever, as long as the heavens." The Ghost Devil Master calmly waved his hand. "Go on, cultivate well. If you don't understand anything, ask your senior brothers and sisters. Choose your cave dwelling. They should come to see you when they hear the commotion. Yes, then this disciple will take his leave." With that, Luli retreated, secretly relieved. He had finally passed the first hurdle. The next day, he chose an observatory tower as his cave dwelling. The spiritual energy here wasn't very strong, but the environment was truly nice. It was indeed a place fit for a true disciple. Then, he had the system check the Bloodthirsty Heaven Devouring Palace information. The Bloodthirsty Heaven Devouring Palace is an advanced version of the Bloodthirsty demonic art. After cultivation, It condenses a bloodthirsty demonic light, which can devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the five elements essence, and so on. But to cultivate quickly, one must consume spiritual blood, preferably the blood of powerful cultivators or great demons. At a deep level of cultivation, it devours everything. Seeing this technique, a demonic art that requires devouring human blood, Luli couldn't help but frown. Cultivating this kind of art usually leads to a bloodthirsty addiction. It's truly a demonic cult's technique. It doesn't seem suitable for me to practice. But he quickly thought of a solution. This demonic art seemed to be able to devour spiritual energy as well. So he immediately took off his clothes and had the system run the Purple Haze Sun Refinement Scripture. After the Purple Haze Sun Refinement Scripture was completed, he had the system run the bloodthirsty heaven-devouring palace. Devouring the spiritual energy of the Purple Haze Sun Refinement Scripture directly completed the seamless transition. System notification. Your bloodthirsty heaven-devouring palace is in a good mood for devouring the five elements radiant sun energy. Cultivation effect increased by 100%. Purity increased by 1%. Seeing that this method worked, Luli was instantly excited. This way, he could cultivate the demonic art without sucking human blood. But it's a bit too much of a waste for the Purple Haze Sun Refinement Scripture. But there's no other way. I have to practice this new technique. At that moment, with a bang, a blood-colored shield suddenly descended. As the smoke cleared, a handsome young man walked out, bowing to Luli upstairs. Is junior brother home? I am your 8th senior brother, Bei Jinfei. I'd like to make friends with you. Hearing this, Luli's expression turned serious. Make friends. He had heard that none of the Ghost Devil Master's disciples were good people, but they were still fellow disciples. He still had to do the bare minimum of social pleasantries. After a brief conversation, Luli learned from Bei Jinfei that the Ghost Devil Master had taken in 13 disciples. Now only the eldest senior brother, 2nd senior sister, and 3rd senior brother, as well as the 6th senior sister and him, the 8th senior brother, remained. The others had either died or defected. Currently, only Bei Jinfei, the 2nd senior sister, and himself who had just become a direct disciple were in the sect. Hearing this, Luli immediately became more alert, thinking, so being the Ghost Devil Master's disciple is so risky. There are still 2 people in the sect. I have to be careful. However, at that moment, Bei Jinfei suddenly grabbed him by the neck and said, but speaking of which, junior brother, you must be short on cash, right? Cultivation costs the most spirit stones. If you don't have any, I can lend you some, without interest. Senior brother is so generous. What are you eyeing on my body? Junior brother misunderstands. We are all fellow disciples. Why would I covet your things? You just need to write a promissory note. If you can't repay or something happens, the treasures on you will be mine. And besides spirit stones, if you want beautiful women, I can help you with that too. Hearing this, Luli immediately understood. This guy was a profiteer. He quickly said, I appreciate senior brother's intentions, but I don't need those for now. However, hearing these words, Bei Jinfei backed away in shock. You are only 18 years old. You're in your prime. You don't even want women. Do you like men? Luli quickly explained. Senior brother has misunderstood. I am just a simple hero. Hearing this, Bei Jinfei gasped. A simple? A snake demon who can transform into a human riding a horse? That's a golden core demon. I can get you one of those. Luli was speechless. Did this guy have nothing else in his brain besides women? But before he could explain, Bei Jinfei spoke first. Since junior brother has such unique tastes, I won't ask more. If you need anything, just come find me. I just moved here. I must have a lot of things to handle. I won't bother you. With that, he turned into a streak of blood and fled. Seeing this, Luli also breathed a sigh of relief. He's finally gone. My fellow senior brothers and sisters, I'm afraid are not ordinary people. I need to hurry up and cultivate. As a mature technique, it's very reasonable for it to go out and hunt to cultivate, right? Just after Luli sent Bei Jinfei away, the system gave a notification. Your bloodthirsty heaven-devouring palace appetite has increased greatly. Unable to satisfy it, it has to go out on its own. In the 10,000 Ghost Cave, it devoured yin qi. Cultivation purity increased by 5%. Your bloodthirsty heaven-devouring palace discovered a low-grade spirit ghost in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. Location: 720 miles southeast of 3 Stars Valley, inside a 7-foot-tall soul-hiding tree. Seeing the system notification, Luli was immediately excited. Ghost spirit. It's a ghost that was born by chance from a spiritual herb. It's very rare. One is worth at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. If I can catch it, I won't have to worry about cultivation resources for a month. But going out now would be too conspicuous. Perhaps I'm still being monitored by someone. I need to wait a bit. Also, there's someone else I need to meet in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. Sure enough, Luli had just arrived in the 10,000 Ghost Cave when Sister Green Lotus came. Luli got up and bowed to her. Greetings, Sister Green Lotus. Sister Green Lotus jumped down from the white bone hall and smiled. No need to be so polite. You are now a true disciple of the Ethereal Ghost Sect. Your status is the same as mine. These are the 5 low-grade spirit stones you gave me before. Bai Jinfei is my man, and you're his junior brother. In other words, you're also my man. So I won't take your spirit stones. Looking at the 5 spirit stones Sister Green Lotus handed over, Luli couldn't help but think, this Sister Green Lotus can occupy a place in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. She's probably a big sister figure among the Ethereal Ghost Sect's true disciples. She's returning the spirit stones to win people over. Seeing Luli not taking them, Sister Green Lotus frowned. Are you afraid I poisoned the spirit stones? Luli quickly took the spirit stones. Then I thank you, sister. Sister Green Lotus revealed a satisfied smile. That's right. You were able to pass the Ghost Devil Master's test at the Ki Refinement first level. You're a genius. I'm optimistic about you. And after just becoming a true disciple, instead of thinking about enjoying yourself, you came to the 10,000 Ghost Cave to cultivate. You're truly diligent, junior brother. I also heard that you rejected Bai Jinfei's offer to send you beautiful women. Facing Sister Green Lotus praise, Luli started acting dramatically to give face. A single glance from my senior sister could seal a lifetime of devotion. From then on, all the other women in my eyes are merely vulgar powder. If that's what you say, then I will take it seriously. Wouldn't that be great? Just as Luli felt he had succeeded, Sister Green Lotus pushed him away, huffing in a spoiled manner. You're not even serious when you're lying. But I like this lie you said. Not bad. Here, this is the map of the entire 10,000 Ghost Cave. With this, you can walk freely in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. You can go to any of the marked extreme yin places to cultivate. With that, she forcefully shoved the map into Luli's hand, then sat back on the white bone sword, and smiled. Oh yeah, I usually cultivate in the very center of this map. Come find me when you are free. I'm leaving now. With that, she flew away quickly on her jade sword. Seeing her leave, Luli breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she's gone. This woman has a deep agenda. She approaches me under the pretense of returning things, then tries to win me over, praises me, offers small favors, and then gives me an ambiguous invitation before she leaves, and seems to have even used charm techniques. If it was an ordinary young man, he'd probably become self-confident. But unfortunately, I'm not an ordinary, self-confident man. And you're not my type either. I'd better go find the spirit ghost first. Then, following the markings on the map, he found the soul hiding tree that the system mentioned. The soul hiding tree's surroundings were filled with accumulated yin energy. I wonder if it can be absorbed by the bloodthirsty heaven-devouring palace. Thinking this, Luli activated the bloodthirsty heaven-devouring palace to try. But there was no progress at all. At that moment, a ghost face suddenly appeared on the soul hiding tree. With a bang, a spirit ghost flew out and bit Luli's hand. No wonder it's called a spirit ghost. Even a low-grade one has some basic intelligence. It knows to retaliate when the time is right. This bite would have crippled anyone else. But unfortunately, it met Luli. with the invincible Vajra divine art protecting him. A mere low-grade spirit ghost couldn't hurt him at all. It was even blasted away by the invincible Vajra divine art. Seeing that the situation was bad, the spirit ghost tried to run away. Luli used the ghostly shadow step to catch up. Then he threw a wooden stake, blocking the spirit ghost's path. Luli, with a large tree on his shoulder, looked ferocious. Don't run away. After all, I'm not a devil. Seeing this, the spirit ghost wisely chose to surrender. Then Luli took out the ghost-suppressing pagoda he had just acquired and lightly tossed it up. A green light fell, and the spirit ghost was taken into the pagoda. Done! I didn't expect this to be so easy. It's a shame I can't use this spirit directly. It's easier to exchange it for spirit stones. But who should I sell it to? It's impossible to give it to Ghostly Devil. And Green Lotus from before also seemed to have her own agenda. I can't rashly contact her. That 8th senior brother is a crafty merchant. I can try him out and test him at the same time. But I just separated from him, and then immediately caught a spirit in this ghost cave. It's bound to arouse suspicion. I should go home and cultivate in seclusion for a month first. Gotta be cautious. Thinking this, he immediately activated the spirit shadow charm, quickly leaving the 1,000 ghost cave. After he left, a red-haired man and the 5th sister, a beautiful woman, walked out. That kid is really lucky. He can even catch a spirit while cultivating. I'm getting more and more interested in him. Isn't that better? I've always liked men with good luck. And the way this kid runs away. It's just like the way my husband's neighbor, old Devil Wong, used to jump out of the window when he was going home. It makes me so nostalgic. Don't you think so, old Devil Wong? Darling, she said, then suddenly looked down and touched her stomach. Seeing this, the red-haired man's expression changed drastically. He thought to himself, should I stay away from this widowed gambler? I don't want to be eaten by her and become a wrong soul trapped in her stomach forever. She's clearly a demonic cult disciple, yet she also cultivates Buddhist techniques, and her progress is quite fast. After Luli started auto-cultivating for a month, his cultivation reached the 3rd level of Ki refining. At this time, the system notification came. The bone-crushing palm has become more confident due to the breakthrough in power. It challenged the Vajra indestructible divine skill, but the bone-crushing palm was defeated, and its cultivation regressed. In order to increase its strength, the bone-crushing palm has decided to diligently cultivate. Progress increased by 100%. Lula's a bit surprised to see that his techniques were actually fighting each other. I didn't expect the principle of good and evil being incompatible also exists in techniques. Luckily, the regression can be recovered. But now he has no more cultivation resources, and he's cultivated for long enough. It's time for him to sell the spirit. Then he arrived at Bai Jinfei's residence, but he had just sat down when Bai Jinfei suddenly congratulated him. Junior brother, you've been in seclusion for the past month. Now that you've come out, your cultivation must have greatly improved. You actually broke through to the 3rd level of Ki refining in just 1 month. Your talent is simply terrifying. Hearing this, Luli's expression immediately darkened. Senior brother, why are you mocking me? A breaking through to the 3rd level of Ki refining in a month, with such a slow cultivation speed. I'm probably at the bottom of the entire ghost spirit sect. If senior brother doesn't welcome me, I'll leave. Junior brother, you've misunderstood. I was truly praising you just now. Junior brother is cultivating the bloodthirsty devouring heaven technique, right? You're always in seclusion and don't have a lot of money. A single dose of spirit blood costs tens of thousands of spirit stones. Yet in 1 month, without consuming any spirit blood, you still manage to cultivate the bloodthirsty devouring heaven technique to the 3rd level. This level of talent is definitely top-notch in the sect. This way of cultivation is even more righteous than the righteous sects. If it weren't for your low cultivation level, suspect you were a spy sent by the righteous sects. Hearing this, Luli couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This guy actually saw through my cultivation level at a glance. And he's indeed monitoring my movements. So he stood up abruptly and said sternly, "Senior brother, you can't talk carelessly. I was personally taken in by the master. If I'm a righteous Sect spy, then wouldn't that mean the master is also a spy?" Bei Jinfei smiled and said, "Just kidding, junior brother. Don't be angry." "So, junior brother, you came here this time to borrow spirit stones to buy spirit blood. On the contrary, I'm here to sell something. Isn't this the ghost tower that the master used during Kuai refining?" "Junior brother, you dare to sell it?" "Of course not. I wouldn't dare to sell the master's ghost tower, even if I had 10 lives. What I'm selling is something inside it." As he spoke, Luli took out the spirit from the tower. Bei Jinfei looked at the spirit and was immediately surprised. "It's really a low-grade spirit. Junior brother, where did you get this spirit?" "Naturally, I caught it in the Thousand Ghost Cave. But it's just a low-grade spirit. It's worth at most a piece of spirit artifact." "I didn't expect senior brother to be so excited. Could this spirit have another great use?" Bei Jinfei laughed awkwardly. "Junior brother, you're thinking too much. What other uses could a low-grade spirit have? Since you trust me so much, I'll definitely give you a good price." "Okay, senior brother, that's great. I want this amount. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones." "Right, we're all fellow disciples. 20,000, I can agree to that." As he spoke, Bai Jingfei reached out to take the spirit, but Lulei directly interrupted him. "No, I said 200,000. Hearing this price, Bai Jinfei directly stood up from his chair. 200,000? Junior brother, what do you mean by this? You should know that a low-grade spirit is only worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." Luli smiled. "Senior brother, although we are fellow disciples, you can't take advantage of me, right? If you don't want to buy it, then I'll just go find senior sister Green Lotus." Hearing Green Lotus's name, Bei Jinfei immediately became nervous. "Junior brother, wait, let's talk this over. We are all family. Since we're family, then 200,000 can't be less, right?" Hearing this, Bei Jinfei was momentarily speechless, then slowly sat down and spoke the truth. "Junior brother, since you've seen through me, then I'll be honest. Recently, an elder is frantically searching for low-grade spirits. The price has already risen to 100,000 spirit stones. This is the highest price I can offer. I'm not making a single cent." Luli smiled meaningfully. "Senior brother, you're not making money from me, but you'll turn around and sell this spirit to that elder. You're helping him in his time of need. You're earning the favor of that elder, junior brother Lu. I really misjudged you. I didn't expect someone so young to be able to see through people's hearts. Fine, I won't buy this spirit. Junior brother, you go make those 100,000 spirit stones and earn the favor of that elder. Someone see our guest out." "Senior brother, you've misunderstood. I didn't say I wouldn't sell it to you. No matter how big the favor from that elder is, there's a limit. People in the demonic cult are naturally cold and detached. He might not even bother to help. It's better to sell it to you, senior brother. Everyone's happy, isn't that the best of both worlds?" As he spoke, he handed the spirit over. Receiving the spirit, Bei Jinfei's face lit up with joy. "Junior brother Lu, you have a clear mind. I admire you. In the future, if there's anything I can help you with, just say the word." Then he waved his hand magnanimously. He was about to arrange for Lu Li to have some big swords, but Luli jumped up from his chair and quickly waved his hand. "Senior brother, that's not necessary. However, I've hit a bottleneck when cultivating the modified Vajra technique. I'd like to ask if senior brother has any Buddhist techniques that I can use for reference. Maybe it'll help me break through." Bei Jinfei was also quite interested and said, "The modified Vajra technique. What a coincidence. I've also cultivated it before. Here are some Buddhist scriptures and techniques I've collected. Junior brother, take a look." After speaking, he asked a maid to hand over the Buddhist scriptures. Luli thanked him and began to flip through the scriptures. As a result, he was immediately stunned, as expected of Bei Jinfei. These scriptures are all about undressed Buddhists. It's the joyous cultivation within Buddhism. But Luli quickly realized something was wrong. Although the images in the scriptures were crude, There seemed to be some strange things in the images. At this time, the system notification came. You have browsed the Great Lu Crossing the Mortal World scripture and discovered a hidden Buddhist seal within it. Congratulations, host! You have learned the Great Lu Hand Seal, along with the system notification. A Buddha appeared in front of Lu Li, opening his mouth. Buddhist disciples who practice the Great Lu Hand Seal will be able to maintain unwavering determination and achieve enlightenment, becoming a Buddha immediately. Lu Li didn't expect that this was actually a technique to cultivate into Buddhahood. At this time, Bai Jinfei, seeing that he had been silent for a long time, asked, "Junior brother, is there something wrong with the scriptures?" Lu Li came back to his senses and quickly said, "Nothing." Seeing this, Bai Jinfei immediately treated him as a kindred spirit and laughed. "I thought junior brother wasn't interested in women, but you're captivated by the people in the paintings. I didn't expect you to have such a unique taste. Then, I'll give you this book. This is your payment for the spirit. You can keep it. Also, we are kindred spirits. There is a big matter I should inform you about." As he spoke, he handed a storage ring to Lu Li and then continued, "This time, the master has gone into seclusion in order to break through. With the master's strength, he has a great chance. Once he succeeds, mine and your position in the Yin Spirit Ghost Sect will also rise. This is a joyous occasion." "Then why are you frowning, senior brother?" At the mention of this, Bai Jinfei couldn't help but sigh. "Because the master has a lot of enemies. Among the countless golden core cultivators of the demonic cult, Ghostly Devil has offended half of them. Actually, half is still a small estimate. The master has grudges with at least 70% of the demonic cult's golden core cultivators. The last time the master broke through to the late stage golden core, 2 senior brothers died, and 1 senior sister went into hiding. This time, I'm spending a fortune burying your spirit in order to sell a favor to that elder and borrow a treasure for self-preservation. So, junior brother, you must also be prepared." Hearing this, Lu Li cupped his hands. "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother." At the same time, he thought in his heart, "It seems I must increase my strength as quickly as possible. This man is clearly a demonic cult disciple, but he has learned Fa Hei's great mighty heavenly dragon." After returning to his residence, Lu Li started auto-cultivating. Soon after, the system notification came, "Congratulations, host. Your Great Lu Hand Seal has greatly improved due to listening to Supreme Buddhist scriptures. Kongo sa Hei Thieve and Feng Biao, Chi, Be Angbi Fiaket Kimi Vikui, Lunan Ingzi Sirat Niyu, evolved into a great Buddhist mantra. Then, within the Recording's divine stone, 2 phantom images began to condense. System prompt. One of the 8 guardians, the Vajra Arhat Dharma appearance, has manifested. Second of the 8 guardians, the great dragon Bodhisattva Dharma seal, has manifested. Looking at the reactions condensed in his hands, Lu Li couldn't wait to start experimenting. He began chanting the Vajra mantra. His arm, guided by the Vajra Dharma, unleashed a powerful punch. The power surged like an overwhelming tide. Then, he chanted the great dragon mantra. A golden dragon Dharma image appeared behind him, his aura suddenly increasing several times, but only for a moment. He felt his body had been emptied. The spiritual energy consumption was too intense. He only had enough for 1 use right now. Based on the second great dragon mantra's power consumption, he would need to at least reach the foundation establishment stage to summon it. At this moment, the system prompted again. Due to missing materials, the other 6 Buddhas failed to condense. You failed to learn the Buddha's mantras. Seeing that there were 6 other Buddhas besides these 2, Lu Li was also surprised. Thinking about it, these 2 already had tattoos on his arms and back. If he mastered them all, it's hard to imagine what he would become. Is Buddhism this intense? But he should focus on improving his cultivation first. With a low realm, even the best techniques are useless. So, he immediately sat cross-legged and began chanting the Heart Sutra. At the same time, the Vajra mantra and the Great Dragon mantra also began automatic cultivation. And 10s later, the system prompted your bone-crushing palm wanted to challenge the new Vajra mantra and the Great Dragon mantra. As a result, it was double-teamed and beaten to the point of doubting its existence, falling into self-isolation, and its cultivation regressed. Looking at the system prompt, Luli was speechless. The bone-crushing palm was too pitiful. Why did it go provoke them? But after these few days of intense cultivation, he had finally reached the 4th level of Ki refining. Once he reaches the 5th level, and most of his techniques have improved, he plans to visit the Myriad Ghost Cave again to convert the fierce ghosts. However, at that moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, thunder rumbled, and before Luli could react, a voice came from behind him. "Junior brother, run! Master is about to undergo the Duyuan Ying lightning tribulation. If you get struck, not even your ashes will be left." As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck right next to Luli, scaring him into immediately using his phantom spirit movement technique. He arrived at Bai Jinfei's pleasure boat. Countless silver snakes danced wildly around the boat, as if they could strike down at any moment, completely obliterating everything within Ghost Peak Mountain, incredibly terrifying. This was the first time Luli had felt the awe of heavenly power and the insignificance and helplessness of humans. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, a powerful figure from the sect acted in time, activating a supreme demonic formation and blocking the lightning tribulation. Then, Luli asked, "Senior brother, aren't we supposed to stay here and wait for the world-honored one to complete the tribulation?" But Bai Jinfei said it wasn't time yet. This supreme formation is only to isolate the heavenly Dao's perception, delaying the tribulation to help Master cope. We'll go back to watch Master's tribulation in 5 days. Hearing this, Luli instantly frowned. This is troublesome. Returning to Ghost Peak Mountain during the tribulation risks being struck by lightning. This way, the time to break through the 5th level of Qui refining will have to be delayed. At this moment, Bai Jinfei turned his head and asked, "Junior brother, what are your plans next?" "I'm going to the Myriad Demon City to prepare a congratulatory gift for Master." "Do you want to go to the Myriad Demon City with me? Whether it's beautiful women or the snake demon you've been thinking about, you can find them there." Hearing this, Luli awkwardly smiled. "My pockets are empty. I think I'll stay in the Myriad Ghost Cave. Maybe I can find another low-grade spirit ghost." "What a pity. I wanted to compete with you, junior brother." Bai Jinfei couldn't help but shake his head, looking regretful. Luli was speechless at this. "You're really too much of a player." Then he simply said goodbye. After that, he set off for the Myriad Ghost Cave. However, no sooner had he left than Bai Jinfei's expression changed immediately. Our junior brother has quite a few secrets. He's already cultivated to the 4th level of Ki refining so quickly. Not to mention his mastery of physical arts. How does it compare to your dragon transformation, second senior sister? As soon as he finished speaking, a snow-white python with a human-like body and a snake tail emerged from behind the curtain. A flash of light passed through. The python transformed into a white-clothed woman with a human upper body and a snake tail, looking down and asking, "Is he the grassroots hero? This man is clearly a disciple of the demonic sect. Yet he doesn't practice demonic arts. Instead, he chants Buddha's scriptures and has even been regarded as a Buddhist child by the Western Venerable, thousands of miles away. His name is Luli. He was originally an ordinary programmer in the real world. He unexpectedly died suddenly and transmigrated here with the system. This is a world of immortals and demons where Taoism, Buddhism, and the demonic sect stand in a tripartite balance. According to the script, he was supposed to be a child of destiny, but was thrown into the demonic sect, a place where the strong prey on the weak. If you're not strong enough, you'll be killed. And his system is called the automatic cultivation system. Any technique he learns can be cultivated automatically. But the techniques he knows are all from the demonic sect. They're all about killing bloodlust, dismembering, and eating people. As a modern person, he simply cannot practice these demonic arts. Today is the day of the Ghost Spirit Sect's assessment of techniques. All unqualified disciples will be executed on the spot by the ghost demon venerable. When it was Luli's turn, his 4 demonic techniques also showed no progress. Fortunately, the ghost demon venerable saw that his talent was good and that he entered the sect latest. He decided to give him another month to learn from his fellow disciple, Senior Sister Xiao. After the ghost demon venerable left, Senior Sister Xiao threw herself into Luli's arms. She was saying she wanted to pull him into the room for dual cultivation, but he flatly refused. To survive the assessment in 1 month, he decided to try his luck at the scripture pavilion. He wanted to find a new technique and see if he could find a way to solve his problem. But after searching for a long time, the techniques either required living people's bones or stepping on 100 pairs of human eyes. The only technique that seemed good was called New Demon Sword. It only required absorbing Yin Shay Kai into the heart and lungs to cultivate the sword, but it would take 50 years to achieve minor success. By the time he finished, his grave would probably be overgrown with weeds. It can only be said that this is truly a demonic sect. Isn't there a technique that's not so bloody, doesn't require collecting human blood and bones, and doesn't require absorbing ghost energy? As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic voice came from within the scripture pavilion. What a joke! Our ghost spirit sect is a demonic sect. If we don't kill and raise ghosts, what kind of demonic sect are we? Tell me honestly, are you a spy sent by the righteous sects? Looking at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him, Luli was also shocked. Such a strong pressure. This person's cultivation is at least at the golden core level or above. Could this person be the first elder? Then he might have good stuff. Thinking of this, Luli quickly and respectfully said, "This disciple wouldn't dare. I'm just trying to find a technique that suits me. Otherwise, this disciple will probably be killed by master by the end of the month. And with my current strength, how could I possibly be a spy?" After saying that, he handed over the ghost demon venerable's token. The elder guarding the pavilion glanced at the token. He nodded. "So you're that brat ghost demon venerable's disciple." Given his temper, that's indeed the case. "Fine, you can choose for yourself slowly." After he finished speaking, the elder guarding the pavilion turned to leave. But Luli called out to him, "Elder, please wait a moment. This disciple is bold. And I wonder if you have a technique suitable for this disciple. Could you give me one?" The elder guarding the pavilion's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He then coldly snorted, "You're a bit willful. Here, take these. These are techniques that I obtained after killing 2 cultivators from other sects. Whether you practice them or not is up to you. I'm a little tired and I'm going back to sleep now. You can scram." After he finished speaking, the elder guarding the pavilion disappeared from the spot. Luli thanked him quickly. After returning to his residence, he immediately checked the 2 techniques. One was called the Purple Dawn Purgatory Scripture, a true inheritance from the Flying Heaven Temple. Morning purple ki like a flying rainbow. With 5 elements, the blazing sun's true ki is vast and fierce, destroying all. The other one was called the Vajra art. It was a body refinement technique from the Vajra Temple. With 12 levels, after cultivation, the physical body is comparable to a magic treasure, invulnerable, with infinite divine power. The Flying Heaven Temple is one of the 3 major Taoist sects, and the Vajra Temple is one of the 3,000 Buddhist monasteries. Although both these techniques are incomplete, these 2 are undoubtedly the most righteous sects. If he were discovered practicing righteous techniques in the demonic sect, he would be immediately killed by the ghost demon venerable. But if he doesn't practice them, his cultivation will continue to stagnate, and he'll still die in a month. Since either way he's going to die, he should start cultivating first. Thinking of this, he immediately clicked on the system panel and began learning. System prompt, learning successful. 2 children appeared in front of him. The little monk represented the Vajra art, and the little girl represented the Purple Dawn Purgatory Scripture. Since it was nighttime, there was no way to absorb morning ki or evening glow, so Luli let the little girl rest first. Then the system began automatic cultivation, and the progress was very fast. If this continued, he could break through a level in less than 20 days. But before he could be happy for long, the system prompted again, "Your Vedra art is feeling down because it has not heard Buddhist scriptures. It has decided to stop cultivating for a day." This really doesn't take much to get upset. But thankfully, it only wants to hear Buddhist scriptures. Luli could solve this problem. Because, in the past, when he was repairing bugs to the point of collapse, to regulate his emotions, he had memorized a Heart Sutra. Now it was finally useful. Thinking of this, he immediately sat cross-legged and began to recite the Heart Sutra. The little monk who had fallen asleep. He was also awakened by the chanting of Buddhist scriptures, his eyes gleaming as he looked at him. At the same time, in the great thunderclap temple of Western Buddhism, the Buddha, seated on a lotus platform, also sensed the birth of supreme Buddhist scriptures. He asked, "When the scriptures surged just now, I suddenly heard scriptures coming from afar. The sound of these scriptures was like thunder in my ears. Perhaps a Buddha's child has been born, and supreme Buddhist scriptures have descended upon the world. Doesn't this mean that my Buddhist sect will flourish? But why is it disturbing? However, the Buddha is in the 10,000 Demons Mountain in the south. Issue an order. Contact the allied sects to attack the demonic sect, and send Buddhist disciples into the 1,000 Demons Mountain to find the Buddha's child. The scriptures must not fall into the hands of the demonic sect." With the Buddha's command, the news of the Buddha's child's emergence spread rapidly. He was a demonic sect disciple, yet he recited supreme Buddhist scriptures. He caused celestial phenomena, and was regarded by the Western Buddha as a Buddha's child. They were determined to unite to attack the demonic sect for him. After Luli finished reciting the Heart Sutra, the system also sent a notification. Has greatly improved, evolving into Vedra indestructible divine art. Looking at the system notification, Luli didn't expect that this technique could actually evolve. His strength had directly increased dozens of times. With just one punch, he could smash a stone bead into powder. And even after hitting like this, his hand didn't hurt at all. It truly is indestructible. Now he can be considered to have some fighting power. Soon, a night passed. Luli pushed open the door, ready to bask in the sun. At the same time, his violet haze sun-refining scripture also began cultivating automatically. To make the cultivation effect better, he took off his top, increasing the contact surface. The cultivation effect of the violet haze sun-refining scripture also increased by 1 time. In a short while, a flame mark appeared on his hand. Just when Luli was wondering what this was, the violet haze sun-refining scripture beside him explained, "That is the mark of entering the door of cultivation. Congratulations, you have become a true disciple of the Flying Cauldron sect. Soon, you should be able to condense a strand of 5-element solar true key." So it turned out that this violet haze sun-refining scripture was a true secret technique of the Flying Cauldron sect. As long as one cultivated it, it meant they were a true disciple of the Flying Cauldron sect. After listening to the violet haze sun-refining scripture's explanation, Luli's expression instantly darkened. He thought, a technique that the demonic sect experts can see through at a glance. The Vedra art is just a body-refining technique, widely spread, so there's no problem. But cultivating the Flying Cauldron sect's true secret technique, isn't that courting death? If I break through and condense any true key, I'm done for. I have to find a way to suppress it. Since cultivation requires absorbing solar essence, then it must hate yin and evil energy. So Luli came to the Myriad Ghost Cave. Here, there were tums everywhere, and not a single breeze. Yet one could feel the cold. It was an excellent place for yin energy. As soon as he arrived here, the system sent a notification. Seeing that this method was effective, Luli decisively chose to go deeper. But strangely, this place is clearly called the Myriad Ghost Cave, so why hasn't he seen a single ghost yet? Just as he was bored, asking questions of the tombstones, a laugh suddenly came from behind him. "You're really interesting." Luli turned his head and saw a green-haired woman walking toward him. As she walked, she said, "I'm a patrol disciple of the Myriad Ghost Cave." "Green Herb, you must be a new disciple of Ghost Demon True Person, right? Looking at the way you're reacting, it must be your first time in the Myriad Ghost Cave. Do you want me to tell you about the rules here?" Then Green Herb took out a map and said, "This is the outermost area of the Myriad Ghost Cave. The yen spirits here have been mostly cleared away. If you want to find ghosts, you have to go deeper inside. I have a map here detailing the distribution of the Myriad Ghost Cave. It's only 5 low-grade snacks." Hearing that it cost 5 snacks, Luli's about to say, "What if I don't buy it?" when he heard a whoosh. Green Herb's sword was already on his neck. This was clearly a forced sale. So, he wisely took out 5 low-grade snacks and offered them with both hands, tearfully buying the map. Receiving the snacks, Green Herb smiled triumphantly. "Don't be upset. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just take out this map and say you know Green Herb. I guarantee you'll be fine. Also, seeing that you're so handsome, I'll give you a piece of advice. Ghost Demon True Person only takes 1 introductory disciple at a time. I hope to see you again next month. Goodbye, little junior brother." After speaking, she turned into a streak of light and flew away. Looking at Green Herb's departing figure, Lily couldn't help but sigh. Was this woman trying to scare me, or was she serious? But I'm not familiar with the surroundings. Buying a map isn't a bad deal. But when he opened the map and looked, he was stunned. "You call this detailed? I'm going to file a complaint with the Consumer Association." But then he thought, this Green Herb is able to occupy a territory in the Myriad Ghost Cave. It seems she has some strength. I can't afford to offend her. I should just find a place to quickly cultivate. Then he found an extremely yin location and activated auto-cultivation. After 3 hours, the system notified him, "Your Violet Haze Sun Refining Scripture is very dissatisfied with the surrounding yin energy and extremely agitated. This Flying Cauldron Sect's true secret technique will completely regress to 0. However, this Vajra Indestructible Divine Art only increased by 1% in 3 hours. It's really quite slow." However, just as Luli was checking his cultivation progress, the temperature around him suddenly dropped. He looked up and saw a fierce ghost suddenly appearing in front of him. It was his first time seeing a ghost. Luli was startled, but he quickly reacted. He was now a cultivator, and a demonic sect disciple at that. Why should he be afraid of a ghost? This was a good chance to test his skills. At this moment, the fierce ghost, without any martial virtue, bit down. However, Luli was bitten, didn't feel any pain at all. This was the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art automatically protecting his body. With the level of this ghost, it couldn't hurt him at all. Moreover, what he was currently cultivating was a righteous yang technique, making his body one of pure yang, the bane of these yin and evil things. With that thought, he used the ethereal ghostly shadow step to evade the attacks. The white bone heart-shattering palm followed close behind, and with one palm strike, he dispersed the ghost directly. At this moment, the system sent a notification. Your Violet Haze Sun Refining Scripture has gone completely berserk due to the intrusion of ghost energy. Cultivation has regressed. This works. As long as I fight monsters, I can level up. Then wouldn't that mean he can pass the end-of-month technique test? Thinking of this, his eyes instantly lit up as he looked at the little ghost who was still hiding behind the tree. The little ghost was so scared that it turned and ran, yelling, "Don't come over here. This man is clearly a demonic sect disciple. But he keeps saying Amitabha and kills ghosts without batting an eye. In just 20 days. He had killed every fierce ghost within 100 miles, becoming a truly feared figure by ghosts. And by using physical salvation on these fierce ghosts, Luli's ethereal ghostly shadow step and white bone heart-shattering palm had both broken through to the 4th level. The Violet Haze Sun Refining Scripture had also regressed to 0. However, the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art was stuck at the 3rd level. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was still only at the 1st level of Kai refining. But thinking about it, all of his techniques had greatly improved within 1 month, which would definitely arouse suspicion. It wasn't such a bad thing that it was stuck at the 3rd level. Suddenly, a voice came from within the ethereal ghost sect. The time has come. You all must come quickly. It was Ghost Demon True Person's command. The monthly assessment had finally arrived. Luli activated his ethereal ghostly shadow step, and his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the mirrored ghost cave. But when he arrived at the main hall, he discovered that the only people being assessed this time were him and Xiao Shiji. All the other disciples were dead. However, Ghost Demon True Person did not care. He had only summoned these two because he was going into seclusion, and he didn't have the spare energy to recruit any more disciples. So, in the next monthly assessment, whoever survives will become his true disciple. After speaking, he turned into a ghostly shadow and left. However, as soon as Ghost Demon True Person had left, Xiao Shiji couldn't wait to make his move. Fortunately, Luli was prepared and used the ethereal ghostly shadow step to dodge the sneak attack using the afterimage that he cultivated from the 4th level. But even so, Xiao Shiji still didn't take Luli seriously, because Luli's cultivation was only at the 1st level of Kai refining. While speaking, he slashed out a sword Kai attacking Luli. Luli just casually waved his hand and dispersed the sword ki. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shiji was extremely shocked. His full-powered attack couldn't even break Luli's physical body. Then, he took out a spirit talisman and laughed. Junior brother Lu, you are indeed quite capable. It seems I cannot hold back. This spirit talisman contains a sealed fierce ghost. Junior brother Lu, are you confident you can handle it? Seeing that the other side was bringing out his trump card, Luli no longer held back. He activated his ethereal ghostly shadow step, and with a whoosh, he appeared in front of Xiao Shiji. He forcefully pressed a poisonous herb onto his chest. This herb was called the Ice Thorn Poison Herb. The poison hunt not only freezes his magic, it can freeze him to death. And the more he struggles, the faster it happens. At this critical moment, pushed to the brink, Xiao Shiji uses his last resort, cutting his finger. Using most of his life essence as a sacrifice, he summons a giant fierce ghost. This is a fierce ghost he captured in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. It was originally only at Ki Refining Level 3, but he fed it with his vital blood. Now, it's at Ki Refining Level 10. He believes it's a sure win to defeat Luli, who's only at Ki Refining Level 1. However, looking at this evil ghost, Luli can't help but ask, "You look very familiar. Have we met before?" Suddenly, he remembers. Isn't this the one that ran away last time? The fierce ghost, seeing that it's been recognized, is terrified and starts trembling. It turns and runs. While running, it shouts, "Help me, it seems Luli's chase has left a deep shadow." Meanwhile, stricken by the ice spike grass and without the protection of her vital blood, Miss Xiao can no longer hold on. In a short while, she turns into an ice sculpture. With a pop, the ice sculpture shatters, turning into a pile of ice shards. At this moment, the system also sends a notification. Your bone-crushing palm is exceptionally excited because of its first kill of a cultivator. Cultivation effect increased by 300%. Progress 10%. Luli looks at the system notification, feeling somewhat surprised. It actually increased by so much, but before he can get happy, a laugh comes from behind him. It's Ghost Demon Master. Well done, Luli, your powerful blood energy, and your bone-crushing palm cultivated to the 4th level, and the spirit ghost phantom steps. You've only spent less than a month. Even I am ashamed of this talent. I would like to ask you, how did you cultivate? Ghost Demon Master reveals his cultivation level with one sentence. Luli knows he can't hide it anymore. He swallows and respectfully presents the 2 cultivation manuals. Master, the reason for my robust physical body is that I cultivate a Buddhist body refinement skill called the Vajra technique. Ghost Demon Master reaches out, drawing the 2 scrolls into his hand. He glances at them. It really is the Vajra technique. And there's the Flying Coffin's Purple Haze Purgatory scripture. Which elder gave you this manual? It was the white-haired elder wearing a skull necklace. I never thought that I would be so fast at cultivating this Buddhist body refinement technique. As he says this, a glint of meaning flashes in Ghost Demon Master's eyes. Then he waves his hand and pulls Luli closer. Changhe asks, could you be the rumored reincarnation of the Buddha? He's clearly a disciple of the demonic sect, but cultivates Buddhist techniques. His progress is so fast. This also aroused suspicion in his master, Ghost Demon Master. He reaches out and takes out a golden bowl, intending to verify his identity. But after a long time of shining it on him, Luli doesn't react at all. This is quite awkward. Afterward, Ghost Demon Master releases Luli's collar. It's not you. What a disappointment. I thought you were the Buddha's reincarnation. Since that elder gave it to you, you should keep it. This also makes Luli breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it wasn't me. I was scared I decultivated something wrong. And then Ghost Demon Master speaks again. Luli, although your nature is reserved and your edge is hidden, which doesn't suit my character, your talent is top-notch and you have good schemes and tactics. I will accept you as a true disciple. Go to the mountain peak later and pick a cave dwelling to live in. I am not stingy. Since you've become my true disciple, I'll pass on this true disciple manual to you. As he speaks, a red light flashes in Ghost Demon Master's hand. At the same time, the system gives a notification. Bloodthirsty heaven-devouring technique successfully learned. After passing on the technique, Ghost Demon Master takes out a small green tower. Here, take it. This Yang Ghost Tower is a high-grade magic artifact that I used to use. You can use it to capture spirit ghosts for combat. And after fully activated, it weighs 30,000 Jin. You can use it as a hidden weapon. You should keep it safe too. Luli looks at the Yang Ghost Tower floating towards him, feeling surprised. This is a high-grade magic artifact worth 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. He's actually being so generous. Although shocked, Lula's hands aren't idle. He grabs the Yang Ghost Tower. He bows to Ghost Demon Master. Thank you, Master. May your life be long and boundless, and your lifespan equal to heaven. Ghost Demon Master waves his hand nonchalantly. Go down and cultivate well. If there is anything you don't understand, go ask your senior brothers and sisters. After you've picked your cave dwelling, their movements should be heard, and they will come to see you. Okay, then I'll take my leave, Luli says and withdraws. He secretly breathes a sigh of relief, finally past the first hurdle. The next day, he chooses the stargazing tower as his cave dwelling. Although the spiritual energy isn't strong here, the environment is really nice. As expected of a place for true disciples to live in. Afterward, he gets the system to check the details of the bloodthirsty heaven-devouring technique. Bloodthirsty heaven-devouring technique, an advanced version of the bloodthirsty demonic skill. After cultivation, it condenses into a bloodthirsty demonic light that can devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the 5 elements, etc. But to cultivate quickly, one must consume spiritual blood, preferably the blood of powerful cultivators or great demons. When cultivated to the deepest level, there is nothing it can devour. Seeing that this cultivation technique requires devouring human blood, Luli can't help but frown. This kind of technique, when cultivated to the end, will generally lead to bloodthirst, as expected of a demonic sect technique. It doesn't seem very suitable for me to practice, but soon he thinks of a solution. This demonic technique seems to be able to devour spiritual energy as well. Immediately, he takes off his clothes and gets the system to activate the Purple Haze Refinement Scripture. After the Purple Haze Refinement Scripture is completed, he gets the system to run the bloodthirsty heaven-devouring technique. It devours the spiritual energy of the Purple Haze Refinement Scripture, completing a seamless connection. The system notifies. Your bloodthirsty heaven-devouring technique, because it has devoured the essence of the 5 elements Sun Ki, is in a happy mood. Cultivation effect increased by 100%. Progress increased by 1%. Seeing that this method works, Luli is instantly excited. This way, he doesn't have to absorb human blood to cultivate the demonic technique. But it's a bit too much for the Purple Haze Refinement Scripture. But there's no other way. Can't he just not practice this new technique? At this moment, with a loud boom, a ray of blood-red light suddenly descends. As the smoke clears, a handsome young man walks out and bows to Lulai on the tower. Is junior brother home? I am your 8th senior brother, Bei Jinfei, and I'd like to make friends with you. Hearing this, Lulai's face darkens. Make friends. He's heard that none of Ghost Demon Master's disciples are good people. But since they're from the same sect, the basic pleasantries are still necessary. After a short conversation, Lulai also learns from Bai Jinfei that Ghost Demon Master has taken in a total of 13 disciples. Now, there's only the 1st senior brother, 2nd senior sister, 3rd senior brother, 6th senior sister, and him the 8th senior brother. The rest either died or left the sect. Currently, in the sect, there's only Bai Jinfei, 2nd senior sister, and him who just became a true disciple. Hearing this, Lulai's vigilance instantly increases. He thinks, so the risks of being Ghost Demon Master's disciple are so high. There are still 2 people in the sect. Looks like I need to be cautious. However, Bai Jinfei suddenly puts his arm around Lulai's neck. He says, but speaking of which, junior brother, you must be strapped for cash right now, right? Cultivating costs a lot of spirit stones. If you don't have any, I can lend them to you without interest. Is senior brother so generous? Is he after something on me, junior brother? You misunderstand. We're all brothers. Why would I covet your things? You just need to write a promissory note. If you can't pay it back in the future, or if something happens, your treasures will be mine. And besides spirit stones, if you want to be with a woman, I can help you find one. Hearing this, Lulai immediately understands. So this guy is a swindler. He quickly says, I appreciate senior brother's kindness, but I don't need those things for the moment. But upon hearing this, Bai Jinfei is so shocked he takes 2 steps back. Yuri only 18 years old, and full of blood and vigor. You don't even want women. Do you like men? Lulai hurriedly explains, senior brother, you misunderstand. I'm just a wild hero. Hearing this, Bai Jinfei takes a deep breath. A wild hero, junior brother. A shape-shifting snake demon who rides a horse is a golden core great demon. I really can't find you that. Lulai is speechless. Does this guy's brain have anything besides women? But before he can explain, Bai Jinfei says first, since junior brother's preferences are so special, I won't ask further. If you have any needs, come find me anytime. You've just moved in. Junior brother must have many things to handle. I won't disturb you. Then he turns into a bloodlight and escapes. Seeing this, Lulai breathes a sigh of relief. He's finally gone. These senior brothers and sisters of the same sect are probably not ordinary people. It seems I need to hurry up with my cultivation. As a mature cultivation technique, it should take the initiative to hunt and cultivate. That makes sense, right? Just after Lulai sent Bai Jinfei away, the system sends a notification. Your bloodthirsty heaven-devouring technique has a greatly increased appetite. Because it can't be satisfied, it must go out on its own. It is devouring the extremely yin ki in the 10,000 ghost cave. Cultivation progress increased by 5%. Your bloodthirsty heaven-devouring technique found. A low-grade spirit ghost in the 10,000 ghost cave. The location is 720 miles southeast of the 3-Star Valley, inside a 7-foot-tall soul-storing tree. Seeing the system notification, Lulai is suddenly excited. Ghost spirit. This is a ghost that develops sentience by chance, very rare. One is worth at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. If I can catch one, I won't lack cultivation resources for a month. But going out now would be too conspicuous. I might still be under someone's surveillance. I should wait a bit. Also, there's someone in the 10,000 ghost cave who needs my attention. Sure enough, Lulai had only been in the 10,000 ghost cave for a short while. Green Lotus came. Lulai got up and cupped his fist at her. Greetings, Green Lotus. Senior Sister Green Lotus jumped down from the white bone hall and smiled. No need to be so polite. You're now a true disciple of the Spirit Ghost Sect. Your status is the same as mine. These are the 5 low-grade spirit stones you gave earlier. Bai Jinfei is my man, and you're his junior brother. In other words, you're also my man, so I won't take your snacks. Looking at the 5 spirit stones Green Lotus handed over, Luli couldn't help but think, this Green Lotus can occupy a place in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. She's probably among the top-tier true disciples in the Spirit Ghost Sect. She's returning the spirit stones. Is she trying to buy people's hearts? Seeing that Luli didn't take them, Green Lotus frowned. What are you afraid I'll poison the snacks? Luli quickly took the spirit stones. Then thank you, senior sister. Green Lotus smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. You were able to pass Ghost Demon Master's test at the key refining first layer. You're quite a prodigy. I'm very optimistic about you. Moreover, you didn't think of enjoying yourself after becoming a true disciple, but came to this 10,000 Ghost Cave to cultivate. Junior brother, you're truly diligent. I also heard that you refused Bai Jinfei's offer of sending you beautiful women. Facing Green Lotus's flattery, Luli also began to flatter. One glimpse of senior sister, and I'm lost forever. From now on, all women, in my eyes, are just vulgar commoners. If you say so, I'm taking that as the truth. Isn't it good to take it as the truth? Just when Luli felt he had succeeded, Green Lotus pushed him away and said with a snort, You're not even serious when you lie. But I like this lie of yours. Good. This is for you. It's the map of the entire 10,000 Ghost Cave. With it, you can move freely within the 10,000 Ghost Cave and go to any of the extreme yin places marked on it to cultivate. Saying this, she forcefully stuffed the map into Luli's hand. Then she sat on the white bone sword and said with a smile, Oh, right, I usually cultivate in the very center of this map. Come find me when you're free. I'm leaving. After saying that, she flew away quickly on her sword. Seeing her gone, Luli breathed a sigh of relief. She's finally gone. This woman's tactics are so deep. She approached me under the guise of returning things, then tried to win me over with flattery and small favors. Her invitation before leaving was ambiguous. She even seemed to use some kind of charm. If it were an ordinary young man, he would probably be full of himself now. Too bad I'm not an ordinary, self-confident man, and you're not my type. I'd better go find a spirit ghost first. Following the markings on the map, he found the soul hiding tree that the system had mentioned. The soul hiding tree was surrounded by accumulated yin energy. I wonder if it can be absorbed by the bloodthirsty heaven-devouring palace. Thinking this, Luli began to try using the bloodthirsty heaven-devouring palace. However, there was no increase in progress. At this moment, a ghost face suddenly appeared on the soul hiding tree. With a pop sound, a spirit ghost flew out. It bit Luli's hand. No wonder they call it a spirit ghost. Even a low-grade one has basic sentience. It knows how to counterattack at the right time. If it were someone else, this bite would probably be fatal. But too bad, it met Luli. With the Vajra indestructible divine art protecting him, a mere low-grade spirit ghost couldn't harm him at all. Instead, it was directly sent flying by the Vajra indestructible divine art. Seeing that things weren't going well, the spirit ghost was just about to escape. Luli activated the ghostly phantom step and chased after it. Then he threw a wooden stake, blocking the spirit ghost's path. Luli, carrying a large tree, revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. Don't run. After all, I'm not some kind of demon. Seeing this, the spirit ghost wisely chose to surrender. Then Luli took out the ghost-capturing pagoda he had just acquired, tossed it lightly into the air, and saw a green light descend. The spirit ghost was sucked into the pagoda. Done. I didn't expect it to be so easy to subdue. It's a pity I can't use this spirit ghost directly. It's easier to exchange it for spirit stones. But who should I sell it to? It's impossible to give it to Ghost Demon Master. And Green Lotus from before seems to have ulterior motives. I can't approach her rashly. That 8th senior brother is a shrewd businessman. I can try him. It's a good opportunity to test him too. But I just separated from him, and now I'm catching a spirit ghost in this ghost cave. It would inevitably arouse suspicion. I'd better go home and cultivate in seclusion for a month first. It's best to be cautious. Thinking this, He immediately used the ghostly phantom step and left the 10,000 ghost cave. After Luli left, a red-haired man and a charming woman walked out. That kid's quite lucky. He can catch a spirit ghost even when he's out training. I'm getting more and more interested in him. Isn't that better? I've always liked men with good luck. And this kid's way of running is exactly like the time my husband, Old Devil Wong, jumped out of the window to escape. Exactly the same. It really brings back memories. Don't you think so, Old Devil Wong, husband? As she said this, she suddenly lowered her head and touched her belly. Seeing this, the red-haired man's expression changed drastically. He thought to himself, should I move further away from this gambling den? I don't want to be eaten by her and become a wrong soul in her belly that can never be reborn. She's clearly a demon sect disciple, yet she also cultivates Buddhist techniques, and her progress is very rapid. After a month of automatic cultivation, Luli's cultivation had reached the key refining third layer. At this moment, the system gave a notification. The white bone heart-shattering palm had greatly increased in confidence due to the breakthrough in strength. It had challenged the Vajra indestructible divine art. As a result, the white bone heart-shattering palm was defeated and ultimately lost, causing its cultivation to regress. In order to increase its strength, the white bone heart-shattering palm decided to cultivate diligently, increasing its progress by 100%. Seeing that his own cultivation methods could actually fight, Luli was a little surprised. I didn't expect the principle of good and evil not coexisting to also exist in cultivation methods. But thankfully, it can be made up for after regressing. But now, my cultivation resources are gone. I've also cultivated long enough. It's time to go sell the spirit ghost. Then he went to Bai Jinfei's residence. However, he had only just sat down when Bai Jinfei suddenly congratulated him. Junior brother, you've been cultivating in seclusion for the past month. Now that you're out, your cultivation must have greatly improved. You actually broke through to the Ki refining third layer in a month. Such talent is truly terrifying. Hearing this, Luli's expression immediately darkened. Senior brother, why are you mocking me? Only breaking through to the Ki refining third layer in a month. My cultivation speed is so slow that it's probably last place in the entire spirit ghost sect. If senior brother doesn't welcome me, then I'll leave. Junior brother, you've misunderstood. I was truly praising you just now. Junior brother, you're cultivating the bloodthirsty heaven-devouring palace, right? You're always in seclusion, and you're not wealthy. A portion of spirit blood costs tens of thousands of spirit stones. And in a month, without devouring any spirit blood, you actually managed to cultivate the bloodthirsty, heaven-devouring palace to the third level. Such talent is definitely one of the best in the sect. This cultivation method is even more righteous than the righteous path. If it weren't for your low cultivation level, I'd suspect you were a spy sent by the righteous path. Hearing this, Luli was surprised. This guy actually saw through my cultivation at a glance, and he's definitely been monitoring my movements. So he stood up with a swoosh and said sternly, Senior brother, you can't say such things recklessly. I was brought in by Master. If I'm a spy from the righteous path, then wouldn't Master also be a spy? Bai Jinfei smiled. Just joking. Junior brother, don't be angry. So, Junior brother, did you come here to borrow spirit stones to buy spirit blood? It's the opposite. I came to sell something. Isn't this Master's ghost capturing pagoda that he uses for Ki refining? Junior brother, you dare to sell it? Of course not. I wouldn't dare sell Master Ghost capturing pagoda even if you gave me 10 lives. I'm selling what's inside. As he spoke, Luli took out the spirit ghost from the pagoda. Bai Jinfei's eyes widened in surprise. It's really a low-grade spirit ghost? Junior brother, where did you get this spirit ghost? Naturally, I caught it in the 10,000 ghost cave, but it's just a low-grade spirit ghost. It's worth at most a spirit artifact. I didn't expect senior brother to be so excited. Could it be that this spirit ghost has some other use? Bai Jinfei laughed awkwardly. Junior brother, you're overthinking things. What other uses could a low-grade spirit ghost have, since you trust me so much? I'll definitely give you a good price. Okay, senior brother, that's refreshing. Then I want this price. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Right, we're all fellow disciples. I can agree to 20,000. Saying this, Bai Jinfei reached out to take the spirit ghost. But Luli stopped him directly. No, I'm talking about 200,000. Hearing this price, Bai Jinfei immediately stood up from his chair. 200,000? Junior brother, what do you mean by this? You should know that a low-grade spirit ghost is only worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Luli smiled. Senior brother, although we're fellow disciples, you can't take advantage of me. If you don't want to buy it, then I can only go find senior sister Green Lotus. Hearing the name Green Lotus, Bai Jinfei immediately became nervous. Junior brother, wait, let's talk this out. We're all family. Why would we do this? Since we're family, then 200,000 is a must in it. Hearing this, Bai Jinfei was at a loss for words. Then, he slowly sat down and revealed the truth. Junior brother, since you saw through it, then I'll be honest. Recently, an elder has been frantically searching for low-grade spirit ghosts. Now, the price has risen to 100,000 spirit stones. This is the highest price I can offer. I'm not making a single penny. Hearing this, Luli smiled meaningfully. Senior brother, you're not making money from me. But you turned around and sold this spirit ghost to that elder, helping him in his time of need. You've earned a favor from that elder, Junior brother Lu. I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be so insightful at such a young age. Forget it. I won't buy this spirit ghost. Junior brother, go and earn that 100,000 snacks and the favor from that elder. Show him out. Senior brother, you misunderstand. I didn't say I wouldn't sell it to you. That elder's favor has its limits. People from the demonic sect are cold and detached. Maybe he wouldn't even bother to help. It's better to sell it to you, senior brother. It's better for everyone to get along, isn't it? He said, handing over the spirit ghost. Receiving the spirit ghost, Bai Jinfei's face also showed delight. Junior brother Lu, you're truly clever. I admire you, senior brother. If there's anything I can help with in the future, just let me know. He then waved his hand. He was about to arrange a group of beauties for Lu Lai, who jumped up from his chair with a whoosh and quickly waved his hands. Senior brother, that's not necessary. However, I've hit a bottleneck while cultivating the demonic modification Vajra art. I was wondering if senior brother has any Buddhist techniques. I'd like to study them for reference. Maybe I can break through. Bai Jinfei also said with interest, demonic modification Vajra art. Coincidentally, I've practiced it before. Here are some Buddhist scriptures and techniques I've collected. Junior brother, take a look. After saying that, he had a maid deliver the Buddhist scriptures. Luli thanked him and began flipping through them. As a result, he was immediately stunned, as expected of Bai Jinfei. These were all scriptures with people not wearing any clothes. It's the joyous meditation of Buddhism. But soon, Luli noticed something was off. Although the images were crude, there seemed to be something strange in the pictures. At this time, a system notification appeared. You have read the Great Lu Crossing the Mortal World scripture and discovered a hidden Buddhist seal technique. Congratulations, host, you have learned the Great Lu reaction. As the system notification ended, a large Buddha appeared in front of Luli, chanting, I am a disciple the Buddha, wielding the Great Lu reaction. Practice diligently, and you will surely understand your own nature and achieve Buddhahood on the spot. Luli hadn't expected that this would be a scripture that teaches one how to cultivate into a Buddha. At this time, Bai Jinfei, seeing that he had been silent for a long time, asked, Junior brother, is there something wrong with the Buddhist scriptures? Luli came back to his senses and quickly said, No, nothing. Seeing this, Bai Jinfei immediately assumed that he was like-minded and laughed. I thought Junior brother didn't like women. But you seem to be obsessed with the people in these pictures. I didn't expect Junior brother's taste to be so unique. Then, I'll just give you this book. This is your payment for the snacks. Please accept it. Also, you and I are kindred spirits. There's something important I should tell you. he said, handing a storage ring to Luli, then continued, a master is in seclusion this time, to break through. With master strength, he is very confident. Once he succeeds, our positions in the in-spirit ghost sect will also rise. This is good news. Then why are you frowning, senior brother? Hearing this, Bai Jingfei could help but sigh. Because master has a lot of enemies. Among the countless golden core cultivators in the demonic sect, Ghost Devil Real Person has offended half of them. Actually, half is still an understatement. Master has grudges with at least 70% of the demonic sect's golden core cultivators. Last time Master broke through to the golden core late stage, 2 senior brothers died, and 1 senior sister was hidden away. This time, I've spent a lot burying the bodies. Your spirit ghost is also to try and build a connection with that elder, to borrow a treasure for self-preservation, so junior brother, you must also be prepared. Hearing this, Luli cupped his fist in thanks. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. At the same time, he was thinking in his heart, it seems I must improve my strength quickly. This man is clearly a disciple of the demonic sect, yet he learned Fa Hei's great mighty heavenly dragon technique. After Luli returned to his residence, he activated automatic cultivation. Soon after, the system notification appeared, congratulations, host. Your great Lucille has greatly enlightened due to listening to the supreme Buddhist scriptures, evolving into the great Lu mantra. Then, 2 phantom images began to condense within Luli's divine stone. The system notified. One of the 8 guardians, the mighty Vajraarhat's Dharmakaya, is initially formed. The second of the 8 guardians, the great mighty heavenly dragon Bodhisattva's seal, is initially formed. Luli looked at the seals condensed in his hand, eager to try them out. He chanted the mighty Vajra mantra, and the Dharmakaya of the mighty Vajraarhat appeared on his arm, unleashing a punch. The power surged forth like an overwhelming tide. Then, he chanted the great mighty heavenly dragon mantra, and a golden dragon Dharmakaya appeared behind him, his aura instantly increasing several times, but only for a moment. He felt like his body had been emptied. The spiritual energy consumption is too intense. It's only enough for one use right now. According to the power consumption of this second great mighty heavenly dragon mantra, he would need to be at least at the foundation establishment stage to summon it. At this time, the system notified again, due to a lack of materials, the remaining 6 Buddhas failed to condense. You failed to learn the mantras of all the Buddhas. Seeing that there were 6 other Buddhas besides these 2, Luli was also a little surprised. If he thought about it like that, these 2 are tattooed on his arms and back. If he fully trained them all, it was unimaginable what he would become. Buddhism is really that wild, but it's better to raise his cultivation first. No matter how good a technique is, you can't use it if your cultivation is low. So, he immediately sat cross-legged and began to chant the Prajna Heart Sutra. At the same time, the mighty Vajra mantra and the great mighty heavenly dragon mantra also began automatic cultivation. 10 days later, the system notified, your white bone heart shattering palm wanted to teach the newly arrived mighty Vajra mantra a lesson. The great mighty heavenly dragon mantra, as a result, was double-teamed and beaten into self-doubt, falling into depression, and its cultivation regressed. Looking at the system notification, Luli was speechless. This white bone heart shattering palm was too miserable. Why did it go provoke those 2? But after these few days of intense training, he finally cultivated to the 4th level of Kai training. When he reaches the 5th level, and most of his techniques have a breakthrough, he plans to go to the 10,000 ghost cave again to purify a vengeful ghost. However, at this time, the sky suddenly became cloudy and thunder rumbled. Before Luli could react, a voice came from behind him, Junior, brother. Run, master is undergoing the Du and Ying lightning tribulation. If you get struck by lightning, not even ashes will be left. As soon as the voice fell, a bolt of lightning struck right next to Luli, scaring him into immediately using his spirit ghost shadow step to arrive at Bai Jingfei's pleasure boat. At this time, countless silver snakes of lightning danced wildly around the boat, as if they would strike down at any moment, completely destroying everything within the Ghost Peak Mountain. It was incredibly terrifying. This was also the first time Li had felt the awe-inspiring power of the heavens, and how small and helpless humans were. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the sect's powerful figures intervened and activated a supreme demonic formation, blocking the lightning tribulation. Then Li asked, "Senior brother, aren't we supposed to stay here and wait for Master to complete the tribulation?" However, Bei Jingfei said that it wasn't time yet. This supreme formation only isolates the heavenly Da's senses, delaying the lightning tribulation to give Master time to prepare. In 5 days, we can return to watch Master's tribulation. Hearing this, Li immediately frowned. This is troublesome. Going back to Ghost Peak Mountain during the lightning tribulation risks being struck by lightning. That means the time to break through the fifth level of Kui training will be delayed again. At this time, Bei Jingfei turned his head again and asked, "Junior, brother, what are your plans next? I'm going to 10,000 Demon City to prepare a congratulatory gift for Master. Do you want to come with me to 10,000 Demon City? Or whether it's beautiful women or the snaky demons that you've been longing for, you can find them there." Hearing this, Li awkwardly smiled. "My pockets are empty, so I won't go. I'll just stay in the 10,000 Ghost Cave and see if I can find another low-grade spirit ghost." "That's a pity. I wanted to compete with you, junior brother." Bei Jingfei shook his head, looking regretful. Li was speechless. "You're playing too wild." He then simply said goodbye and went to the 10,000 Ghost Cave. However, as soon as he left, Bei Jingfei's expression immediately changed. Our junior brother has a lot of secrets. He's cultivated to the 4th level of QI training so quickly, not to mention his body refinement skills. How do they compare to your dragon transformation? He just finished speaking. Behind the beaded curtain of the boat, a large snow-white python swam out, a flash of light passing over it. The python transformed into a white-clothed woman with a snake tail, looking down and asking, "Is he the hero from the grassroots?" He's clearly a disciple of the demonic sect, yet he cultivates Buddhist techniques and has condensed 2 Buddhist dharmakayas, becoming a true Buddhist gangster. After saying goodbye to Bei Jingfei, Li arrived at the 10,000 Ghost Cave to level up. After killing several vengeful ghosts, the system notified White Bone Heart-Shattering Palm has broken through to the 5th level. Due to increased cultivation, White Bone Heart-Shattering Palm became confident and directly challenged the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art to avenge past grievances. As a result, it was completely defeated. After thinking hard, it decided to join the Buddhist school. White Bone Heart-Shattering Palm has been renamed Merciful Palm. Looking at the system notification, Li was a little speechless. If you can't beat them, join them. Is this even possible? But since it's become a Buddhist technique, can it also be purified with the Prajna Heart Sutra? Thinking of this, he immediately sat cross-legged and began to chant the Prajna Heart Sutra. The system notified, "Your merciful palm, due to listening to the supreme Buddhist scriptures, had a flash of enlightenment and entered a state of sudden insight. Progress has increased by 4%. Congratulations, host. Your merciful palm, due to listening to the supreme Buddhist scriptures, has been greatly enlightened and has evolved into the great compassionate palm." Seeing that it actually worked, Li suddenly became excited. Then wouldn't he be able to freely cultivate demonic techniques in the future, and then let the great Lu mantra beat them up, turning the demonic techniques into Buddhist techniques, and then using the Prajna Heart Sutra to evolve them? However, at this time, suddenly, a giant fierce ghost appeared behind him and punched towards him. Li smiled slightly. A fierce ghost with full of resentment is perfect to test the power. He leaped up with a whoosh. He used the great compassion palm on the fierce ghost. With a bang, the fierce ghost was blasted to ashes, leaving a large pit several meters deep on the ground. Li retracted his palm. He smiled, quite satisfied. Not bad, not bad. The power has at least doubled. At the same time, the system also gave a notification. Your great compassion palm feels its merits and virtues are boundless because you have converted a fierce ghost. The cultivation effect has increased by 500%. Your bloodthirsty heaven-devouring palace has discovered a low-grade spirit ghost at the explosion site. As the system notification ended, Luli saw a cute, buzzing spirit ghost in the pit. Whoa, this is a freebie. Before the spirit ghost could react, Luli put it into the ghost tower. However, his capture of the spirit ghost was also discovered by a person hiding in the dark. Then, without saying a word, they launched a sneak attack on Luli. Fortunately, Luli reacted in time, barely dodging. Then, the person walked out of the shadows and said in a sinister tone, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the spirit ghost. I am a direct disciple of the blood transformation master, Leming. My brother is a close disciple of the Yellow Spring Lord. With your cultivation at the Ki refining level, you are probably just an entry-level disciple of some master. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite." Luli's eyes instantly turned cold. "I don't care who you are. Killing fellow disciples is a serious crime in the demonic sect. You dare to attack me, but I don't." But just as he finished speaking, someone appeared behind him and asked coldly, "I am a patrol disciple. What's going on?" "Senior brother, this person destroyed my spirit stone, stole my spirit ghost, and also attacked me. You must stand up for me. There's such a thing. Don't you know that killing fellow disciples is a taboo?" While speaking, the man used a flying sword to attack Luli. Luli dodged it. He instantly understood that these two were in cahoots, so he immediately took off running. While running, he shouted, "Help, the Tao sect has invaded." This scene dumbfounded the two men. They hurriedly chased after him. However, before Luli could run far, a golden light blocked his path. The golden light dissipated, and the man from before and a voluptuous woman appeared in front of him and scolded, "Who is shouting nonsense here? Daring to say the Tao Alliance has invaded? Are you seeking death?" Hearing this, Luli smiled triumphantly, shouting like this really worked. At this moment, the two men behind him also hurriedly approached. "We are Lejing, direct disciples of the Yellow Spring Lord. We have met the disciples of the Great Master. We were patrolling and discovered person harming fellow disciples and tried to capture him. Unexpectedly, he shouted the Tao sect had invaded. It's utterly heinous, seeing how shameless they were." Luli directly raised his middle finger. "Screw your grandfathers, you two masters. I am Luli, a direct disciple of the Ghost Demon Master. I was cultivating here and inadvertently made a pit. I found a low-grade spirit ghost inside, but these two launched a sneak attack to rob my spirit ghost. I begged the masters to decide for me." Hearing that Luli was actually a direct disciple of the Ghost Demon Master, the two of them immediately darkened their faces and then said, "Master, this kid is lying. This spirit ghost was clearly mine. This kid took advantage of my absence to steal my spirit ghost. I have witnesses and evidence to prove it." "What witnesses and evidence?" "The witness is naturally this patrol disciple. The evidence is that this spirit stone is my cultivation ground." Listening to the two shameless guys singing in harmony, Luli raised his middle finger at them again. "Screw you. You say it's yours? Then it's yours. I'll say the tombstone on your mom's grave was carved by me, and the offerings at your dad's grave were eaten by me. Do you believe it?" Seeing that Luli's mouth was full of cursing, the masters also couldn't help but complain in their hearts, as expected of a direct disciple of the Ghost Demon Master. At this moment, Leming proposed to have a duel to the death with Luli. He could suppress his realm and only use the power of the 4th level of Ki refining to fight. Luli also knew that this guy was not to be trifled with. He should have a lot of treasures, and it might be hard to fight him, but if he refused, he would definitely lose face for the Ghost Demon Master. Just as he was hesitating whether to accept the challenge, the voluptuous woman beside him sent a voice transmission to him. "Little fellow, let me quietly tell you. Lai Jing and his brother are very narrow-minded. No matter if you agree or not, they will seek revenge afterwards. You should be careful." Hearing this, Luli instantly understood. She was urging him to accept the challenge. He just didn't know if there was a trick to it. But these two guys did not look like good people. If he didn't deal with them now, there would probably be endless trouble. Therefore, he still agreed to this duel. Then the group went to the arena. The duel was presided over by Master Qi. Many demonic sect disciples also came to watch. Lulei also knew that if he lost with so many people watching, the ghost demon master probably wouldn't spare his life, so he absolutely couldn't lose. This man was clearly practicing Buddhist techniques, yet he cursed at people's parents at every turn. He kept using vulgar language. Facing Li Jing brothers' constant provocation, Lulei chose to accept the challenge. Before the duel began, for fairness, Master Qi, as the witness, followed what Li Ming had said before. He put a restriction on him. Once he used power beyond the 4th level of Ki refining, his whole body would stiffen. Then the duel officially began. Li Ming casually waved his hand, and a banner appeared in his hand. It exuded a gloomy aura. This banner was called the Myriad Ghosts Banner. It was an intermediate-grade spiritual artifact that the Yellow Spring Lord found in an ancient ruin. Li Ming just waved it casually, and countless evil ghosts rushed straight towards Lulei. Facing the siege of numerous evil ghosts, Lulei did not choose to fight back. Instead, he casually threw out the ghost tower, which Li Ming steadily caught. Then, he laughed and said, "Now that I've taken your spiritual artifact, I'll see what you can do." Lulei didn't panic at all and said coldly, "I have 2 things to correct you. First, I'm not running away, but looking for an opportunity. Second, art is about explosions." As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost tower in Li Ming's hand began to buzz. With a loud bang, the ghost tower exploded. After the smoke cleared, although Li Ming was unharmed, he had just used all his power to defend. Now, he was stuck in the restriction and couldn't move. Following the principle of strike while the iron is hot, Lulei directly used the Great Compassion Palm, and with one palm strike, he blasted away half of his body. Then, he grabbed the Myriad Ghost Banner and said with a smile, "Not bad, this magic tool, but now it belongs to me." Seeing this scene, Li Jing below the stage could no longer hold back. He rushed up to avenge his younger brother. However, he was stopped by Master Qi. "Li Jing, you agreed to the bet and must accept your loss. I will report today's events to the sect." The sect leader might also notice. "What else do you want? A public duel, and then you attack him afterwards. Do you think I don't exist?" This disciple wouldn't dare. "It was my brother's lack of skill. I admit to defeat." After saying that, Li Jing lowered his head and collected his brother's body, and then bid farewell and left. However, Lulei was already on his mind. Looking at Li Jing's departing back, Lulei also knew that there would probably be a lot of trouble later on. But if Jin Rui didn't take action, it would be himself who would die. This person's death was not a pity. I will take it as doing good for the people. At this moment, Master Qi patted him on the shoulder again and offered him an olive branch, intending to take him as a disciple, but Lulei still refused. Although he knew that the ghost demon master's discipleship was like raising goo worms. If he betrayed his master, how could the ghost demon master let him off? That was completely suicidal. But it was not just Master Qi who had taken a liking to him. The voluptuous woman also took a fancy to Lulei. But she didn't want to take him as a disciple, but wanted to entangle with his body. But she was still resolutely rejected by Lulei. This made her like Lulei even more. However, because she was worried that the ghost demon master would look for trouble for him, so she decided to go back first and wait until she cultivated to a higher level before coming back to find Lulei. Finally, after seeing the people off, Lulei also breathed a sigh of relief and opened the system to check his spoils of war this time. However, at this moment, Green Lotus suddenly popped up and said, "Junior brother, you're looking so engrossed. Could it be that you're thinking about the black shark lady just now?" This startled Lulei. "Oh, it's Senior Sister Green Lotus." Senior Sister is joking. "Is there anything you want from me?" "Indeed, there is something I want from you." "Then I'll get straight to the point. Would you be willing to be my man?" Hearing this, Lulei was dumbfounded. As expected of the demonic sect, they're this direct. Seeing Lulei's expression, Green Lotus smiled. "Junior brother, don't misunderstand. What I meant was that I just wanted you to come to my side." Lulei awkwardly touched his head. "Oh, so that's what it was. It was my misunderstanding." But then it occurred to him, No, isn't that the same thing? She still wants to entangle with my body. Green Lotus slowly stood up and said, Junior brother, you should know that the Buddhist and Dao Alliance is preparing to attack the 10,000 Demon Mountain, right? The world will soon be in chaos. This is a crisis for the demonic sect, but it is also a great opportunity. What opportunity? An opportunity for the unification of the demonic sect, and I want to be the first female demon empress. When the time comes, you will be the man behind the first female demon empress in the world. Listening to Green Lotus' rather chuniby words, Luli also felt a little speechless. So after all that, she wants to win me over. At this moment, Green Lotus took out a pill, saying that this was a blessing spirit pill. It can directly raise your realm by 1 level, safely and without side effects. If you agree, this pill will be yours. Luli looked the pill before him and thought, this woman is indeed not simple. Enticement, guidance, luring with benefits, every step is progressive. If it were someone else, they probably would have fallen into her trap. It's a pity the demonic sect will always be the demonic sect. It's doomed to fail sooner or later. Someone as upright as me cannot jump into that pit. So, he immediately put on a shocked face and said, Thank you for your kindness, senior sister. I'm very grateful. But right now, I just want to focus on cultivating and strive to reach the golden core realm before thinking about anything else. Greenie sighed. All right, since you are not interested, junior brother, I will not force you. I wish you to reach the golden core as soon as possible. If you change your mind, come find me. See you next time, after speaking. Greenie left. But the matter the Buddhist and Taoist alliance preparing to jointly attack the demonic sect was indeed noted down by Luli. He thought perhaps he could take the opportunity to escape then. After all, this place was too dangerous. He couldn't survive here. Just then, a somewhat sarcastic voice came from behind. Junior brother, it seems that not only is your luck good, but your luck with women is good too. Seeing Bai Jinfei appear here, Luli was also a bit surprised. Senior brother Bai, weren't you in 10,000 Demon City? Bai Jinfei laughed. Someone used a flying sword to send me a message, saying that you had a conflict with Li Jing, so I rushed back immediately. You've caused yourself a big problem this time. Li Jing is the closed-door disciple of Yellow Spring's true monarch, with a very high reputation among all the true disciples, only second to Greenie. He will surely find someone to take revenge on you. Please tell me more, senior brother. There are some things I don't know. I should start from the beginning. The sect leader has the highest status in the entire sect. He's at the Void Refining Realm. Then there are the Supreme Elders, all at the Transformation Realm, and then the Elders, who are at the Nascent Soul and Golden Core stages. Generally, the Elders with real power are at the Nascent Soul Realm. The ones at the Golden Core Realm only have a nominal title. And below the Golden Core Realm, there are us, the Foundation Establishment Cultivators. We are roughly divided into 5 factions. And among these 5 factions, the most powerful one now is Greenie. Greenie could break through to the Golden Core Realm at any time, but she just doesn't. She is planning to gather more people to build up her momentum, so she can continue to be the top disciple for the next 10 years. Li Jing's master is Yellow Spring's true monarch. Above Yellow Spring's true monarch, there is a supreme elder at the 7th level of the God Transformation Realm. In addition, he is wealthy and generous. Many people have joined his camp. He is also eyeing the position of the top disciple, and the top disciple is the face of our ethereal ghost sect. The 10 great demonic sects in 10,000 Demon Mountain often have exchanges, and the one who appears at that time is the top disciple. The sect will also bestow many cultivation resources every year, and they can also receive guidance from the Supreme Elder, or even the sect master. In short, the benefits are many. Oh yeah, Greenie recruited you just now, right? You didn't agree, did you? Of course not. That's good. Junior brother, don't think that Greenie is fond of you. She gives you all kinds of hints, but she actually doesn't like men. As he spoke, Bai Jinfei pushed a cup of tea towards Luli. Luli was just about to ask how he knew that, when he noticed that this tea was full of goji berries. Then, he saw Bai Jinfei covering his face and saying, "It's all in the past. It's a long story." Seeing this, Luli instantly understood, thinking, "You dare to hit on anyone?" Just then, a loud bang suddenly came from the sky. It was the ghost devil master about to undergo a thunder tribulation. Luli and Bai Jinfei rushed forward to check. The second senior sister was also already there, telling them not to worry. It was the master himself who had requested to undergo the tribulation early. Luli looked at the second senior sister in front of him, feeling that she was indeed quite beautiful. But why did she always give him a feeling that she wasn't human? And his gaze was also noticed by the second senior sister. She turned her head and glared at him fiercely, with a strong sense of hostility in her eyes. There are thousands of golden core Buddhists, and the ghost devil master offends half of them. There is one important reason why the ghost devil master, who is so hated, is still alive now. That is because his strength is strong enough, facing bolts of lightning as big as water jars. The ghost devil master didn't make any special preparations. He just held out his hands and blocked the thunder tribulation. Then, he shouted, and his magic power turned into a black fish that swallowed the tribulation lightning in one gulp. This is the Kunpeng demonic art that the ghost devil master cultivates, which has the supreme magic power to swallow even the thunder tribulation. It's no wonder he could still live comfortably after offending so many golden core cultivators. After witnessing the ghost devil master's successful breakthrough, the system prompted, "Your bloodthirsty heaven-devouring palace has comprehended a trace of the Kunpeng's heaven swallowing wings after watching the Kunpeng devour the heavenly lightning. It has evolved into the Kunpeng heaven swallowing demonic art. The realm has increased. Progress increased by 80%. Current progress, 4th level, 94%. Luli was very excited looking at the system prompt. This way, he would soon reach the 5th level of key refining. But he couldn't get too hasty yet. At this time, the second senior sister presented a 3000-year-old spiritual herb as a congratulatory gift. The ghost devil master stroked his beard and laughed, "Not bad. It's perfect for refining the mind clearing pill for the nascent soul realm. Yao Yao, you have a good heart. I will bestow this dragon pearl on you. You should refine it well and strive to awaken your bloodline early and transform into a demon." Seeing this, Luli secretly thought the second senior sister is called Yo-Yo, which is indeed not a human name. And no wonder Bai Jinfei is so enthusiastic about finding congratulatory gifts. It turns out it was an opportunity to gain big with a small investment. Then Bai Jinfei presented a hairpin. The ghost devil master bestowed him a encountering ghosts drawing sword technique. Luli also followed suit, presenting a low-grade spirit ghost as well as the 10,000 ghost banner he had just obtained. But the ghost devil master asked about his ghost-suppressing pagoda. Luli was immediately drenched in cold sweat. He quickly explained, reporting to Master, "Not long ago, I found a spirit ghost for Master in the 10,000 ghost cave. But I didn't expect to be ambushed. That person was Li Jing's younger brother, the closed-door disciple of Yellow Spring's true monarch. Later, I had a life-and-death battle with him, and in desperation, I self-destructed the ghost-suppressing pagoda. I barely managed to win." Bai Jinfei, who was beside him, also hurriedly chimed in, "Master, that's right, and that Li Jing's younger brother also seemed to have made disrespectful comments about Master. Junior brother had no choice but to accept the challenge to protect Master." Hearing this, the ghost devil master snorted coldly. That old fellow, Yellow Springs, always has his eyes on the top of his head. He looks down on everyone. Good riddance if he's dead. Luli, you did well this time. You were ruthless and decisive, and you are also very filial. This is a mutated 1,000-year zoo fruit. It can raise your cultivation by 1 realm, and also stabilize your foundation. I will bestow it upon you." "Thank you, Master. All right, I still need to consolidate my realm. Yao Yao, you take care of the celebration event in 3 days. Jinfei, you go and send out the invitations. As for Luli, Since you just caused trouble, you should stay in your dwelling and not go out. Cultivate well. In 3 days, there will probably be people looking for trouble with you. You may all leave. After speaking, the ghost devil master turned into black smoke and disappeared from the spot. After the ghost devil master left, Bai Jinfei still wanted to pull Lulai to go drinking. At that moment, the second senior sister, who brushed past them, suddenly snorted coldly. Men are indeed all bad news. Then she glared at Luli fiercely before flying away with a swoosh. Seeing this, Luli asked, somewhat confused, Senior Brother Bai, why does this second senior sister seem to look down on me? I don't seem to have offended her. Do I? Bai Jinfei chuckled. Junior brother, you're pretending. Second senior sister is a snake demon. You like to be bitten by snakes. Why wouldn't she hate you? Luli was first stunned for a moment. What snake demon and being bitten by snakes? But he quickly reacted. It must have been Bai Jinfei who had leaked his previous comment of calling himself a simple hero. So he asked speechlessly, Senior brother, you didn't deliberately make senior sister misunderstand me, did you? Could it be that you actually like senior sister and wanted to eliminate me, a potential rival? His words hitting the nail on the head. Bai Jinfei immediately panicked and stammered, how could it be? I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. The sky is getting late. I still have to send out invitations for master. Let's talk another time. After speaking, he left with a whoosh. Luli didn't know what to say. This guy really doesn't let anyone go. Then Luli returned to the observatory tower and began refining the zoo fruit. The system prompted, your Kunpeng heaven swallowing demonic art absorbed the spirit energy of the mutated 1,000-year zoo fruit. Cultivation has improved. You have broken through to the 5th level. Congratulations, host, for breaking to the 5th level of Kuai refining. He had finally broken through the 5th level. Luli was also very satisfied. He looked at the spirit ghost and the 10,000 ghost banner beside him. This time, the ghost devil master was quite generous. He gave him such good things for nothing and didn't even take away his congratulatory gifts. This low-grade spirit ghost can be sold to Bai Jinfei, but what to do with the 10,000 ghost banner? The fierce ghosts inside need to be nourished by human souls. It can't be nurtured. I can't sell it. If it returns to Li Jing's hands, that would be terrible. At this moment, the Kunpeng heaven-swallowing demonic art suddenly patted his shoulder, pointed at the 10,000 ghost banner, and then pointed at its own mouth. Then it took the 10,000 ghost banner from Luli's hands and started munching on it. It seemed like it was enjoying it very much. After finishing, it even let out a burp. At this time, the system prompted, your heaven-swallowing demonic art has devoured pure ghost Ki. Its hunger has been relieved. Seeing this, Luli only felt a pang of heartache. As expected of a demonic art that can devour anything. That was a supreme ancient magic tool. It's such a waste to eat it like that. Then, the Kunpeng heaven-swallowing demonic art put its hand into its mouth again. After rummaging, it actually took out the 10,000 ghost banner again. So, it only absorbed the fierce ghosts inside and didn't destroy the magic tool. At the same time, the Great Compassion Palm and the ethereal ghostly shadow step on the system panel had already reached the 10th level. They had reached perfection. This made Luli breathe a sigh of relief. With his strength improved so much and the Great Compassion Palm being perfected, he wouldn't be afraid even if someone came to cause trouble in 3 days. However, before he could be happy for even 3 seconds, the system gave another prompt. The Great Compassion Palm has reached a state of perfection and cannot be upgraded further. So, it decided to go out and look for opportunities to break through. Luli was so annoyed he was about to snap. Are you kidding me? Have you ever seen such an unpredictable technique? First, it joined Buddhism because it couldn't beat the Vajra art. Then, the demonic palace white bone heart-shattering palm turned into the Great Compassion Palm. Now that it's fully cultivated, it just ran away. 3 days later, the banquet celebrating Ghost Demon Master's breakthrough officially began. Luli arrived late with dark circles under his eyes. Bei Jinfei was shocked to see him like this. He asked, "Why are you so drained? I battled a few fox demons in the 10,000 demons city for an entire day and night, and I wasn't like this." "You weren't going to mention seeing Bei Jinfei about to drive again," Luli quickly explained. "Senior. Brother, I only lost some blood essence from practicing. That's why I look like this." This finally put Bei Jinfei's mind at ease. "I see. I almost thought you were better at playing than me." Luli was speechless. Where did this guy get his competitive spirit from? At that moment, Ghost Demon Master came out. Seeing Luli's blood essence so depleted, he casually gave him a recovery pill, telling him not to lose face. Then several realized ones also arrived. As soon as they met, Nether Spring True Lord and Ghost Demon Master were on edge. But when Senior Sister revealed the gifts from the realized ones, Ghost Demon Master's face immediately darkened and he flew down. Because while these gifts might have been very generous for a Foundation establishment cultivator, they were only meager and pathetic for an origin spirit. Ghost Demon Master gnashed his teeth in anger. He ordered Luli, "Damn it, they were all here to freeload." "Luli, if anyone provokes you later, kill them directly," Luli quickly agreed. At the same time, he thought to himself, "Do I have to kill again? Although I'm not very willing. I'm afraid I can't avoid it at today's event." Then, another announcement came from outside the door. The Great Confucian True Lord arrived. This Great Confucian True Lord's name was Yun Zhouxing. He was also Sister Green Lotus attendant. He seemed to have a high status. He was important enough to have the Ghost Demon Master personally receive the gifts. When he looked at Luli, he also showed a hint of appreciation and gave a high-grade spiritual Kwai Stream sword as a greeting gift. However, the moment Luli received the sword, the system prompted. Your Purple Haze Sun Refinement scripture felt the presence of Supreme Toy's true energy, and it became extremely respectful and excited. Cultivation speed increased by 10,000%. Luli was shocked by this notification. Supreme Toy's true energy. Could this Great Confucian True Lord be a toy spy? Just as Luli was wondering, another announcement came from outside the door. Elder Guardian of the Scripture Pavilion has arrived. This announcement instantly attracted everyone's attention. Ghost Demon Master and the Great Confucian True Lord were both extremely respectful towards him. And this Elder Guardian was the very same person who had given the Vajra art and the Purple Haze Sun Refinement scripture to Luli earlier. Through Ghost Demon Master and the Great Confucian True Lord's attitude towards him, Luli could also see that this Elder Guardian's identity was extraordinary. Then the banquet officially began. Ghost Demon Master and Flying Fox True Lord started arguing. But Ghost Demon Master was famous for his full mouth, so naturally, Flying Fox True Lord couldn't get any advantage when arguing with him. So Flying Fox True Lord snorted coldly and suggested that he have his newly recruited direct disciple spar with Luli. Ghost Demon Master didn't show any weakness, telling Luli not to forget what he had said earlier. Whoever caused trouble would be killed. Then the contest officially began. Luli used his fully mastered 10th layer ethereal ghostly shadow step to create an afterimage and appeared behind the opponent. With just one move, he instantly killed this direct disciple of Flying Fox True Lord. After that, he didn't forget to show some mercy, scattering some paper money for his senior brother to spend on his way to the underworld. This made Flying Fox True Lord slam the table in anger. Ghost Demon Master took the chance to glow old Fox Flying Fox. "I'm sorry. My useless disciple has no restraint. He accidentally killed your disciple. Your disciple must be angry. Right, Jinfei, hurry up and clean up the trash." Hearing Ghost Demon Master's order, Bei Jinfei very skillfully swept the disciple's body away like trash. Flying Fox True Lord cursed him for being too cruel. Ghost Demon Master waved his hand, overpraised, overpraised. We're all from the same sect. Helping your disciple collect the body is just a small matter. At that moment, Nether Spring True Lord suddenly said, "That punch just now was powerful and unstoppable." But amidst the ferocity, there was a hint of Buddhist compassion. "You must have practiced the authentic Vajra art. And you must have cultivated to at least the 4th layer. Interesting. Interesting. Hearing this, Flying Fox True Lord immediately understood Nether Spring True Lord's meaning and interrogated Luli. You dare cultivate the Buddhist Vajra art in the demonic sect? Are you a Buddhist spy? However, Luli, who had been exposed, was not flustered at all. He answered, I have indeed cultivated the Vajra art. I have Elder Guardian of the Scripture Pavilion to thank for that. The Vajra art is indeed what I passed on to him. That day, this kid came to the Scripture Pavilion looking for a technique. I found him pleasing, so I gave the Vajra art to him. Seeing that Elder Guardian had spoken up, Flying Fox True Lord naturally didn't dare to ask any more questions. At that moment, the silent True Lord, who hadn't spoken the entire time, said, Li Jing's younger brother is my direct disciple. This kid killed my direct disciple. I will have my revenge today. With that, he also sent a female disciple forward to challenge Luli. This female disciple casually waved her hand, and an armor of scales appeared on her body. This armor of scales needed about 150,000 caddies of force to break. Usually, it was a battle for a foundation establishment cultivator. The great Demon King Shocking Heavens even directly stated, if Luli can break this demonic spirit armor, I will eat this table on the spot. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Luli punched the female disciple. With a bang, the spirit armor did not break. But the woman was directly killed by Luli's internal force. Seeing this, the great Demon King Shocking Heavens was about to say that he was just joking. But Ghost Demon Master didn't give him any face at all and mocked him. This made him slam the table and directly start fighting. And at this time, Luli, as the one who was called a saint, felt very complicated. Another person had died by his hand. But if he didn't establish his dominance this time, his future in the demonic sect would be even more difficult. And if he didn't defend, it would be him on the ground. He was clearly a disciple of the demonic sect, yet he had cultivated the Buddhist arts to the extreme, and he even comprehended a palm technique that fell from the sky. The final competition was a challenge to Nether Spring True Lord. He proposed to add some stakes, offering a drop of Kumping Essence blood as a bet. The Celestial Fox True Lord and Great Demon King Shocking Heavens also brought out treasures to bet. They mainly wanted to gamble against Ghost Demon Master's Kunping demonic art. Ghost Demon Master was silent for a moment, then transmitted his voice to Luli. The two people earlier were probably just cannon fodder to test your strength. The one who appears next will be the final killer. Do you have any trump cards? Luli was first stunned. Then he replied, although I don't know what tricks they'll play, I should be 50% confident. Hearing this, Ghost Demon Master nodded. Good. I have already asked Elder Guardian to protect you. If you win this competition, I will give you a drop of the treasured Flood Dragon Essence blood and teach you the Kumping demonic art. After completing the voice transmission, Ghost Demon Master agreed to the competition, and Luli's opponent was the man in front of him who looked rather lethargic. Although this person's realm was only at the 6th level of Kwai refining, Luli felt an impending sense of danger. He decided it was better to finish this quickly. Sure enough, just as he knocked the opponent down with one punch, the next second, that man actually revived, but the number of revivals must be limited. As long as he found the method, he should be able to deal with him. But while Luli was thinking, a sword aura suddenly attacked, slashing his cheek. The sharpness of this sword aura was such that even the invincible Vajra divine art couldn't completely block it. It turned out that although this person was only at the 6th level of Kai refining, he had a pure silver sword pellet hidden in his mouth, which could increase his sword intent to the peak of his realm. It could split rocks and cut anything. At this moment, Luli was in a very passive situation, because in this setting, his attacking techniques were very limited. The Vajra Arhat's martial arts couldn't be used rashly in this setting. The Great Compassion Palm could have been used as a trump card, but it had run away at this critical moment. He could only use his fully mastered 10th layer ethereal ghostly shadow stepped to dodge the attacks while looking for an opportunity to get close. After some probing, Luli was unable to get close, but he did see through his opponent's weaknesses. He decided to use his trump card. It turned out that before the Great Compassion Palm left, the Great Heavenly Dragon Dharmic Mantra had taught him a self-defense skill. This skill was called Flying Dragon in the Sky. Luli unleashed a palm strike, and a giant dragon with a body length of several zang descended from above. With just one move, he killed his opponent. But to prevent his opponent from reviving again, Luli decisively chose to follow up, performing several more flying dragons in the sky. He didn't stop until he had beaten him into dust. The competition was over. The several true lords were willing to accept the loss and handed over their bets, and then angrily left. However, at that moment, Luli suddenly called out to Li Jing and said apologetically, "Senior Brotherly, don't think I am a heartless killer. Actually, I am kind and simple. I accidentally killed your younger brother in the 10,000 Ghost Cave last time. I have been feeling extremely guilty, and these past few days, I have been unable to eat or sleep in peace. So to soothe my guilt, I'd like to ask you, does your brother have a wife or children? If so, I can help take care of them, so he can rest easy knowing they are safe." These words were truly intended to kill him emotionally. Lai Wei was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Even the second senior sister next to him advised him to act like a human being and not drag them down into a beating. Lord Yellow Spring also issued a harsh warning before leaving, telling Ghost Devil Master to keep an eye on his disciple, or he might not see him again later. However, Luli just smiled and waved goodbye to the two of them. "Senior, you should take a good look too. You might see me more often in the future." At the same time, he was thinking in his heart, after this incident, no one should dare to attack me rashly for a while. I should be able to gain a lot of time to advance. Just then, the voice of Elder Guardian Jin came from behind him again. "Not bad. You won 3 battles in a row, cleanly and efficiently. You are indeed brave, fierce, and resourceful. You won them beautifully. Elder, you flatter me. They were just some small tricks, not worth mentioning. As long as you can use these small tricks, they become great wisdom. Madame Hongru gave you a flying sword spirit tool earlier. Then I'll give you a sword control technique. This is the Heavenly Demon 23 Swords. It was created by the younger brother of the founder of the sect. It originally had only 13 swords, but after countless improvements by many sword prodigies of the sect, it now has 23 swords. I hope you won't bury it." Elder Guardian Jin had brought out the Heavenly Demon 23 Swords. Madame Hongru was also very surprised. This made Luli realize how powerful this sword technique was. Sword technique that could move even a nascent soul venerable was definitely extraordinary. He just hoped it wouldn't be a pitfall like before. Then Elder Guardian Jin called Luli aside, and while they were walking, he said, "Boy, don't get too happy too soon. This Heavenly Demon 23 Swords is very dependent on talent. If your talent isn't good enough, you won't even be able to practice the first sword. When that happens, the sword will destroy itself. Do you understand?" Luli nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, Elder." Luli secretly thought, with the system, these problems shouldn't be too difficult. But he felt like something was not right. At that moment, Elder Guardian Jin suddenly stopped and turned around, glaring fiercely at Luli. A formation instantly appeared under his feet. It was a spatial lockdown. Before Luli could react, Elder Guardian Jin asked coldly, "Boy, when you struck out with that palm earlier, there was a golden dragon aura." Which definitely wasn't a move from the Diamond Awakening. And the Diamond Awakening you practice isn't a pure one either. Even the Great Thunderclap Temple's top body refinement technique, the Diamond Arhat body, can't he compare to yours? What is this body refinement technique? Who passed it down to you? Faced with Elder Guardian Jin's questioning, Luli couldn't move his eyes at all. He felt like his soul was being controlled. Just as he was about to say the word system, the system warned, detecting that the host's consciousness is being manipulated. there is a risk of revealing the system's existence, initiating emergency measures. As the system prompt faded, Luli finally regained his senses and replied, "This matter concerns my master, so I cannot say." Hearing this reply, Elder Guardian Jin couldn't help but frown. "Your master? Could it be that your master railed these pagodas and dug out a body refinement technique for you? Fine. If it was your master who passed it down to you, I won't ask any more questions. I'll leave you here. Go back." Watching Elder Guardian Jin leave, Luli finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was really close. He directly interrogated my soul. If the system didn't have a protection measure, I might have been completely exposed. Then Luli returned to the banquet. Madame Hongru then brought out a snuff bottle that could store magic power and gave it to him. Luli took the snuff bottle, thanking her while thinking in his heart, another gift. But this woman might be a spy from the thieves' sect. Her background is not simple. Even Greenie is by her side. The waters of the demonic sect are truly deep. This man is clearly a demonic sect disciple. Yet he cultivated techniques from all three sects of Buddhism, Taoism, and the demonic sect. He was even mistaken by a Taoist spy as an accomplice to his mission. After Luli returned to his residence, he began to process his gains. System notification. Your Kunping heaven-devouring demonic art has obtained the secret to cultivation, filling in the missing Grand Da laws. Cultivation is no longer a concern. Overjoyed. Cultivation speed increased by 500%. Your Kunping heaven-devouring demonic art has been satisfied by devouring a strand of the Azure Dragon's blood essence and is feeling extremely joyful. Cultivation efficiency increased by 8,000%. The Kunping heaven-devouring demonic art has begun refinement. Refinement is expected to be completed in 3 hours. Seeing the system prompts, Luli didn't expect the Azure Dragon blood to be so effective. Also, Ghost Devil Master was really too generous this time. With just these resources, he could probably reach Foundation establishment smoothly. Also, the gains from this time were not small. The sword given by Madame Hongru was indeed a good thing. But the moment of contact, the righteous aura he sensed was definitely not fake. But if she was a spy from the thieves' sect, why would she reveal that to him? And what did it mean by giving him this bottle separately? But since she said it was a treasure that could store spiritual energy, Luli decided to try it. He immediately sent a bit of spiritual energy into the snuff bottle. The next second, the snuff bottle emitted wisps of smoke, and in a moment, it turned into the shape of Madame Hongru, who began to complain. "It's been 300 years. Do you know how I've spent these 300 years? Are you my limit?" Seeing this, Luli was also startled. She started by revealing her identity right away, and not giving him any time to think at all. Answering now would definitely lead to trouble. Not answering. Now that I knew her identity, I might be killed on the spot. This is a complete death trap, but after careful consideration, Luli still answered with a yes. Madame Hongru was very satisfied and said 3 times yes. "The Taoist Alliance has not abandoned me. I've been in this ethereal ghost sect for 300 years. 300 years. If the Taoist Alliance hadn't sent anyone, I would have become the sect leader. Do you know how panicked I was hearing this?" Luli couldn't help but think in his heart, the demonic sect should be the one panicking. Speaking of which, how did you do that? But he was even more confused. He was clearly hiding himself so well. How did Madame Hongru see through him? Madame Hongru smiled and explained, "On your body. There are traces of cultivating the purple haze hell refinement sutra many times. Although you were very clever and used demonic techniques to devour the blazing sun essence, your body still retains traces of the cultivation. Simply put, your body has long taken the form of the purple haze hell refinement sutra. But you don't need to worry. The demonic sect venerables be able to detect these traces." Hearing this, Luli secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, they can't detect it. If I had known that cultivating the purple haze hell refinement sutra would turn out like this, I should have just thrown it away. Then, Madame Hongru asked sternly. Now it's my turn to ask you. Who sent you here? What is your mission? Has my mission been completed? Am I being withdrawn? Hearing this, Luli was also dumbfounded. What did he know? So he just turned his head and casually blurted out, I don't know. Someone just gave me the Purple Haze Hell Refinement Sutra and told me to cultivate it. Getting this answer, Madame Hongru was greatly disappointed. She stared at Luli and asked, Who gave you the Purple Haze Hell Refinement Sutra? Was it a white-haired old man? He should have disguised himself. Other than that, he didn't tell me anything else. So you really don't know anything? I don't know anything else. Please forgive me, Venerable. Hearing this, Madame Hongru's expression instantly darkened. Luli was so frightened that he closed his eyes. He felt like he was done for. But to his surprise, Madame Hongru actually sat on the ground and started crying. Are you kidding me? I thought my mission was complete and I could return to the Alliance. How could this happen? Then, she wiped her tears and said apologetically, Sorry, I was a little harsh when I asked you just now. It's just a habit I've developed from being in the demonic sect for so many years. Seeing this, Luli was speechless. She actually believed me. How could someone so easily fooled have been able to infiltrate here for 300 years? At that moment, Bai Jinfei's voice came from outside the door. Madame Hongru decided to put this aside for now. But to be safe, she still had to place a protective restriction on Luli. This was a secret technique she learned from the demonic sect. This way, Luli wouldn't be able to reveal the secret of her being a spy so easily. Otherwise, he would instantly die by exploding. After placing the restriction, she returned to her original form. She told Luli to contact her anytime he had any news. With that, she turned and left. This made Luli think secretly, getting involved with a Taoist spy is good news for me escaping the demonic sect. But my strength is still too low. I'm afraid I'll bring trouble on myself. Then Luli invited Bai Jinfei into the house. While brewing tea, Bai Jinfei said, Junior brother Lu, the master has given you the Azure Dragon True Blood. He must want you to quickly cultivate to foundation establishment and prepare you to compete for the position of chief disciple. What do you mean by that? It's not hard to guess, actually. Junior brother, you have offended 3 venerables. Only by competing for the position of chief disciple can you make them feel apprehensive. The sect values true disciples who compete for the chief position highly. During the competition period, I absolutely cannot allow them to be harmed in the slightest. So, that means I have to compete to become the chief disciple, to ensure their safety, that's right. But when the sect's disciples gather, any true disciple with a foundation establishment cultivation can compete, but someone will surely not accept your decision and question your eligibility to compete, which means your strength. So if I go to compete, I'll have to fight people again, that's for sure. This is the demonic sect after all. Fighting at the slightest disagreement is the most normal thing, isn't it? Hearing this, Luli couldn't help but think, then I'm not going. Fighting and killing all day long is too tiring. My life is more important. However, he still asked Bai Jinfei a very important question. Senior brother, according to what you just said, the person who becomes the chief disciple has a get-out-of-jail-free card, of course. And as long as you don't betray the sect, even if you seduce the sect leader's wife and daughter, you won't die. Also, if you want to borrow money, you can borrow it from anyone without having to pay interest. Hearing this, Luli's eyes lit up instantly. With a whoosh, he dashed out. He had to cultivate quickly to become the chief disciple, and then run away with their sister-in-law with all the funds. Can you believe it? These days, not only people are engaging in internal competition, even cultivation techniques are competing too, to be able to become the chief disciple. Luli took out the Heavenly Demon 23 swords that Elder Protector Jing and activated automatic cultivation. With the system's blessing, in just a moment, he had learned the first sword of the Heavenly Demon 23 swords, the instant sword technique. The Heavenly Demon 23 swords uses the 7 emotions of humans to manifest the Heavenly Demon Tao condensing Supreme Sword Kai to shatter souls. It kills people invisibly. Looking at the Heavenly Demon 23 swords that the system manifested before him, Luli didn't know what a Heavenly Demon was and had never heard of it before. But this sword technique seemed quite domineering. And according to the description, it should be able to dilute other people's emotions towards him and be used for cultivation. It sounded quite simple, but didn't he know how to operate it specifically or how powerful it was? But after all, it was a demonic technique. It had a really big temper. It unsheathed its sword at the slightest movement. It was better to be careful when cultivating it. At this time, the system prompted, "Your Heavenly Demon 23 swords absorb the anger of the 7 emotions and the evil of the 7 emotions. Your mood is exceptionally excited. The Heavenly Demon has awakened, cultivation effect increased by 20,000%, and these emotions were from Li Jing, who was so angry that she spat blood at Luli. Luli smiled when he saw the system prompt. If Li Jing knew that the more she hated him, the higher his cultivation would become, he wondered if he could directly anger her to death on the spot. But, thinking about it, he decided to leave the Heavenly Demon Sword for later. Anyway, with great power Heavenly Dragon and Mighty Vajra suppressing it, the Heavenly Demon Sword shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. But the cultivation speed was still not enough. If he could get more pure spiritual energy for the heaven-swallowing demon art to absorb, that would be great. At this moment, he looked at the snuff bottle next to him and immediately had a plan. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the cubs? He immediately activated his spiritual energy and summoned the Confucian Master Sovereign again, but embarrassingly, the summoned Confucian Master Sovereign was taking a bath. The system prompted. Your Heavenly Demon 23 swords absorbed the lust of the 7 emotions. The atmosphere between the two fell into a moment of silence. Although the system prompt was very brief, Luli had indeed heard it. Which meant, at a certain instant, this Master Sovereign was coveting his body. Soon, the Confucian Master Sovereign's emotions turned to anger. At the same time, he started to have wild thoughts. It seems that I've really been in the demonic sect for too long. I actually have such thoughts about a junior. Luckily, he won't find out. After calming down his emotions, the Confucian Master Sovereign coughed lightly twice and asked, Tell me, why did you hastily summon me back? What is it this time? This made Luli not know what to say. He was currently in a fit of anger. If he mentioned cultivating again, he might be directly killed. Then, he glanced at the Heavenly Demon Sword beside him and immediately had an idea. He cupped his hands and said, I suddenly thought of some information about the old man who gave me the purple haze scripture. Hearing this, the Confucian Master Sovereign's eyes lit up instantly. Really? What did you think of? Tell me. Seeing this, Luli was also speechless. He was too easy to hook, wasn't he? How did you manage to be a spy for 300 years? However, he still smiled and actually, I was thinking that today my fame has increased greatly. That old man will probably come looking for me again in these few days. Hearing this, the Confucian Master Sovereign happily asked Luli if he had made an appointment to meet. The system prompted. The Heavenly Demon Sword absorbed the emotions. Luli sighed. Unfortunately, the Ghost Demon Master wants me to become the chief disciple. By that time, even the Yin Spirit Ghost's chief sect master will be paying attention to me. That old man will probably go to hiding. He won't come looking for me again. Hearing this, the Confucian Master Sovereign's expression turned disappointed again. The system prompted. The Heavenly Demon Sword absorbed the emotions. Luli continued to say, however, there should be a few more spies like me within the Ethereal Ghost Sect. They should be able to link up with Master Sovereign soon. However, I recently heard that the sect is looking for some reincarnated Buddhist child. Will those spies be discovered and killed? And so, Luli kept pulling the Confucian Master Sovereign between good and bad news, constantly harvesting emotions from this Confucian Master Sovereign. The effect was very significant. The Heavenly Demon Sword was glowing like a fluorescent stick. but perhaps it was because he was absorbing too much. Even the Confucian Master Sovereign couldn't take it anymore. He stood up, intending to leave, but was stopped by Lu Li. Please wait, Master Sovereign. I have one more request. When I cultivate the purple haze purgatory scripture, the 5 elements radiant sun energy will be devoured by the demonic palace. So I would like to ask Master Sovereign to give me a portion of his true Kwai to help me cultivate the purple haze purgatory scripture. That way, I won't forget that I'm a disciple of Flying Heaven Temple. The Confucian Master Sovereign turned his head and smiled faintly. It's rare that you have this intention. I agree. With that, he raised his hand and pointed it at Lu Li's forehead. The system prompted, your purple haze purgatory scripture. Felt the existence of the Supreme Taoist Sect's true Kwai and felt admiration, and became extremely excited. Cultivation speed increased by 10,000%. After transferring his true key, the Confucian Master Sovereign turned into a wisp of smoke and left. However, as soon as he left, Lu Li turned his attention to the purple haze purgatory scripture and had the Kun Peng heaven swallowing demonic art devour the 5 elements radiant sun energy. Through this operation, the cultivation effect of the Kun Peng heaven swallowing demonic art increased tenfold. But even so, Lu Li was still not satisfied. Although the acquisition of spiritual energy was much faster, the conversion efficiency was still not very good. It's just a pity that he couldn't memorize the Carefree Wander back then. Otherwise, these techniques would probably be 1 level higher. At this time, the system prompted. Your instant sword technique was extremely disgusted by your Buddhist techniques and launched a challenge against them. As a result, it was no match for great power Heavenly Dragon and Mighty Vajay's joint force, and the invincible Vajra divine art was defeated. Your instant sword technique was unwilling. In a fit of anger, it absorbed a large amount of 7 emotions and turned it into Heavenly Demon Sword Kai. Its cultivation greatly increased. Purity increased by 7%. The invincible Vajra divine art, great power Heavenly Dragon incantation, Mighty Vajay incantation. Because they sensed the danger of the Heavenly Demon, 23 swords, they worked hard to cultivate. Purity increased by 9%. Seeing the system prompts, Lu Li exclaimed, good heavens, they are directly competing. Not bad, not bad. I don't need to worry about the cultivation techniques anymore, so let's continue farming. And so, in the following days, he continued to use the same method, summoning Master Sovereign Hongru to act as a charging station, and so on and so forth. After who knows how many days, Master Sovereign Hongru had begun to see giving him True Kai as his daily routine. He would even sleepwalk and transfer True Ki to him. A man accidentally transmigrated to a world of immortals, recited the Tao Te Ching in front of a Taoist statue, and the statue shattered. He was even regarded as the reincarnated Taoist ancestor by the Central Continent Taoist Alliance. They wanted to join forces with Buddhism to attack the demonic sect for him. Lu Li, through this period of constantly exploding Master Sovereign Hongru, had seen his cultivation level rise exponentially, reaching the peak of Kai refining. He was only 1 step away from the foundation establishment stage. This time, he summoned Master Sovereign Hongru hoping he could protect him. However, Master Sovereign Hongru advised him not to be too hasty. Demonic arts have a shallow foundation. Breaking through at this time could easily lead to Ki deviation. Even if he successfully broke through to the foundation establishment, the disadvantages would outweigh the benefits. Whenever one cultivated demonic arts, they would inevitably attract inner demons during the breakthrough. However, Lu Li insisted, therefore, I request that Master Sovereign protect me. The ghost demon Max me to break wants to the foundation establishment and compete for the position of chief disciple. I have no choice but to proceed. I ask for Master Sovereign's assistance. Master Sovereign Hongru waved his hand, agreeing. He told him to get ready and begin. Lu Li sat down cross-legged, while thinking inner demons. Illusions are just illusions for people born and raised in this world. In modern society, it's just like having a computer episode in the brain. For me, who has watched countless movies, I'm not afraid of any illusions. Then he had the system run the Kun Peng heaven, swallowing demonic art, and started the breakthrough. As the system notification sounded, the host officially began. The next second, Luli appeared in his former office. The codes in front of him were his inner demons. As a programmer who had worked to death, he couldn't control himself and had to work. This is too terrifying. Luckily, at this time, the Confucian Master Sovereign beside him reminded him in time. Don't be trapped in the illusion. Maintain yourself. This made him regain his senses and barely moved his hands from the keyboard. At the same time, he also noticed the Tao Te Ching and Xiaoyu next to the keyboard. Taking this opportunity, he could just memorize these two books. The next second, a golden light shot out from his forehead. Seeing this, Hongru Zhenjin was shocked. Although all memories would be triggered during Foundation establishment, Luli was only about 20 years old. How could he possess such a huge amount of memory information? But before he could come to his senses, a big Tao character appeared behind Luli. This was actually a Supreme Dharma chant. At the same time, inside the Flying Heaven Temple of the Central Continent Tao Alliance, the Tao Ancestor statue suddenly cracked. This scene really frightened the little Taoist boy. He quickly went to wake up the sleeping fat abbot. The fat abbot originally thought that the little Taoist boy was going to talk about Buddhism attacking the demonic sect, and didn't pay much attention. But when the little Taoist boy said that the taking Tao ancestor had exploded, he directly jumped off the bed. He hurriedly followed the little Taoist boy to check. Looking at the Tao ancestor statue shattered on the ground, he exclaimed, "What the heck is going on? Could it be that the great Tao has fallen?" As he spoke, he did some calculations, and then suddenly exclaimed, "The Tao ancestor has reincarnated in the demonic sect." What kind of medicine did the Tao ancestor take? Quick, follow me to see the alliance leader. Send down the order to gather troops. Prepare to attack 10,000 Demons Mountain with those bald donkeys to destroy the demonic sect and rescue the reincarnated Tao ancestor. Because of Luli's breakthrough, the Tao Alliance, who had originally planned to stand by, also decided to attack 10,000 Demons Mountain with Buddhism. But Luli was still completely unaware of this. As his breakthrough gradually progressed, the scriptures that had appeared also dissipated. This made Hongru Zhenjin frustrated. With the disappearance of the characters, even the memories in his mind had faded away. This is truly a missed opportunity. At this time, the system prompted, "Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing the foundation." He had finally succeeded. Hongru Zhenjin next to him also smiled and congratulated him. "Congratulations, Luli. This is all thanks to Zhenjin's protection. If it weren't for you constantly transferring your true energy to me, I would never have been able to establish my foundation so quickly. You didn't just lend me a hand, but multiple hands. So, may I ask what is Zhenjin's honorable name?" Hearing this, Hongru Zhenjin was startled and replied, "My surname is Yun. My given name is Zushing." Hearing this, Luli immediately raised 3 fingers and said, "I, Li, swear to the heavens. I will pass on the incense to the Yun family for generations. I'll go through fire and water for you. If you have any tasks in the future, I will not hesitate even if it means death." Hearing this, Hongru Zhenjin couldn't help but blush shyly. Then he waved his hand. "You don't need to be so polite. You should focus on cultivating first. Wait until you reach the origin core stage before we talk about that." However, at this moment, his expression suddenly became serious. He turned his head and said, "Luli, focus on your cultivation. The ghost sect leader is summoning me. It's urgent. It seems something big is about to happen." After saying that, he turned into a wisp of white smoke and left in a hurry. Seeing this, Luli couldn't help but think, something big. Could it be that he's discovered my actions these past few days? Do you know what kind of effect the Tao Te Ching and Xiaoyu would have if they were brought to a world of cultivation? After Luli established his foundation, he began to recall the details of his past life's memories. The next second, before his eyes, a huge world-covering kun appeared. The chanting of the great Tao echoed in his ears. In the northern ocean, there is a fish. Its name is kun. The kun is so large, no one knows how many thousands of miles long. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The origin of heaven and earth is named the mother of all things. The system prompted, congratulations to the host for listening to the Supreme Tao Scripture and Supreme Dharma chant. Your Kunping demonic art has been greatly enlightened and has evolved into the 5 elements Kunping demonic art. Your ethereal ghostly shadow step has been greatly enlightened and has evolved into the carefree wind riding art. Your invincible Vajra divine art has directly gained enlightenment after listening to the Supreme Tao chant and has increased 1 level of cultivation. Your great mighty heavenly dragon Dharma mantra and Vajra Dharma mantra have entered an enlightenment state, and your cultivation has greatly increased. Progress increased by 50%. Your demonic 23 swords has comprehended the meaning of the demonic Tao after listening to the Supreme Tao Scripture and has deduced the 24th sword. All the swords have instantly reached perfection. Your purple haze sun refinement scripture has been greatly enlightened after listening to the Supreme Tao Scripture and has evolved into the pure Yang limitless true scripture. Looking at the system prompts, Luli's eyes instantly lit up. He didn't expect that the books he had inadvertently read in his past life would be so useful and effective. They had all evolved. This was a windfall. It was just a pity that the great compassionate palm wasn't included. Only it was missing. But after thinking about it, he decided to let it be. He had enough trump cards now. After establishing his foundation, his spiritual energy had increased a lot. He could finally activate the great, mighty heavenly dragon Dharma mantra. He needed to find a place to test it out. But as soon as he got off the bed, he heard a series of bells. When he went outside, he saw that this was actually the highest level alarm bell of the ethereal ghost sect. When this bell rings, all the sect disciples except those in closed-door cultivation must report to Ethereal Mountain. Failing to do so would be a capital crime under the sect's rules. What was going on? Just as Luli was wondering, Bei Jinfei's voice came from behind him. Junior brother, hurry over. Come with me to Ethereal Mountain. Luli jumped onto Bei Jinfei's boat with a whoosh and asked him what had happened. But Bei Jinfei seemed to have misunderstood. He thought Luli was asking about the injuries on his body. Then he chuckled. I was just playing some little games with a few beauties. This left Luli speechless. But soon, Bei Jinfei noticed that something was wrong with Luli. Junior brother, how did you establish your foundation? It's only been 20 days since we last met. Luli guiltily turned his head away. Well, it's a long story. It's kind of like Master giving me some special training. Let's go to Ethereal Mountain first. And senior brother, you should change your clothes quickly. After that, Luli and Bei Jinfei arrived at Ethereal Mountain to report. This time, the entire Ethereal Ghost Sect had gathered. Luli curiously asked Bei Jinfei, do you know what happened? Bei Jinfei was stunned for a moment and replied, I'm not very sure. But it might be related to the selection of the chief disciple. Junior brother, you may not know, but in these past 20 days, senior sister Green Lotus suddenly announced that she was preparing to break through to the Golden Core stage. Now her biggest opponent is gone, so there is almost no suspense that she will become the next chief disciple. Luli was also shocked. He thought, wouldn't that mean that my plan to run away with my sister-in-law is hopeless? The ghost devil master on the stone platform suddenly transmitted his voice to him. Luli, you will go up and compete for the chief disciple position later. This surprised Luli. He actually wants me to go up and compete, but that makes sense. Once Green Lotus becomes the chief disciple, the first person she'll take revenge on will definitely be me. Then I'll make a big commotion later. I wonder who that person is. Senior brother, don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. I'm saying that everyone here is trash. Just was wondering who the white-haired man sitting on the stage was. The white-haired man suddenly opened his eyes. He slowly uttered 2 words, silence. Instantly, all the disciples in the hall were quiet. Lily was also startled by this aura. What a terrifying aura. Just a single word is enough to release such a strong pressure. This man's strength is probably far above the golden core stage. Suddenly, all the elders and disciples shouted in unison, "Greetings, sect leader." Luli finally understood. So, he was the leader of the ethereal ghost sect, the ethereal ghost emperor, a void refining expert. The ethereal ghost emperor waved his hand, signaling the crowd to be at ease. At the same time, he announced that, starting today, the ethereal ghost sect was entering a state of war readiness to guard against surprise attacks from the Taoist and Buddhist sects. In addition, the selection of the chief disciple begins now. The chief disciple will be chosen in 3 days. As soon as his voice fell, the disciples below the stage began to chatter among themselves. Luli was also thinking in his heart, why they have to attack right now? If I really do get selected as chief disciple, it will definitely attract the attention of the Tao Alliance and Buddhism. I might even get hunted down. That wouldn't help me escape from the demonic sect at all. But maybe I can rely on Hongru Zhangjin to avoid disaster. But the key now is to not let Green Lotus get selected. Seeing that no one had stepped onto the stage for a long time, the ethereal ghost emperor also spoke up. What's wrong? The selection of the chief disciple has already begun. Among the hundreds of thousands of disciples of my ethereal ghost sect, is there not a single person who dares to stand out? At this moment, Green Lotus shouted, "I will." Then, she stepped on a dark dragon and jumped onto the stage. Disciple Green Lotus greets the sect leader and the elders. The ethereal ghost emperor nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, Green Lotus. Your Yellow Springs True Scripture has already reached the 8th level. You can condense the Yellow Springs Nether Dragon. Nothing is immune to its corrosion. No one below the Golden Core stage is your match. Truly impressive. Thank you for your praise, sect leader. Green Lotus cupped her fists in thanks, then started her speech to the disciples below. Everyone, there's no need to panic. The Tao Alliance and Buddhism joining forces to attack 10,000 Demons Mountain is an opportunity in my opinion. Why can the Tao Alliance occupy the 9 immortal mountains? Why can Buddhism occupy the 10 great heavenly grotto heavens? Why can we, the demonic sect, only live in this barren land of the 10,000 Demons Mountain without enough to eat or drink, and even find it difficult to obtain 1,000-year spirit herbs? Once we step outside the 10,000 Demons Mountain, we are like rats crossing the street, hunted and killed by everyone. Are you all willing to accept this? Since the Tao Alliance and Buddhism don't even want to leave us 10,000 Demons Mountain, then we will fight our way out of 10,000 Demons Mountain, destroy the Tao Alliance, and crush the 3,000 Buddhist sects. I'm willing to take on the position of chief disciple and lead the charge. Please, fellow disciples, give me this opportunity. After listening to Green Lotus's impassioned speech, the disciples below the stage were instantly filled with righteous indignation. However, Luli began to sing a different tune at this moment. Evil path, you want to crush the Buddhist sects? You can talk the talk, but can you walk the walk? I can even say that I can lead everyone to conquer the moon. Luli, what do you mean? All of us disciples are united as one. You actually dare to pour cold water at this time. What are your intentions? Oh, senior brother, you misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. I just want to say that everyone here is trash. As soon as these words came out, it instantly caused public outrage. Many disciples were ready to rush up and beat Luli up. However, Luli sneered. Does the Demonic Path Alliance plan to flatten Buddhism? By relying on all of you, my fellow disciples, to quarrel here, you could probably argue until dawn without any results. If you want to wipe out and flatten Buddhism, you need to rely on the sect master, the Grand Scholar True Lord, and my master's martial arts. The ethereal spirit divine, extraordinary, miraculous, learned, well-informed, with both literary and martial skills, and capable of single-handedly handling any situation. You need the leadership of invincible elders, listening to Luli's rainbow fart. The Crimson Skull True Lord and the Ghost Demon Master on the stage revealed satisfied smiles. But Li Jing, whose plans had been ruined by Luli, had already begun to circulate all of his spiritual power, determined to kill Luli this time. He was clearly a demonic sect disciple, yet he used Buddhist skills. and killed everywhere in the demonic sect's contempt. After his plans were ruined by Luli, Li Jing was furious and wanted to attack. Luli turned his head to look and pretended to be surprised. Senior brother Li Jing, could it be that I hit a sore spot and you've become enraged? Li Jing pointed at him and said coldly, I'm the one running for the position right now. You insulted the sect first. And you also want to provoke the election rules. What a joke. If we were to follow the rules, then what would we do? We in the demonic sect might as well go to the Buddhist sect and chant sutras and recite Buddha. And you say I'm insulting the sect. Did I say anything wrong? You all support Li Jing so much, but I've been standing here for a long time, and not a single one of you dared to come up and chase me away. What else would you be if not trash? As soon as he said that, the disciples below were all furious. They shouted that they would go up and hack him to pieces. At that moment, a burly man wielding 2 axes jumped out from the crowd and shouted, Kid, remember this, I am Mei, a true disciple of Black Shackle's master. Before he could finish speaking, a golden dragon roared out of Luli's sleeve and charged straight at him. With just one move, flying dragon in the sky, he was blasted into pieces. This scene also stunned the melon-eating disciples below. Did I see that correctly? Wasn't that senior brother Mei Ruan? He was at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, and he was just killed like that. At that moment, Luli scattered some paper money and said coldly, Are the Foundation establishment true disciples of my ethereal spirit ghost sect this week? Even I, who just broke to the 1st level of Foundation establishment, can defeat you? It's truly disappointing hearing this. Li Jing couldn't sit still anymore. He jumped out and accused, Luli, you attacked your fellow disciples. You are provoking the sect rules. Luli picked at his ear and said disdainfully, He was the one who came at me with axes. I was so scared that I couldn't hold back. Okay, you keep talking about the sect rules and the sect master, but they haven't even said anything yet. Why do you say that I'm provoking them? Is it because your father and mother died? Or because your little brother died? After being provoked by Luli again and again, Li Jing was now grinding his teeth in hatred and begged the ethereal spirit ghost emperor to allow him to fight Luli to the death. The ethereal spirit ghost emperor looked at Li Jing and turned to ask Luli if he dared to accept the challenge, but Luli refused. Li Jing asked him if he was afraid. Luli laughed. I'm not afraid. I'm just respecting my elders and loving the young. Senior brother Li is older than me, and his seniority is higher than mine. He's definitely going to die before me. I naturally respect him very much. How dare I attack Senior Brother Li? Moreover, Senior Brother Li, you're so strong, I admit that I'm not as good as you. So, I plan to go back and cultivate for 300 to 500 years. When you are dead, Senior Brother Li, I will come to your grave and spar with you. Hearing this, Li Jing had been completely blinded by rage. He extended 5 fingers, saying within 5 moves, if Junior Brother Lu can still stand unscathed, I'll commit suicide on the spot. Little did he know that this had played right into Luli's plan. Since Senior Brother Li is so eager to die, then I, as his junior brother, have no reason not to fulfill his wishes. Then, with the ethereal spirit ghost emperor as a witness, the two decided to fight to the death. The competition began, and Bei Jinfei, the profiteer, also saw a business opportunity. He started a betting business. At this moment, the two stood facing each other. Li Jing glared at Luli, gnashing his teeth. He thought, this time, there's no way you can run. I said that I'll kill you this time, even if you're at the Golden Core stage. I can still kill you in 5 moves. He was clearly a demonic sect disciple, yet he was using the great heavenly dragon of Dharma Master Fahai. The competition began, and the battle between Luli and Li Jing was about to explode. But at this moment, Bei Jinfei was begging to all the gods and Buddhas, praying to the founding fathers of Taoism and the demonic sect. He just wanted Luli to win this time, so he could make money from lending and get another 100 concubines. The Yellow Spring True Lord also mocked the Ghost Demon Master, Junior Brother Li. You're probably going to have to collect your disciple's corpse soon, just like you did with your 4th disciple. The ghost demon master didn't hold back and directly replied, "Collect your mother, and can you not stand next to me? I feel like you're making me dirty." And the Grand Scholar True Lord was looking at Lu Li with a worried expression. Soon the battle officially began. Li Jing made the first move, launching a huge nether dragon towards Lu Li. Lu Li chuckled, "Senior brother Li Jing, dawn to think you're the only one who knows how to summon dragons. Look at my great heavenly dragon." With a bang, Lu Li's great heavenly dragon bit off the nether dragon's neck in one bite. But this win was too easy, which also made Lu Li realize that something was wrong. Li Jing's nether dragon looked powerful in terms of aura, but it didn't unleash its full power. This was only pure yang energy. Sure enough, the next second, several sword auras suddenly attacked, cutting Lu Li's great heavenly dragon into several pieces. Facing such powerful sword auras, Lu Li didn't have time to dodge, so he could only choose to take them head-on. He immediately activated the invincible Vajra Divine Art, forming a golden protective shield. He barely managed to block these sword auras. After the smoke cleared, Lu Li touched his scratched cheek. He was a little surprised. The invincible Vajra Divine Art actually couldn't defend against it. Li Jing laughed triumphantly. "Did you think I was just playing with you this time? I already saw through your tricks at the last banquet. So what if it's a Buddhist skill? So what if you have a physically honed body? This is a true Yuan illusionary sword that can even kill golden core cultivators. No matter how strong your physical body is, you're only at the foundation establishment first level. Do you really think I'll fight you for 5 moves? I'll kill you in the second move." As he spoke, Li Jing circulated his sword aura and attacked Lu Li. Although Lu Li was protected by the Vajra, he still couldn't break up the sword auras. If he continued to endure like this, he would eventually be worn down. So he had to find a chance to counterattack. But just as he was thinking, Li Jing had already disappeared from his spot. The next second, he appeared above Lu Li's head and scattered several dark golden beads. As they landed, there was a deafening explosion. The place where Lu Li was standing was instantly engulfed in flames and was reduced to ruins. Seeing this, the ghost demon master cursed, "You motherfucker, a cross-realm magic tool. A true Yuan sword is bad enough, but then you bring out the ghost water yin thunder beads, which can blow up a golden core cultivator halfway to death. You're cheating." The yellow spring true lord laughed smugly. "You guys even used Buddhist skills. What's wrong with us preparing a little more thoroughly? Besides, even the sect master hasn't said anything. Why are you so anxious at this moment?" The disciples below thought that Li Jing had already won. But when the smoke cleared, Lu Li appeared on stage again and asked coldly, "Senior brother Li, do you know how many people are here?" Li Jing was confused and didn't know what he meant. Lu Li grinned. "Ivy finally collected the emotions and desires of hundreds of thousands of people. Ding, system notification. Your demonic 23 swords have absorbed the evil eel of the 7 emotions, the anger of the 7 emotions, the fear of the 7 emotions, the joy of the 7 emotions. Accumulation 10,000%. Transformed into demonic sword Kai. The next second, a demonic sword appeared in Lu Li's hand. Demonic energy surrounded him like a demonic god descending to earth. He said coldly, "Can you withstand this sword?" The demonic 20 swords gathered the emotions and desires eyes of hundreds of thousands of people in the demonic sect. "I will ask you, can you withstand it?" As the demonic sword appeared, the sky and earth changed. Even the ethereal spirit ghost emperor on the stage was surprised by this sword, not to mention Li Jing, who was facing Lu Li. He was trembling with fear at the might of the demonic 23 swords. He said in disbelief, "How is it possible? How could you, a piece of trash, possibly comprehend the demonic 23 swords?" Lu Li smiled disdainfully. "It was just good luck. Well then, goodbye, senior brother Li Jing." With that, Lu Li swung his sword. The blood-red aura of the demonic sword splattered out, directly cutting Li Jing in half. Seeing this, the yellow spring true lord jumped up from his seat in shock. The demonic sect disciples below also broke out in a cold sweat. When the smoke cleared, Li Jing had been completely blasted to nothing. Lu Li walked forward slowly, and let out a long sigh. Then, with a thump, he kneeled down and put on a very sorrowful look. He said, "Senior brother Li Jing, I told you not to fight, but you insisted. Now look, it's all for naught. We used to cherish each other. But now we are separated by life and death. I'll be taking your belongings for now. So I have a memento to remember you by." Such a shameless act caused the disciples below to be speechless. The ghost demon master didn't forget to mock. "Old ghost Yellow Spring, aren't you going to collect your disciple's corpse?" "Oh, right. You don't have anything to collect." The Yellow Spring True Lord was so angry that his veins bulged and was about to attack. At this moment, the ethereal spirit ghost emperor on the stage spoke. "Enough? You two are both at the elder level. Is it a good look to be fighting in front of so many juniors?" The Yellow Spring True Lord and the Ghost Demon Master quickly said that they wouldn't dare. Then, the ethereal spirit emperor stood up and said to everyone, "Have you all understood? In a life or death duel, there are no distinctions of high or low realms. Winning or losing is a matter of life and death. In the future, when you encounter righteous disciples, even if their realm is lower than yours, you must remember to go all out." That's all for today. In 3 days, the chief disciple will be selected. You may all leave. "And Luli, you come with me for a moment." Luli quickly agreed, but a sense of unease grew in his heart. Why does the sect master want to see him alone? At that moment, Ghost Demon Master walked over. "Luli, you did well this time. When we return to Ghost Peak, I will reward you handsomely. And Yao Yao, go prepare a celebratory banquet for Luli. Also, buy some funeral wreaths and couplets that say, 'Died for a just cause,' and 'died without regret.' Send them to Li Jing's funeral hall in a few days, as a generous gift from us. This is Ghost Demon Master for you, truly killing with both body and heart, crushing bones, and then scattering ashes." Then, Luli prepared to go see the ethereal Ghost Emperor. However, when he brushed past Grand Scholar Monarch Hongru, he received a warning from Grand Scholar Monarch Hongru, "Be careful." This made Luli's expression instantly serious. With a nervous heart, he arrived before the ethereal Ghost Emperor. The ethereal Ghost Emperor went straight to the point. "Luli, I'm asking you this. Are you a spy?" Luli quickly denied it. "Disciple, definitely not." However, the ethereal Ghost Emperor continued. "Oh, really? Then where did you learn the great power Heavenly Dragon Buddhist mantra?" Such profound Buddhist mantra would be regarded as a great vehicle by even the 3,000 Buddhist sects, and would be kept secret. Hearing this, Luli was shocked. No wonder he told me to be careful. As expected of a sect master, his knowledge is vast. How can he hide this now? He was clearly a demonic sect disciple, yet he used it in the demonic sect competition, using Fa Hai's great power Heavenly Dragon. This aroused the suspicion of the sect master, the ethereal Ghost Emperor. He questioned Luli, asking where he learned the great power Heavenly Dragon mantra. Luli, in his moment of inspiration, grinned and said, "It seems I can't hide it anymore. These techniques, in fact, are all something that I have comprehended myself." The ethereal Ghost Emperor looked at him suspiciously. Just me. Li's the true first genius of the demonic path." As soon as he finished speaking, the room became silent. Then, the ethereal Ghost Emperor slowly spoke. "Do you know who the first genius of the demonic path was in the past?" Luli was stunned for a moment. He feigned surprise and asked, "Could it be Sect Master?" "That's right, in the past. From origin core to divine transformation, then to refinement of emptiness. I only took less than 1,000 years. I am the true first genius of the demonic path." Hearing this, Luli clapped his hands and said in flattery, "No wonder. When I met Sect Master, I felt an instant connection. It turns out it's because Sect Master and I are both unparalleled geniuses." However, it was clear that the ethereal Ghost Emperor didn't buy Luli's act. With a wave of his sleeve, a dark red scroll appeared in his hand. He said, "Since you claim to be an unparalleled genius who can comprehend the supreme Buddhist mantras on your own, very well, then I will see just how genius you are. This is the demonic strategy, the source of the demonic path. Many supreme demonic secret techniques are comprehended from it. Whoever possesses one scroll can secure a position among the top 10 demonic sects. The demonic 23 swords that you cultivate were also comprehended from it. As he spoke, he tossed the scroll to Luli, telling him to open it. Luli looked at the demonic strategy in his hand, his eyes filled with apprehension. The source of the demonic path, the foundation of the demonic sects. This didn't sound or look like a good thing at all. So he tentatively asked the ethereal ghost emperor, "May I ask, Sect Master, will there be any danger if I open this?" The ethereal ghost emperor replied indifferently, "No." This relieved Luli a little. He was about to open the scroll when the ethereal ghost emperor added, "At most, you'll just lose your mind, have a drastic change in personality, play with cutting off your own limbs, suffer a cultivation deviation, or maybe become possessed by demons. That's all." This frightened Luli, and he quickly put down the demonic strategy. "Then, I think I'll pass on such an important item." But the ethereal ghost emperor wouldn't he let him refuse. With a wave of his hand, he suspended Luli in the air. He said coldly, "Don't you claim to be the first genius of the demonic path, if you can comprehend anything from it. I'll acknowledge you as the first genius of the demonic path and make you the chief disciple right away. Otherwise, just wait for the demonic invasion to possess you." As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic strategy slowly floated up from the ground. The next second, it suddenly unfurled in front of Luli. In an instant, a pure darkness emanated from it, engulfing Luli completely. At this moment, Luli saw a vast darkness in his pupils. A darkness filled with attraction, glittering with sparkling lights, like the depths of a vast universe, making one unable to help but indulge in it. And his body was being held by the demonic strategy. After an unknown amount of time, a clear system notification suddenly sounded. "You have viewed the demonic strategy. Your demonic 24 swords, having come into contact with the demonic origin, have understood the way of demon and begun to deduce the demonic 25 swords, estimated to be deduced successfully within 3,000 years. Collecting other demonic origins can reduce deduction time. You have learned the second sword of the demonic 24 swords, the myriad demon sword. Your 5 elements Kumpan divine art has greatly enlightened after glimpsing the demonic origin, and has changed again, evolving into the yin-yang chaos, Kumping demon divine art. The realm level has increased to 40 layers. Current realm, layer 11, progress 1%. Hearing the system notification, Luli instantly sobered up, both surprised and delighted. The Kumping demon divine art had actually evolved again. He had also learned the second sword of the demonic 24 swords. This man, clearly a demonic sect disciple, could make Buddhism and Taoism join forces to attack the demonic sect for him. Luli, with the help of the system, upgraded the demonic 24 swords and Kunping demon divine art by viewing the demonic strategy. At this time, the ethereal ghost emperor suddenly waved his hand and took the demonic strategy back. Luli also instantly woke up from his state of enlightenment. The ethereal ghost emperor praised Luli without reservation. Excellent. To be able to directly view the source of the demonic path with your current cultivation, and comprehend even some of it, you truly are worthy of being called the current first genius of the demonic path. From now on, you are the chief disciple of my ethereal ghost sect. Luli quickly bowed. Thank you, Sect Master. However, Sect Master, aren't you really afraid that I'm a spy? The ethereal ghost emperor said coldly. In this entire ethereal ghost sect, no one can hide anything from my eyes. Who is a Buddhist spy? Who is a Taoist spy? And who is a spy from another demonic sect? I know everything clearly. Luli paused, then Sect Master, why haven't you killed those spies? The ethereal ghost emperor laughed confidently. The spies of others, as long as they are used well, are my spies. Do you understand? Luli bowed. I understand. The Sect Master is wise. At the same time, he was thinking in his heart, this man is extremely cunning, and his mind is meticulous. He is truly frightening. Since I've already become the chief disciple, I'd better prepare to run away with all the goods. If I stay here any longer, I might lose my life. At this time, a loud bang suddenly came from outside the main hall. The entire hall shook. Luli quickly asked, What happened? The ethereal ghost emperor waved his hand. A dark light shot out and spread in the air, turning into a giant black mirror. The image in the mirror showed the sky above 10,000 Demons Mountain, a mass square, golden jade seal, flashing with dazzling golden light, was falling down hard. With a loud crash, the mountains were smashed flat, leaving behind 4 huge characters, a central continent Sect. Then the scene shifted. A golden wall of light suddenly appeared in the distance. This wall of light was actually formed by the Western Buddha Venerable, leading countless Buddhas and chanting sutras. The momentum was vast, stretching for countless miles. Everything in its path was reduced to ruins. The Taoist and Buddhist sects had really joined forces to attack 10,000 Demons Mountain. Luli was sweating coldly as he watched. However, the ethereal ghost emperor looked excited. He waved his hand and pulled Luli over. The next second, Luli was transported to 10,000 Demons City. The ethereal ghost emperor turned to look at Luli and said indifferently, "Your attire is a bit inappropriate for the upcoming occasion. This set of ink-devouring attire. Consider it a gift for becoming chief disciple. Stay here. I'm going to handle some matters. I will be back soon." Having said that, the ethereal ghost emperor disappeared, not even giving Luli a chance to speak. This left Luli speechless. He thought, "You should at least make it clear. What am I doing here? What's going on? A major battle is about to start, and he comes to 10,000 Demons City. The sect master wouldn't be the same kind of person as Senior Brother Bei, would he?" As he was thinking, someone suddenly walked up behind him. Luli was too lazy to care who it was. He was looking at Li Jing's inventory of stolen goods. He was so busy looking for the ethereal ghost emperor earlier that he didn't get a chance to see it. The moment he opened it, Luli discovered that there were still quite a few ghost water yin thunder pearls in the ring that had injured him before. They might be of great use. But just as Luli was enjoying the pleasure of looting, the person who had just entered started ordering him around. "Hey you, didn't you see that I've already sat down? Quickly pour me some tea." Luli turned his head and glanced at him. It was another idiot. He chose to ignore him. The other person slammed the table and cursed. "I'm talking to you. You hear me? Are you deaf?" This man cultivated Buddhist, Taoist, and demonic techniques all at the same time, and was even designated as the first genius of the demonic path by Sect Master Ethereal Ghost Emperor. But there were still people who were blind, actually treating him like a servant, wanting him to pour tea and water. Luli simply chose to ignore this idiot. This completely enraged the man, and he launched an attack on Luli without any explanation. Luli dodged. His eyes turned incredibly cold. He thought they want to kill people for not agreeing with them. "I can stay in this demonic sect for a second longer." Seeing that Luli easily dodged, the man was furious. "Who allowed you to dodge?" Luli pointed at his head speechlessly. "If I didn't dodge, would you have killed me? Is your brain broken? Don't include me. I'll give you a small gift." Having said that, Luli launched a newly acquired Quicksilver Yin Thunder Pearl directly towards that man. Identifying the incoming object, the man was instantly startled. "Kid, are you crazy? You're actually using a Quicksilver Yin Thunder Pearl. The entire hall will be leveled." Because they were too close, it was already too late for the man to dodge. He could only barely use his arms to block. Just as the Quicksilver Yin Thunder Pearl was getting closer, at a crucial moment, a slender jade hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the Quicksilver Yin Thunder Pearl. This scene shocked both of them. Then a curvaceous woman in sexy clothing walked over. "You two little rascals are really worrying people. It's just an argument. Do you need to throw out a Quicksilver Yin Thunder Pearl?" Seeing the woman appear, the man, who'd been arrogant just moments ago, instantly became submissive, as if he was very afraid of her. Luli was secretly shocked. This woman's strength is truly terrifying. She was actually able to catch that Thunder Pearl with her bare hands. And it looks like her status is not simple either. Thinking of this, Luli asked tentatively, "Senior, may I ask what this place is? I am new here and don't know the rules. Please forgive me." The woman turned her head, smiling seductively. This is the City Lord's mansion of the Myriad Demon City, and I am the City Lord. You can call me Dugu Feng." Hearing this, Luli was shocked. She was the City Lord of the Myriad Demon City, the person who was able to suppress the 10 great demonic sects and gather all kinds of evil demonic paths here. Then Dugu Feng sat on the main seat and slowly said, "Speak, why were you fighting just now?" "Every plant and tree, every brick in here was carefully arranged by me. I don't allow any damage. You almost broke my things just now. If you can't give me a reason, I will send you to work as a male escort for 3 months. Even if your sect leader comes, I won't give him any face." Hearing this, Luli instantly felt a chill down his spine. This woman is so ruthless. The man beside him started to make a false accusation. "City Lord Dugu, it was just a misunderstanding. After I came in, this servant didn't let me inspect. I just gave him a little lesson. I didn't expect that he would actually throw out a Quicksilver Yin Thunder Pearl." Dugu Feng looked at Luli and asked, "Is that so?" Luli did not stand on ceremony and gave the man beside him an international friendly hand gesture. He started spitting out national essence. "Is your brain underdeveloped? Do you just like to fart? I have a dignified appearance. What part of my body looks like a servant?" "City Lord Du, this guy just deliberately provoked the dispute. I had no choice but to retaliate." Seeing that he couldn't win a war of words, the man became anxious and instantly released powerful pressure. He threatened Luli, "Kid, watch your words. If City Lord Dugu wasn't here, I'd make you wish you were dead." Luli felt the powerful pressure and was a little surprised. This person is clearly only at the perfect foundation establishment stage. How can he have a golden core level pressure? But so what if you're at golden core? Try it. I have 100+ gins of Quicksilver Yin Thunder Pearls on me. Dare to attack me. I'll bomb your dad's grave flat." Seeing that they were about to fight again, Dugu Feng gently exhaled. The powerful aura instantly suppressed them. Then, she said slowly, "All right, since it's a misunderstanding, let's just let it go. You two will have to work together for a while anyway." Hearing this, the man objected, "Wait, City Lord. How can he be worthy with his stupid appearance?" Luli was also not to be outdone, and retorted, "You are the one with the stupid appearance." Then he turned to Dugu Feng and asked, "City Lord Dugu, what do you mean by your so-called working together?" Dugu Feng smiled seductively. "Did the ethereal ghost emperor not tell you? The Taoist and Buddhist sects are creating an immortal Tao master tribulation. Our demonic path naturally has to create a demonic path master tribulation to counter it." This man was clearly a demonic sect disciple, but all he wanted to do was to be a spy in Buddhism. Hearing what Dugu Feng said about the demonic path master tribulation, Luli was a little confused. "The Taoist and Buddhist sects are already our doorsteps, and will soon be pushing through the entire Myriad Demon Mountain. We still have the mind to do this." Dugu Feng smiled. "Our dignified demonic path isn't that weak. Soon, the ancient demon formation beneath Myriad Demon Mountain will be activated. The Taoist and Buddhist sects will not be able to push through, and will only be able to camp in the Fallen Immortal Valley and surround the Myriad Demon Mountain. At that time, the great formations of the Taoist and Buddhist sects will also be activated. The formations will counter each other, covering the immortal Tao, and the demonic path will engage in a confrontation that lasts for 10 years. Once cultivators at the Golden Core, nascent soul and deity transformation stages go out, they will immediately be locked onto and attacked by the other side's formations. So, we can only send out you small fries to fight." Hearing this, Luli was still a bit confused. "Then, won't he be locked onto if we go out?" Dugu Feng asked in return, "Have you ever seen someone use immortal energy to hit a mosquito? Who will win or lose in this immortal demon war is not yet determined. Any battle can affect the final result. So, we have to pay attention to every detail. This can also be considered the prelude to the immortal demon war." Hearing that the prelude to the war would last for 10 years, Luli was shocked. Good heavens! But now, the biggest problem is that if I become a demonic path master, I will definitely be sent out to fight righteous cultivators. If I attack righteous cultivators, I will be chased by the righteous sects. I can't bring myself to do it. And it would be very easy for the demonic sect to see me as a spy. So Luli asked hesitantly, so, can I refuse? Dugufeng was a little surprised. You don't want to be a demonic pathmaster. Why? The man beside her snorted coldly. It's because this kid is afraid of death. He's not willing to contribute to the demonic path. Luli didn't give him any leeway and gave him an international friendly hand gesture. You're full of shit. I've contributed to your mother, too. What's it to you? The man was enraged and attacked Luli. Luli dodged, but the attack broke the table behind him. So, Luli took the opportunity to complain, City Lord, look, he broke your table. Quickly, sell him to be a male escort. Dugufeng sighed lightly. Yang Su, this table is worth 500 mid-grade spirit stones. You pay me a high-grade spirit stone. Also, even if this kid is a servant who serves tea and water, he is still a servant of my city lord's mansion. It's not your place to teach him a lesson. This is not your supreme demonic sect. Next time, you should wash your ass clean and prepare to be a male escort. Yang Su was so frightened that he quickly bowed and apologized. It was my rudeness. Please forgive me, City Lord Dugu. I'll have someone send the money later. Hearing Yang Su's reply, Dugufeng ignored him. Instead, she looked at Luli with a smile. Little guy, why don't you want to be a demonic path master? Luli replied with a smile. It's simple. I cultivate both demonic and Buddhist arts. It's more suitable for me to be a spy. At that time, I can just put on a bitter act. You guys beat me half to death. Then claim you want to abolish my Buddhist skills. I can just escape to the Buddhist side. Based on my excellent understanding of Buddhist doctrines, I can even infiltrate the Buddhist inner circle. But in reality, that was just an excuse to run away. After hearing Luli's explanation, Dugufeng smiled seductively. A bitter act is interesting, but you can't be a spy. You are so handsome. You're as dazzling as the moon in a crowd. It's easy to be recognized at a glance. With such an outstanding appearance, you can't be a spy. Luli shamelessly said, Senior, you're a great judge of character. I am speechless with admiration. But I still don't want to be this demonic pathmaster. I need to stay at the foundation establishment level. I plan to break through to the golden core stage in 3 years and advance in 5. As for that immortal Tao Master Tribulation, I don't even take it seriously. Hearing this, Dugufeng laughed. You little rascal, you're really like your master. Luli was confused. Lil City, you know my master? Dugufeng nodded. Of course. He doesn't stop cursing people's parents. He's shameless and loves to boast. The only person in the entire demonic sect like that is your master, the ghost demon master. Back then, your master, the ghost demon master, couldn't beat others in Myriad Demon City, but he just wouldn't accept it. He stood at someone's door and cursed for 3 days without repeating a single word. He became famous because of that. Learning of his master's heroic deeds, Luli had only one thought in his mind. How did he actually survive until now, Coach? I want to learn this. At that moment, Dugufeng suddenly stood up and said, All right, there's no room for discussion. The position of demonic path master will not wrong you. You can each decide on a title for yourself. In half a day, the Taoist and Buddhist sects will also know of your existence. The others should be coming one after another as well. You guys can rest here and think about your titles. Don't cause trouble. Luli, you don't have to think. Your title has already spread like wildfire. I heard you like to scatter paper money after killing people, so your title is Money Sprinkling Madman. This man was clearly cultivating Buddhist techniques, yet he liked to scatter paper money after killing people. Therefore, he got a nickname, Money Sprinkling Madman. After hearing Dugufeng say his title, Luli was so angry he could barely stand it. He wondered, which bastard gave me this title? Meanwhile, Yang Su was snickering, so you're the moron. Hearing this, Luli was immediately enraged. Say that again if you dare. Want to try out my demonic 23 swords? Yang Su retorted without backing down. Now that the city lord isn't here, you dare to act arrogant. I can have you killed in a minute. just as the two were about to fight. A voice suddenly came from outside the door. So you're the moron. What's the demonic 23 swords? It's much worse than my heavenly tyrant blade from the heavenly tyrant demon sect. Seeing the newcomer, Yang Su instantly tensed up. Even you are here, Nangong Long. Seeing Yang Su's reaction, Luli couldn't help but think. He is from the heavenly tyrant demon sect. According to what the city lord said earlier, Yang Su should be from the first demon sect, the primordial demon sect. No wonder he always acts so arrogant. And the heavenly tyrant demon sect is ranked second. Although this man and Yang Shu are both at the foundation building completion stage, this man Sara is stronger. His combat power is at least equivalent to 5.5 full power foundation building cultivators. It's truly terrifying. Then, Nangong Long looked at Li and asked, so you're the Luli who killed Li Jin? Luli carelessly replied, what about it? Are you another one of his relatives here to take revenge? Nangong Long scoffed. He's not worthy. With just the cultivation of a first-level foundation building cultivator, you were able to kill him, so you do have some strength. But Li Jin wouldn't even last a round in my hands. Even if your greenie came here, she wouldn't last 10 rounds before falling under my blade. Luli nonchalantly picked his ears. Really, I don't believe it. Nangong Long raised an eyebrow and said coldly, I'm not saying this to make you believe me. I'm saying this to tell you, have some self-awareness. You're not qualified to be here in this demonic world. Your strength will only lower our status. You should withdraw. Hearing this, Luli's expression instantly turned cold. I do want to withdraw, but who do you think you are? The selection set by the 10 great demon sects is not for you, I'll help her, to order around. Why don't you tell your mother to withdraw from the brothel business? Hearing this, Nangong Long was immediately furious. You recording death? The next second, he flashed behind Luli, drawing his demonic blade with a cold glint. The speed so fast that even Yang Su on the side was shocked. Then, with a shua sound, Nangong Long swung his blade. But Luli didn't seem to want to dodge at all. Instead, he calmly said, if you want to be dragged away by the city lord and sold off, feel free to attack here. As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Long's blade instantly stopped at his neck. Nangong Long sheathed his demonic blade and said coldly, you're right. Since you won't withdraw, there will be plenty of opportunities. Then Luli immediately put on a smiling face and moved closer. We're all here to get some benefits. Why do we need to fight and kill? Peace is the right way, isn't it? Seeing Luli suddenly admit defeat, Yang Su was a bit surprised. Why did this kid suddenly become a coward? The next moment, he saw Luli put a bag on the table, saying, come on, come on. Since Big Brother is not happy, then I'll give you a big gift first. Nangong Long picked up the bag and smiled triumphantly. You're not so bad after all, kid. But when he saw what was inside, he was immediately dumbfounded. It was a bag of kui water and yin thunder pearls. Looking back, Luli had already run out of the hall. Then, with a loud boom, a violent explosion occurred in the palace. Dugofeng, watching all of this from afar, sighed. This kid is too much trouble. All right, I will deduct it from the others. But this little guy is quite interesting. On the other side, Luli, who was running away, suddenly bumped into the ethereal ghost emperor, who was walking towards him. The ethereal ghost emperor asked him why he was running so fast. Luli replied helplessly, I'm afraid of getting caught and sold off. The Yen ghost emperor understood instantly. Oh, by the way, Master, I provoked 2 demonic sect disciples. One is the chief disciple of the first demon sect, Yang Su, and the other is the chief disciple of the second demon sect, Nangong Long. Hearing this, the Yin Ghost Emperor was a bit speechless. You read just like your master. But you did well. My Yin Ghost sect doesn't submit to anyone. I'll tell Dugyu about this. You go back to the sect and cultivate well. You'll be going to the battlefield soon. I hope you'll make a name for yourself and shake the world. Afterward, Luli returned to his residence and sighed helplessly. Whether I can even survive is a problem. What shake the world are they talking about? At that moment, Bai Jinfei suddenly appeared beside him. Junior brother Lu, you're finally back. What great news! Luli was startled. What happy event, senior brother Bei? Bei Jinfei explained with a smile. Someone just proposed marriage to you. Master has already agreed. What great news! This man had clearly transmigrated to a world of cultivation, yet he was still being forced into a marriage. As soon as Luli returned to his residence, he was informed by Bei Jinfei that someone had proposed marriage to him, and Ghost Devil Master had agreed. Luli was immediately stunned. He had just stepped out for a while, and now he had a wife. This was too surprising. However, Bei Jinfei on the side said with a longing look, "Junior brother, your future wife is the daughter of Madame Yunmu. This Madame Yunmu is quite alluring and full of charm. She and her daughter standing together. They're both as beautiful as a peach blossom." Luli was speechless. Why was his focus all on her mom? Seeing this, Bei Jinfei asked in confusion, "Junior brother, this is one of the 4 great joys of life. Why are you so gloomy?" Luli sighed helplessly. "I'm just wondering why this is considered a joyous event. Why do people need wives?" At the same time, he was thinking, especially in a demonic sect, this is a big problem. Hearing this, Bei Jinfei's mind immediately came up with countless ideas. Why do you need your own wife? Aren't other people's wives better? Then he misunderstood again, bowing to Luli. "You're a true leader." Seeing him like this, Luli knew that he had misunderstood again. He didn't dare to continue talking, fearing he would make a simple hero appear again. Then he asked, "Speaking of which, why did Master agree so readily?" Bei Jinfei thought about it. That. I heard that Master and Madame Yunmu had some intense clashes back then." Luli immediately understood. "Oh, so they were old lovers. Can you tell me more about it?" Just as he was about to hear the gossip, a furious roar suddenly came from the distant hall. "What nonsense are you two spouting? Come here immediately. I have important things to tell you." Hearing this, the two didn't dare delay and immediately went to the Ghost Devil Master. The Ghost Devil Master waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need be so polite. "Get up." Then he took out a treasure from his sleeve and said, "Luli, you killed Li Jin, avenging me for my humiliation from back then. I am very pleased. This is a moment of glory for me. So I am giving you this treasure. This demonic lotus armor is an ancient treasure. When attacked, it splits into huge lotus petals, protecting your entire body. And the more magic power you infuse, the greater its power. Back then, I relied on this treasure to roam freely." Luli took the treasure and couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. An ancient treasure. Could this be his reliance? For being able to offend so many people and yet not get killed, he quickly bowed to the Ghost Devil Master in thanks. The Ghost Devil Master waved his hand. "No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. Also, there's another matter. Your name has spread, and you are appreciated by the Sect Master. You re almost the next chief disciple. You re in the limelight. Just now, many elders came to propose marriage. After some consideration, I agreed for you." Faced with the Ghost Devil Master's forced marriage, Luli had already planned his response. "I've always trusted Master's judgment, but I will be going to the battlefield in a few days. I'm afraid now is not the time to be discussing marriage." Hearing that Luli was going to the battlefield, the Ghost Devil Master was immediately shocked. With just a first-level foundation building cultivation, even if you were participating in the Immortal Demon War, it should be with foundation building completion cultivators. How could the Sect Master send you? Luli looked serious. Because the Sect Master appreciates me. He made me a demonic champion, preparing me to fight against the immortal champion. So I'll soon be heading to the battlefield. To fight against the immortal champion, this is not a suitable time for marriage." These words made Bei Jinfei, who was on the side, frown. "Junior brother, did you really become a demonic champion and have to go to the battlefield? Those righteous disciples are all walking treasure chests. They all have pounds of kui water and yin thunder pearls. Unlike us poor demons, if you go up there carelessly," afraid Bei Jinfei implied that it was likely to be a perilous situation. The Ghost Devil Master naturally knew the severity of the matter. He lowered his face and said, "All right then. Since you've become a demonic champion, then the marriage will be postponed for now. I'll teach you the true secrets of the Kumping demonic art, so that the two of you will have a better chance of survival on the battlefield. Jinfei, you go to the battlefield with your junior brother and help him well. Here are 2 true secrets of the Kumping demonic art. You can have them. After speaking, the Ghost Devil Master threw out 2 scrolls for the two to view. At this time, the system prompted, Kumping demonic body devours enemy attacks and converts them for your own use. Cultivated into a demonic body immune to fire and water. Kumping heavenly demon disintegration technique burns all cultivation and half of your lifespan to devour and reflect an enemy's fatal attack. Seeing the system's introduction, Luli couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. It can absorb others' attacks and convert them into its own physical defense. This is clearly a different version of the Northern Darkness divine skill. It can also reflect enemies' fatal attacks. He has indeed some tricks up his sleeve to have survived until now. All right, it's done. Ghost Demon Master waved his hand. I can't help you much in this immortal demon war. Go back and cultivate. Bai Jinfei and Luli bowed their thanks and retreated. Then Luli returned to his residence and had the system activate automatic cultivation. In no time, he learned the Kunpeng demon body and the Kunpeng celestial demon disintegration technique. In this way, he had a few more trump cards. Then, next I will try out this magic treasure. Luli reached out and poured magic power into the demon lotus armor. The next second, his body emitted a dazzling golden light, and the armor automatically put itself on him. But the style seems a bit off. This man is clearly the top disciple of the demonic sect, but all he thinks about is running away with his sister-in-law after 3 days of cultivation. Luli's cultivation finally reached the 2nd level of foundation establishment. At this time, Bai Jinfei's voice came from outside the door. Junior brother, come out quickly. Today is the great day you are chosen as the top disciple. You are the main character, so you can't be late. Then Luli followed Bai Jinfei onto the African beast, overlooking the demonic sect disciples below. This feeling of being the center of attention made him feel great. But just as he was planning to jump down and show off, someone below suddenly shouted, "Look, it's the idiot! The idiot is here!" Luli was caught off guard by this, and his grand entrance resulted in a faceplant, showing everyone a spectacular 5-point landing. Then, he looked at everyone with a disgruntled expression. "Can you guys please not use that title?" At this time, the ethereal ghost emperor on the stage said, "Luli, you are now the top disciple. No need for such a great display of courtesy." Luli smiled obsequiously. "Greetings to the sect master and elders. No matter my status, etiquette must not be forgotten." The ethereal ghost emperor snapped his fingers. "You have a good heart. This is the Ghost Fiend Cloak and the Top Disciple Token. Take them. From today on, you are the top disciple of my ethereal ghost sect." Luli accepted the cloak and token from a maid. The ethereal ghost emperor waved his hand. "You all may pay respects." As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples below all knelt down and paid their respects to Luli. Seeing that the top disciple's status was so useful, he immediately felt that his plan to run away with the money had good potential. But just as he was plotting how to run away with his sister-in-law, the ethereal ghost emperor suddenly announced, "Also, I have received news that the Immortal Alliance has advanced to the fallen Immortal Valley and built a demon-slaying city. These 3 days, they have also sent immortal disciples to challenge us. Now, I plan to have our top disciple, Luli, lead 100 Foundation Establishment disciples to be the first to head to the front lines and fight against the immortal geniuses to display the might of my ethereal ghost sect." Hearing this, Luli was stunned. "No way. Wait a minute. What's going on? Isn't this too sudden?" Then, Luli and Bai Jinfei rode the African beast towards the battlefield. He couldn't help but complain. What's happening? Now, not only was his idea of running away with the money ruined, he had to risk his life to help them fight. Am I just a big idiot? But now he was already a bowstring with an arrow on it. He had no choice but to ask Bai Jinfei if he had any news about the immortal disciples. Bai Jinfei smiled. "Junior brother, You've asked the right person. I just got the first-hand information on the Immortal Disciples. The Immortal Disciples are 6 men and 4 women, all at the peak of Foundation establishment. The most powerful one is that female swordsman from the Heavenly River Sword Sect. Ling Jianshuang. As he spoke, Bai Jinfei handed a booklet to Lu Li. Lu Li took it and looked at it. What met his eyes was a portrait of a woman. She was wearing purple clothes and had a tall, exquisite figure and delicate facial features. Between her brows was a hint of heroic arrogance. Next to the portrait was a large passage of text, including Ling Jinshuang's background, cultivation techniques, spiritual tools, and so on. After reading it, Lu Li was shocked. This Ling Jianshuang actually succeeded in Foundation establishment at the age of 8 and spent 10 years polishing her skills at the peak of Foundation establishment. Her sword techniques had already entered the Tao. Her strength was comparable to that of a golden core cultivator, not to mention that she was the top disciple of the Heavenly River Sword Sect. She had a mountain of mystical treasures. I'm afraid 10 Lulas combined wouldn't be her match. She is truly terrifying. At this moment, Lu Li suddenly noticed a strange clue. So that immortal disciple, Ling Jianshuang, is 18 years old, elegant and graceful, as cold as ice, not only invincible with her immortal sword, but also having a curvy figure. But in a fierce battle, she lost her weapon and was captured by the demon-slaying city. She will soon be auctioned off. But Ling Jianshuang would rather die than submit, gritting her teeth as she sees the men taking out. Seeing this, Lu Li immediately realized that something was wrong. Wait a minute, this doesn't seem like a kid's book. Bai Jinfei chuckled. I took the wrong one. This is a fanfic I just bought from the 10,000 Demon City. Junior brother, do you like it? If you do, I can lend it to you. Look, I have a lot of them here. Lu Li quickly said, no need. Senior brother, you can keep them for yourself. At the same time, he was also speechless, as expected of the demonic sect. They can't beat others, so they create this kind of stuff. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the author's name of this fanfic was actually Idiot Madman. He subconsciously cursed. Damn it! Who dares impersonate me to write this dirty article? Bai Jinfei explained with a smile. Junior brother, your reputation is soaring now. Perhaps someone wants to ride on your popularity and make a quick buck. Although the article is dirty, it can screw up people's minds. If you encounter him in the future, maybe you can use it to turn the tables. At this moment, the African beast suddenly shook violently and stopped. Lu Li and Bai Jinfei quickly went out to check the situation, asking Grand Scholar Zenjin what had happened. Grand Scholar Zenjin glanced at them and said lightly, trouble has come to our door. Lu Li looked down and saw a large group of demonic sect disciples below the African beast, yelling him to get down. Grand Scholar Zenjin frowned. The other demonic sects seem quite unhappy about you becoming the top disciple. And you must have offended some of the other demonic sect's top disciples. These people were probably ordered to block our way. Why don't I go and send them away? I'm the escorting elder for this trip. If I step up, they wouldn't dare to act out of line. Lu Li laughed. Trouble will only continue to increase in the future. How can I trouble you over such a small matter? Zenjin, hearing Lu Li say in the future, Grand Scholar Zenjin's face flushed slightly. Then, Lu Li turned to Bai Jinfei and asked, Senior brother Bai, can the control of the African beast be given to me? Bai Jinfei looked puzzled. It can, but Junior brother Lu, do you know how to control it? Lu Li smiled slightly. Don't worry. You don't need to know how. At this time, Nan Gonglong and Yang Su, who had previously been faked into being seriously injured by Lu Li, were also watching the situation of the African beast not far away. Nan Gonglong said, Brother Yang, you sent the Yin Chain to cause trouble. Won't he be defeated by Lu Li in one move? Yang Su smiled coldly. Don't worry. I've given Yanshin a black demon dragon armor. Together with your 3 demon talismans, it's enough to withstand Lu Li's sword aura. Without the heavenly demon sword aura, and with only his strong physical strength, Lu Li is nothing more than a moving punching bag. Good, no one has ever dared to make me so miserable. I will make them increase the pressure and publish more of those records of the female swordswoman being humiliated to maximize his hatred. Once that kid leaves the demon-slaying city, I'll have someone send the information to the Immortal Alliance. Hearing this, Yang Su frowned. Isn't that colluding with the enemy? That's a serious crime, Nan Gonglong sneered. No, this is to use Lu Li as bait. Once Lian Shuang is lured out, we'll attack Lu Li. Then, we can be the hunters behind the scenes and directly capture the female swordsman. My harem is missing a female immortal swordsman. That Ling Jinshuang will definitely be fun to play with. At this time, Lu Li's African beast had arrived above the group of demonic sect disciples. Facing these demonic sect disciples who were mocking him, Lu Li didn't hold back. He directly used the African beast to crash down. This operation directly scared everyone into shutting their mouths. At this moment, strong man sitting at the back of the crowd spoke up. Is this how you of the Yin Ming Ghost Sect do things? I only wanted to challenge a disciple of the Yin Ming Ghost Sect, but the Yin Ming Ghost Sect killed my subordinates. Yin Chen must have an explanation everyone can see with such dirty methods. And this is what they recomparing with Yang Shu and Nan Gonglong and calling them the demonic sect's leaders. In my opinion, they should be the shame of the demonic sect. Just as Yin Qin was making his declaration, Lu Li jumped down from the African beast and directly used a from-the-sky style kick, accompanied by a golden dragon, hitting Yin Chen's head. He landed smoothly, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lu Li bowed to everyone. I'm not very good at controlling the African beast. I didn't park properly. Please forgive me, everyone. Wasn't someone calling me just now? Where is he, who's kicking up a fuss in our demon-slaying city? Lu Li said as he raised the foot that was stepping on Yin Chan's head. With a bang, he stepped down hard again. The scene immediately fell silent. Lu Li looked down, putting on a surprised expression. I thought I stepped on dog poop. It turns out there is a fellow Daoist lying here. No wonder it was so hard. Daoist, are you okay? After being shaken by Lu Li, Yin Chen woke up. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Li slapped him across the face, repeatedly shouting while slapping, Wake up, wake up. Fellow Daoist, since I accidentally stepped on you, why didn't you say something to remind me? Take this money and spend it on your way. And say hello to your parents for me. I'll tidy up these useless things for you, Daoist brother, so that they don't become a burden on your journey. Seeing that Lu Li could actually be so shameless, everyone was speechless. Then Lu Li brushed off the dust on his body. He stood up and asked everyone, Is there anyone else here who knows him? Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to step forward. Lu Li then swaggered into the immortal execution city. Seeing this, Yang Su was shocked. What the hell? It's only been a few days, and his strength has improved so much again. If he cultivates for a few more years and reaches the perfect foundation establishment stage, I'm afraid neither of us will be his match. Therefore, he must die. The scene changed. Lu Li was led to a resting place by a beautiful girl. Lu Li took the token and turned to prepare to go into secluded cultivation. At that moment, the girl suddenly stopped him and said shyly, Senior Brother Lu, you're alone. Sometimes, it's inevitably inconvenient. Don't you need a maid or servant to take care of you? What does Senior Brother Lu think of me? I'm skilled at massaging shoulders and feet, making beds, and cooking. Hearing this, Lu Li was a little tempted. After being in Africa for so long, he was indeed a little stiff. It wouldn't be bad to have someone massage him properly. So he asked, Junior sister, you're indeed good, but I need quite a lot. Do you have a one-stop service here? Hearing one-stop service, the girl's eyes widened instantly. She stammered and said no. Lu Li waved his hand in disappointment. That's a pity. Then I won't trouble you, junior sister. Watching Lu Li's departing figure, the girl couldn't help but complain in her heart. Are people playing this wild these days? He's only in the foundation establishment stage. And he wants a dragon with the original cultivation to serve him. Too bad. My plan to get close to him failed. But this guy is so perverted, and he's publishing those bad books everywhere to insult Senior Sister Lin. He must be a spy from the righteous path. I must quickly bring the news to the Immortal Alliance. He's clearly a demonic sect disciple, yet he cultivates Buddhist techniques. And those techniques have self-awareness, and have even started fighting. After Luli rejected the girl's request for service using his one-stop service excuse, he returned to his room to begin cultivation. After a short while, the system prompted, "Your Great Strength Vajra Mantra and Great Lu Vajra Mantra are in a great mood for you having killed an extremely sinful demonic cultivator." Cultivation progress increased by 1%. The Diamond Unbreakable Divine Skill has gained great enlightenment, and its cultivation progress is at the 5th layer, 98%. It's about to break through. Luli didn't expect that a problem he solved casually would actually bring him so many benefits. When the Diamond Unbreakable Divine Skill breaks through to the 6th layer, his power will increase again. It will be able to resist attacks from lower-grade magic tools. This was not a small trump card. But before he could be happy for long, the system gave another notification. Diamond Unbreakable Divine Skill breakthrough failed. It turned out that when the Diamond Unbreakable Divine Skill was about to break through, the demonic Heaven 24 Swords and Kunping Demon God Art sensed a threat. They joined forces and attacked the Diamond Unbreakable Divine Skill, interrupting the breakthrough. The Diamond Unbreakable Divine Skill was furious and prepared to counterattack. The Great Strength Vajra and Great Lu Mantra reached out to help. Fellow techniques were joining the battle. The techniques began a melee. Seeing this series of system notifications, Luli spat out a mouthful of blood. Please don't do this. At night, inside the fallen Immortal Valley, Fang Yingli, one of the heavenly Dao Sect's disciples, was lying on a rock, snoring loudly. He looked like he was sleeping soundly, with drool dripping from his mouth. The Heavenly Sword Elder couldn't stand it anymore, and lightly coughed twice to wake him up. Unexpectedly, the first words Fang Yingli said after waking up were, "Heavenly Sword Elder, is it time for dinner again?" The Heavenly Sword Elder was speechless. He sternly instructed, "Yingli, why do you only think about eating? Someone has sent a message that Luli has already cultivated to the 2nd level of Foundation Establishment. He easily killed a demonic cultivator named Yan with one move. If you meet him tomorrow, you must not hold back." Fang Yingli nodded with a smile. "Of course, as long as I encounter him, I'll let him try my 5 elements, sun and moon rings. At that time, he'll turn from a live carp into a dead one, and I'll be able to fry, braise, stew, boil, roast, or bake him." Halfway through his words, his stomach rumbled loudly. Fang Yingli chuckled. Heavenly Sword Elder, do you have any food with you? I'm starting to feel hungry just talking about it." The Heavenly Sword Elder was puzzled. "Hungry? Didn't you just eat dinner? It hasn't even been half an hour." Fang Yingli replied innocently, "Elder, I eat 9 meals a day. That dinner just now was only my 6th meal." The Heavenly Sword Elder's face stiffened. He thought that Fang Yingli had eaten over 300 spirit stones in 1 meal, so 9 meals would be more than 2,000. No wonder the Xuanchen sect had strongly pushed for him to come here. The war between immortals and demons would probably last at least 10 years. Perhaps the Immortal Alliance would be eaten into bankruptcy by him before they could even take down the 10,000 Demon Mountain. At that moment, Fang Yingli asked pitifully again, "Elder, isn't this place supposed to provide food and lodging? Why is there no food so quickly?" The Heavenly Sword Elder sighed helplessly. "Don't worry. Go find Elder Meng Xuan later. He will arrange it for you." Hearing that there would be food, Fang Yingli immediately cheered happily. "Yeah, I'll go right now." "No, I can't go yet. Hasn't Senior Sister Lin come out yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, the stone wall next to him suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Lin Jianshuang walked out, her body radiating an icy sword intent, her edge sharp and exposed. The Heavenly Sword Elder quickly went up and asked Jianshuang how to go. Lin Jianshuang bowed and replied, "Don't worry, Elder. I fought 130 battles in the Heavenly Illusion Realm, winning all of them. Luli, who just updated his technique, was also defeated by me in the illusion. His Kunping demon god art's momentum is fierce, but his cultivation is too low. It was not worth mentioning. Receiving such an answer, the Heavenly Sword Elder was overjoyed. Good, tomorrow, you and Yingli will go to Immortal Execution City and challenge Lu Li the next day. Lin Jianshuang arrived at Immortal Execution City with some other Immortal Da heroes. As soon as she landed, Lin Jianshuang drew the sword from her waist with a shua sound and shouted in a clear voice, I, Lin Jianshuang of the Heavenly River Sword Sect, have come to challenge Lu Li, one of the Demonic Sect's heroes. He's clearly a Demonic Sect disciple, yet he cultivates both Buddhism and demonic techniques. And his Buddhist techniques are improving rapidly. After hearing Lin Jianshuang's challenge, Lord Hongru quickly ran to Lu Li's residence and shouted anxiously, Lu Li, the Immortal Alliance has sent a challenge. Lin Jianshuang has specifically named you for a challenge, but when he saw Lu Li, he was stunned. Around Lu Li's body, there were 2 rays of light, one red and one gold, and a blue halo was over his head. It looked very chaotic. Lu Li also raised his head at that moment and said, Lord, I heard the challenge, but I feel a little off right now. Lord Hongru's expression was serious. It seems you haven't been cultivating with Kiiviation. It's just that your dual cultivation of demonic and Buddhist techniques has reached a certain level. Your techniques are starting to conflict. Hearing this, Lu Li frowned deeply. He quickly asked Lord Hongru for a solution. Lord Hongru said, the first solution is for me to directly intervene. I'll forcibly suppress your technique conflict, but the problem will be even bigger when it bursts out again next time. And no one can predict when it will burst out next time. Hearing this solution, which seemed very dangerous, Lu Li immediately asked, is there a second solution? Lord Hongru explained, yes. That's to cultivate a supreme Taoist technique. Cultivate Taoism, Buddhism, and the demonic path. The 3 will stand in a tripartite balance, suppressing each other, and eliminate the problem forever. Hearing this, Lu Li's eyes lit up. This was what he wanted, so he immediately said, Lord, I have a presumptuous request. Please cultivate with me. Please assist me in cultivation. In the future, I'll surely repay you with my body. No, I'll repay you with the best spiritual herbs. Lord Hongru, hearing Lu Li's request, blushed slightly and replied, okay, no need to say more. I will naturally help you. What do you want me to do? Lu Li broke out in cold sweat. Please, Lord, just channel supreme true energy into me. Speaking of which, I know that the golden one is Buddhist technique and the red one is demonic technique. But what's the blue one? Lord Hongru explained, you consume the Azure Dragon True Evil. This should be some of the Azure Dragon's bloodline that is remaining. You didn't completely refine it before. Now that your techniques are clashing, it's being forced out. The Azure Dragon is of the wood element, which nourishes fire. If you cultivate a pure fire-type Taoist technique, you can refine it. Hearing fire-type Taoist technique, Lu Li immediately thought of the Purple Haze Purgatory scripture. However, Lord Hongru said, the Purple Haze Purgatory scripture isn't a supreme Taoist technique. If you want to refine the Azure Dragon bloodline and balance your supreme demonic and Buddhist techniques, it's still a little difficult. I have a golden crow pill here. Take it. You'll cultivate faster later. If all goes well, your cultivation should increase a lot. As she spoke, Lord Hongru took out a pill that was burning with golden flames. It was clear at a glance that this pill was not ordinary. Lu Li grabbed Lord Hongru's hand and said gratefully, Thank you, Lord, for your great kindness. Lu Li will never forget it. Lord Hongru laughed and scolded, Stop being so glib. Go cultivate quickly. Lin Jianshuang is still calling you out outside the city, but you still need time to refine it. I'll have someone hang up a no challenge sign for you. Meanwhile, Bei Jinfei, who was waiting outside, was anxiously pacing back and forth. Although Lord Hongru was also in Lu Li's room, but no matter what, they should have come out by now. Why is there no movement at all? Junior brother Lu, are you right that Lin Jianshuang is calling out your name outside the city every day? She's here again today, Lu Li said nonchalantly. Senior brother Bei, please continue to hang up the no challenge sign for me. Bei Jinfei looked troubled. Junior brother, you haven't shown yourself these past few days. There are many rumors spreading in the city. If you don't come out again, I'm afraid it will damage your and the Sect's reputation. Hearing this, Luli, who was refining pills inside the room, frowned. The door suddenly opened with a snap, and 3 brocade pouches flew out. At the same time, Luli's voice came out. Senior Brother Bay, here are 3 brocade pouches. Use them at once, and I guarantee that Sword Shuang will retreat without a fight. Hearing this, Bai Jinfei was shocked. What kind of magical things were inside? Well, whatever it is, he could only trust Junior Brother Lu. Then Bai Jinfei went to the city wall. The other demonic sect disciples in the city mocked him. Bai Jinfei, your ethereal ghost sect's leader has turtled up again. Doesn't dare to fight. Luli is so scared that he doesn't even dare to leave his door. You raise the white flag every day. How cowardly. Bai Jinfei turned his head and snorted coldly. You just wait. Our ethereal ghost sect's leader is strategizing. And winning from 1,000 miles away, he can make that spirit sword Shuang retreat without a fight, without even showing his face. After speaking, Bai Jinfei clenched the brocade pouches in his hand, thinking, Junior Brother Lu, please don't make me lose face. Then he opened the first brocade pouch. At that moment, Yang Shu and Nangong Long were also nearby, watching Bai Jinfei's actions. Nangong Long sneered. No matter what he does, as long as Luli doesn't dare to fight, the reputation he just built will quickly stink. We just need to keep pulling aggro and throwing mud at him. Just then, Bai Jinfei began to recite the contents of first brocade pouch loudly on the city wall. Listen, Spirit Sword Shuang outside the city. That tale of suffering was not written by Luli. Someone framed him on purpose. The real authors are the Tamo sect's leader, Yang Su, and the Heavenly Dual sect's leader, Nangong Long. The debt is owed by the debtor. If you want revenge, go find them. Hearing this, Yang Su and Nangong Long were both startled. Damn it, we've been completely exposed, and Bai Jinfei on the city wall was full of delight. Junior brother, this move to shift the blame is ingenious, no matter who wrote it. It's right to just throw the hatred out. Spirit Sword Shuang coldly snorted. The demonic path is utterly evil. I will not let a single one go tomorrow. It will be Yang Su's turn. Today, Lu will kill you. Hearing this, Bai Jinfei was a little helpless. This woman is a bit stubborn. Let's see if Junior Brother has any other good methods. Speaking, he opened the second brocade pouch and then shouted at Lin Jianshuang again. These are the original words of our ethereal ghost sect's leader, Luli. Listen carefully, Lin Jianshuang. I, Luli, recently broke through to the Foundation establishment realm. My cultivation time is still short, and I know I am no match for you. After I complete my breakthrough in 3 days, I will definitely challenge you. I will beat you until you kneel and call me daddy. As soon as he finished speaking, the young scholar behind Lin Jianshuang quickly reminded her. Senior Sister Lin, Luli is stalling for time. Demonic path people have no credibility, especially Luli, who is Ghost Devil Master's disciple. His mouth stinks. His words are even less trustworthy. Fang Yangli on the side also tugged at Lin Jianshuang's sleeve. Senior Sister Lin, don't believe what Luli says. My mother said before, that the more handsome the man, the more likely he is to lie. He looks so handsome on the manual. He must be a smooth-talking womanizer, just like my dad. He said he'd only marry mother. But then he married a second one. Lin Jianshuang gently stroked Fang Yangli's little face and comforted her. Don't worry, I won't fall for it. Then she coldly shouted towards the city. Demonic path people, words are useless. Quickly call that Luli out to face his death. Bai Jinfei frowned. As expected, it's still useless. But why did Junior Brother say all that? He even dug a 3-day pit for himself. Don't drag me into it. This is the last one left. Don't let me lose face, Senior Brother. As he said this, Bai Jinfei opened the third brocade pouch. He saw only 3 words written on the note, shoot it out. Seeing these 3 words, Bai Jinfei immediately misunderstood. But after seeing the contents of the note, he instantly understood. So that's it. Junior Brother, this move is truly brilliant. It shows the true style of a demonic path member, understanding Luli's intention. Bei Jinfei immediately drew his bow and nocked an arrow. He tied the brocade pouch to the arrow and shouted, "Spirit Sword Shuang, catch this! This is a gift from our ethereal ghost sect's leader." With that, an arrow shot straight towards Spirit Sword Shuang. Spirit Sword Shuang casually waved her hand, stopping the arrow in midair. The young scholar behind her quickly reminded her, "Senior Sister Lin, be careful. It may be poisoned." Lin Jinshuang took the arrow and said calmly, "This level of poison can't hurt me." But when she saw the contents of the note, she was immediately stunned. The note read, "If you don't leave now, I will have someone on the city wall recite our secret bedroom writings day and night, and spread rumors of our wedding everywhere." It also included a lewd picture. Lin Jianshuang angrily crumpled the note and said, "Let's go." Seeing this, the young scholar was puzzled. What was written in there? Why are we leaving? Lin Jianshuang glared at him. "It's none of your business." The young scholar was startled and quickly waved his hands. "Okay, I won't ask." Then he looked at Fang Yingli, who hadn't left yet. "Junior Sister Yingli, why aren't you leaving? Aren't you hungry?" Fang Yingli looked in Zhu Xianqing's direction and worriedly said, "I'm worried about Senior Sister Lin." The young scholar bent down, stroked her little head, and comforted her. "Don't worry, with Senior Sister Lin's divine sword and all the treasures on her, 10 lulas are no match for her." Fang Yingli shook her head. "It's not that. I'm worried that Senior Sister Lin will fall in love with Lu Li." Hearing this, the young scholar laughed heartily. "How is that possible? Senior Sister Lin hates Lu Li so much, she can't wait to kill him. How can she fall in love with him?" Fang Yingli was shy. "But I've read many novels where it's written like this. At first, they are mortal enemies, but in the end, they become dual partners. And they have lots of children." The young scholar laughed. "Those are all made up? How could Senior Sister Lin, a proud daughter of heaven, fall for a despicable, shameless demonic path member? Let's go back and figure out what happened." Fang Yingli nodded helplessly. She looked back at Zhu Xianqing and murmured quietly, "But my premonitions are always very accurate. This man cultivates Buddhism, Taoism, and demonic arts at the same time, and has even achieved a delicate balance. He has even achieved the 3 flowers gathering at the top, Dao Foundation." After Bai Jinfei forced Spirit Sword Shuang to retreat with 3 brocade pouches, the other demonic sect disciples gathered around him. "Senior Brother Bai, your leader Lu is not even here. But you were still able to force the righteous sect to retreat. Your methods are really high. Can you tell us what was written in the brocade pouches?" Bai Jinfei chuckled. "I'm not telling you." But he turned his head and couldn't help but worry. It's good that Lin Jianshuang really left. But is junior brother Lu's breakthrough taking too long? What if he doesn't come out? Well, it doesn't matter. Honored Lord Red Furnace is inside. Perhaps he's just doing something and can't leave right now. At this time, Lily had already taken the Golden Crow pill and activated automatic cultivation. System notification: you have taken the Golden Crow pill. The Pure Yang limitless scripture has begun to devour the medicinal power. It's like tasting a delicacy of the world. Cultivation effect increased by 10,000%. The Pure Yang limitless scripture feels a new admiration for the supreme Taoist energy. Cultivation speed increased by 10,000%. Your techniques are engaged in fierce battle, fighting with all their might. Due to cultivating the heavenly demon 24 swords, your chaotic body has attracted the heavenly demon's attention. A 6-winged golden cicada heavenly demon has invaded your body. The great Tathagata palm has joined the melee, along with the heavenly demon, attempting to take revenge at the same time. Congratulations to the host. Your Pure Yang limitless scripture is diligently absorbing the medicinal power and has gained great enlightenment in the brawl, breaking through to the 5th layer, because a great Tathagata palm has angered the masses. The other techniques have decided to join forces. The 6-winged golden cicada heavenly demon is suppressed. The great Tathagata palm is ganged up on and beaten. Feeling frustrated, cultivation effect decreased by 10,000%. Your Buddhist, Taoist, and demonic arts have reached a delicate balance and have decided to break through together. You have comprehended the great Dao Foundation. Along with the system notifications, the three-colored light around Luli's body suddenly shone brightly and began to rotate. Finally, it slowly shrank, condensing into a three-colored lotus flower, hovering above Luli's head. It slowly sank into Luli's crown. The beautiful eyes of Honored Lord Red Furnace widened instantly. She exclaimed in surprise, "This is the three flowers gathering at the top, Da Foundation." As soon as she finished speaking, the dense spiritual energy all around was sucked into Luli's body, turning into powerful magic power that surged into his Danshin Zifu. When Luli opened his eyes again, his realm had already broken through the fourth layer of Foundation establishment. Now his magic power was at least equivalent to 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. Successful breakthrough. Luli immediately bowed to Honored Lord Red Furnace to thank her. "Thank you, Honored Lord. You guided my 3 techniques to merge, solved my cultivation problems, and gifted me a spirit pill. I will never forget this great kindness." Honored Lord Red Furnace covered her mouth and chuckled. "Okay, no need to thank me. I'm also very happy to see you form the 3 flowers gathering at the top, Da Foundation." Hearing this, Luli couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What is the 3 flowers gathering at the top, Da Foundation?" Honored Lord Red Furnace smiled and explained, "You said you cultivate Buddhism, Taoism, and demonic arts at the same time, and comprehended the Great Tao Foundation. Your 3 flowers gathering at the top, that is the 3 flowers gathering at the top, Tao Foundation. And because of this, your magic power is so powerful, comparable to others at the peak of Foundation establishment." After hearing Honored Lord Red Furnace's explanation, Luli said with pride, "There's also this kind of benefit. If I said this out loud, my reputation wouldn't reach a new high." And the Confucian True Lord continued to laugh. "But in the eyes of those demonic paths, you are the best Yang essence gathering vessel. A vessel for gathering Yang to replenish Yin." Hearing this, Luli's chrysanthemum tightened. Then never mind. He didn't want his chrysanthemum to be unprotected. Then Luli asked about the situation outside. "Is that Lin Jianshuang still calling for a fight outside the city?" The Confucian True Lord sighed softly. "She left long ago. She's just a girl. Her skin is already thin. You provoked her with a bamboo shoot. How could she not leave?" Suddenly, the Confucian True Lord's expression hardened. He turned and walked towards the door, saying, "Luli, you should consolidate your realm first. It seems something big has happened. The 10 great demonic sects have been urgently summoned. I'll go take a look." Luli quickly reminded him, "True Lord, please be careful too." The Confucian True Lord turned his head and smiled lightly. "I will." After saying that, he transformed into a stream of light and disappeared from the spot with a whoosh. The entire cultivation chamber was left with only Luli. Luli called up the system panel. He was surprised to find that the Diamond Unbreakable Divine skill had finally reached the 6th level. When the Diamond Body Protection was combined with a full suit of armor, his defense would be even higher. But it was the first time he had seen an outer heavenly demon. This problem must be solved. This man cultivated all 3 paths: Buddhism, Taoism, and demonic arts, and because of the conflict between the skills, he had attracted an outer heavenly demon. Outer heavenly demons are shapeless, will-less, and omnipresent. Whenever a cultivator's inner demon is produced, they will attract the outer heavenly demon's gaze. Once invaded by a heavenly demon, a person's personality will change drastically, and the heavenly demon will devour the 7 emotions from the cultivator's 7 souls, growing stronger until the cultivator is completely occupied by the heavenly demon. Luli was taken advantage of due to the internal conflict of his skills. Now that it had been found, and even suppressed, it was impossible to let it go. Otherwise, it was very likely that more heavenly demons would directly invade. But keeping it in his body was not a solution either. So, Luli had his heavenly demon 24 swords, which shared the same origin, attempt to refine it. Then the system prompted, "You have attempted to use the heavenly demon 24 swords to refine the 6-winging golden cicada. Due to insufficient emotional power, refinement has failed." Seeing the system prompt, Luli sighed. What a pity that Li Jing is dead. Otherwise, she would have been able to provide anger, joy, and hatred every day. At this moment, the heavenly demon 24 sword suddenly lit up. Several streams of emotional power appeared around it. Luli was a little surprised. These emotional powers were 10 times stronger than what Li Jing had provided back then. Who hates me so much? At this time, inside the Righteous Alliance, Lin Jianshuang was practicing her sword on top of a water pot. With a wave of the long sword in her hand, the water sprayed up, turning into several phantoms. Looking closely, these phantoms were clearly Luli's appearance. Lin Jianshuang stomped her feet, and a powerful sword aura scattered. The surrounding phantoms were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Then Lin Jianshuang swung her sword, shattering all of the ice sculptures instantly. Seeing this, Fang Yingli, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, felt that Sister Lin was very angry right now. So she offered a suggestion. Sister Lin, you hate that Luli so much. I suddenly thought of a good way to get revenge on him. Lin Jianshuang was a little confused. What way? Fang Yingli replied innocently. My mother said, the best way to get revenge on a man is to have his sons have 70 or 80 sons, and then abandon him. Let him be with a bunch of burdens. No woman would want to marry him again. Isn't this method very vicious? Hearing this method, Lin Jianshuang was instantly speechless. The Sky Sword Elder walked over and laughed. It's fortunate that this lousy idea came from you. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would have already been cut down by your sister Lin. Fang Yingli asked curiously. Sky Sword Elder, am I wrong? Lin Jianshuang quickly stopped her, stepping forward and bowing. I failed to cut off Luli's dog head, and was even defeated by him. Please punish me, Sky Sword Elder. The Sky Sword Elder waved his hand. It doesn't matter. The Immortal Alliance has another plan. Within 3 days, the demonic sects will definitely come out in full force. What you need now is to recuperate. Prepare to vanquish the demons and slay the evil in 3 days. Also take this with you. This is a cloud ring made by Dao Alliance. The scenes of vanquishing demons and slaying evil can be broadcast to all Taoist and Buddhist sects through this cloud ring. It's Bright Moon Cloud Love. I hope you won't disappoint the immortal path. Lin Jianshuang and the others bowed and agreed. 3 days later, I will take Luli's life and tear him to pieces. 3 days later, inside the cultivation chamber, Luli, feeling the emotional power that had been pouring in these past few days, was a little puzzled. It hasn't stopped for days. How much does this person hate me? At this time, the system prompted, congratulations, host, you have successfully refined the 6-winged golden cicada heavenly demon, and have successfully refined it into the heavenly demon sword. Along with the system prompt, a blood-colored long sword appeared in front of Luli. This was the magic sword refined by the heavenly demon. Luli picked up the heavenly demon sword and examined it. He couldn't help but exclaim, what a great heavenly demon sword. Its sharpness is probably comparable to a top-grade spiritual artifact. And now, it no longer requires emotional power to use. It's a top-grade spiritual artifact that is ready to use at any time. But Luli was also a bit worried. After all, this heavenly demon sword was refined by an outer heavenly demon. He didn't know if there would be any side effects. Just then, a change occurred. The entire cultivation chamber began to shake, the earth trembled, and even the surrounding spiritual energy began to riot. Has the immortal demon palace invaded? Just as Luli was wondering. A golden pillar of light, as thick as a heavenly pillar, suddenly burst out from the fallen immortal valley, shooting straight into the sky. With a bang, the azure sky was with a large hole by the pillar of light. Everyone saw this scene. That's Dao Qi. Something happened to Dao Qi. This man cultivated the skills of Buddhism, Taoism, and demonic arts. He had actually refined the outer heavenly demon into a sword, the moment Dao Qi appeared. Everyone's eyes were focused on the fallen immortal valley. The so-called Dao Qi is a legendary spiritual treasure that contains the laws of the universe. Not only is it extremely powerful, but it can also suppress a sect's destiny, and the immortal and demon paths only have 2 Dao Qi. One is the heavenly sovereign scepter. It was held by the beautiful and enchanting Dao Alliance leader. The other is the Brahma Salvation Treasure. It is enshrined in the Mahavira Hall of the Great Thunderclap Temple. The 10 great demonic sects have not obtained one. Now that die has appeared. The 10 great demonic sects have reached an agreement to divide the fallen Immortal Valley into 4 areas and each search their own area. The Ethereal Ghost Emperor has also issued an order to find the Tao Key before the Immortal Alliance does. However, Luli felt that something was wrong. The Tao Key appeared so suddenly. He suspected that this might be a trap set by the Immortal Alliance. The Confucian True Lord thought for a moment and said, "It shouldn't be. A single Tao Key is more important than 100,000 prodigies. The Immortal Alliance shouldn't spend so much." After saying this, the Confucian True Lord waved his hand towards the disciples behind him and announced, "Luli, the area we, the Ethereal Ghost Sect, will search is the southeastern part of the fallen Immortal Valley. This time, you will lead a team out of the city to search for the Tao Key. In addition, Bai Jinfei, lead 3 people behind the team and provide support at any time." Set off immediately, as soon as he finished speaking, 3 disciples immediately stepped forward, volunteering to join Luli's team. Luli calmly bowed to the 3 of them to thank them. At the same time, he thought, they're rushing to go on such a dangerous mission. And they even volunteered to join my team. There's definitely something wrong with these 3. Then, Luli led his team to the southeast of the fallen Immortal Valley to search. But on this journey, he didn't say a word. He just kept following behind the 3 disciples. At this time, the disciple in front suddenly turned his head and smiled. "I say, Lu Senior brother, we're all fellow disciples. Why make the atmosphere so tense? It's like everyone is harboring ulterior motives. Isn't it better to have a chat? It's not like we can find the Tao Key so quickly." Luli waved his hand. "No, it's just that I'm getting old and my legs aren't so nimble." At this time, the female disciple among the 3 pointed at a stone tree in front. "Lu Senior brother, we've gone quite far. Why don't we rest in front to recover our magic power?" Luli agreed and told them to go ahead. He still wanted to look around. Then, the 3 disciples started resting on the spot. Luli, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but question himself. Am I really overthinking it? Senior brother Bayas' team of 3 is following far behind. There's nothing unusual. But the appearance of the Tao Key has triggered a battle between the righteous and demonic paths. It shouldn't be this quiet, right? At this time, the system prompt suddenly sounded, and Luli stopped in his tracks. System prompt: your heavenly demony 4 swords have absorbed joy, hatred, and desire. This immediately made Luli more alert. How come there's so much emotional power all of a sudden? Could there be enemies nearby? Luli took 2 steps back, and the system prompt came again. Your heavenly demon 24 swords have absorbed anger, evil, hatred, and desire. Listening to the continuous system prompts, Luli couldn't help but think. But this made Lin Jinshuang and the others, who were hiding in the grass, very anxious. Fang Yingli could no longer hold back, and muttered in a low voice, "Damn it, what is that damned Luli doing, dawdling outside the array? Why isn't he going in yet? He's making me anxious." At this moment, with a whoosh, Luli jumped up. He actually ran in the opposite direction. Seeing that the situation had changed, Lin Jinshuang immediately led her men out of the grass and shouted, "Attack immediately! Don't let him escape!" Hearing this, Luli cursed in his heart. Damn it! I knew it was a trap. He quickly increased his running speed. Soon, Bai Jinfei, who was behind them, also heard the commotion and came over with his men to support. Lin Jinshuang arranged to the man next to her, "Senior brother Ye, please hold those 4 people back. A moment will be enough." The man agreed and then with hand gestures shouted, and blood transformed into countless white cranes. They flew towards Bai Jinfei and the others. Seeing this, Bai Jinfei exclaimed, "This is a stolen art." Luli also frowned. "That's Yi King, the chief disciple of the Crane Immortal Sect. It seems they're all the wanted criminals from the stone tablet. He's clearly a disciple of the demonic sect, but he cultivates Buddhist arts. He's even condensed a Vajradharma image and defeated a Buddhist genius from the Great Thunderclap Temple in one move. After seeing that Ling Jianshuang and the others were coming for him, Lu Li immediately sped up his escape. But how could Ling Jianshuang let him run easily? She shouted, "Lu Li, don't run," and immediately released countless frosty sword energies. Lu Li turned his head and his body trembled. He immediately activated the demonic lotus armor. It transformed into a protective shield to resist the sword energy. But he was still forced back 2 steps by the powerful impact of the sword energy. With a bang, the sword energy shattered. Lu Li couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Such fierce sword energy. It seems she really hates me to the bone. Just then, with a whoosh, Fang Yingli soared into the air and shouted, "Don't run. I'll take your blood." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden halo appeared on Lu Li's body, then immediately tightened. Lu Li used the carefree wind control technique, creating several afterimages and running away without looking back. Seeing Lu Li's profound movement technique, Fang Yingli immediately took out a talisman and began chanting a spell in place. Meanwhile, Lu Li also sensed the changes in his body. He didn't expect the formation to be so powerful. It could even control him remotely. At that moment, a small monk appeared in front of him. He politely said, "Amitabha. Benefactor Lu, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back to the shore." Then, a large Buddha seal slammed onto Lu Li with a boom. Lu Li braced himself on one hand. He said, with some embarrassment, "You're really compassionate." But before he could stand up, Ling Jianshuang, who had arrived soon after, raised her hand and condensed a giant frost sword in the air and slammed it down on Lu Li. With a boom, a deep pit was created where Lu Li was standing. Smoke filled the entire area. The little monk wanted to say Amitabha, but he was immediately shocked by what he saw before him. Ling Jianshuang and Fang Yingli also had incredulous expressions. Lu Li was sitting in the pit unscathed. He mocked, "You don't even have the strength to hit people. Didn't you eat?" After saying that, Lu Li activated the Vajra Unbreakable Divine Art. He condensed a Vajra Dharma image, then swinging his fist, shouted, and shattered the little monk's Buddha seal with one punch. Seeing this, the little monk collapsed on the ground in fear. He said in horror, "Oh, my Buddha, you condensed a Vajra Dharma image at the 4th level of Foundation Establishment. How do you have the Buddhist Vajra art and can condense a Vajra Dharma image?" Lu Li scoffed, "A mere Dharma image. Is it hard? Really, after so many years of cultivation, a Buddhist genius in the Great Thunderclap Temple hasn't even managed to cultivate it. Do you want me to teach you?" The little monk gritted his teeth in anger. He didn't know how to refute him. Just then, Ling Jianshuang behind him shouted angrily, "Lu Li, you're being too arrogant." Lu Li retorted directly, "My arrogance is none of your business, and I'm talking to little monk." "Oh, why are you interrupting? Is having a big chest such a big deal?" Ling Jianshuang was humiliated. "You lecher," Lu Li smiled smugly. "And also, that little girl who said she was going to take my blood earlier, come and take it." Hearing this, Fang Yingli was startled. Tears welled up in her eyes, as if saying, "Why are you picking on me when there are so many people?" Indeed, the end of the universe is live streaming. Even the world of immortals cannot escape the fate of live streaming. The giants of both Buddhism and Taoism were watching with great interest. Just as Lu Li revealed the Vajradharma image and mocked everyone, a white crane flying soldier suddenly attacked. Lu Li activated the Vajra Unbreakable Divine Art and easily deflected it. The next second, Yi King, the chief disciple of the Crane Immortal Sect, appeared before him and shouted, "Junior Sister Lin, don't waste words with him. Let's attack together." At this moment, Bei Jinfei also rushed over to help. Lu Li sighed in relief. "Senior Brother Bei, you're all right? Did you see those 3 people in my group from before? Those 3 are spies. It was them who were trying to lure me into a toys trap." Bei Jinfei was shocked. What's going on? But what puzzled Lu Li was that when they arrived, there were clearly only a few of them. Why was there such a huge amount of 7 emotions energy? Then he turned his gaze to Ling Jianshuang and the others. It turned out that the 7 emotions energy came from the cloud rings they wore on their ears. This thing could project the scene on a screen, equivalent to a live stream in the world of immortals. At this time, in the Central Continent Taoist Alliance, the Alliance leader was leisurely watching the live stream. He casually took a piece of fruit from the fruit plate. He chuckled softly, 3 flowers gathered at the top foundation. Interesting. At the same time, in the Flying Immortal pot on Flying Immortal Mountain, the Flying Immortal pot master was also watching the live stream and became curious. Strange. How can this kid have the aura of the Golden Crow pill on his body? At the same time, inside the Great Thunderclap Temple, the Western Buddha Venerable, seeing the Vajra Dharma image displayed by Luli, was also very surprised. Amitabha. Why does this demonic sect disciple possess such pure Buddhist aura? But it was precisely because these big figures watched the live stream that brought enough 7 emotions energy to Luli. Maybe he could really fight these 4 immortal cultivators. Seeing Luli about to fight Ling Jianshuang and the other 4 on his own, Bei Jinfei was about to step forward to help, but was stopped by Luli waving his hand. Senior brother, just stand aside. Just watch me perform. But even so, Bei Jinfei had to remind him, junior brother, be careful of Yi King, the chief disciple of the Crane Immortal Sect. Although I only exchanged 1 move with him, his magic power is probably comparable to that of 8 power realm cultivators. Luli turned his head, revealed the heavenly demon sword, and grinned. Don't worry, senior brother. Seeing the heavenly demon sword in Luli's hand, Bai Jinfei exclaimed in shock. This aura is heavenly demon. It was refined by the heavenly demon. Such spiritual objects have the potential to devour stars. Junior brother, are you playing it this big? Luli smiled confidently. It's me who controls it, not it that controls me. At this moment, Yi King on the opposite side mocked. Have you finished your last words, you overconfident fool? Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Luli was equally rude. You talk too much. Did your mother give you an extra mouth when she gave birth to you? Die with that. Luli slashed out with his sword, unleashing a blood-red sword energy. Yi King felt the powerful aura of the sword energy and broke out in a cold sweat. I didn't expect Luli to actually use the instant sword technique. From the Heavenly Demon 23 swords, he naturally didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly drew the sword behind his back to defend. With a boom, the blood-red sword energy collided with the sword. Yi King was blasted dozens of feet away. Smoke filled the entire area. At this moment, the little monk behind him suddenly leaped into the air and shouted, Amitabha. Let this little monk have a match with Benefactor Lu, Vajra Protector. With that, a fist phantom appeared in the little monk's hand, and he swung it at Luli. Luli just casually waved his hand, blocking the little monk's fist. Then he mocked with a smile. No wonder you were so surprised before. After so long, you've only managed to cultivate 1 hand. The little monk was so angry that his teeth itched, but he was helpless. The fist couldn't advance any further. Seeing that the little monk was at a disadvantage, Ling Jianshuang scoffed. Yingli, let's attack him together from the side. Fang Yingli agreed. The 2 of them rushed towards Luli together. Luli turned his head angrily. Do you really like to interrupt? As he spoke, he unleashed a blood-colored slash at the 2. Ling Jianshuang hurriedly held up her sword to block it. She was sent flying backward in a sorry state, kicking up clouds of smoke. At this moment, Luli turned his head to look at the little monk again. He said coldly, Little monk, let me teach you how to use the Vajra Dharma image. With that, he punched the little monk in the face. He was clearly a disciple of the demonic sect, but he used Fahai's great power heavenly dragon along with the fully formed Vajra Dharma image, and relentlessly beat the little monk from the great Thunderclap Temple. While watching the little monk get beaten by the Vajra Dharma image, he was also gloating and saying, too cruel, but I like it so much. Seeing the little monk being beaten black and blue, Yi King suddenly leaped up and swung his sword at Luli. Shouting, let go of Kongxiang, fellow cultivator. Luli glanced at him disdainfully, then casually flicked his wrist, sending Kongxiang flying away. Yi King quickly stepped forward to catch Kongxiang, who knew that in the next second, Luli's Vajra arm image would punch him, sending him flying away as well. Ling Jianshuang and Fang Yingli were both shocked. Luli, not far away, mocked, "So this is what the righteous sects are like, nothing more than this." At this moment, Ling Jianshuang and Fang Yingli also realized that something was wrong with Luli. Not only had his power increased greatly, it seemed as if his magic power was endless. He was too strange. Yaking also struggled to stand up and advised junior sister Lin, "Fellow cultivator Kongxiang has been injured. We've lost the initiative. It's not safe to stay here for long." But how could they leave so easily? Lul Yi, holding the heavenly demon sword, rushed towards the three of them and shouted, "None of you can escape." Ling Jinshuang shouted and stabbed her sword into the ground. Several earth spikes shot up from the ground, blocking Luli's path. Luli quickly retreated and dodged. When the smoke cleared, he wanted to check the situation, but found that there was only an empty pit, and Ling Jianshuang and the others. They were currently fleeing towards the Immortal Alliance. During their escape, Lin Jianshuang's heart was still filled with lingering fear. The four of them joined forces, yet not only were they driven back by Luli, they couldn't even negotiate with Luli. What kind of monster is Luli? Suddenly, Lin Jianshuang stopped in her tracks. They were being intercepted. The ones blocking their path were none other than the Tay Demon Sect's chief, Yang Xu, and the Qianzhu Demon Sect's chief, Nangang Long. The two had been lying in wait for a long time, preparing to pick the fruits of their labor. Now, they wanted to take advantage of Lin Jianshuang and the others being exhausted of their magic power and heavily injured to capture them all in one fell swoop. The next second, the two attacked from the front and the rear, their speed so fast that even Lin Jianshuang didn't have time to react. Just then, a divine voice suddenly came from not far away. Luli directly unleashed a great mighty heavenly dragon attack, instantly blasting Yang Xu and Nangang Long away. Lin Jianshuang turned her head to look at Luli and was momentarily stunned. But after releasing the great mighty heavenly dragon, Luli didn't continue to attack. And Nangang Long, who had been blasted away, questioned him, "Luli, what do you mean by this? You attacked to save these people of the immortal path. Are you a spy from the immortal path? Have you already betrayed the demonic sect? Do you know what you are doing? Now that the immortal demonic war is raging, you're actually disregarding the big picture. Even if you're not a spy, you deserve to die by 1,000 cuts." Luli chuckled. "The big picture? You're still trying to use the big picture to suppress me. Have you still not understood the situation? I am the big picture now. You still want to cling to me to let me be punished. Let's talk about it after we go to Zuxian City." Hearing these threatening words, Yang Xu and Nangang Long both broke out in a cold sweat. Bai Jinfei behind him kindly advised him, "Junior brother, it's probably not good to draw hatred now. Why don't we capture Lin Jianshuang and the others first?" But when Luli turned his head, his eyes were bloodshot and surrounded by black energy. He said coldly, "Senior brother, do you think I'm afraid of them?" Bai Jinfei was startled and quickly shook his head, saying, "No, it's just that, junior brother. Have you really not been influenced by the heavenly demon? I feel that something is a bit off with you." Luli scoffed. "Didn't I say before, it's me who controls it, not the other way around?" After he spoke, Luli's demonic energy instantly surged, as if he had already become a demon. When the protagonist becomes a villain, he is 3 times more powerful. How strong would a villainous protagonist be if he used the Tathagata palm? At this moment, Luli was sitting cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by all kinds of black energy. The system also warned, the heavenly demon sword is out of control. It is guiding the heavenly demons to invade. Soon after, a group of 6-winged heavenly demons broke through the barrier and entered Luli's consciousness. The system issued another warning. The heavenly demons are trying to control the host's consciousness. At this moment, the aura on Luli's body increased more than 10-fold. His body was surrounded by demonic energy. Even the heavenly demon sword in his hand seemed to come alive, flashing a ferocious red light. Seeing this, Yang Xu also realized something was wrong and knew he couldn't fight head-on. He planned to deceive Luli first and then make other plans. So he and Nangonglong conferred and immediately put on a smile. They said, "Luli, why don't we put aside our conflict for now? Later, I will definitely apologize to you. The most important thing now is to capture Lin Jianshuang and the other 4 and bring them back to Zuxian City." Luli chuckled. "Is that so? What if I don't agree?" After he spoke, he swung his sword, and a bloody sword aura shot straight towards them. Faced with this sudden, powerful sword aura, both Yang Su and Nangonglong were startled. Knowing that they couldn't fight it head-on, they quickly dodged to the sides. However, they were still injured by the sword aura, drawing blood. A cut had been made on Nangonglong's face. This completely enraged him. He gritted his teeth and said, again and again, "Luli, you forced me to do this." After he spoke, he shouted loudly. A giant demon figure emerged behind him. This was the Heavenly Jew Demon Sect's method of sacrificing lifespan. To summon the demon, 9 Heaven's mysterious fiend. Seeing this, Lin Jianshuang breathed a sigh of relief. But she didn't know what they were doing. The infighting was so fierce. However, the most important thing for them now was to retreat. But just when she was thinking of a plan, countless vines suddenly emerged from the ground and attacked her, instantly binding her tightly. And it seemed that these vines were very indecent. Lin Jianshuang tried to break free using her magic power, but it was futile. She knew that this was a trap set by Yang Shu and the others long ago. At this point, she could only use it. Without any hesitation, Lin Jianshuang took out a talisman and threw it behind her. The talisman landed and immediately formed a golden formation on the ground. It was a teleportation talisman. Realizing that Sister Lin wanted to stay behind alone, Fang Yingli hurriedly shouted, "Sister Lin, no!" But the next second, she was sent away by the teleportation talisman. At this moment, there was only Lin Jianshuang, tied up, on the empty space. Suddenly, Yang Su came up behind her and reached out his wicked demonic claws with a lecherous grin. "If you can't leave by yourself, you should send them away. That's so touching. Then you can accompany us back. Let's act out the scene of a true female sword immortal being humiliated." With that, he forcefully pressed Lin Jianshuang to the ground. Luli turned his head and saw that someone actually dared to steal his prey. He immediately couldn't stand it anymore. But just as he was about to attack, he discovered several chains had appeared on his hands. His body was actually locked by the demons summoned by Nangonglong. Nangonglong stood in the distance and mocked, "Luli, you're trapped by my black fiend evil god. Just stay there obediently. After we're done playing with her, we will slowly clean you up later." Luli roared, "I told you, don't steal my prey." He immediately used the yin-yang mixed yuan kun pun peng demonic divine skill, condensing a blood-colored sphere in his hand. In an instant, he blasted Nangonglong's black fiend evil god to smithereens, then absorbed it all into the blood-colored sphere in his hand. Luli crushed the sphere in his hand and snorted coldly, "Is that all you've got?" Nangonglong was enraged. His eyes turned bloodshot. He slashed his saber at Luli. With a shua sound, Luli was cut in two. But unfortunately, this was just an afterimage. The next second, Luli reappeared behind him, and with a backhand, he unleashed the great Tathagata palm. The giant golden palm instantly pressed down. Nangonglong was crushed to the ground and let out a miserable scream. But Luli didn't care how miserable his screams were, and increased his power again. 10 years of cultivation is no match for 1 moment of becoming a demon. After turning into a demon, Luli's use of the Tathagata palm became even more powerful. With just 1 slap, he obliterated the chief of the Qianjun demon sect, Nangonglong. Seeing this, even Bei Jinfei behind him was startled. Yang Su, with a face full of cold sweat, questioned Luli, "Luli, you actually killed Nangonglong in public," but Luli didn't seem to hear him. He began to scatter paper money, just like his nickname, Scatterbrained Madman. After scattering the paper money, the demonic energy on Luli's body suddenly dissipated, and his eyes became clear again. Awakened, Luli touched his head, completely unaware of what had happened. After thinking it over carefully, he finally understood what had happened. It turned out that just 10 minutes ago, A large number of heavenly demons had invaded, attempting to control his consciousness. To prevent the heavenly demons from completely taking over the host, the system decided to assist the host in suppressing the heavenly demons. So the next second, Luli, controlled by the system, appeared in the consciousness space. Faced with the 600 million attacking cicada heavenly demons, Luli, controlled by the system, simply slapped a demon in the face and instantly shattered the heavenly demon into a pile of rubble. And this commotion attracted other heavenly demons. Numerous heavenly demons surrounded Luli, but with the support of the system, Luli's combat power had obviously soared several times. He could defeat them with one punch each. Even if the heavenly demons used a human wave tactic to try to bury him, it was useless. Luli annihilated them all with one move. In a short time, all of the heavenly demons were eliminated by Luli, who was controlled by the system. Standing on the mountain of corpses, Luli looked like a god of war, and in a commanding tone, ordered the heavenly demon 24s, report, you should refine them all. Faced with such overbearing Luli, the heavenly demon 24 swords couldn't help but blush a little and quickly agreed. At this time, a pair of crimson pupils suddenly appeared in the cracks opened by the previous heavenly demons. Luli turned his head and roared, "Get lost!" The next second, the cracks instantly closed. Everything seemed to return to calm, and Luli in reality also came out of his key deviation state. But when he thought of how just now, while he had a Kwai deviation, he killed Nangonglong, Luli couldn't help but laugh. This kind of good thing actually happened. Then, touching his head, he looked at Yang Su and said with an embarrassed smile that if I were to say that it was because I cultivated the heavenly demon 24 swords, and I was accidentally invaded by a heavenly demon just now, which is why I accidentally killed him, would you believe me? Yang Su collapsed to the ground, and while retreating, he said, "Believe you, my ass. You crazy man. Stay away from me." Luli sighed helplessly. These days, no one believes the truth. So what are you going to do now? Are you still preparing to fight over the person with me? With that, Luli's eyes immediately turned cold and he looked at Yang Su. Yang Su was scared shitless. But while running, he still shouted, Luli, you've committed a grave error. Wait for the 10 great demon sects to punish you." Luli looked at him and snorted with disdain. "No wonder you're called Yang Su. You're so full of hot air." With that, Luli turned his head to look at Lin Jianshuang and grinned. "So, fellow cultivator, now it's just the two of us. Do you have time to go back and read a book with me? This man killed a fellow disciple because of a Ki deviation, but unexpectedly gained an immortal sect beauty." Just as Luli was preparing to take the spirit sword Frost back to read, Fang Yingli and the others had also been teleported back to the Immortal Alliance's Taoist temple, but Yi King couldn't be happy at all. Not only had they suffered a great defeat this time, but they had also allowed Spiritual Sister to fall into the hands of the demonic sect. How were they going to explain this? And Fang Yingli, as if having made a decision, suddenly clenched her fists and said, "No, I'm going to save Sister Ling." Then Fang Yingli channeled her magic power, her mouth chanting, "Mystic heaven has a technique. Turn the stars and move the constellations." Yi King, seeing this, immediately realized that something was wrong and hurriedly asked, "Wait, the price of this technique is—" But before he could finish speaking, Fang Yingli's technique had already been completed. A silver whirlwind appeared on the spot, and she instantly disappeared. In the next second, Lin Jianshuang appeared at the spot where she had cast the spell, and Luli on the other side was also dumbfounded. He and Fang Yingli stared at each other with wide eyes. He wondered, a moment ago it was a mature woman. How did she suddenly become a loli? This deal seems to be a bit of a loss. It turned out that the half sentence that Yi King hadn't finished was that the price of this technique was that it would swap the user. Fang Yingli awkwardly greeted Luli hi carp, and this scene was also seen by the leading Heavenly Sword Elder. At this moment, he was pacing back and forth in the room, not knowing what to do. He could only make a video call to the Taoist Alliance leader and proactively plead guilty. Alliance leader, this time the demon subjugation failed. The Immortal Alliance's morale has suffered a great blow. I failed the Taoist friends of both the immortal and demonic paths. Please punish me. Unexpectedly, the Taoist Alliance leader on the other side laughed. No, on the contrary, you did a great job. As the saying goes, a proud army will be defeated. A Luli can unite the entire immortal path and unleash their fighting spirit. Isn't that great? The Heavenly Sword Elder instantly realized. I understand. Luli has become the Immortal Alliance's common enemy. Countless Immortal Path geniuses will strive to kill this common enemy of the Immortal Alliance and be motivated to unleash their potential and make valiant progress. But what about Fang Yingli? Hearing the name Fang Yingli, the Taoist Alliance leaders paused and asked, "Is that the girl from the Mystic Heaven Temple who cultivates the Mystic Heaven technique, who had key deviation because her mother died, and whose IQ regressed to that of a 9-year-old girl?" The Heavenly Sword Elder replied quickly, "That's right. I wonder if the Alliance leader can come forward and put pressure on the demonic sect to make the demonic sect return Fang Yingli." The Taoist Alliance leader stroked his chin and asked. Then he lazily yawned and said, "You don't have to worry about Fang Yingli. Since there is a natural fate for her, she will be fine. All right, I'm tired. Let's talk again if there's any news." The Heavenly Sword Elder wanted to ask again, but before he could say anything, the Taoist Alliance leader hung up the phone. The Heavenly Sword Elder was instantly dumbfounded. That's it, but what he said was like someone asking the old Heavenly Master, "Please help me foresee my future," and he would answer, "You have a natural fate for good fortune. Everything is destined. 2 coins, no bargaining. Thank you for your patronage." He was very familiar with this routine, but these words were probably useless to deceive his own people, right? But soon, he calmed down. Since it was the Alliance leader's words, then there must be a deeper meaning to it. But how should he explain this to Lin Jianshuang and the others? He should just pretend he had something to do and avoid them first. Thinking this, the Heavenly Sword Elder walked out of the room. But as soon as he came out, he ran into Lin Jianshuang, who had come to plead guilty. "Heavenly Sword Elder, I was careless this time and failed in my duty. I cannot shirk the blame. Please allow this sinner to exchange myself for Yingli as atonement." Hearing this, the Heavenly Sword Elder calmly put on a smile. "I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious. The Taoist Alliance leader divined a hexagram for Yingli, and it's a natural fate for good fortune. Although Yingli has fallen into the hands of the demonic sect, she will be able to turn misfortune into good fortune and have a great opportunity." Lin Jianshuang, hearing this, immediately asked, "Really?" The Heavenly Sword Elder continued, slightly hesitant, and said with a smile, "Of course, I'm hundreds of years old. Why would I lie to you youngsters?" Lin Jianshuang finally calmed down, but she was still self-blaming, feeling that this was her fault after all. Although Luli was powerful, if she had closed up for a little longer, she would have figured out the traitor and would have been able to kill Luli. Then Yingli wouldn't have been captured. Now she only hoped that Luli, the beast, wouldn't eat Yingli. At this moment, although Luli no longer had the busty mature woman, having a little Loli wasn't bad either. He was carrying Fang Yingli back. Fang Yingli struggled and shouted, "Let go of me. Where are you taking me?" Luli turned his head and gave an evil smile. Weren't you going to take my blood? I'm giving you the chance." He had clearly captured an Immortal Sect mature woman, but in the blink of an eye, she had become a cute Loli. And she was the one who was shouting about wanting to take his blood. To this, Luli was naturally willing to give the other party a chance, carrying Fang Yingli into the Immortal Slaughter City. After entering the city, Bai Jinfei started shouting at the top of his lungs, "My ethereal ghost sect's top senior brother, Lu, is brave and invincible, suppressing the immortal and Buddhist disciples. He forcefully captured Fang Yingli. His divine skills are unparalleled, unmatched, however." The other demonic sect disciples on the side didn't believe it at all and occasionally mocked him. Did the ethereal ghost sect's bunch of losers go crazy? Powerfully suppressed the immortal path, They're too full of hot air. Something even a golden core cultivator can't do. How can a Kuai refining level 4 do it? Bei Jinfei didn't explain much, and just pointed his finger at Yangshu. If you don't believe it, just go and ask that senior brother Yangsu from the great demon sect in an instant. Everyone's eyes focused on Yangshu. Lulei also greeted him. So, senior brother Yang is following us. Why so far away? Are you being too distant? As soon as he said this, Yangsu subconsciously retreated a few steps and cursed that Lulu was a madman and to stay away from him. At this time, Fang Yingli on Luli's back began act up again. Hey, Carp, if you're so tough, let me go. Luli said nonchalantly, don't struggle. All your magic power is sealed by me. What do you want to do? Why don't you try running? Saying this, Luli put Fang Yingli down from his back, letting her be exposed to all the demonic cultivators. In an instant, the demonic cultivators surged forward, reaching out their wicked demonic claws to her. Fang Yingli was like a little white rabbit, surrounded in the middle. With a swoosh, she hid behind Luli. At this moment, a wretched old man came over and said with a lewd smile, Lul'll give you 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. How about letting me enjoy her for a night? Luli didn't even think about it and slapped the old man, sending him flying. Then he said coldly, you garbage dare to covet my prey. If you have the ability, go catch one yourselves first, then try to take her. At this time, Hunger Zenjin also arrived. He immediately recognized Luli and Fang Yingli from the Mystic Heaven Temple beside him. Fang Yingli clenched her small fists and said stutteringly, if you're not afraid of death, then you can kill me right now. Hearing this, Hunger Zenjin carefully examined her again, then reached out and touched Fang Yingli's head, removing the cloud ring from her ear. Luli asked in confusion, what is this thing? Hunger Zenjin explained with a smile. This is a cloud ring made by the Immortal Alliance. It can transmit images from thousands of miles away to various sects in real time. It's called Cloud Wave. After hearing Hongru Zhenjin's explanation, Luli immediately understood what was going on. No wonder I kept getting huge amounts of emotional power. So it was because of this thing. This helped him out. Then he turned his head and asked Hongru Zhenjin, what should we do with this Fang Yingli? Hongru Zhenjin said, just lock her up. We'll wait for the Mystic Heaven Temple to pay the ransom, because she had key deviation from cultivating the Mystic Heaven Temple's secret technique. She only has the egg of a 9-year-old. We won't get much from questioning her. After stating the public plan, Hongru Zhenjin started to secretly transmit his voice to Lu Li. This little girl is quite pitiful. She was originally a genius of the Mystic Heaven Temple, but due to her mother's death, she was deeply grieved and had key deviation. She became like this, and her egg started to regress. Later, her father married a stepmother, and they had a son. From then on, her father didn't care, and her stepmother didn't love her. After listening to Fang Yingli's tragic life story, Lulai also felt that this little girl was indeed pitiful. But to not reveal his true self, he still pinched Fang Yingli's chubby face with a smile and said, let's go. Fang Yingli, you are now little golden pig. For my ransom, I will fatten you up. Fang Yingli felt a little hurt from the pinch and said stubbornly, I'd rather starve to death outside. I will never eat your things. That's right, I will fast myself to death. I will never let you succeed in your evil schemes. Luli chuckled. Is that so? Saying that, he turned to Hongru Zhenjin and asked for the silver ring. He was going to make good use of this thing. Not long after, Fang Yingli was brought to the prison, curled up in the corner, shivering. She questioned Luli in a tearful voice, what do you want to do? Luli walked over slowly with a small whip in hand. He said with a smile, of course, something fun, this man is a pervert. He actually wants to broadcast the abuse of a girl in the cultivation world. At this moment, Fang Yingli was so scared that she shrunk into the corner, looking at Luli with horror, telling him not to come closer. Luli cracked the whip on the ground and said with a smile, don't struggle. All your magic power is sealed. You can't even commit suicide. The more you shout, the more excited the people outside will be. But Fang Yingli still screamed in fear. This was exactly the effect that Luli wanted because according to Hongru Zhenjin's words, As long as I pour some magic power into it, I can start live streaming. I'm familiar with live streaming. I can't waste such a great opportunity to obtain the power of the 7 emotions. Let's do it. Luli immediately shook the cloud ring a few times and asked, "Can anyone see this?" The next second, his face appeared on the pillar at the base of the Immortal Alliance. Upon seeing this, all the Immortal Alliance disciples stopped in their tracks. They quickly realized that Luli had activated the cloud ring to start a live stream. Such an arrogant action provoked the anger of many Immortal Tao disciples. At the same time, Luli quickly received a system notification. Your heavenly demon 24 has absorbed the evil of the 7 emotions and the fury of the 7 emotions. Seeing the system notification, Luli knew he had succeeded. He then began an even more unbridled live stream. Hello, fellow cultivators. I am Luli of the Ethereal Ghost Sect, currently residing at number 1 Kingfing Street, Zuxian City, 10,000 Demon Mountain, the Ethereal Ghost Sect's residence. Today, I capture a wild Immortal Tao disciple. This is a very rare and unusual event. His name is Fang Yingli. I don't know how old he is, but anyway, he is still in one piece. He is currently locked up in a dungeon at my Ethereal Ghost Sect residence. At this point, most of the Immortal Alliance disciples had been injured by Luli's shameless behavior. However, some were able to remain calm. They advised their fellow disciples to remain calm and not fall for this demonic sect's trickery. At this time, Luli raised 2 middle fingers, taunting them, "Come and save him if you dare. I bet none of you have the guts, a bunch of cowards." As soon as these words came out, even the disciple who had just been advising everyone to be calm couldn't help but roll up his sleeves, ready to go up and tear Luli's mouth apart. At this time, not far away, Lin Jianshuang, watching Luli in the live stream, was gnashing her teeth with hatred. She secretly swore in her heart that if Luli dared to humiliate Lying Lai in front of all the Immortal Tao, she would make sure he would die without a burial ground. At this time, Luli suddenly turned to look at Fang Yingli and said, with a smile, "That's right, esteemed Immortal Tao disciple. You've condescended to visit my Ethereal Ghost Sect. I'm afraid I haven't been very hospitable." Then, with a thump, a large bucket of rice appeared in front of Fang Yingli. Luli revealed an evil smile. He said, "This is a bucket of immortal rice mixed with sand. Fellow Taoist, if you pick out all the sand, your meal will come soon. If you don't finish, you won't get any food." Hearing that he might not get any food, Fang Yingli was so frightened that he was about to cry. He looked pitiful. This scene instantly ignited the anger of all the Immortal Alliance disciples. They all took out kitchen knives, turned on red eye mode, and were about to go kill Luli. They cursed him for being shameless, saying that even if they were to use magic, even if they picked their eyes blind, they wouldn't be able to pick it all clean in a month. Is this guy even human? Luli, not content, patted his face and said in a cheeky manner, "Fellow Doists, you must be very angry, right? But you can't hit me either. I really want to get beat up. It's so torturous." The next second, the fury and evil of the 7 emotions were generated like a cosmic explosion. System notification. Your heavenly demon 24 swords have absorbed the fury of the 7 emotions and are extremely excited. Cultivation effect increased by 10,000%. Your heavenly demon 24 swords have absorbed the evil of the 7 emotions. They are extremely excited. Cultivation effect increased by 10,000%. Your heavenly demon 24 swords absorbed a large amount of the fury of the 7 emotions and have entered a state of frenzy. Cultivation effect has doubled. Current cultivation effect has been increased by 1%. Seeing that he had gathered enough the power of the 7 emotions, Luli resolutely put away the cloud ring and ended the live stream. After this, he probably wouldn't lack the power of the 7 emotions. But now, there was another problem to solve. Originally, he had wanted to capture Lin Jianshuang and then use Hongru Zhenjin's identity to secretly establish his identity as a righteous disciple to make it easier to escape in the future. Now, having captured Fang Yingli, things might be more difficult. Seeing Fang Yingli staring at the large bucket of rice mixed with sand, looking like he was about to cry, Lu Li sighed helplessly. It seemed that he had to focus on increasing his strength first. Other things could be dealt with later. Then, he sat down next to Fang Yingli and handed him a plate of tempting-looking fried rice. Fang Yingli was startled, thinking that Lu Li had poisoned it, but Lu Li told him to eat without worry. Even if I really wanted you dead, I wouldn't need to use poison. I said you're my golden pig now. If you die, how am I supposed to make money? Unexpectedly, Fang Yingli stood up and snorted with a lot of courage. I said, I won't let you succeed. I would rather starve to death outside than eat this. However, Lu Li ignored him, directly shoving a spoonful of rice into his mouth, telling him to stop playing around. This gag is old. Sure enough, after taking the first bite, Fang Yingli immediately started eating with gusto. While eating, he would occasionally look at Lu Li, thinking he looked so fierce just now. Why is he suddenly giving me food? Was that whole scene just an act? He is actually a good person. But as soon as this thought was born, the next second, Lu Li suddenly changed his tune, reaching out to Fang Yingli and saying, "One top-grade spirit stone, please. Thank you for your patronage." Do I have to pay to eat prison food? This was the question Fang Yingli was now facing. Lu Li replied, of course. Didn't they teach you at the Immortal Alliance that you have to pay for your meals? Our prices are clearly marked, and we don't cheat children or the elderly. Our products are absolutely genuine. Fang Yingli took the price list and glanced at it, and was immediately so frightened that his face turned pale. Although he only had the intelligence of a 9-year-old, he knew that even a simple bowl of egg fried rice was worth a top-grade spirit stone. It was obviously not a normal price. He stutteringly questioned Lu Li, "Why don't you just rob people?" Unexpectedly, Lu Li's face instantly changed. He asked, "I am robbing you right now. Is there a problem?" Fang Yingli was so grieved he was about to cry. Lu Li ignored him and walked straight out of the cell. Then, from the cell, Fang Yingli's curses began to come out continuously. Smelly carp, dead carp, braised carp, steamed carp, sweet and sour carp. As he was cursing, Fang Yingli cursed himself. Lu Li just smiled slightly, thinking, according to Hongro Zhenjin, with his intelligence, it's too easy for him to expose his identity. I should just continue to play the villain. Then, Lu Li returned to his residence and activated the system to automatically cultivate and digest the gains. Before long, the system prompted, "Host, your Yin-Yang Kumping demon god art has broken through the 15th layer. You have broken through to the 5th layer of foundation establishment." Lu Li let out a long breath and stood up to stretch his muscles and bones. This battle with the immortal Dao inheritor had been a bit rough, but he had gained a lot of benefits. Now his strength was probably comparable to 5 Li Jing's, and he also had a new skill. Lu Li concentrated his magic power on his fingertips, and with a light tap in the void, he slowly uttered the word, "Appear." Immediately, countless streaks of blood light appeared around him. The next second, these blood lights instantly turned into blaze revolving around Lu Li. These were the spiritual energy forged by the defeated heavenly demons during the last heavenly demon invasion. Now that he had plenty of the power of the 7 emotions, Lu Li wondered if he could reach the number of the former heavenly demons, if he kept introducing heavenly demons to be refined. But after a series of experiments, he decided to give up on this idea. After all, the heavenly demons were still too dangerous. Last time, the system had helped him to forcibly suppress them. If he were to be invaded again, it would be difficult to deal with. Then, Lu Li took out 2 storage rings, ready to loot them. They were from Fang Yingli and Nangonglong. Lu Li first opened Fang Yingli's ring and was greatly disappointed. It was full of food. There wasn't a single spirit stone. How much could he eat? They were almost piled up into a small mountain, but it was good that Nangonglong had plenty of assets. He would need to worry about cultivation resources for the near future. Then he discovered a memory stone. He didn't know why Nangonglong carried this thing with him. Was it some kind of skill record? Then he had to take a look. As soon as he thought that, Luli immediately activated his magic power to start the playback of the memory stone. But this cultivation scene looked very familiar. Good lord, it turned out to be an inappropriate scene. Luli was so angry that he immediately crushed the memory stone. He couldn't help but complain, this Nangong Long is such a pervert. He even had to record this himself and carry that broken stone around. Was there anything inappropriate on that thing? At this time, a maidservant's report came from outside. Chief Lu, Linwan from the Harmonious Joy Sect has come to see you. Luli didn't care and casually replied, Who? I don't know her. I'm not seeing her. The maidservant outside then added, Chief Lu, that Miss Linwan said that she greatly admires your might and valor and has prepared a generous gift to pay you a visit. She insists on seeing you. Luli became immediately interested, but for no reason. Why would someone be giving him gifts? And the Harmonious Joy Sect seemed to be that demonic sect that engaged in dual cultivation with others. Suddenly, he thought of the memory stone he had just crushed. Could this Linwan be the female protagonist in that scene? The guy had just watched a short video in the cultivation world. And the next second, the female protagonist from the video took the initiative to come to his door and even proposed to engage in dual cultivation with him. After guessing the identity of the visitor, Luli immediately went out to greet her. Then, the female lead smiled and introduced herself. This servant, Linwan, chief of the Joyful Sect, greets Chief Lu. Luli smiled. Fellow Daoist Linwan, you truly are a stunning beauty. No wonder you can make countless demonic cultivators lose their minds. Please come in. With that, Luli led Linwan inside. But before she could sit down, Linwan began flattering Lu again. You were too kind. You became famous in a single battle and are truly unmatched. Now, all the female cultivators in the demonic path want to see your charm. This lowly servant's beauty is not worth mentioning in front of you. Luli laughed heartily. Please sit, fellow Daoist Linwan. You're really good at flattery. It makes me even more curious. Fellow Daoist Linwan, with such a stunning beauty in bed, do you prefer being on top or bottom? Upon hearing this, Linwan's expression immediately darkened. She asked Luli, What do you mean by that? Luli was too lazy to waste words. He directly showed a dead pig isn't afraid of boiling water attitude and told her to speak directly. He was still in a hurry to go back and cultivate. Linwan covered her mouth and giggled. Young Master Lu, you're truly interesting. I'm starting to like you a little. Then, I wonder, does young Master Lu have any time to dual cultivate with me? While speaking, Linwan not only placed her hand on Luli's hand, but also lowered her collar by another third. However, facing such a leer, Luli didn't even think before rejecting her. I'm sorry, I am not interested in other people's toys. Seeing this, Linwan wasn't angry. She propped her chin and said seductively again, Chief Lu, if you are not satisfied, I still have several senior sisters and junior sisters, who are all pure and beautiful. They greatly admire Chief Lu, and are willing to share the spring breeze with you. Luli slammed his hand on the table and stood up, sneering disdainfully. What a joke. In front of me, Hongru, true monarch of the Wise Ghost Sect, all beauties are vulgar and common. I don't care at all. If you have something to say, just say it. As he said these words, Luli's eyes subconsciously glanced outside, which caused Red Furnace True Monarch, who was hiding outside, secretly guarding Luli, to blush slightly. Her heart was beating like a drum. What nonsense is this kid suddenly saying? No, I'm just here to secretly ensure his safety. What's there to be happy about? At this time, Linwan in the room finally revealed her intention. Chief Lu is indeed interesting. Then I will speak frankly. I heard that you took Nangong Long's storage item, and there is a recording stone of mine inside. I assume Chief Lu has already seen it. Luli nodded, not denying it. Then, Linwan pushed a bag of snacks in front of him and smiled. Here are 10 high-grade snacks. I want to buy back that recording stone. Luli waved his hand and said truthfully, I'm sorry. I've already crushed that recording stone. You can go back. But Linwan didn't believe him at all. Instead, she teased him, Chief Lu, that's not fun. You are a dignified man. Keeping that kind of thing. Do you intend to use it to blackmail me in the future? If you are not satisfied with the price I offered, you can just say so. Seeing that she didn't believe him, Luli was too lazy to explain further, and raised his hand to chase her away. Seeing this, Lin Wan panicked and quickly stood up from her chair. Chief Lu, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that recording stone has a very big impact on me, so can you please make a vow? Hearing this, Luli turned around and said seriously, Fellow Daoist Lin Wan, don't think that 'cause we're from the demonic sect, we can make vows randomly. Vows are bound by the laws of heaven and earth. Understanding Luli's meaning, Lin Wan didn't waste any more time and directly asked Luli how much it would cost for him to make a vow. Luli said, 12 snack. But Lin Wan was still a little worried and asked, Then, when you make the vow, include the wise ancestor. Hearing this, Luli's expression instantly became serious. What do you mean by that? Not only do you want to customize the vow, but you also want to include my wise ghost Sect's wise ancestor. The ethereal ancestor is the person I respect the most in my life. He is invincible and unparalleled. He created the ethereal ghost sect on his own. The ancestor's position in my heart is so high. My respect for him is like a surging river, never ending, so you have to pay extra. This was a man who even had a price for making vows. Even if he had to include his own ancestor while making a vow, he only needed to be paid 20 snacks. You wouldn't lose out, and you wouldn't be cheated. And after hearing Luli's request to add money, Lin Wan also decisively chose to pay to avoid trouble, and handed him 20 snacks. Luli took them, smiled, and said, Thank you for your patronage. If there are any other good deals, be sure to come find me. Don't even mention adding the wise ancestor. Even if you want to include the heavenly king of gods, it's fine. Lin Wan covered her mouth and giggled. Chief Lu, though you're a bit shameless, you're indeed a good person. Then I'll take my leave first. I regret that I will miss Chief Lu. After saying this, she did not forget to turn around and give Luli a flying kiss. After she left, Luli happily checked the snacks he had just obtained. This money was truly effortless. A moment later, Honglo True Monarch walked in, asking Luli worriedly, How could you casually use the ethereal ancestor to make a vow? Aren't you really afraid that the ethereal ancestor will descend and kill you? The traitorous disciple? Luli smiled and waved his hand. If this Lin Wan had trusted me, none of this would have happened. What people lack most is trust. Nowadays, there aren't many people as honest and kind as me. Besides, even if the sky falls, don't I still have the true monarch? Angru True Monarch was also amused by him, and tapped his head, scolding him with a smile, You smooth talker. At the same time, Lin Wan also arrived at Nangong Long's residence to visit him. At this time, Nangong Long had been wrapped into a mummy, looking very miserable. Luli had shattered his physical body, destroyed his dantian, and ruined his meridians. Now he was a cripple. The more Nangong Long thought about it, the angrier he became. He almost coughed up blood again. But as the saying goes, prostitutes are heartless and actors are ungrateful. Upon hearing that Nangong Long had become a cripple and could no longer dual cultivate with her, Lin Wan got up to leave. Seeing this, Nangong Long hurriedly called out, Wait, Lin Wan, although I'm a cripple, I can still become a ghost cultivator. I'm not completely useless. Hearing this, Lin Wan stopped. Turning around, she put on a gentle smile again, calling out, Long, why didn't you say so earlier? Be careful not to get injured. It's just that I can't help you with killing Luli. Luli's battle was earth-shattering. He suppressed the immortal path, and his name has already spread throughout the immortal and demonic paths. Now he's the treasure of the wise ghost sect. Killing him will be incredibly difficult. Hearing this, Nangong Long grinned. Don't he worry. You don't need to do anything. My parents have already found someone. Luli won't live to see tomorrow. Hearing this, Lin Wan's eyes suddenly became complicated. Just then, an old woman walked in who seemed to be a senior of Nangong Long's. She walked to Nangong Long's bedside and signaled Lin Wan to go back first. Lin Wan respectfully responded. Then, she silently turned and left, and had a general guess in her mind. It seemed that the Sky Demon Sect was preparing to activate their spy in the Yin Ghost Sect. Luli was too monstrous and would probably become another Yin Ghost Emperor. Also, Luli was too dazzling, and it had greatly boosted the prestige of the Wise Ghost Sect. This would inevitably affect the Sky Demons Sect's position as the #1 power in the demonic path. This was a scene that the Sky Demon Sect absolutely didn't want to see. It seems like a storm is coming. At the same time, Luli was taking Fang Yingli out for a stroll. He hadn't expected that he had already set the price for taking her out for a walk as 1 high-grade spirit stone. But Fang Yingli was actually willing to pay. But with such heavy rain, he thought he might as well just wander around aimlessly and find an excuse to go back early. At this time, Fang Yingli looked at the sky, and her eyes gradually became moist. She was muttering, "Mother." Luli guessed she was missing her late mother, and he felt even more pity for this little girl. But at this time, a voice suddenly came from the front. "Luli, what are you doing taking Fang Yingli out?" Luli saw that it was the great demon King Genshin, and was also a little puzzled. He immediately protected Fang Yingli behind him and asked in return, "I'm taking her out for a stroll, but what about you? Why did you suddenly come here?" As the saying goes, unusual kindness is suspicious, either a fraud or a thief. But he couldn't directly expose it, otherwise the consequences would be very serious. Suddenly encountering the great demon King Genshin in the immortal Slaughter City, Luli immediately became vigilant. But the great demon King Genshin said, "News of your exploits has already returned to the Yinming Ghost Sect. The sect master was afraid that there weren't enough people here, so he sent me to help. Do you have any objections?" Luli waved his hand with a smile. No. Since it's the sect master's arrangement, how could I have any objections? Then he introduced him to Fang Yingli, who was beside him. "Oh, right? This is the great demon King Genshin of our ethereal ghost sect. He's also a foodie and likes to eat tables. You two might as well get to know each other." But Fang Yingli didn't believe him at all. "Who are you trying to fool? Can a table be eaten? Even a 3-year-old knows better than that. Only a fool would eat one." Luli couldn't help but laugh. He agreed, "You make a good point." And the great demon King Genshin was so angry that he gritted his teeth. At this time, an old man wearing a raincoat walked over. "If my old eyes are not mistaken, this must be Chief Lu, right?" Luli turned his head and asked curiously, "Senior." The old man smiled and said, "My nickname is Bloodblade Old Ancestor. It's truly an honor to meet Chief Lu today." At this time, the great demon King Genshin beside him added, "This blood-saber old ancestor, in his younger days, with a single sword, used his blood-saber demonic arts to devastate his opponents. He charged 7 times in and out of the 12 demonic labyrinth, and even golden core cultivators couldn't stop him. He's much stronger than you." However, blood-saber old ancestor merely waved his hand. "Great demon king, you flatter me. My humble skills with a saber are nothing compared to the chief disciple of the first level. He was able to shake the world with his power and become famous. It has greatly enhanced the reputation of our ghost sect. I was so excited, I couldn't even sleep last night." Although blood-saber old ancestor appeared very humble, Luli still quickly bowed. "I don't deserve such praise, senior. I greet you, blood-saber old ancestor." At the same time, he knew that although the other party's words were filled with praise, he never received a joy from his 7 emotions. It was clear these were just polite words. At this time, blood-saber old ancestor smiled and asked, "Chief Lu, I heard that you cultivate both demonic and Buddhist techniques. While I was out, I happened to find a Buddhist treasure, as well as a few Buddhist techniques. I wonder if you would be interested in taking a look." Luli's eyes lit up. He was indeed interested. Blood-saber old ancestor readily replied, "Then, please follow me, Chief Lu. Those items are in my blood-saber hall. After you look at them, if you desire them. Then, just take them." After hearing this, Luli was about to say that he wouldn't be so impolite, when Fang Yingli pouted and pulled on his sleeve. Helpless, Luli had to politely decline. "Elder blood-sabery. I'm sorry, I'm still taking Fang Yingli out for some air." Why don't we pay you a visit some other time? Unexpectedly, Bloodsaber Old Ancestor smiled and extended his hand towards Fang Yingli. Why wait for another day? This little girl should come too. Fang Yingli slapped his hand away. Don't come near me. You're being overly friendly. That's definitely suspicious. You might be planning to kill us both with this. She instantly shattered the paper-thin window between Lu Li and Bloodsaber Old Ancestor. The atmosphere on the scene instantly turned icy cold. A strong wind blew, and Great Demon King stood to the side without saying a word. Then, with a shua sound, Bloodsaber Old Ancestor drew his sword from his waist. Lu Li realized that something was wrong, and before he could dodge, Bloodsaber Old Ancestor slashed at him. With a boom, the power of the slash split the clouds in the sky in two. When the smoke dissipated, the clouds completely disappeared, revealing the blue sky and blazing sun. Lu Li stood there, covered in cold sweat, not believing that he was still alive. At the same time, he was shocked by the nascent soul cultivator's strength. He couldn't react at all to that terrifying strike. At this time, a dark red scroll suddenly appeared beside him. Bloodsaber Old Ancestor immediately recognized it. That's the heavenly demonic scroll. I never thought the ethereal ghost emperor would place it on you, kid. But that protection can only block one attack. How will you block the next one? Lu Li never dreamed that he would be attacked in his own home. Luckily, he had the heavenly demonic scroll protection that the ethereal ghost emperor left behind. That was how he managed to block Bloodsaber Old Ancestor's attack. But now that this protection was gone, how would he block Bloodsaber Old Ancestor's next attack? He was now at the foundation establishment stage. Above that was the core formation stage. Above core formation was golden core, and above golden core was nascent soul. Under the pressure of two realms difference, Lu Li knew that reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. If another attack came, he might be crushed into dust. He wouldn't even have a chance to escape. What's the point of fighting? Then he turned his head to look at the side. Great Demon King had remained silent. He suspected that he might be in cahoots with Bloodsaber Old Ancestor. At this moment, Bloodsaber Old Ancestor revealed a sinister smile. To still be standing after experiencing my full power, you are indeed a rare talent. But it's a pity you stood in the way of too many people. You must die. With that, the ghost behind Bloodsaber Old Ancestor swung its saber, slashing directly at Lu Li. Facing this strike, Lu Li felt that he was done for. But at the crucial moment, a fist slammed into the ghost, interrupting the strike aimed at Lu Li, forcefully grinding the ghost into the ground. Lu Li was looking at this newly appeared gigantic figure. Suddenly, the Great Demon King's laughter echoed. I thought you were some big shot. I finally get to see you make a fool of yourself. It turned out that Great Demon King had made the move. And because his ghost had been destroyed, blood trickled from the corner of Bloodsaber Old Ancestor's lips. He questioned Great Demon King harshly. Didn't you have a grudge with this brat? Why are you interfering? Great Demon King snorted coldly. He made me eat a table in public. I dislike him. But that doesn't mean you can kill people from the ethereal ghost sect in front of me. Great Demon King's ghost raised its fist once more, smashing Bloodsaber Old Ancestor's ghost into pieces. Bloodsaber Old Ancestor coughed out another mouthful of blood because of that. Now that his ghost was destroyed, escape was impossible. The Great Demon King didn't give him any time to catch his breath, and, with a summons, his ghost extended a large hand to grab him. No matter how much Bloodsaber Old Ancestor pleaded, Great Demon King didn't soften at all. He directly put him into his mouth. Then, a scream came from the ghost's mouth. Moments later, Great Demon King retrieved his ghost, laughing easily. It was a bit smelly, but at least it was the flesh and blood of a nascent soul cultivator. How satisfying! Lu Li hurriedly bowed in thanks. Thank you, Great Demon King, for your help. Great Demon King waved his hand. You don't have to thank me. The sect master sent me here to increase the security for you, so it's also in order. Then, he looked at the remains left behind by Bloodsaber Old Ancestor, and snorted with disdain. That useless Bloodsaber Old Ancestor couldn't reach nascent soul middle stage for many years. He must have been bought by the heavenly chosen demon sect long ago. It should have been Nangonglong's father who hired him. Don't let me catch him alone, or I'll kick him and break all 3 of his legs. Luli was also somewhat surprised. I never thought the heavenly chosen demon sect would send a nascent soul cultivator to assassinate me. They really think highly of me. Great Demon King then patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Haha, this time, thanks to you, I ate a nascent soul cultivator. What a feast! I hope someone will come and assassinate you every day. Luli was speechless. Then the Great Demon King left, telling Luli that he would report this matter to the sect master, and that princess would arrive soon. He told him to be careful. After watching Great Demon King leave, Fang Yingli muttered in a low voice, "Such a strange person." Luli smiled. His personality is a bit strange, but surprisingly, he's a good person. Also, how long are you going to hold on to me? Upon hearing this, Fang Yingli's face turned instantly red. She quickly released Luli's hand and stammered an excuse. I just wanted you to die before me. Don't misunderstand. At that moment, Crimson Furnace True Lord suddenly descended from the sky and asked anxiously, Luli, are you all right? He had heard that Luli had been attacked by a nascent soul cultivator and immediately rushed over. Luli smiled. Thanks to Great Demon King's intervention, I'm fine. Only then did Crimson Furnace True Lord breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that you're all right. But there's something else. Yang Su reported everything that happened before, and now the 9 great demonic sects are summoning you for questioning. Hearing this, Luli's expression instantly turned serious. This man simultaneously cultivates Buddhist, Taoist, and demonic arts. He is both the Buddha's child of Western Buddhism and the reincarnation of the Taoist ancestor of Central Plains, yet he is in the demonic sect. And now, he is being summoned by the 9 great demonic sects for questioning. At this time, Crimson Furnace True Lord brought Lulu to a large building in the center of Immortal Execution City. Before going in, Crimson Furnace True Lord told Luli, this time, you've been too eye-catching and have stolen the thunder from the great demonic sect and the heavenly chosen demon sect. They've always tried to stop the Yin Ghost sect from rising, so they'll definitely take this opportunity to create trouble. Luli was stunned for a moment. Is the great demonic sect and the heavenly chosen demon sect behind this? Crimson Furnace True Lord nodded. That's right. Be careful after you go in. They want you to confront Yang Shu and Nangonglong. They'll definitely try to frame you. Think everything through carefully. With that, they walked directly into the hall. Inside, he saw Nangonglong wrapped up like a dumpling, and Yang Su standing on the side. In the center of the hall was a table. Sitting in the middle was naturally the city lord of the 10,000 demons city, Dugufeng. On the sides were 9 people in black robes. They represented the Blood Shadow Gate, Heavenly Chosen Demon Sect, Great Demonic Sect, Hun Intelligence, 9 Nether Demon Sect, Dark Soul Sect, Joy Sect, and White Bone Gate. If the Yin Ghost Sect was added, then it could be said that the 10 great demonic sects were gathered. Luli felt the pressure coming from the black-robed figures in front of him and instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Because those who had come were either nascent soul cultivators or more powerful transformation cultivators. It looked like they really wanted to give him a show of force. At this moment, Crimson Furnace True Lord spoke. The 9 great demonic sects are gathered. What an impressive display. If I didn't know better, I will be thought that we've already defeated Buddhism and Taoism and unified the universe. Crimson Furnace True Lord spoke neither too humble nor too arrogant, obviously being sarcastic. At this moment, a large black-robed man sitting on the right said coldly, Man Crimson Furnace, Luli, behind you, let the pioneer Daoist escape. We suspect he is a spy, so we summoned him for questioning. What's wrong with that? Crimson Furnace True Lord snorted coldly. Without evidence, anything you say is useless. Suddenly, a lazy voice interrupted the conversation. All right. I don't have time to listen to your squabbles. Although we are a demonic sect, we still value evidence. If the 9 major demonic sects want to convict Lulai today, then they need to present the evidence. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Su stepped forward to accuse. Reporting Sect Master, I am the evidence. During this battle, Nangong Long and I had severely injured Ling Shuang and his 4 companions. We could have easily captured them, but then Luli not only released them, but also tried to kill Nangong Long and me. Zhu Gufeng raised her eyes slightly after hearing this. She asked Luli, do you have anything to explain? Unexpectedly, Luli pointed at Yang Shu and mocked. You say it was what? You two are trash. You can't even beat me, and yet you injured 4 others. That's a joke. There wouldn't be anyone dumb enough to believe that, would there? Seriously, upon hearing these words, an old man in black robes immediately slammed the table in warning. Watch your mouth, kid. Du Gufeng waved her hand. It's all right. Luli continued. With Du Gufeng's words, Luli immediately became more confident. He began his impassioned speech. As a glorious member of the demonic Sexton Talents, my goal is to fight against the immortal Sect's 10 tribulations. At the time, I had already severely injured Ling Jin Shuang and the 4 others. I intended to use them as hostages to lure out the other 6 tribulations and capture them all in one fell swoop. But at that moment, Yang Shu and Nangong Long took advantage of the situation, trying to steal the credit. I had no choice but to fight back. Yang Su was so angry that he began cursing. You're talking nonsense. You attacked and prevented us. You attacked so fiercely. Not only did you shatter Nangong Long's bones, but you also used the Great Thunderclap Temple's Great Amitabha Palm. If you're not a spy, then what are you? Luli was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to defend himself. He immediately changed the subject. Oh yeah, speaking of Nangong Long, where is he? Wasn't he going to have a face-to-face confrontation with me? Asking me to have a confrontation, but he's not here. Is that reasonable? Is there still any justice? Hearing this, Nangong Long, who was wrapped like a dumpling, gritted his teeth and looked at Luli. Even Yang Su couldn't stand it anymore and directly asked Luli, are you doing this on purpose? Nangong Long is clearly right here. Luli walked to Nangong Long's side and looked at him. He pretended to be shocked and gasped. Could it be that this lump of stuff is a person? Nangong Long was so angry that he almost did a carp jump and sat up. He shouted that he was going to kill Luli. Luli took 2 steps back and exclaimed in surprise. So it really is Senior Brother Nangong Long. You're still so energetic, but Senior Brother Nangong, you need to calm down. Your health is important. Seeing you recover so quickly makes me feel relieved. Nangong Long was furious, but his body couldn't move. He could only weakly shout, don't touch me, I will kill you. At that moment, from behind Luli, the same black-robed old man from before angrily scolded him again. Stop talking nonsense. Tell us, why did you severely injure my heavenly extinction demonic sex Nangong Long? If you don't give a good reason, this old man will cripple you on the spot and scatter your bones and ashes. Luli sighed lightly. The reason is simple. Actually, Senior Brother Nangong and I are love rivals. The girl, Lin Wan from the Joyful Sect, is my dream lover. She and I were already engaged, and we even had a night of romance. Hearing this, Nangong Long's whole body trembled and he became incoherent. Luli then grabbed his hand and continued to fuel the fire. Senior Brother Nangong's taste is indeed good. Miss Lin. She is so moist. This was a man who took killing with kindness to the extreme. Not only had he shattered his love rival's bones, but now he also held his hand and praised his good taste, and that his woman was so moist. Hearing this, Nangong Long recalled what Lin Wan had said when she came to visit him, and he was so enraged that he couldn't hold back the mouthful of blood that he spat out. Luli exclaimed, everyone, you all saw clearly. I didn't lay a hand on him, Senior Brother. I told you not to get excited. Look at what's happened at this time. The black-robed strong man stood up again. You're talking nonsense. Even if you are Nangong Long's love rival, why did you attack Yang Su? Moreover, you injured a fellow disciple because of a petty romance. Disregarding the big picture, you are clearly a spy. Luli spread out his hands, chuckling. They were the ones who attacked first. I didn't expect that by just putting up a slight resistance, they would become injured like this. Besides, I'm a member of the demonic sect. If I were to be reasonable and consider the big picture, then I would have joined the righteous sects long ago. All of you here are millennia-old cultivators. Do you really need to teach you this? As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed old man suddenly appeared beside him. He raised his hand and angrily shouted, "I've been putting up with you for long enough. You undisciplined brat." With that, the old man unleashed a palm strike. With a bang, Hongru Zenjin stood in front of Lu Li and firmly received the palm strike. The black-robed old man gritted his teeth. "Hongru, step aside today. I will teach this disrespectful brat a lesson." Hongru Zenjin scoffed disdainfully. "You re-putting it so nicely. You're just upset that your disciple was humiliated. You're just desperate to save face. If junior disciples fight over love and are weaker than others, then what is there to say? And now, you're even taking action against a junior who helped him. Heavenly Tarrant Demonic Sect. You truly aren't ashamed. As long as I am here today, no one can even think about touching him." Just as the two were about to fight, Du Gufeng slowly uttered two words, "Stop it." Although these two words were not loud, both of them didn't dare to continue. At this time, Du Gufeng lazily yawned. Hongru is right. Since you can produce other evidence, then let's just forget about it. I am very busy and need to hurry back to the 10,000 Demon City to handle matters. Suddenly, an old woman in black robes spoke up. "Wait, let's put Luli's matter aside. The most important thing now is Fang Yingli. Hand Fang Yingli over. The ethereal ghost sect can have them all to themselves." As soon as Fang Yingli's name was mentioned, the other members of the demonic sect chimed in. "That's right, hand him over. Fang Yingli should be jointly handled by the 10 major demonic sects. We can use this Fang Yingli to create a big fuss and strike at the morale of the Immortal Alliance." Hongru, the junior, is ignorant, but surely you aren't too. Hearing this, Hongru Zhenjin fell silent. At this time, Luli stepped forward. "I call your grandmother's leg. Fang Yingli was captured by me. So why should I hand him over to you? What nonsense about the big picture. What a joke. You yourselves have no ability to capture people. And now you shamelessly acting like old geezers. And you showing off your might at me. A Foundation establishment cultivator." The black-robed strong man looked at him and coldly snorted. "Kid, stop messing around. Hand over Fang Yingli, or else your ethereal ghost sect can forget about establishing itself in the 10 major demonic sects." Lulai smiled disdainfully. "Who cares about the 10 major demonic sects? We'll create our own new 10 major demonic sects. At worst, we will all die together. We will destroy the ancient demonic array and let the Immortal Alliance charge in. Wouldn't that be just wonderful?" After Lu Li finished speaking, Hongru Zenjin continued. "Some people should think before they speak. I don't have time to waste here with you. Luli, let's go." Just as the two were about to turn around and leave, the black-robed strong man immediately slammed the table and stood up. "If you don't hand over the person today, no one is leaving." Luli turned his head and said calmly, "Whether we leave here or not isn't up to you, even if Jugu City Lord is here." After saying that, Luli prepared to turn around. The black-robed strong man hurriedly shouted, "Wait, how about an exchange? As long as the ethereal ghost sect hands over Fang Yingli, any conditions can be met." Luli turned his head and smiled. "Shouldn't you have said that earlier? If that's the case, then our ethereal ghost sect will be the flower of the immortal demon war." Du Gufeng couldn't help but laugh. But the black-robed strong man said flatly, "No, change your request." Luli was greatly disappointed. "You were just saying that you would agree to any request. If you can't keep your word, then don't show off. Then I'll take a step back. Give the heavenly demon test of all the 10 major demonic sects to our ethereal ghost sect." The black-robed strong man turned his face away again, telling him to change it again. This time, Luli was too lazy to make any more requests. He directly turned his body around and spread out his hands. "This won't do, and that won't do either. Then what's the point of talking?" He prepared to leave again. The black-robed strong man hurriedly shouted, "Wait, I'll exchange a Dao sword for him. How's that?" Upon hearing this, Luli was shocked. "Is that true?" The black-robed strong man smiled smugly. Kid, my heavenly demon sect is preparing to refine a Dao sword. It will take around 3,000 to 5,000 years. Once it's refined, I will personally give it to you. You hand over Fang Yingli first? Lulia's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. He gave the black-robed strong man a thumbs up. In all my year, this is the first time I've met someone more shameless than me. I've truly broadened my horizons. You're the real master. Luli had never imagined that he would meet a master more shameless than himself today, so he decisively turned around and waved his hand. Since you're all so brazen, then I'll hand over Fang Yingli when your Dao sword is refined. I hope he still has some value at that time. Of course, perhaps the profound Heaven Temple will be more generous and exchange a Dao sword first. Upon hearing this, the other demonic sect members glared at him through gritted teeth. But Dugu Feng stood up from her chair and happily announced, All right. Since that's the case, let's all end the meeting. But just as Lu Li and Hongru Zhenjun were about to leave, Nang Gonglong, who was in a wheelchair, suddenly stood up. Wait, Luli, I want to have a soul duel with you. Upon hearing this, Dugu Feng immediately slumped. Luli was confused. What is a soul duel? Hongru Zhenjun explained, a soul duel is a type of demonic sorcery, a soul contract. Once a blood oath is made with someone's soul, one cannot lie to them. But normally, only couples share such intimacy. After hearing this, Luli looked at Nangong Long with disgust. Senior brother Nangong, my interests aren't that broad. Nangong Long was so angry he cursed, Stop farting. Esteemed elders, City Lord Dugu, this Luli must be a spy. I want to have a soul confrontation with him. Luli grinned, okay. Although it's embarrassing, since senior brother Nangong wants to get to know me so deeply, I have no choice but to comply. Seeing that both parties agreed, Dugu Feng stood in the middle as the certifier. She made them each squeeze out a drop of blood. Lu Li and Nangong Long did so, each dripping out a drop of blood. The next moment, Dugu Feng extended her hand and the 2 drops of blood turned into blood kai surrounding her. Then she waved her hand and softly shouted blood key, and immediately a strange formation appeared under their feet. However, Luli wasn't flustered at all. After all, he was a man with a system. If the system detected that his consciousness was being controlled, it would immediately take mandatory measures. Last time, even Elder Hujin's interrogation was blocked. Would he be afraid this time? Sure enough. As soon as the blood key formed, Luli heard a beautiful system notification in his ear. Then Dugu Feng announced the start of the soul confrontation. Nangong Long asked 3 questions in a row. Luli, a Buddhist spy, did you intentionally let Lin Jinshuang go? Are they rescuing their comrades? Have you ever thought of betraying the demonic sect? Luli answered no to all of them. Hearing such answers, Nangong Long immediately became anxious. That's impossible. You're lying. At this moment, Honglu Zhenjun couldn't help but speak. All right, now that this is over, can't you clear Luli's name? However, Nangong Long grabbed Luli's collar and asked again, Luli, did you actually engage in dual cultivation with Lin Wan? Luli smiled and replied, yes, and she said that you weren't good enough. Hearing the words, not good enough, Nangong Long couldn't believe it. But he still stubbornly said, what not good enough? Luli continued to add fuel to the fire. Except for speed, nothing else was good enough. Nangong Long was so angry that his eyes widened. He gnashed his teeth. Seeing this, Dugu Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, Nangong Long was seen foaming at the mouth, falling backward. His entire body fell to the ground, rolling his eyes. Yang Su looked at the fallen Nangong Long, his face covered in cold sweat. He opened his mouth in shock. He's dead. He was injured to death by Luli. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed elder from the heavenly demonic sect roared. Carrying countless skeletal demonic shadows, he instantly appeared before Luli, ready to kill him on the spot. In this critical moment, a sword suddenly fell from the sky, blocking the black-robed elder. Immediately after, Dugu Feng stood in front of Luli, coldly saying, in my 10,000 demon city, no one can kill anyone as they please. The black-robed elder angrily said, Dugu Feng, this isn't your 10,000 demon city. Feng turned around proudly and replied domineeringly, "Wherever my gaze falls, the heavens, the earth, the stars, the bright moon, all belong to the 10,000 demon city. Is it really possible to do, please, if you are strong enough? Feng told you. It truly is." Faced with the domineering Feng, the black-robed elder gritted his teeth and asked, Feng, are you determined to meddle in this? Feng replied nonchalantly, "What are you inviting, demons? Do you want to test if my sword can cut down any demons?" The old ghost, upon hearing that, grit his teeth, but he didn't dare to refute. He could only turn his head, coldly snorting, "I will give this face to City Lord Dugu." Then he looked at Lu Li with a sinister gaze, threatening him. "I've remembered this debt. Kid, no one will be able to save you next time." Seeing this, Lu Li couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A dignified elder Shen actually became so cowardly. This Feng is worthy of being someone who can be a king on Mount 10,000 Demons and has the voice to command a city. Then Feng turned her head and smiled at Lu Li. "Little fellow, are you still reluctant to leave?" Lu Li smiled and cupped his fist. "I naturally want to thank the city lord for upholding justice, but my ethereal ghost sect still has important matters to attend to. Esteemed seniors and fellow cultivators, we will meet again." After speaking, Lu Li walked out of the hall. Then he returned to his residence. But just as he stretched out and was about to take a rest, Hongru Zhenjin suddenly closed the door and, with a slightly red face, asked Lu Li, "Was what you said earlier true?" Lu Li was stunned for a moment. "What are you talking about?" Hearing this, Hongru Zhenjin immediately became anxious. "The things you said during the blood oath with Nangong Long, and the thing with Lin Wan," Lu Li scratched his head. "You mean those things, they were all lies." Hearing this, Hongru Zhenjin breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. But he quickly realized something wasn't right. "Then, what is going on? Under the blood oath, you weren't affected at all. It's impossible for you to resist it yourself. Could it be that the city lord of 10,000 demons, Feng, did something?" Lu Li gilly turned his head and replied, "Perhaps." But in his heart, he was thinking, "This is troublesome. The system's existence can't be exposed." Fortunately, at this moment, Hongru Zhenjin seemed to have thought of something, muttering to himself, "To be able to do something under the noses of the 9 great demonic sects experts. It seems that the rumors are true, that City Lord Feng really possesses the general outline of the Heavenly Demon Scroll." Lu Li was a little puzzled upon hearing that. "General outline of the Heavenly Demon Scroll?" Hongru Zhenjin nodded. "That's right. The Heavenly Demon Scroll has 10 volumes. The 10 great demonic sects once tried to fuse the 10 volumes of the Heavenly Demon Scroll in an attempt to glimpse the source of the Heavenly Demon. However, nothing happened. It seems like one volume is missing. And that missing volume is the general outline. Now, it seems that it should be in the hands of that city lord Dugu." Hearing Hongru Zhenjin's speculation, Lu Li couldn't help but secretly rejoice. "I didn't expect something like that. My questions and answers earlier actually had many flaws. But this way I can get away with it, since no one dares to mess with the city lord." At that moment, a roar came from outside the house. "Lu Li, you little bastard, get out here, return my son's life." It turned out to be Nangong Long's parents coming for revenge. Lu Li didn't expect them to come so quickly. But Hongru Zhenjin wasn't used to dealing with them, and was preparing to go out and teach them a lesson. However, before he could go out, a loud laugh came from the roof. "Nangong Sai, why are you shouting so loudly? Are you trying to summon your parents' souls?" It was indeed the Ghost Devil Master. He directly cursed the other party's parents, which angered Nangong Sai. "Ghost Devil Master, your disciple killed my son. Today I will first kill you, then cut up your disciple to pay for my son's life." Nangong Sai shouted and came into the air, summoning a ghost form. He slashed straight down at the Ghost Devil Master with his saber. The Ghost Devil Master didn't dodge or evade, and directly took out the sun and moon golden wheels and easily blocked the strike. He continued to mock. "With this kind of skill, you're even worse than my grandma's stewed pig trotters. You dare to come to my ethereal ghost sect for revenge? Call me Grandpa, and maybe I can give you a few pointers." With that, the Ghost Devil Master threw the golden wheels in his hand. They instantly smashed towards Nangong Sai. Nangong Sai was immediately shocked and hurriedly held up his saber to resist. At that moment, his wife also rushed over and slashed the golden wheels away with her saber. Then the two of them summoned their own ghost forms and decided to kill him together with a double saber combination. They attacked the Ghost Devil Master. Faced with the saber vortex formed by their double saber combination, the Ghost Devil Master still did not dodge or evade. He placed the sun and moon golden wheels behind him and rotated them. He shouted, "Kunping devours the heavens." Immediately, a giant black Kunping appeared behind him. It opened its bloody maw and directly sucked the saber vortex created by the double saber combination into its mouth. Nangong Sai and his wife saw that the Ghost Devil Master's technique was strange and decisively stopped the double saber combination. But the moment they separated, the giant Kunping bit down towards them. Seeing this, Nangong Sai knew that they had no chance of victory. He immediately chose to retreat. But before leaving, he still didn't forget to threaten Ghost Devil Master. "You and your disciple better watch your backs on the road." The Ghost Devil Master didn't hold back, directly retorting, "Bah, Nangong Sai, don't let me find your son's grave, or else I will dig it up and use it as a chamber pot." Having seen the whole process, Luli couldn't help but sigh inwardly. One person forced two mid-nascent soul cultivators to retreat. He really is the ruthless person who offended 70% of the golden core cultivators in the demonic sects. It seems that being shameless doesn't mean being incompetent. Then he respectfully stepped forward to greet his master. The victorious Ghost Devil Master was also very happy. He praised Luli unsparingly. "Luli, you did very well this time. You alone occupied the position in the Immortal Dao Sect, and you even brought back one, greatly increasing the reputation of my ethereal ghost sect and making this master look good." Luli smiled and cupped his fist. "It's all because of Master's good teachings. This little matter of mine is not worth mentioning. Master, you forced back two mid-nascent soul cultivators with your nascent soul early-stage cultivation. That was truly shocking the demonic sects and imposing power. It made our name known throughout the world." The Ghost Devil Master laughed. "All right, you don't have to flatter your master. I know how powerful I am." Luli followed up with flattery. "But it has to be known throughout the world." However, Hongru Zhenjin, who was standing in the middle and listening to the two of them mutually flattery, had a dark look on his face, thinking it seems that Luli's thick skin was learned from him. Huh. Then the Ghost Devil Master put his hand on Luli's shoulder, saying, "Luli, you have performed great deeds. The sect has asked me to reward you. I have taken the liberty of getting an unparalleled treasure for you." Luli, upon hearing there was something good, quickly thanked his master. But the next second, the Ghost Demon Master's expression changed. "Aren't you going to listen to what the treasure is? What if it's not suitable for you? Wouldn't that be a huge disappointment?" Hearing this, Luli said righteously, "Master, your divine calculations are ingenious. Your vision is profound. You refined, gentle, and have a broad mind. You are handsome, stand tall and upright, and charm all beings. How could you possibly choose the wrong treasure for your disciple? And Master has come from so far away. I'm already filled with gratitude. How could I be picky?" Hearing Luli's flattery, the Ghost Demon Master laughed smugly. "I didn't choose wrong with this disciple." However, Luli had a face full of cold sweat, thinking, "Hurry up, I can't keep making this up." Luckily, the Ghost Demon Master then handed him a talisman, telling him that it was a 6-character mantra. This talisman can suppress heavenly demons. It's most suitable for you to use to cultivate the heavenly demon 23 swords. Luli took the talisman. He immediately felt the powerful air on it. It was obviously written by someone extraordinary. He had not expected this world to actually have a 6-character mantra. Then he flipped the talisman over. He found that there was also something written on the back. But when he saw what was written on the back, his eyes widened. The back was actually written with phonetic annotations. He immediately realized that something was wrong. He had read many books here and had never seen any phonetics. Not even a single letter. Could there be other transmigrators in this world? A man in a cultivation world had obtained a 6-character mantra talisman, but he hadn't expected there to be phonetic letters on the back. Could there be other transmigrators in this world? Thinking of this, Luli hurriedly asked the Ghost Demon Master and the Hongru True Lord, "Do you know what these characters on it are?" But both of them said they had never seen them, and thought it might be some kind of ancient talisman. At this moment, the Ghost Demon Master suddenly asked Luli, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the talisman?" Luli quickly shook his head. No. I'm just curious. How could there be this kind of Buddhist mantra talisman in our sect? The Ghost Demon Master laughed. What's so strange about that? We've been fighting for so long, and we've intercepted countless people from the Buddhist sects. Besides, the demonic path is best at digging up graves. Maybe someone ran over to the Buddhist side, dug up some bald donkeys' pagodas, and found this talisman. Hearing this, Luli quickly bowed to the Ghost Demon Master. I see, thank you, Master. The Ghost Demon Master patted Luli's head, also feeling quite gratified. All right, don't worry about it. I don't know much about Buddhist things. You have great comprehension. I believe that you can find a way to understand them on your own. While Luli thought in his heart, looks like I'll have to keep an eye out for it myself. At this time, the Ghost Demon Master turned his head and asked, by the way, where's Bei Jinfei? Has that kid died on some woman again? Upon hearing the Ghost Demon Master's voice, Bai Jinfei didn't even have time to put on his clothes and came running over. Then he immediately knelt down to see his master. The Ghost Demon Master patted his shoulder twice and revealed a kind smile. Your junior brother was attacked by a nascent soul cultivator and interrogated by the 9 great demonic sects. I'm relieved that you're all right and having a lot of fun. Bei Jinfei had a face full of cold sweat. He turned his head to ask Luli, attacked by a nascent soul cultivator, are you okay, junior brother? Luli spread out his hands and smiled. I'm fine, just almost died. Bei Jinfei was startled and took 2 steps back. At this moment, the Ghost Demon Master suddenly appeared behind him and said coldly, Jinfei, your ghost-meeting sword-drawing technique has reached the peak of the 2nd level. It seems you're almost at a bottleneck, right? Then I must give you some pointers. After speaking, the Ghost Demon Master dragged Bei Jinfei and turned to leave. He told Luli to go back and cultivate well, and to remember to be more careful when going out in the future. Luli watched Bei Jinfei being dragged away. He could only silently say, take care, senior brother. Then he returned to his residence and started to study the 6-character mantra talisman. He thought that since this 6-character mantra talisman existed, maybe there was also the Diamond Sutra, the Amitabha Sutra, the Lotus Sutra, and other Buddhist scriptures. At that time, his techniques might be able to evolve again, but unfortunately, the clues had been cut off. For now, I should first try it out. With that, Luli placed the 6-character mantra talisman on his forehead. Instantly, his pupils turned golden, and his whole body was covered with Buddhist light. The system also quickly gave a notification. Your Vajra mantra and the Great Power Heavenly Dragon mantra have felt the blessing of supreme Buddhist power and have entered a state of enlightenment. Cultivation effect increased by 10,000%. Your indestructible Vajra divine skill has felt the blessing of supreme Buddhist power and has entered a state of enlightenment. Cultivation effect increased by 10,000%. Your great Tathagata palm has felt the blessing of fresh supreme Buddhist power and has entered a divine state. Cultivation effect increased by 50,000%. You have been blessed by supreme Buddhist power. Evil will not harm you. Listening to these continuous system prompts, Luli was immediately happy. 100-fold increase is really a good thing. And with the effect of suppressing evil, wouldn't that help me refine the heavenly demon sword? No sooner said than done. Luli went to his consciousness space, holding the heavenly demon sword and forcefully slashing at the space barrier. He directly ripped a big opening. The next second, countless heavenly demons swarmed in from the opening. Luli smiled smugly. You've come at the right time. Then he began chanting Buddhist scriptures, suppressing all the heavenly demons. Looking at these imprisoned heavenly demons, Luli revealed a satisfied smile. With this, I should be able to refine 10,000 flying swords, right? They all say that a woman's face changes faster than the flip of a book. And Luli finally experienced it today. And the person was his own fiancé. After continuously working overtime to refine the heavenly demon swords for 10 days, Luli felt he couldn't take it anymore. He was truly drained and had no spiritual energy left. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh, my cultivation isn't high enough. He was only at the level of 4 key refining stages and had already reached his limit after continuously refining for only 10 days. But after thinking about it, he decided to let it go and rest first. If he continued like this, I'm afraid that even the heavenly demon 24 swords would rebel. Suddenly, Luli thought that during the time he was refining the demonic swords, something seemed to have happened. At this time, the system gave a notification, your yin-yang primal chaos cumping divine demonic art, because its appetite has increased greatly, had to go out and look for spiritual energy to devour. Your yin-yang cumping divine demonic art devoured a trace of primal chaos energy in the Imperial Court Dao Palace. After eating and drinking to its heart's content, its cultivation greatly increased. Progress increased by 25%. Seeing this notification, Luli was also startled. Primal chaos energy. Isn't that a treasure that requires practicing the supreme cultivation methods at the integration stage, which Major Sect did it steal from? But that's not right. Primal chaos energy is a kind of innate energy. There's also another way for it to appear, which is together with Dao Kuai. Could it be that the yin-yang primal chaos cumping divine demonic art found the location of Dao Qi? Doesn't that mean the Dao Qi Eye is in the Imperial Court Dao Palace? But where was the Dao Palace? Thinking this, Luli decided to come out of his seclusion. As soon as he came out, stretched himself, he bumped into the Hongru True Lord. The Hongru True Lord said coquettishly with a smile, looks like your cultivation isn't too bad. You've even become more handsome. Luli also very cooperatively laughed. If I wasn't handsome enough, how could I be worthy of your beautiful looks, madam? The Hongru True Lord blushed a little at his words. Then, she coughed twice and introduced a young girl behind her. This one has been waiting for you at the residence for a long time. She is the daughter of that Madame Yamu, Xiang Zhuo, and she is your fiancée. Speaking of this, the Hongru True Lord looked at Luli with a profound gaze. Luli was completely dumbfounded. He had indeed heard the ghost demon master mention it before, but hadn't he already refused? How could she have come to the door? This was a big problem. Then, Xiang Zhuo said sweetly to Luli, this servant has seen her husband. Luli awkwardly replied hello. But don't you think this is developing a bit too fast? But to his surprise, Xiang Zhuo laughed. Fast? My mother, after hearing about your exploits, was overjoyed. She told me to hurry over and have our wedding night first and get married later. I also brought a lot of dowry with me, so you can relax. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. When she said this, Xiang Zhuo's expression suddenly changed, and her eyes were full of disdain. Luli was a bit confused, wondering what that was just now, but at this moment, Xiang Zhuo had already returned her demure and delicate appearance, and said sweetly, what's wrong? Xiang Zhuo doesn't understand what you were saying. Luli awkwardly turned his head, and then asked uncertainly, this Xiang Zhuo, I wonder if you have ever heard this saying from the immortal Dao Confucian holy sect. A 7-foot body has been promised, difficult to promise clearness. Hearing this, Xiang Zhuo's expression instantly darkened. Difficult to promise clearness. That means you unwilling to clear things up with me. With that, Xiang Zhuo suddenly unbuttoned her clothes, revealing her full figure in front of Luli. Seeing this, Luli tried to cover his eyes. He asked her what she was doing. But to his surprise, the next second Xiang Zhuo cursed out loud. You son of a bitch. You should have said so earlier. I've been acting like a shy young girl for so long. If it wasn't for my mother forcing me to come, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Goodbye. I never want to see you again. With that, Xiang Zhuo resolutely turned and left. Luli was left dumbfounded, sighing. That woman's face changed too fast. The Hongru True Lord on the side couldn't help but laugh. It's also your fault for not paying attention. If you de-asked someone, you'd know that. This Miss Xiang Zhuo is a proud little demon king who doesn't like anyone. Her mother, Madame Yumyu. I don't know how many talented young men I found for him, and in the end, they were all played to death by him. Hearing this, Luli was also startled and curiously asked, Wait, what kind of… Hongru True Monarch pouted and proudly said, I don't know if you want to know. Go chase him down. Luli was sweating profusely. Never mind, it's good I didn't agree. By the way, True Monarch, did anything major happen in these 10 days? Yes. The Sword Dao energy incident happened again 5 days ago. A man transmigrated to a world of cultivation. He wanted to learn from Han Li and mark the names of his enemies. But he didn't expect to fail the first time and almost get cut by a blade. To recap the previous episode. When Luli asked if anything major had happened during these days, Hongru True Monarch nodded. Yes, 5 days ago, the Sword Dao energy incident happened again. The 10 great demonic sects used all sorts of methods, and finally found the location where the Dao energy disappeared, Fallen Immortal Valley, Fallen Immortal Cave. In the last 5 days, both the immortal and demonic paths have sent disciples to the Fallen Immortal Cave to search. They have encountered each other thousands of times and have had hundreds of fights. But they still haven't truly found the whereabouts of the Dao energy. Hearing the name Fallen Immortal Cave, Luli instinctively thought, could the Imperial Dao Palace be in this Fallen Immortal Cave? Then he scratched his head and complained. Looks like I'm going to be sent out to work again. Hongru True Monarch nodded. That's right, but that's also what I'm worried about. The Immortal Alliance hates you to the bone. Some of the Immortal Alliance geniuses who had been secretly cultivating to the Golden Core stage have come out of seclusion and are preparing to kill you. Some of them are even no weaker than Ling Jin Shuang. I'm really worried about this trip, Luli grinned. Then, I'll just prepare for departure now to avoid what happened last time. I plan on going without bringing any fellow disciples. Hongru True Monarch immediately got anxious. But it's too dangerous for you to go alone, Luli smiled. True Monarch, don't worry. I'm not going alone. I have someone else to bring. And the person he would bring was naturally Fang Yingli. She could also be used as a maid along the way. At this moment, Luli was lying on a chair, leisurely basking in the sun, drinking coconut juice, with Fang Yingli massaging his back. It was so comfortable. After a while, Fang Yingli suddenly asked, How come your physical body is so strong? How did you cultivate it? Luli turned his head and looked at her. What? Do you want to gather my information to tell Ling Jin Shuang so he can kill me? Fang Yingli guiltily turned her head and stammered, No, I was just curious. Luli didn't care and just smiled faintly. With that brain of yours, that's not enough to feed the crabs, so don't try to scheme against me. If it weren't for your low IQ, I would have made you give birth to a litter of children already. Hearing this, Fang Yingli's face turned slightly red. You're the one with a low IQ. Isn't it just giving birth? I'm not afraid. Hearing this, Luli got up from the chair with a smirk. Is that so? Then let's head back first. Let's have 10 or 8 kids first. With that, he directly carried Fang Yingli, preparing to battle 300 rounds. Fang Yingli was so scared she immediately admitted defeat. I was just talking nonsense. Put me down. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from below the ship, interrupting their friendly exchange. What are you doing up there? This is an important place ahead. No entry allowed. Disembark quickly. Luli and Fang Yingli jumped off the ship together, and from the clothes of the people, judged that they should be from the Blood Shadow demonic sect. At this time, the leader-disciple questioned who they were. Luli smiled and cupped his fist. I am Hongfang Gulijing. Greetings to the senior brothers of the Blood Shadow sect. The 2 leader disciples looked at each other. Hongfang Guli, never heard of him. But it seems you are not an ordinary person, since you have such a strong force. Luli smiled. It's not worth mentioning in front of the 10 great demonic sects. I wonder if you can reveal some information so that I can safely enter the fallen immortal cave. I will repay you handsomely." The leader disciple didn't say anything more and let them pass. "We don't have any useful information. You can go," Luli said with a smile. "Thank you, senior brother," and then walked past. But the next second, that disciple revealed a cold smile, raising his blade and chopping down on Luli. Luckily, Luli was prepared and easily caught the blade with just 2 fingers. "Senior brother, what do you mean by this?" That disciple sneered. "We were just playing along to delay you." "You were really getting into it. Stop pretending, Luli." Seeing that he had been exposed, Luli stopped pretending. With a little force from his 2 fingers, the blade turned into a pile of shards. Then he scornfully said, "You don't actually think that with just a few of you and this pile of scrap metal, you can kill me, do you, the leader disciple?" Snorted coldly. "We know that we are not your match. We were just delaying you." "But the senior brothers from the Blood Shadow sect, who came out of seclusion, have heard of your name and are eager to meet you." Luli smiled faintly. "Then, your senior brothers need to hurry up, because if they are too slow, it'll be too late for them to collect your corpses." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Yingli used her 5 elements sun and moon rings, instantly locking down all the Blood Shadow sect disciples around them. Luli looked at Fang Yingli, who was crouching on the ground, ready for a fight, and chuckled. "Pretty clever. You know that we are in this together. It wasn't a waste of food I fed you." At this moment, the remaining Blood Shadow sect disciples suddenly charged forward, raising their blades and chopping at Luli. Luli's expression didn't change. He condensed his magic power in his hand, and with a wave of his hand, several heavenly demon swords flew out, giving the Blood Shadow sect disciples who had surrounded him a cool feeling. Finally, only the leader disciple from before was left on the scene, looking at Luli with horror. "You can actually control so many heavenly demon swords. Are you even human?" Luli smiled. "That's not something you need to worry about." As he spoke, he summoned another heavenly demon sword. With a swoosh, he directly flung it out. That disciple was instantly dismembered by the heavenly demon sword, turning into a bloody mess. Seeing such a bloody scene, Fang Yingli instinctively opened her mouth wide. "You're also from the demonic path. How can you be so merciless to your fellow disciples?" Luli clapped his hands and said indifferently, "You, a righteous cultivator, are actually showing sympathy for these sects that take blood from the living. And besides, I have a deep hatred for their sect." Hearing this, Fang Yingli was also a little curious. "What hatred?" Luli fabricated a story with a serious face. "It's the hatred of interfering with lovers. I was deeply in love with a beautiful woman from the Blood Shadow sect. But the Blood Shadow sect actually had people who opposed it." Hearing this, Fang Yingli immediately became interested and eagerly continued, "Who opposed it? Was it that woman's parents? I get it. A tragic love story that defies family opposition. I've seen this classic plot in books many times." However, Luli shook his head. No, it was her husband who interfered. Fang Yingli was instantly dumbfounded. Luli walked inside on his own and said, "I can sense the Tao energy." Watching his back, Fang Yingli couldn't help but think, as expected of the demonic path. Soon, the two arrived at the fallen immortal cave. But this fallen immortal cave looked like an active volcano. They hadn't been inside for long before Fang Yingli was already sweating profusely from the heat. Luli guessed. The space inside was probably formed from billions of years of eruptions. The Imperial Tao Palace might actually be here. At this moment, a woman with only bandages wrapped around her upper body appeared in front of them. She put her hand on her waist and asked Luli, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" The man just wanted to come out and show off his great sword, but he didn't expect to encounter the male lead. Although the quality of this cheat sword is not that good, it can still be fused and is even available wholesale. Faced with the red-haired woman's question, Luli replied politely, "Sorry, There are too many bad people outside. I just came in to take shelter, and I accidentally got lost. At the same time, he also recognized that she should be from the Immortal Alliance. After listening, the red-haired woman blushed and said, "Is that so? The demonic path is surrounding the outside. The Immortal Alliance is inside. The important thing is that you should not wander around. And since you don't look too good, I suggest you head back quickly." But the awkward thing was that she had been talking to the wall the whole time, and Luli was on the other side, reminding her, "I'm here." The red-haired woman awkwardly laughed. "Sorry, my eyesight is not so good." At this time, a golden mark suddenly appeared in her eyes. Then, she suddenly drew her sword and pointed it at Luli. She shouted, "You're Luli." Luli spread out his hands and smiled. "Your eyesight can even recognize me. Looks like I am really famous in the Immortal Alliance." The red-haired woman directly charged towards him with her sword and said, "The Alliance leader gave me a spirit eye. As soon as I see you, I'll recognize you, even if you turn to ash. You must die, you trash." As soon as she finished speaking, her sword successfully pierced the wall. Seeing this scene, Luli was speechless. Yuri almost blind. "Are there no glasses in this world?" And Fang Yingli, on the side, was greeting her. "Sister Long, it's me Yingli." It turned out this red-haired woman was Long Xuan, one of the Immortal Tao Sect disciples. At this time, Long Xuan hit a rock behind her and said, "Yingli, don't be afraid. Stay behind me. I'll save you from here." Luli was speechless. Is she here to be funny? Fang Yingli was also a little embarrassed. Sister Long often stays up late looking at sheet music, so she's like this. At this moment, a white-clothed young man suddenly descended from the sky. "Junior Sister Long, I heard your voice. Are you all right?" As he spoke, he arrived at Long Xuan's side, and he also recognized Luli's identity. And Long Xuan, on the side, reminded him, "Senior brother Yu, be careful. Rumor has it that Luli has cultivated the heavenly demon 23 swords this time. His strength is unfathomable. I must be extremely careful." "So this white-robed youth is Yu Jinlong, one of the geniuses from the Immortal Tao world." Luli crossed his arms and chuckled casually. "Why is it just the two of you? The spirit sword duo. I haven't seen him for days. I kinda miss him." Yu Jinlong glared at him and snorted coldly. "Our last defeat was only because Senior Sister Lin fell for your demonic sect's tricks. We don't need him to deal with you." Luli grinned. "Is that so?" With that, he directly flung a demonic sword at Yu Jinlong. Yu Jinlong scoffed dismissively. "Such paltry tricks." Then, he drew the sword from his back. He directly sliced Luli's demonic sword into 2 pieces. As the 2 pieces of broken sword fell to the ground, Yu Jinlong, while infusing his sword with mana, said, "This sword is named Spirit Serpent. It was forged from refined outer ski cloud iron. To die under this sword is your fortune." Luli grinned. "Is that so?" As he spoke, he summoned several demonic swords and pointed them all out. 6 swords shot out together. Yu Jinlong was shocked and quickly leaped backwards to avoid them, but that was clearly useless. Luli only flicked his finger upwards, and all the demonic swords flew rapidly upwards under his control. Faced with so many demonic swords, Yu Jinlong, though wielding a precious sword, still found it very difficult to parry. At that moment, Luli prepared to try a newly developed move. The surrounding demonic swords began to merge, eventually transforming into an enlarged, extended version of the demonic sword. It appeared before Yu Jinlong with a swish. Faced with this demonic sword, Yu Jinlong gritted his teeth and directly unleashed his sword technique, 9 Heavens Mystic Thunder. The majestic power of the heavens, the spirit serpent draws the phoenix. As Yu Jinlong's words fell, the 2 swords collided with a loud crash. They began a fierce clash. Seeing this, Luli couldn't help but sigh. Though Li Jing is specialized in sinister arts, he is still a top expert in the Yin Ghost sect. But these geniuses from the Immortal Alliance are easily 7 or 8 times stronger than Li Jing. But it's a pity that his opponent is Luli, the cheater. Soon, the clash between the 2 swords ended, with both shattering into pieces. Yu Jinlong, because his natal spirit weapon was damaged, suffered a backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground. Long Swan hurried over to help him up, worried. Senior brother are you all right? Yu Jinlong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed. I'm fine. But it's worth it to have depleted his demonic sword. Now he's no threat, however. At that moment, Lu Li smiled and applauded him. Excellent. Excellent. You're indeed skilled, fellow Daoist. But when did I say I only had 6 demonic swords? As he spoke, over a dozen demonic swords appeared around Lu Li. Seeing this, both of their faces were filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Those are all demonic swords. Seeing that they couldn't defeat Lu Li, Yu Jinlong, with Long Xuan's help, turned tail and ran, deciding to join up with senior sister Lin. But they couldn't escape that easily. Lu Li was immediately ready to chase after them when suddenly, Long Xuan turned around and threw out 2 black water yin thunder pearls. Lu Li was startled and immediately stopped, grabbing Fang Yingli's hand and running outwards. Then, with a loud bang, debris flew everywhere. Lu Li and the other jumped down from above. But another black shadow jumped out from inside as well. Then the 2 arrived at a safe place. Fang Yingli clutched his chest, panting heavily. That was too scary. It scared me so much I'm hungry. Lu Li breathed out a long sigh. After a little while, he looked towards a mountain wall. He said, Friend over there, since you've been following us, why don't you come out and chat? Then, a pair of slender, fairlets walked out from behind the mountain wall. Following them were 3 tails. A woman giggling walked towards Lu Li. You truly deserve to be the strongest existence at level 10 of the demonic path. You can see through my stealth magic. Lu Li recognized that his opponent was a 3-tailed fox demon. But for some reason, looking at the swaying 3 tails, he always felt an urge to pet them. He felt that fox tails must feel great to pet. At that moment, the fox demon added Fuel the Fire, taunting Lu Li, Do you want to touch my tails? Then, come on. You can touch me anywhere you want. This was a man that even perverts would consider a pervert. Facing a fox demon girl who offered herself willingly, he only wanted to pet her tails and then take her as his mount. As the 3-tailed fox demon walked towards Lu Li smelled a strange odor. Then he looked at Fang Yingli with a look of disgust and asked, Did you fart? It smells awful. Fang Yingli immediately retorted, You were the one who farted. Seeing that her scent had no effect on Lu Li, the 3-tailed fox demon's eyes turned sharp. The aura on her body gradually began to transform into a fox phantom. Fang Yingli said, That should be the scent she's releasing. She's probably from the Heaven Fox clan of the Abyss Demon race. Legend has it that the Heaven-sent Fox clan can charm their enemies unconsciously. If we don't leave, we're done for. I'm sure to be eaten alive, and you will be captured and forced to give birth to fox cubs. Hearing this, Lu Li thought for a moment, the Abyss Demons would capture me to make babies. I didn't expect such a good thing. Fang Yingli was so scared by his words, he backed away 2 steps. I know you're a pervert, but you can't be like this. At that moment, Lu Li's persona suddenly changed. He summoned a demonic sword and laughed, but instead of being captured by her, I have a better idea. I'll catch her to be my mount. With that, Lu Li launched a demonic sword towards the 3-tailed fox demon. The 3-tailed fox demon gently waved her hand, blocking the sword. She giggled. Others may be afraid of your demonic sword, but I'm not. As she spoke, she clenched her fist, directly turning the demonic sword into countless fragments. Seeing this, Lu Li also became serious. He thought, what a powerful physical body. Demonic swords are ineffective. I can only try to get close to her. And the 3-tailed fox demon giggled. You want to play rough? I can keep you company. Your blood ki is so powerful. We Abyss demons love to eat beings with powerful blood ki. As she spoke, the 3-tailed fox demon summoned 3 fire foxes that pounced towards Lu Li. Lu Li shouted at Fang Yingli behind him, If you keep watching, I won't care if you get caught. Hearing this, Fang Yingli came to his senses and immediately used his 5-element sun-moon rings to restrain the 3 fire foxes. Lu Li then charged head-on, turning into a blur and circling behind the 3-tailed fox demon. However, at that moment, the fire foxes restrained by Fang Yingli suddenly disappeared. They reappeared behind the three-tailed fox demon, biting towards Luli. Luli was unable to react in time. He was bitten by the three fire foxes simultaneously. Immediately, a pillar of fire shot into the sky. Seeing this, Fang Yingli felt like he was done for. They were really going to have grilled carp, but unexpectedly, when the fire scattered, Luli was unscathed. It turned out that he used the yin-yang primordial Kun Peng magic to absorb all the flames. Now it was his turn to retaliate. He summoned the great Buddha palm Dharma image. A golden palm struck the three-tailed fox demon. This palm directly slammed her into the rock wall. The three-tailed fox demon was completely enraged, letting out an angry roar. Damn human. I will not let you go, demon god's protection. As she spoke, the three-tailed fox demon's eyes turned crimson. Her power also surged instantly. She actually slowly tore through the golden palm, breaking through Luli's great Buddha palm. Then, she landed on the ground with a thud and threatened Luli, "Don't be so proud. My sister will soon return with several demon experts to avenge me. Then, I will make sure there is not a bone left of you," Luli said indifferently. "Is that so? Too bad. You won't live to see it." With that, Luli directly summoned his three Dharma images. He prepared to finish the fight quickly. The three-tailed fox demon was instantly dumbfounded. Then, she watched as Luli used the great mighty heavenly dragon Vajra mantra, and used the Vajra invulnerable, and ganged up on the three-tailed fox demon. Fang Yingli backed away in fright, thinking he really is a pervert. Soon after, Luli finished the job, and the fox demon had reverted to her original form, turning into a small fox. Luli was holding her in his hand. Fang Yingli beside him reminded, "Luli, these abyss demons won't easily submit. And they're very vengeful, so they will be coming back soon." Luli grinned. "I never intended to conquer her, but using her as bait is not bad. Let's see if they can deal with the Immortal Alliance. With our two forces combined, you should know how to friend the people from the Immortal Alliance, right?" Suddenly asked this. Fang Yingli turned his head and said guiltily, "What are you talking about? We should continue on our way." Luli grabbed him by the collar. "Stop pretending. You're already silly enough." But Fang Yingli shook his head frantically. "No, you clearly want to use me to catch senior sister Lin." Luli sighed helplessly. "I'm alone now. If I go looking for Lin Jianshuang with you, she'll definitely have a bunch of people with her. How can I catch her? And I've planted the demonic Sect's insidious and vicious demonic seed within you. If you don't obey me, you might explode and die." As he spoke, Luli didn't forget to pinch Fang Yingli's fleshy cheeks a few times. Finally, Fang Yingli had no choice but to lead the way. After turning several corners, Luli was speechless. "Why aren't we there yet? Are you leading me in circles?" Fang Yingli turned his head. "Humph, believe it or not, senior sister Lin will show up soon. By then it'll be too late for you to run." At that moment, Luli's eyes suddenly narrowed. Then a sword aura slashed from the side. Luli leaped away, dodging the sword. But before he could steady his feet, the ground beneath him suddenly began to buzz. A thick stone spike instantly shot up from the ground. Luckily, Luli dodged in time. But before he could land, Lin Jianshuang had already stabbed at him with a sword in midair. This time, Luli didn't dodge, but simply said a single sentence, causing Lin Jianshuang to stop her sword. "If you want Fang Yingli to die, feel free to attack." Lin Jianshuang questioned Luli with her sword. "What do you mean?" Luli smiled faintly. "The pig liver demonic rune curse inside Fang Yingli's body will erupt. I'm sure you wouldn't want to see her in a fate worse than death, would you?" When Fang Yingli heard this, her face turned into a steamed bun in anger. "Stinky carp, you big bad guy, pig brain, big elbow." While scolding, she got hungry again. Lin Jianshuang then sheathed her sword and asked through gritted teeth, "Despicable demonic scum, what do you want?" Seeing this, Luli revealed a satisfied smile. "That's the way, isn't it? Getting angry all the time will give you wrinkles, you know. My request is very simple. I just caught an abyss fox demon, but I'm afraid the abyss demon race will come for revenge. So I'd like to ask Protector Lin to protect me." With that, Luli leaned directly into Lin Jianshuang's arms. Lin Jianshuang, blushing, was instantly stunned. The man was clearly the chief of the demonic sect, but he wholeheartedly wanted to join Buddhism, marry and have children, and rise to the peak of life. Suddenly being leaned on by Lu Li, Lin Jianshuang, blushing, reacted and pushed Lu Li away, yelling, "Don't touch me. Do you believe I'll stab you to death? You are full of bad ideas. What bad idea are you scheming now?" Lu Li chuckled cheekily. "How could a simple person like me have bad intentions? Besides, with Fang Yingli being buried with me, what am I afraid of? Or should I go find other fellow disciples? That might be better. Although there are more enemies, considering Fang Yingli's face, they might let me go, right?" Lin Jianshuang glared coldly at Lu Li and finally had to turn her head away and say, "Fine. I promise you. All right?" Lu Li laughed and patted her shoulder. "Great, happy cooperation. Protector Lin, you fool. I'll return you for now." Being called a fool, Fang Yingli was immediately unhappy. "You're the fool." Lin Jianshuang smacked Lu Li's hand away, warning him sternly. "Don't push your luck. I said don't touch me. Also, don't call me protector." But Lu Li was clearly not the kind to listen. He turned his head and said again, "Got it, Protector Lin. Let's go, remember to protect me, Protector Lin." "What's fun up ahead, Protector Lin? You're other people's Protector Lin." As he spoke, Lu Li headed towards a corner. Lin Jianshuang reached for her sword to stop him, but the next second, 3 swords suddenly appeared and were placed on Lu Li's neck at the same time. The people who attacked were 3 of the Immortal Alliance disciples. But even with 3 swords on his neck, Lu Li was not flustered at all and joked, "You Immortal Alliance people really like putting swords on people's necks? Huh, so many people are welcoming me. Is something good happening?" At that moment, Lin Jianshuang ran over and shouted, "Wait, fellow cultivators. Lu Li has kidnapped junior sister Fang as a hostage and placed a demonic curse on her. He's forcing us to protect him from the Abyss demon race that will come for revenge, so I have to keep him safe." Fang Yingli also stepped forward and said apologetically, "Fellow cultivators, I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this." Looking at Fang Yingli's pitiful appearance, everyone cursed Lu Li for being shameless. But Lu Li didn't care at all, and even put his hand on Yi Qing's shoulder, saying, "That's right, I'm just too shameless. Even I can't stand myself." "You agree, right?" Hearing this, Yi Qing was instantly enraged, grabbed Lu Li's collar, and raised his fist, saying fiercely, "Lu Li, don't push your luck too far. Don't think I wouldn't dare to punch you." Lu Li grinned. "Then try it." At the same time, he was secretly thinking gleefully, "Come on, don't hold back, don't hesitate, just don't hit my face. I said you can't kill me, but I didn't say you can't capture me. I'm just afraid that if I directly defect before reaching the Immortal Alliance, I would be endlessly hunted down by the demonic sect, or the Immortal Alliance would use me as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the demonic sect. But as long as someone loses their temper and decides to ignore Fang Yingli's life, and captures me and takes me back to the Immortal Alliance, then I'll be free. Once I reach the Immortal Alliance, I will reveal that I am the Buddha. Then I will show everyone how I've comprehended Buddhist techniques and evolved them a bit. The Buddhist sect would surely revere me, and I've done my research. Among the 3,000 Buddhist sects, there are a few branches where one can marry and have children. The Buddhist sect has deep foundations, and their cultivation resources are abundant. Reaching the deity transformation stage in 300 years, and refining the sequence in 500 is not a dream. This time I will directly reach the peak of my life. Thinking of this, Lu Li provoked them again. "Come on, confront me directly." As he spoke, Lu Li didn't forget to flip him off. But in the end, Yi Qing still held back. He snorted coldly and released Lu Li. Seeing Yi Qing turn away and leave, Lu Li didn't expect the other party to be so tolerant. Lin Jianshuang then stepped forward and asked Lu Li, "What do you really want to do?" Lu Li grinned. "Of course, I want to get along with everyone. I'm very happy to make friends." As he spoke, Lu Li waved at an empty alley not far away. "Isn't that fellow cultivator Kong Xiang? You look good. Seems like you've recovered well. Did you master the Vajra shield yet? Why don't I teach you? We're old friends." I'll only charge you 3 high-quality spiritual stones for the tuition. How does that sound? Faced with Luli's sudden attempt to get close to him, Kongxiang didn't know what to say and simply turned his head and recited a Buddhist chant. At that moment, Luli turned to look at a female cultivator in the crowd and asked, "Fellow cultivator, you seem to be unfamiliar with this place. Would you be interested in getting to know me?" The female cultivator spoke calmly while holding a long sword. "I'm a cultivator from Kunwu Island overseas. I have no intention to get involved in the war between immortals and demons. I only want to see some of the toy Stara. Please don't disturb me, fellow cultivator Lu." Unexpectedly, Luli pushed aside the Toist Alliance disciples beside him and walked up to her in a friendly way and began flirting with her. "Since you're an overseas cultivator, then don't be so formal. Why are you wearing a veil? Surely under that veil is a stunning face. How many people are in your family? Are your parents still alive? What are your hobbies?" The female cultivator's face flushed red with his teasing, and she began to stammer. She finally left, saying, "Fellow cultivators, I will leave. This Taoist aura is not for me to see." With that, she ran away without looking back. With the female cultivator running away, the rest of the Taoist Alliance disciples also backed away, creating some distance between them and Luli. Luli was speechless. "Why isn't anyone coming forward to hit me? Are there no hot-tempered people in the Immortal Alliance?" At that moment, Lin Jianshuang strode forward angrily. "Enough! Don't you just want to force us to reveal the secret of this place? Look, that's the palace where the Taoist aura is." Hearing this, Luli looked in the direction that Lin Jianshuang was pointing and saw a lava waterfall ahead. Beneath it was a stone tablet and a space portal. Luli walked closer and saw 4 large characters on the stone tablet, Imperial Court Toist Palace. Seeing these 4 characters, Luli instantly understood. So, the Yin-Yang Primal Chaos Demonica Palace had come here looking for food. He then turned to Lin Jianshuang and asked, "Now that you've found it, why haven't you gone in?" Lin Jianshuang snorted. "Then why don't you try going in yourself?" Luli smiled. "Then I shall not refuse." As he spoke, he pulled out the 3-tailed fox demon, who had just woken up from behind his back, and threw her towards the space portal. The 3-tailed fox demon, suddenly thrown, began to curse Luli, but the moment she hit the space portal, she seemed to be electrocuted and began to sizzle, letting out continuous screams. Then, with the smell of something burning, she fainted. Luli picked her up and said, "As expected, there is a forbidden barrier protecting it. They wanted to trick me. What a vicious woman." Lin Jianshuang turned her head away without responding. At that moment, Luli suddenly held out his hand. "Since that's the case, give me 5 of your godly lightning bolts to try." Hearing this, Lin Jianshuang was also startled. "What do you mean? If you detonate a godly lightning bolt in this environment, do you know how much damage it will cause? If you want to die, I won't stop you. But if you want to drag our immortal cultivators down with you, don't even think about it." Luli pointed to his head, feeling speechless. "Then why haven't you sent people to guard the entrance below? What if a demonic sect cultivator gets in and throws in dozens of demonic water lightning orbs? You and I wouldn't become a pair of lovebirds, would we? It's really strange. You're so big. Why is your ik so low? It's almost the same as Fang Yingli's." Hearing this, Lin Jianshuang felt a surge of anger and shame. "Who wants to be lovebirds with you?" Luli laughed. "All right, don't get angry so easily. It's not cute at all." At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the entrance not far away. "No need. We're already here. Luli, you just attacked our fellow demonic sect members in the Blood Shadow. And now you're openly flirting with the Immortal Alliance people. You're still saying you're not an Immortal Alliance spy. You're clearly from the demonic sect, but you have an Immortal Alliance ice fairy as a bodyguard, and you cultivate in Buddhism, Taoism, and the demonic sect. Achieving the Trinity, you were the first to obtain treasure under the watch of both the immortal and demonic sects." At this time, Green Lotus, seeing that Lin Jianshuang was actually protecting Luli, was a bit surprised. Then, as if she understood something, she smiled. So, senior brother Lu, you have some skills in training women, huh? Even the frost fairy, Lin Jianshuang, listens to you obediently. How did you do it? Luli smiled smugly, that's right. The current Protectolin is so docile. She's much cuter than she was before, with her fierce demeanor. I'll tell you my secret to raising girls in private later. Lin Jianshuang was being protected by the broken pool sword in front of Lu Lei, saying I'm sorry to the other cultivators. Seeing this, Yu Jinlong gritted his teeth in anger, pointing at Lu Li and cursing, Lu Li, you bastard. You only know how to hide behind a woman. What kind of skill is that? If you have the guts, come out and fight me to the death. Lu Li looked down at him with disdain. You, my defeated opponent, have the nerve to challenge me. Yu Jinlong continued to provoke him. Are you afraid of even me? If you lose, you will immediately disband your team. Release the demonic curse and axe on junior sister Fang Yingli, and give her freedom. If you win, this sword array is yours. With your myriad demon sword and this sword diagram, your power can advance and kill golden core cultivators. Isn't this enough of a bet? Seeing the bet that Yu Jinlong put forward, Ling Jinshuang hurriedly advised, Senior brother Yu, the 3,000 bright moon sword array is your masterpiece. You absolutely cannot do this. Yu Jinlong said with deep affection, Junior sister Lin, oh, what does it matter if I gamble everything for you? And don't worry, I have full confidence in victory. Behind him, Fang Yingli also asked Long Swan worriedly, Senior brother Yu, will he be okay? Long Swan reassured her. Senior brother Yu has 3 supreme trump cards. He'll definitely win. And Luli, facing this kind of behavior of people rushing up to give him a chance to attack, naturally agreed immediately. He then had the others clear the arena and stood in the center with Yu Jinlong, preparing for the duel. The battle began. Yu Jinlong immediately used his special skill, the 3,000 Thunder Strikes, and charged towards Lu Li. Faced with this move, Lu Li didn't even bother to look, saying with great disdain, I thought you'd have some new tricks. I've seen your swordsmanship before, and Yuri's still using it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Jinlong struck down with his sword, but Lu Li easily dodged it. In the next second, Lu Li flashed behind him. Seeing that he was no match, Yu Jinlong decisively chose to take a pill, biting down on a golden pill in his mouth. He charged towards Lu Li again, using the same move, but this time, Lu Li was almost hit. Fortunately, he created a residual image in time and dodged the attack. Once again, he circled behind Yu Jinlong. At the same time, he was puzzled. What did he eat? His magic power had actually increased so much. At this moment, Yu Jinlong turned around and coldly looked at Lu Li. What? I just started. Can't take it anymore. Where's your smug face from the beginning? It's gone. As he spoke, he took out another talisman and added it to his sword. The magic power on his body increased again. The sword-shaped spirit sword quickly recognized it. It was the horned demon sword pill infused with upper-level sword wings, and the talisman that forcefully broke through the limits of the realm. They were all golden core level treasures. Long Xuan also nodded in agreement. Senior brother Yu's current power is probably comparable to a mid-stage golden core cultivator. However, Lu Lei still said with a relaxed expression, using these treasures to hit a foundation establishment 5th level cultivator like me. It seems you really want to win. However, Yu Jinlong revealed a sinister expression. Then he laughed loudly and in an instant disappeared from his spot and appeared behind Lu Li. He said coldly, Can you still laugh now? Lu Li felt the danger and immediately condensed the heavenly demon sword in his hand. He turned around and struck out with his sword, but it was easily blocked by Yu Jinlong. Yu Jinlong looked at Lu Li coldly and smiled. These were the life-saving treasures that my master gave me. Be grateful that they're being used to kill a demon like you. Hearing this, Lu Li's expression also became serious. You look more like a demon than I do. Besides, if you kill me, Fang Yingli will be doomed. Unexpectedly, this immediately infuriated Yu Jinlong, who shouted, Shut up! He directly cut off his heavenly demon sword. Lu Li quickly used his movement technique to dodge, but he was still injured by the powerful sword intent. A long sword mark appeared on his chest. Yu Jinlong slowly turned around and said, Luli, I don't care if you've offended the abyss demons, or are threatening the immortal path for protection, or whether you robbed and stole treasures. But you had to get involved with Ling Jianshuang. A lowly demonic sect member has actually made Ling Jianshuang stay by your side. Hearing this, Luli was speechless. It turned out that this was due to his strong jealousy. At this moment, Yu Jinlong took out another talisman from his arms and continued, It'll be over as long as I kill you. The demonic sect will lose a general, and there will be no obstacles in the fight for treasures. Ling Jianshuang will also no longer be threatened by demonic sect member. So what does the death of that Fang Yingli matter? After speaking, Yu Jinlong threw the talisman in his hand into the air and cut it in half with his sword. In the next second, the talisman began to transform. It instantly turned into a golden Taoist. A phantom appeared behind Yu Jinlong. Yu Jinlong's magic power increased several times again. He shouted and struck his sword towards Luli. Faced with this strike, Luli was also shocked. He quickly used the diamond unbreakable divine skill to defend, but he still couldn't block it. The clothes on his body were all torn to shreds. Seeing this, Yu Jinlong laughed triumphantly. This is a strand of sword intent branded by a nascent soul true monarch. Unless you have the pure Yang Dao Ki, even a late-stage golden core cultivator wouldn't be able to block it. You a demonic sect ant. Just die here peacefully. However, as soon as he said this, Luli laughed. Do you immortal path cultivators all like to announce your strategies before fighting? As he spoke, a pure Yang Dao Ki rose from his body. It blocked Yu Jinlong's sword intent. Seeing this, Yu Jinlong was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. This pure Yang Dao Kai that even he had not been able to comprehend was actually mastered by a demonic sect member in advance. And at this time, Lin Jianshuang, who was watching the battle not far away, was also shocked by this scene. She previously thought that Luli had consumed some kind of spiritual pill to cultivate the three flowers back technique. She never imagined that Luli was actually practicing all three teachings, Buddhism, Taoism, and demonism, using a foodie loli to exchange for a frosty mature woman. Do you think it's a good deal? Maybe you think it's a good deal, but Luli said it's gotta cost more. At this moment, facing the charging Queen Yu, Luli pushed Fang Yangli away and then threw a punch. His fist collided with Queen Yu's fist. In an instant, rocks shattered and dust flew everywhere. Queen Yu said coldly, Interesting. You can actually receive my punch. Luli smiled, pretending to be relaxed. I told you, I'm not that easy to kill. After saying that, he exerted force. He punched Queen Yu away. Queen Yu also refused to be outdone and lifted his hoof to stomp down. He pried up a stone slab and then punched it towards Luli. Luli was unable to dodge in time. He cursed damn it in his heart. Then with a bang, Queen Yu punched the stone slab to pieces. But when the smoke cleared, Luli was not injured. A graceful purple figure was protecting him. Seeing this, Luli couldn't help but tease, I can't see it. Your usually cold heart still can't let me go. You're such a tsundere. Ling Jian held her sword with both hands. She snorted coldly. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't get any ideas. I'm just worried about Yinli. After speaking, she casually waved her hand, condensing her magic power, and used a move, Thick Swenbing. Countless blades immediately condensed in the air, and with a swing of her sword, shot towards Queen Yu. Seeing this, Fang Yingli immediately shouted excitedly, Sister Lin, you're finally here. Quickly chop up this beef. I haven't had the beef of the abyss demons yet. Hearing this, Kui Yu immediately realized that the person in front of him was the rumored Lin Jichuang. A retreat also formed in his heart. Seeing this, Luli smiled smugly. Stupid cow, now it's 2 against 1. Are you still going to fight? Queen Yu thumped his chest and shouted, My Queen Yu clan doesn't have a habit of turning around and running. With that, he charged towards Luli again. Seeing this, Luli and Lin Jinshuang stood ready, prepared to deal with Queen Yu's attack. But what they didn't expect was that Queen Yu, that old sly fox, actually changed direction right before hitting them and ran away. But he really didn't turn around to run. He ran away straight ahead. While running, he didn't forget to leave some harsh words. Kid, I'll remember you. I'll be back. Hearing this, Luli was speechless. Why does this guy have more escape scenes than I do? At this time, Lin Jianshuang behind him, after a period of inner struggle, finally made a decision. She proposed a deal to Luli. She wanted to use herself to exchange for Fang Yingli. As long as Luli released Fang Yingli, she was willing to be Luli's hostage. Fang Yingli, after hearing this, hurriedly ran over, panting, and said, Sister Lin, no, I haven't eaten the knout yet. Lin Jianshuang touched Fang Yingli's face and said softly, Yingli, you saved me before, so it is my turn to save you now. It's only right. After speaking, without waiting for Fang Yingli to refuse, Lin Jianshuang hit a pressure point on her neck. In the next second, Fang Yingli's eyes slowly closed and she fell into a deep sleep. Looking at Fang Yingli in her arms, Lin Jianshuang couldn't help but sigh softly. I'm sorry, Yingli. If I don't do this, I'm afraid you won't be willing to go back. Then Lin Jianshuang carried him to the foot of a tree, ready for the final farewell. You sleep first. Sing Swan will come to find you soon. When you wake up, you'll be home. But Luli interrupted him. Wait a minute. I haven't agreed yet. After being with this foodie for so long, I'm really reluctant. Besides, bullying you with your cold demeanor isn't as fun as it is with Fang Yingli. Lin Jianshuang didn't say anything to this. She just turned her head and coldly uttered 6 words. My ransom is higher. Luli's attitude instantly changed. He grabbed Lin Jianshuang's hand, indicating a deal was made. This man just went out for a while and exchanged a foodie loli for an icy mature woman, and also got top-quality pills and a 10,000-year spiritual herb. After settling Fang Yingli, Luli took Lin Jianshuang back to Zuxian City. As soon as they entered the city, a group of demonic sect disciples cast fervent gazes upon Lin Jianshuang. Some even saw business opportunities. They instructed their subordinates to add more prints of the female sword immortal in distress overnight. Lin Jianshuang felt uncomfortable facing these gazes, but she could do nothing about it. Seeing this, Luli teased her with a smile. What's wrong? Are you scared? It's too late to regret it now. Lin Jianshuang turned her head and snorted arrogantly. What is there to fear from such a scene? What I decide on, I never regret. At that moment, an old lecher couldn't restrain himself anymore. He stretched his wicked claws towards Lin Jianshuang. But at that critical moment, a sword suddenly pressed against his neck. Luli was holding the heavenly demon sword, and coldly said, If you don't want to die, get the hell away from her. This served as a warning. The demonic sect disciples, who were watching the fun, scattered immediately. Luli retracted his heavenly demon sword and comforted Lin Jianshuang. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can touch a hair on your head. Lin Jianshuang blushed slightly at his words, but she still retorted, Do I need you to protect me? Then they returned to the Yin Ming Ghost Sectus base. Angru True Lord came out enthusiastically to greet them, but when he saw that Lu Lei had another woman, Lin Jianshuang, next to him, his face immediately darkened. He complained, You brought back another fresh beauty. I was worried about you, but it seems like you're having a great time. Luli laughed awkwardly. She came back with me willingly. Angru True Lord owed with resentment. Your charm is truly irresistible. Even Lin Jianshuang is willingly following you back. While speaking, Hongru True Lord had already approached Lin Jianshuang, startling her so much that she quickly took 2 steps back. She bowed and said, I only came to Zuxian City with him to exchange for my junior sister Fang. Hongru True Lord, the chief of the Heaven River Sword Sect, Lin Jianshuang, is being reasonable. Hongru True Lord was a little surprised. Do you know me? Lin Jianshuang immediately replied, I remember the names of all the famous figures from the 10 major demonic sects, True Lord. Hongru True Lord turned and smiled. Your memory is good. At the same time, he thought to himself, this girl probably doesn't know my undercover identity. It's better not to reveal it to her for now. Then, Hongru True Lord turned to Luli with worry. By the way, I heard from Cyan that Green Lotus and the others said you were injured. Are you okay? There's actually someone in the immortal world who can injure you. Hearing this, Lin Jianshuang couldn't help but think, although it's a demonic sect, They care about their disciples so much. Perhaps they're not beyond saving. However, before Luli could answer, a hearty laugh came from the door. I bet this kid was courting death, challenging a celestial at level 10. That's why he got injured. No, this is the aura of a nascent soul, true lord. Kid, could you have broken in the demon slaughter city? Facing the questions of the shocking sky demon king, Luli truthfully replied, I was only injured by a true lord's sword will. I'm fine. This time, I failed to seize the Tao artifact, but I managed to grab 2 secret realm treasures, a pill and a spiritual herb. But unfortunately, I don't know what their uses are. Looking at the 2 treasures Luli had taken out, the shocking sky demon king couldn't help but gasp. This pill has an extremely rich medicinal fragrance, and there is a faint trace of Tao rhyme. Even a void refinement monster wouldn't he be able to refine many of these in a lifetime? And this 10,000-year spiritual herb. Could it be the legendary immortal transformation branch? This spiritual herb is snow white, spotless, like white snow in the March spring. It has an orchid musk fragrance, refreshing and invigorating. It's as if it could make you ascend to immortality. It's indeed the legendary immortal transformation branch. Kid, how about we make a deal? What do you want? I can give you anything. Just give me a petal of the immortal transformation branch. Hearing this, Luli became interested. Then he joked, Really? I heard that the shocking sky demon king still has 2 unmarried daughters. Hearing this, the shocking sky demon king immediately became anxious. Go screw yourself. The sect master has 2 daughters he secretly fathered outside. Why don't you go ask the sect master for them? However, as soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from outside the door. Who told you that? The shocking sky demon king hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation and said proudly, Of course, it was the sect master's wife who told me. But when he turned around, he saw that the sect master, the ethereal ghost emperor, was already standing at the door. He was instantly terrified. Seeing this, Luli and the others quickly bowed to the ethereal ghost emperor. Then, the ethereal ghost emperor walked up to Luli, picked up the pill and slowly said, This pill was refined using an ancient heaven and earth formation. After taking it, it will only release a trace of medicinal power to transform the physical body. But as long as it is completely refined, it can increase your magical power, physical body, and divine soul power by 1-fold. Luli, you did well this time, making a decisive decision, knowing when to stop. You can keep this pill for yourself. Just calculate the time. Refine it fully after you've fully established the foundation. After speaking, the ethereal ghost emperor returned the pill to Luli. He also reminded the shocking sky demon king and Hongru true lord. This pill is only suitable for foundation establishment refinement. It doesn't have much use for those above the golden core stage. So you can stop dreaming about it. Then, the ethereal ghost emperor reached for the spiritual herb. He said calmly, As for this 10,000-year immortal transformation branch, I will take it. I will find someone to refine it into a limitless golden pill for you, making you invincible in the golden core stage. Hearing this, Hongru True Lord immediately explained, refining the limitless golden pill is extremely difficult, and it consumes a lot of 10,000-year spiritual herbs. But once you consume the golden pill, your limitless magical power will be endless. It seems that the sect master is going to go all out this time. Luli, after hearing this, immediately clasped his fists and thanked the sect master. The ethereal ghost emperor waved his hand. It's nothing. I came here today, not just to see you, but also to handle some important matters. I will not stay for long. The matter should be resolved in 5 days. But the ethereal ghost sect will not be involved. During this time, you all should cultivate well. After saying that, the ethereal ghost emperor turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared from the spot. Luli thought to himself, It's good that the Tao artifact isn't with me. Whoever gets the Tao artifact is holding a hot potato. I need to use this time to improve myself. Then, he grabbed Lin Jianshuang's hand and said, Come on, Lin Jianshuang, come with me. Lin Jianshuang was suddenly grabbed by her hand, feeling a little shy. What do you want to do? She asked. Lily turned his head and smiled. Of course, I'm going to have you help me cultivate. This man was clearly a top disciple of the demonic sect, and he wanted to ask the Ice Immortal of the Medicine Immortal Alliance to help him cultivate. When she heard this request, Lin Jianshuang was stunned for a moment. She asked uncertainly, You want me to help you cultivate? Luli smiled slightly. That's right. Right now, you are the most suitable. Hearing this, Lin Jianshuang's expression immediately changed. Shameless a vile disciple. Seeing this, Luli said helplessly, Where did your mind go? I'm talking about sword practice. I dunna keep idlers here. Even Fang Yingli has to listen to me and do chores to get food. You will teach me swordsmanship. Seeing the scroll that Luli pulled out, a trace of sadness flashed in Lin Jianshuang's eyes. The 3000 moon sword formation diagram. This was an opportunity that senior brother you managed to get. She turned her head and replied arrogantly, Although I am your prisoner, I have no obligation to teach you swordsmanship. Besides, it's fine for me to go 10 or 8 days without food. Luli clapped his hands and smiled. All right, you have guts, but you should remember that green lotus you met earlier. Hearing that name, Lin Jianshuang frowned. I'm not blind. What nonsense are you talking about? But Luli continued. She also likes women. Hearing this, Lin Jianshuang was also startled and started to overthink things. Lai then continued without a care. Senior sister Green Lotus, she helped me so much earlier. How should I thank her? Since you don't want to stay here with me, then I might as well just send you to her. Hearing this, Lin Jianshuang immediately surrendered. Let Luli prepare a moving puppet. Let's start practicing swordsmanship. Luli chuckled and clasped his hands. Then please enlighten me, Mr. Lin. Speaking of puppets, I happen to have a good target. It can take a lot of hits. With that, Luli grabbed the six-tailed fox from his waist and shouted, I choose you. Then he threw the three-tailed fox directly out. With a bang, the three-tailed fox landed and transformed into a human and turned to Luli, cursing, You bastard! How dare you treat me like this? I'll skin you. But Luli had no time to pay attention to him. He took out a heavenly demon sword and began practicing with Lin Jianshuang. Lin Jianshuang closed her eyes, holding her sword, and said coldly, The sword is where the spirit resides. If you want to cultivate a sword formation, you must be one with your sword. Like a jade, with 10 fingers together. Where your spirit goes, the sword light follows. Luli also followed suit. He posed the same way as Lin Jianshuang. Then he thrusted his sword out. 2 different colored sword auras were instantly released, shooting straight towards the three-tailed fox. A cloud of dust was stirred up. But Lin Shuang turned her head and said, Wrong. That was just simple sword control, not becoming one with the sword. I will teach you just once. Follow my rhythm and breathing, unify your mind and spirit. She grabbed Luli's hand and began to demonstrate. And when they saw that not only were they using him for sword practice, You're still showing off your affection in front of me. The three-tailed fox gnashed her teeth in anger. You dog of a couple. I am the 7th princess of the Heavenly Fragrance Fox clan. How dare you use me to forge a sword? But before she could continue, several sharp sounds of wind breaking came rushing over. Immediately after, the courtyard was filled with the three-tailed fox's miserable screams and roars. At the same time, the Alliance Master had already stepped into Immortal Slaying City. She was discovered by a demonic sect disciple who was wandering outside. Holding a jade scepter, the Dao Alliance Master asked lazily, Is this the Immortal Slaying City of the 10,000 Demons Mountain? The demonic sect disciple smiled and walked forward, saying, That's right. This is Immortal Slaying City, beautiful one. Could you have lost your memory? Let me check and see how your body is doing, huh? Upon hearing this, the Dao Alliance Master's face darkened. She flicked the jade scepter in her hand lightly. The next second, the demonic sect disciple next to her turned into dust. Then she followed the aura of Spirit Sword Frost and found Luli's residence. Stepping inside, a powerful aura exploded out, instantly making the two of them freeze in place. The three-tailed fox was so scared that she shrank into a corner, hoping the other person would to see her. Luli was also very serious. He didn't know how this person had appeared. But before he could react, Ling Jinshuang knelt down on one knee and bowed to the person. Disciple Ling Jinshuang greets the Alliance Master. Upon hearing this, Luli was also startled. This person was actually the Tao Alliance Master, the woman who controlled 9,000 Tao sects. Then the Tao Alliance Master helped Ling Jinshuang up and said softly, "Shuanger, there's no need for such formalities. Today, I'm here to take you back, but that's only one reason. The second reason is to find him." Suddenly being pointed out by the Tao Alliance Master, Luli was also stunned for a moment. But before he could react, the Tao Alliance Master spoke again. She asked, "Are you the reincarnation of Buddha?" Luli scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "What do you think?" "You can decide whatever you think is best. I'm good with anything, but..." This answer clearly couldn't satisfy the Tao Alliance Master. She directly demanded that he answer yes or no. Luli was sweating bullets. He could only shake his head and say, "I am not." This was the first time he experienced a feeling of being unable to resist. Up until now, he had experienced many instances of mind control, but the system had been able to resolve them. But in front of this woman, it was completely useless. Then, the Tao Alliance Master asked again, "Then are you the reincarnation of the Tao Ancestor?" Luli still replied no. So the Tao Alliance Master asked again, "Then are you the reincarnation of the great heavenly demon of free will?" Luli still answered no. This made the Tao Alliance Master feel a bit strange. But compared to her curiosity, Luli felt that his strength in front of her was like an ant. But luckily, if it was her, she should be able to easily take him away from the 10,000 Demons Mountain, right? So Luli smiled and cupped his fists. "Alliance Master, I'm actually a good person. Can you take me to the Immortal Alliance's side?" Upon hearing this, the Tao Alliance Master was also somewhat surprised. "You want to go to the Immortal Alliance just because you're a good person? Then, do you think I'm good looking?" Luli gave a thumbs up, drooling as he praised, "Good looking, of course you're good looking." But unexpectedly, the next second, the Tao Alliance Master directly changed her expression and said, "Then you stay in this demonic sect. We in the Immortal Alliance don't accept perverts." This turn of events left Luli utterly dumbfounded. He quickly explained awkwardly that Alliance Master, everyone has a lustful heart. That's very normal. Besides, your legs are indeed beautiful. Upon hearing this, the Tao Alliance Master's face immediately darkened. Her tone became icy as she said, "That's still not for you to see. Shuang, let's go." With that, she turned around and prepared to leave with Ling Jinshuang. But she had only taken 2 steps when a loud voice suddenly came from behind her. "Wait, Tao Alliance Master, you're a guest. Why are you leaving so soon? Won't you stay for a cup of tea?" As the ethereal ghost emperor, a strange voice fell, the surrounding space began to fluctuate. It was as if terrifying grand arrays had been set up all around. But the Tao Alliance Master only turned her head slightly and said calmly, "Ethereal Ghost Emperor, you can't keep me. Your heavenly demon 24 swords can't stop my Emperor's Jade Scepter." Upon hearing this, the Ethereal Ghost Emperor was also somewhat surprised. "You know that I have mastered the heavenly demon 24 swords." The Tao Alliance Master waved her hand casually and turned around. "Of course, I know. Because Ivy already mastered the 25th sword." As her voice fell, the surrounding grand arrays seemed to shatter in an instant. The Ethereal Ghost Emperor's pupils constricted, obviously experiencing an immense shock to his soul. At this time, the Tao Alliance Master spoke again, waking him up. "Can I leave now? Goodbye for now." Just as the Tao Alliance Master was about to leave, the Ethereal Ghost Emperor suddenly spoke. "I see, so you read that person." Upon hearing this, the Tao Alliance Master turned her head slightly. A trace of surprise appeared on her face. "You know," the Ethereal Ghost Emperor's eyes exploded with golden light. He said sternly, "I thought that person would hide themselves and secretly protect this land. I didn't expect you to appear so brazenly and even become the Tao Alliance Master. The man obtained a recording stone that stored learning materials. He thought he could take a good look at the Tao Alliance Master's beautiful legs. But he was smacked in the face by the image instead. Then the image just stopped working. Now, facing the ethereal ghost emperor's stern questioning, the Tao Alliance Master replied indifferently, "Why not? Can't I enjoy myself a little?" The ethereal ghost emperor continued to question, "You had the Tao and Buddhist sects join forces to attack the demonic sect. Was it also to make the demonic sect activate that grand array?" The Tao Alliance Master thought for a moment. That wasn't the plan, but it is now. As she spoke, she didn't forget to turn her head and look at Luli behind the ethereal ghost emperor. Luli was scratching his hair, utterly bewildered. He had no idea what the two of them were talking about. "Could you please say something that I can understand?" At this moment, the Tao Alliance Master raised her hand and spoke calmly. "All right, I should go." With that, she waved her hand, opening a rift in space, and prepared to leave with Ling Jian Shuang. But she was stopped again by the ethereal ghost emperor. "Wait, you're taking Ling Jian Shuang away. You should leave some kind of ransom, right? She's Luli's prisoner." Upon hearing this, the Tao Alliance Master agreed that made sense. So she casually rummaged through her clothes. Then she tossed a purple crystal to Luli. "Let this recording stone serve as your ransom. This is the sword Tao cultivation method I organized 300 years ago. It should benefit you for your whole life. Oh, right, I'll give you a little gift as well. After all, being topless isn't my style." With that, the Tao Alliance Master snapped her fingers. And Luli was immediately dressed in a black Taoist robe. Before leaving, the Tao Alliance Master didn't forget to smile at Luli and say goodbye, then left with Ling Jian Shuang. After the two of them left, Luli immediately asked the sect master, "What on earth is going on? Who are they referring to? And what is that grand array?" But the ethereal ghost emperor said that the waters were very deep, and that it wasn't appropriate for him to know too much at his current level. Just cultivate well. You'll know in about a year. Upon hearing this, Luli was speechless. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What kind of riddles are these? Are these guys just pretending to know and acting all mysterious?" But for just Ling Jian Shuang, he had obtained a recording stone and a set of clothes. It felt like such a loss. Damn it, I still need to cultivate. When I'm invincible in the world one day, I will definitely grab your legs and get a good look. A while later, after sending off the ethereal ghost emperor, Luli went back to his room to check the contents of the recording stone. After all, this was something given by the Tao Alliance Master. It should have some value. So he activated his magic power to project the contents. The next second, an image of the Tao Alliance Master holding a wooden sword appeared in mid-air. Luli, seeing this, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. What an amazing recording stone. I didn't expect it to be so realistic. Now I can stare at her even if I don't have to cultivate. But just as Luli was admiring the beautiful legs, the Tao Alliance Master's image suddenly frowned, and she gave Luli a big smack on the head with the wooden sword. Luli was completely stunned. He didn't know what was going on. How could this image actually hit people? Could this thing even have a soul? As he spoke, he prepared to poke it to see. But unexpectedly, just as his hand stretched out, the other person swung their sword again. This was the second time, and Luli was speechless. This thing isn't recording stone at all. Unexpectedly, this time, the Tao Alliance Master actually responded. Of course it's a recording stone. It's just a high-end product. You've never seen it before. Of course, Luli didn't believe that. High-end product, my ass. How can a recording stone's illusion answer my questions? The Tao Alliance Master replied casually, "I'm all-knowing and recorded my answer beforehand." What, are you going to learn or not? Although Luli was very unhappy, he still gritted his teeth and slowly spat out one word. Learn. Then, the Tao Alliance Master held up her wooden sword and said calmly, "All right, watch carefully. I will only demonstrate this once. This is a stab." With that, she thrust her sword in a heroic manner, and then it was over. That was the end of the demonstration. Then she fell asleep and said very impatiently, It's such a hassle. I don't want to teach anymore. I'm so tired. I'm a little sleepy. Good night. Seeing this, Luli gnashed his teeth. A national curse escaped his lips. What the hell? The bigwigs of the three religions, Buddhism, Taoism, and the demonic sect, would never have imagined that the Daokai that they were all fighting for would actually be swindled away by a demonic sect disciples cultivation technique. Looking at the Tao Alliance master who was lying flat and giving up, Luli couldn't help but complain. Do you even have the self-respect that a ransom should have? The Tao Alliance master yawned and replied indifferently. Okay, fine. Since you're begging me so much, then I'll mercifully teach you. But instead of talking about it, this method is more suitable for you. With that, he placed his hand on Luli's forehead. The next second, Luli's mind was filled with many new things. At the same time, the system gave a prompt. Your Heavenly Demon 24 Swords has gained great insight after listening to the Supreme Sword Tao lecture, comprehending the third sword. The time needed to deduce the 25th sword has been reduced to 300 years. You have learned the Heavenly Demon 24 Swords, the third sword. Shortly after, the transmission ended. The Tao Alliance master sat up in bed, yawned and said, Okay, slowly comprehend it yourself. I'm going to sleep. Then, without waiting for Luli to ask any further questions, the Tao Alliance master turned into a golden light and disappeared. Luli was left speechless. What was going on? At the same time, a white-haired old man was also watching Luli's residence. But after seeing the ethereal ghost emperor descend, he didn't dare to make a move rashly, and instead waited for an opportunity. Just then, a voice came from behind him. Don't wait any longer. Seeing the person arrive, the old man immediately knelt down and saluted. Flying Immortal Temple S. Fang Ling Taoist greets the Tao Alliance Master. The Tao Alliance Master waved his hand, telling him not to be so polite, and then casually sat down on a chair. He asked, Fang Ling, I heard you are doing well in the Great Demon Sect. Did you come here to capture Luli? Hearing the Tao Alliance Master's question, Fang Ling Taoist didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately replied yes. The Grand Master ordered to bring Luli, the Tao Ancestor's reincarnation, back to Flying Immortal Temple. There mustn't be any mistake. However, the Tao Alliance Master said, I just went to see him. He is neither the reincarnation of the Tao Ancestor nor a Buddha Ace child. Nor is he a reincarnation of the Great Heavenly Demon. There's no need to worry. The Buddhist sect's Peacock Mingfei also wanted to take him away, as the reincarnation of the Buddha's child. I have already told him to. Seeing that the Tao Alliance Master had said so, Feng Ling Taoist could only bow and say he understood. Then, the Tao Alliance Master asked about the formation. How much has the Great Demon Sect activated? Feng Ling Taoist replied relieved, about 9/10. I'm afraid it will be fully activated in just 1 year. In addition, it seems that the Great Demon Sect has found the flaws in the restriction of the Imperial Tao Palace, and is preparing to take the Tao Sword inside. The Tao Alliance Master smiled faintly after hearing this. Don't worry. The owner of the Tao Sword will not be obtained by the Great Demon Sect. At the same time, on Luli's side, after activating the system's automatic cultivation, he also learned the third sword of the Heavenly Demon 24 Swords, the Soul-Severing Sword. It can allow the soul to leave the body, merge with the Heavenly Demon, and transform into invisible sword wings to sever souls and destroy spirits. Looking at the description of the Soul-Severing Sword on the system panel, Luli couldn't help but sigh. To be able to separate the soul from the body and kill enemies from thousands of miles away. What a fierce and strange sword technique. But wouldn't fusing with the soul make it easier for the Heavenly Demon to seize control? This is too dangerous. I won't train it. I won't. At this moment, the familiar system prompt sounded again. Your great Tathagata Palm and a new friend hit it off, clicked and became sworn brothers. The great Tathagata Palm is preparing to invite his new brother to his home. Do you agree? Seeing this system prompt, Luli was also stunned. There's actually something that can hit it off with the great Tathagata palm. Wouldn't it be another person who only wants to stir up trouble? Oh well, they re here already. I'll just let them do what they want. Then, Luli began to take stock of his spoils this time. The sword technique that the Tao Alliance master taught was truly good. Although he wouldn't use the soul-severing sword, his other sword techniques had also improved. That senior brother Yu was a sword cultivator. There should be something useful among these spoils. After taking stock, Luli discovered that there were actually quite a few good things. There were 6 high-grade spirit stones, 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones, 3 high-grade spirit swords, 8 medium-grade spirit swords, and sword pills, 6 unknown pills, 26 unknown spirit talismans, and 38 chapters. But Su's eyes were drawn to a sword that had appeared out of nowhere. Just as he was about to pick it up and take a good look, he suddenly heard a childish voice out of thin air. "You re so rude. Put me down now." Luli looked around, but didn't see anyone. Just as he was confused, the voice sounded again. "I'm so angry. I'm right here. Thought the owner of the great Tathagata palm was a good person. But I didn't expect you to be so rude. Put my body down now." Seeing the little person suddenly appear on the table, Luli was stunned for a moment, then laughed awkwardly. "Sorry, are you the great Tathagata palm's new brother? Is your body this sword? I'll put you down now." As he spoke, Luli couldn't help but complain inwardly. "I thought the great Tathagata palm would bring back a cultivation technique, but I didn't expect it to bring back such a strange creature." But the little person completely ignored Luli's attitude. He put his hands on his waist, huffed in a childish voice, and said, "No fun, I want to go home." Then he turned his head arrogantly and prepared to leave. But as he passed a sword pill, the little person suddenly stopped and drool uncontrollably dripped from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Luli pointed to the sword pill on the table and asked, "Do you want this?" The little person's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. "Yes, can I have it?" Luli generously pushed the sword pill in front of him. "I'll give it to you then. After all, you re the great Tathagata palm's brother. It wouldn't be right to let you go home empty-handed on your first visit." After hearing this, the little person politely said thank you, and then pounced directly onto the sword pill. He started eating ravenously. This scene left Luli speechless. He's actually eating sword pills. What kind of creature is he? Then he asked the little person his name. The little person happily ate the sword pill and replied, "My name is Jink." "Thank you for giving me something so delicious." "You're such a good person." Hearing the name Jink, Luli felt it was somewhat familiar. Then, he suddenly remembered the description of the Da Kuai during the secret realm. Wasn't the name of that Daoki Jink? Could this little person be the Daoki, the Jink sword? Luli never expected that the Daoki that both the immortal and demon paths were fighting for would actually come to him on his own initiative. Now that he knew Jinku's name, Luli immediately became very attentive. "So, Jink, where do you usually live?" Jink chewed on the sword pill as he replied, "I live in a palace called Imperial Court." Upon hearing that, Luli was instantly excited. He knew that this Imperial Court was definitely the Imperial Dao Palace. So he asked, "How old are you this year, Jink?" Jink thought for a moment. "I took 3,000 years to form a prototype, 3,000 years to refine my form, and 3,000 years to give birth to my intelligence. So, I should be around 9,000 years old." Hearing this answer, Luli was so excited he almost jumped up. 9,000 years old. That's right, he must be the spirit of the Jink sword. And since he can befriend the great Tathagata palm, his intelligence should be about half a square mile. Very easy to fool. With that thought, Luli pushed a large pile of sword pills in front of Jink. He said with a smile, "Seeing how much you like eating sword pills, I'll give you all of these." Jink's eyes lit up at the sight of all the sword pills. Drool also uncontrollably leaked from his mouth. "Really, thank you so much. You're such a great person." Seeing this, Luli continued, "So, Jink, since you've already come, and you re the great Tathagata palm's brother, Why don't you stay here for a few days? I'll entertain you properly. Jink hesitated after hearing this and said he still wanted to go back and watch the fights. A large group of people recently came to the Imperial Doll Palace and are constantly fighting in front of the palace. It's so much fun. It's just a shame that not enough people are dying. Luli's face was full of black lines. He thought, he really is a troublemaker. His personality is way too terrible. I feel like you're a demonic sect member, as expected of the great Tathagatapalm's brother. Thinking this, he had an idea and said with a smile, so, Jink, you like watching fights? There are even more of those in this immortal slaying city. The demonic cultivators fight every day. At least 1,000 people die every day. Hearing this, Jink became instantly excited. Really? That's so awesome. Luli was left speechless by this. At the same time, he couldn't help but complain inwardly. How violent. Just let this demonic head be yours. But of course, he couldn't say that out loud. He still had to coax this sword spirit. Then, he snapped his fingers and said, moreover, if you stay here, not only will you have sword pills to eat, you'll also have a pet to play with. Come in. As Luli finished speaking, the three-tailed fox walked in from the outside. He asked Luli in confusion why he had called him in, but Luli didn't answer his question. Instead, he started to introduce the fox to Jink. Look, this is your pet. But Jink wasn't too interested in the three-tailed fox. He said, what's so fun about a fox? Luli smiled with ill intent. He's very powerful. Not only can he withstand a lot of beating, but you can also play with him as much as you want. And don't let the fact that he's a fox fool you. He can also bark like a dog. Come on, little fox. Bark like a dog twice. Hearing this, the three-tailed fox was instantly enraged. You're the dog. How dare you make me, the princess of the heavenly fragrance fox clan, bark like a dog? This is simply. But before he could finish, Luli's sword was already drawn. So he had no choice but to obey. He barked like a dog twice, causing Jink to clap his hands and cheer. That's much more fun, Luli smiled. Isn't it fun? Then you can stay here. This fox will play with you every day. Hearing this, Jink threw himself into the three-tailed fox's arms, happily saying, okay. Seeing this, Luli secretly rejoiced in his heart. I successfully abducted him. At the same time, the secret realm of the Imperial Taoist Palace has also been opened. The two who opened it are the old ghost of demonic shadows from the Heavenly Peak Demon Sect and the Supreme Demon Lord from the Supreme Demon Sect. Before opening the secret realm, the two had agreed that the Taoist sword inside would belong to the Supreme Demon Sect, while the other treasures would belong to the Heavenly Peak Demon Sect. But when they actually entered the Imperial Taoist Palace, they were both dumbfounded. The Imperial Taoist Palace was empty, with nothing inside. It was as if it had been looted. The Supreme Demon Lord thumped the steps, shouting, impossible. Where is my Taoist Ki, the old ghost of demonic shadows, who followed closely behind, also looked incredulous. The Taoist Ki is gone. How could this be? The Supreme Demon Lord turned to question the ghost of demonic shadows. We secretly broke through the Taoist Palace's restrictions. Only a few people in the world know about it. Could you have secretly taken it? Is that what you're doing? Putting on an act in front of me now? The old ghost of demonic shadows immediately cursed. Bullshit. If my Heavenly Peak Demon Sect had that kind of power, we would have unified the demonic sects long ago. Do we need to put on an act for you? He then proposed a theory. Is it possible that all of this is just a smokescreen? That this palace is only to distract us, and the Taoist Kli has actually already been taken? Hearing this, the Supreme Demon Lord suddenly understood. You mean it was in the 10 secret treasures? But that's not right. The Immortal Alliance took 5 of the secret treasures, and they were not special. We didn't find the Taoist Ki ones we got, either. Wait, I remember now. Yangsu said that Luli snatched particularly large fire crystal stone back then, and then he ran away, thinking of Lu Lai. The Supreme Demon Lord became instantly furious. He smashed a nearby stone pillar with an angry punch. The old ghost of demonic shadows also gnashed his teeth in hatred. It's that kid again. He was insolent in the 10,000 Demons Tower. He should have died a long time ago, and he dared to kill my grandson, Nan Gonglong. Even tearing him into a million pieces can't quell the hatred in my heart. Now, Supreme Demon Lord, you should know what to do. Right, the Supreme Demon Lord flicked his black robe and walked straight towards the exit of the secret realm. He said coldly, I know. Spread the news. Let the entire demonic sect know that the Taoist Kai is in Luli's hands. And then force the Yinming Ghost Emperor to hand over the Taoist Kai. That little show-off, Luli, deserves to die too. This man is clearly a disciple of the demonic sect, yet he doesn't practice demonic arts. Instead, he chants Buddhist scriptures. He's even regarded as a Buddha's child by the Western Buddha Venerable, who is thousands of miles away. His name is Luli. He was an ordinary programmer in the real world who died unexpectedly and transmigrated here with a system. This is a world of immortals and demons where Taoism, Buddhism, and the demonic sect stand in a tripartite balance. According to the script, he should have been the chosen one, but instead, he was thrown into the demonic sect, a place where the strong prey on the weak. If you aren't strong enough, you'll be killed. And his system is called the automatic cultivation system. Any skill he learns can be automatically cultivated. But the skills he knows are all from the demonic sect. They're either about killing and bloodlust, or dismembering bones and eating flesh. As a modern person, he simply can't cultivate these demonic arts. Today is the day for the Ethereal Ghost Sect skill assessment. All unqualified disciples will be executed on the spot by Ghost Demon Master. When it was Luli's turn, his 4 demonic skills hadn't improved at all. Luckily, Ghost Demon Master saw that his aptitude was excellent, and he was the last to join. He decided to give him another month to learn from his fellow disciple, Senior Sister Xiao. After Ghost Demon Master left, Senior Sister Xiao threw herself into Luli's arms. She said she wanted to pull him into her room for dual cultivation, but he flatly refused. To survive the assessment in a month, she planned to try her luck at the Scripture Pavilion, to find some new skills and see if there was a way to solve the problem. After searching for a long time, the skills either required live bone extraction or stepping on 100 pairs of human eyes. The only skill that seemed decent was called the Heart Demon Sword. It only required absorbing yin energy into the heart and lungs, and then nurturing the sword. But it would take 50 years to master it. By the time he mastered it, grass would probably be growing on his grave. This really is the demonic sect, after all. Isn't there a single skill that isn't so bloody, that doesn't require collecting human blood and bones, or cultivating by absorbing ghost energy? As soon as he finished speaking, a dignified voice came from inside the Scripture Pavilion. What a joke! My wise ethereal ghost sect is a demonic sect. If we don't kill people and nurture ghosts, what kind of demonic sect are we? Tell me honestly, kid, are you a spy sent by the righteous sects? Looking at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him, Luli was also startled. What a powerful pressure! This man's cultivation is at least above the golden core stage. Could this person be the first elder? If that's the case, he might have good stuff. Thinking this, Luli hurriedly said respectfully, Disciple wouldn't dare. I just want to find a skill that suits me, otherwise I'm afraid I'll be killed by Master by the end of the month. And with my strength, how could I possibly be a spy? After speaking, he handed over the Ghost Demon Master's token. The elder guarding the pavilion glanced at the token and nodded. So you're that kid's disciple. With his temper, it's indeed likely. All right, choose slowly yourself. After saying that, the elder guarding the pavilion turned to leave, but Luli stopped him. Elder, please wait a moment. Disciple is being bold. I wonder if you have a skill that's suitable for me. Could you bestow one on me? The elder guarding the pavilion's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Then he snorted coldly. You're quite impudent. Here, take this. These are the skills I got from killing 2 cultivators. Whether you cultivate them or not is up to you. I'm a bit tired. I'll go back to sleep. Get lost. After speaking, the elder guarding the pavilion disappeared from the spot. Luli quickly thanked him. After returning to his residence, he immediately examined the 2 skills. One was called the Purple Dawn Purgatory Sutra, a flying heaven temple transmission technique. Morning absorbs purple eye, evening absorbs flying rays. A 5-element blazing sun, true energy is vast and fairy, nothing is unbreakable. The other was called the Vajra art, a physical body training divine skill from the Vajra temple. There are 12 layers. After cultivating, the physical body is comparable to a magic treasure. Indestructible Vajra, boundless divine strength. Among them, Flying Heaven Temple is one of the 3 great Taoist temples in the world. Vajra Temple is one of the 3,000 Buddhist sects. Although both of these skills have flaws, both schools are undoubtedly among the most righteous. If he were discovered cultivating righteous skills in the demonic sect, he would be directly strangled to death by the ghost demon master. But if he didn't cultivate them, his cultivation would continue to stagnate, and he would still die in a month anyway. Since it's death either way, he might as well start cultivating. Thinking this, he immediately clicked on the system panel and started learning. The system notified him that learning was successful. 2 little children appeared in front of him. The little monk was the Vajra art. The little girl was the Purple Dawn Purgatory Sutra. Since it was night, he couldn't absorb morning and evening rays, so Luli told the little girl to rest first. Then the system began automatic cultivation. The progress was very rapid. If it continued like this, he could break through a layer in less than 20 days. But before he could be happy for long, the system gave another notification. Your Vajra art is feeling down because it hasn't heard Buddhist scriptures. It has decided to stop cultivating for a day. This was really a case of don't praise too soon, but it's good that it just wants to listen to Buddhist scriptures. Luli could still solve this problem, because when he was coding himself to the point of collapse, he recited the Heart Sutra to regulate his mood. Now it would come in handy. Thinking this, he immediately sat cross-legged and began reciting the Heart Sutra. The little monk who had fallen asleep was also awakened by the sound of Buddhist scriptures and looked at him with shining eyes. At the same time, inside the great thunderclap temple of Western Buddhism, the Buddha Venerable sitting on the lotus platform also felt the emergence of supreme Buddhist scriptures. He asked, "Just now, when golden lotuses bloomed, I suddenly heard scriptures from afar. This scripture resonates like thunder. It must be a Buddha's child born into this world with the descent of a supreme Buddhist scripture. Doesn't this mean my Buddhism will flourish? But why is the disturbance coming from the south, from the 10,000 Demons Mountain? Order to the 10,000 Demons Mountain, contact the disciples, attack the demonic sect, send Buddhist disciples into the 10,000 Demons Mountain to find the Buddha's child. No matter what, the scriptures cannot fall into the hands of the demonic sect." Along with the Buddha Venerable's order, the news of the Buddha's child spread rapidly. He was a disciple of the demonic sect, but he chanted the supreme Buddhist scriptures, causing celestial phenomena, and was regarded as a Buddha's child by the Western Buddha Venerable. The righteous sects are bound to join forces to attack the demonic sect because of him. After Luli finished reciting the Heart Sutra, the system also notified him. Your Vajra art has entered an enlightenment mode after listening to the supreme Buddhist scriptures. Congratulations to the host. The Vajra art has broken through to the 2nd layer. Congratulations to the host. Your Vajra art has been greatly enlightened after listening to the supreme Buddhist scriptures, and has evolved into the indestructible Vajra divine art. Looking at the system notification, Luli didn't expect that the skill could actually evolve. His power had directly increased by dozens of times. With just one punch, he could smash a stone ball to pieces. And even after punching like this, his hands didn't hurt at all. It truly is indestructible. Now, he could be considered to have some fighting power. Soon, the night passed. Luli pushed open the door, ready to bask in the sun. At the same time, his Purple Dawn Refining Sun Sutra also began automatic cultivation. To improve the cultivation effect, he took off his shirt, increasing the contact area. The cultivation effect of the Purple Dawn Refining Sun Sutra also doubled. Before long, a flame mark appeared on his hand. Just when Luli was wondering what this was, the Purple Dawn Refining Sun Sutra next to him explained, "That is the sign of entering cultivation. Congratulations, you have become a true disciple of Flying Heaven Temple. Soon, you should be able to condense a 5-element blazing sun true energy." It turns out that the Purple Dawn Refining Sun Sutra is the true transmission technique of the Flying Heaven Temple. As long as you cultivate it, it means you are a true disciple of Flying Heaven Temple. After listening to the explanation of the Purple Dawn Refining Sun Sutra, Luli's expression instantly darkened. He thought, a technique that demonics experts could recognize at a glance. The Vedra art is only a body-refining skill. It's widely circulated, so there's no problem. But cultivating Flying Heaven Temple's true transmission technique, wouldn't that be courting death? If I break through and condense any true energy, I'll be finished. I have to think of a way to suppress it. Since cultivation requires absorbing the essence of the blazing sun, then it must hate yin and evil Kai. So Luli went to the 10,000 ghost caverns. Here, there were graves everywhere. There was not a single breeze, but he could feel the cold. It was an excellent place for absorbing yin qi. As soon as he arrived here, the system gave a notification. Your Purple Dawn Purgatory Sutra is feeling unwell due to being in the yin energy zone. The cultivation effect is reduced by 200%. Seeing that this method was effective, Luli resolutely chose to go deeper. But strangely, this place was clearly called the 10,000 Ghost Caverns, so why hasn't he seen a single ghost yet? Just as he was bored and asking questions to the tombstones, a laugh suddenly came from behind him. "You're really interesting." Luli turned his head and saw a green-haired woman walking towards him. As she walked, she said, "I'm a patrolling disciple of the 10,000 Ghost Caverns, Emerald. You must be the new disciple taken in by Ghost Demon Master, right? Looking at the way you're acting, it must be your first time here. Want me to tell you about the rules of this place?" Then Emerald took out a map and said, "This is the outermost part of the 10,000 Ghost Caverns. The ghosts have been mostly cleared. If you want to find ghosts, you have to go inside the 10,000 Ghost Caverns. I have a map here that details the distribution of the 10,000 Ghost Caverns. It's only 5 low-grade spirit stones." Hearing that it cost 5 spirit stones, Luli was about to say, "What if I don't buy it?" when he heard a shua sound. Emerald's sword was already on his neck. Was she trying to force him to buy it? So, he wisely took out 5 low-grade spirit stones and offered them with both hands, tearfully buying the map. "Take this temporary green token, don't be upset. If you encounter trouble in the future, just show this map and mention my name, Emerald, and you'll be safe. Also, since you're so handsome, I'll give you one more piece of advice. Ghost Demon Master only accepts 1 disciple at a time. I hope to see you again next month. Goodbye, junior brother." After saying that, she turned into a beam of light and flew away. Looking at Emerald's departing figure, Luli couldn't help but sigh. Was this woman trying to scare me, or was she serious? But I'm not familiar with this area, so buying a map isn't a loss. But when he opened the map, he was stunned. "You call this a detailed record? I'm going to the Consumer Association to complain." But after thinking about it, he gave up. This Emerald is able to occupy a territory in the 10,000 Demons Cave, so she must have some power. I can't afford to provoke her. I should just find a place to cultivate quickly. Then he found a place with extreme yin energy and started automatic cultivation. 3 hours later, the system prompted, "Your Purple Glow Sun Refinement Sutra is very dissatisfied. The surrounding yin energy is extremely irritating. You have accidentally suffered a Kai deviation, and your cultivation has regressed by 36%. Your Diamond Unbreakable Divine Skill has gained some enlightenment after listening to Supreme Buddhist scriptures, and your progress has increased by 1%. At this rate, in a few days, this Flying Crown's true lineage technique will completely regress to 0. But this Diamond Unbreakable Divine Skill only increased by 1% in 3 hours, which is really slow." However, just as Luli was checking his cultivation progress, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Looking up, a fierce ghost suddenly appeared before him. It was his first time seeing a ghost. Luli was also startled, but he quickly reacted. He was a cultivator now, and a demonic sect disciple at that. What was there to be afraid of? This was a good chance to practice. Just then, the fierce ghost, without any sense of martial ethics, bit down on him. But Luli, who was bitten, didn't feel any pain at all. This was the Diamond Unbreakable Divine Skills automatic body protection. With this ghost's level, it couldn't hurt him at all. Moreover, he was currently cultivating a pure yang technique, making him a pure yang body, the natural nemesis of these yin and evil things. Thinking of this, he used the ethereal ghostly shadow step to dodge the attack. The white bone heart-shattering palm followed closely behind, sending the fierce ghost scattering with one palm. At this time, the system prompted, "Your Purple Glow Sun Refinement Sutra has gone completely berserk after being invaded by ghost energy, causing your cultivation to regress. Your ethereal ghostly shadow step has absorbed pure ghost energy, greatly invigorating you. Cultivation efficiency increased by 50%. Your white bone heart-shattering palm has increased in cultivation efficiency by 50% due to your joyful mood after killing an enemy." Seeing the system prompt, Luli immediately became excited. This works. As long as I defeat monsters, I can level up. Wouldn't that mean that I can pass the cultivation test at the end of the month? Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. He looked at a little ghost hiding behind a tree, which was so frightened it turned tail, and ran, shouting, "Don't come here." This man was clearly a demonic sect disciple, yet he kept saying Amitabha, and he didn't even blink when killing ghosts. In just 20 days, he had killed all the fierce ghosts within 100 miles, becoming a veritable scourge of ghosts. And through this period of physically delivering the ghosts, Luli's ethereal ghostly shadow step and white bone heart shattering palm had both broken through to the 4th level. The Purple Glow Sun Refinement Sutra had also regressed to 0. However, the Diamond Unbreakable Divine Skill was stuck at the 3rd level. But there was nothing he could do about that. After all, he was still at the 1st level of Ki refining. But then he thought, within a month, all of his cultivation had greatly increased, which would definitely arouse suspicion. It's not necessarily a bad thing to be stuck at the 3rd level right now. Suddenly, a voice came from the ethereal ghost sect. "The time has come quickly." It was Ghost Demon Master's order. The monthly assessment was finally here. Luli activated his ethereal ghostly shadow step, and his figure flashed. He disappeared from the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. But when he arrived at the main hall, he discovered that the only people being assessed this time were him and Xiao Shiji. All the other disciples were dead. However, Ghost Demon Master didn't seem to care. He had only called the 2 of them here because he needed to go into secluded cultivation. He didn't have any extra energy to recruit disciples, so whoever survived the next monthly assessment would be the true disciple. After saying that, he turned into a ghostly shadow and left. But as soon as Ghost Demon Master left, Xiao Shiji impatiently made her move. Fortunately, Luli had been prepared and used his ethereal ghostly shadow step. The afterimages created by the 4th level training allowed him to avoid this sneak attack. But even so, Xiao Shiji still didn't take Luli seriously because his cultivation was only at the 1st level of Ki refining. As she spoke, she unleashed a sword aura at Luli. Luli just casually waved his hand and dispersed the sword aura. Seeing this, Xiao Shiji was shocked. Her full power attack couldn't even break through Luli's physical body. Then she pulled out a talisman. She smiled and said, "Junior brother Lu, you do have some skills. It seems I can't hold back. This talisman has a sealed fierce ghost inside. Junior brother, are you confident?" Seeing the other party pull out her trump card, Luli didn't hold back either. He activated the ethereal ghostly shadow step and, with a swoosh, appeared in front of Xiao Shiji. He forcefully pressed a poisonous herb onto her chest. This herb was called Icy Poison Grass. Not only could the poison freeze her magic power, but it could also freeze her to death. And the more she struggled, the faster it would take effect. Now cornered, Xiao Shiji used her last resort. She cut her finger, and using most of her essence blood, summoned a giant fierce ghost. This was a fierce ghost she had captured in the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Originally at the 3rd level of QI refining, but after feeding it her essence blood, it was now at the 10th level of Chi refining. She believed it would definitely defeat Luli, a cultivator at the 1st level of Qi refining. However, looking at this fierce ghost, Luli couldn't help but ask, "You seem very familiar. Have we met before?" Suddenly, he realized. This was the one that ran away last time. And when the fierce ghost realized that it had been recognized, it was also frightened and trembled. It turned tail and ran. While running, it shouted, "Help!" It seemed that Luli had traumatized it during their last encounter. And at this time, Xiao Shiji, poisoned by the icy poison grass, and without her essence blood for protection, could no longer hold on. In a short while, she completely turned into an ice sculpture. With a bang, the ice sculpture shattered, and turned into a pile of ice fragments. At this time, the system also prompted your white bone heart-shattering palm, exceptionally excited for killing a cultivator for the first time. Increasing cultivation efficiency by 300%, progress 10%. Luli was a little surprised by the system prompt. It had actually increased so much. But before he could be happy, he heard Ghost Demon Master laughing behind him. "Well done, Li. This powerful Blokii in your body, and the 4th level white bone heart-shattering palm, an ethereal ghostly shadow step, you actually only spent less than a month. This talent makes even I feel ashamed. I would like to ask you how you cultivated." Having his cultivation exposed by Ghost Demon Master, Luli knew that he could no longer hide it. After swallowing, he offered up the 2 techniques with both hands. "Master, this physical body training is because I cultivated a Buddhist body refining skill called Diamond Awakening." Ghost Demon Master raised his hand and pulled the 2 scrolls to him, taking a look. It was indeed Diamond Awakening. You even have the Flying Crown's Purple Glow Hell Refinement Sutra. Which elder gave you this technique? It was that white-haired elder with the skull necklace. I never expected that I would be so fast in cultivating this Buddhist body refinement technique. Hearing this, a trace of a strange color flashed in Ghostly Master's eyes. Then he waved his hand and pulled Luli over. He said, "Don't tell me you are the rumored reincarnated Buddha child." He was clearly a demonic sect disciple. Yet he cultivated Buddhist techniques and progressed so quickly. This aroused the suspicion of his master, Ghostly Master. He raised his hand and pulled out a golden alms bowl to verify his identity. But after shining it for a long time, Luli didn't have any reaction. This was awkward. Then Ghostly Master released Luli's collar. He said, "So it's not you. What a disappointment. I thought you were that reincarnated Buddha child. Since that elder gave it to you, you can keep it." This made Luli involuntarily breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I'm not. I was scared to death. I thought I had cultivated something wrong. Then Ghostly Master said again, "Luli, although you are introverted and hide your sharpness, and your personality doesn't match mine, your talent is excellent, and your scheming is not bad either. I will reluctantly accept you as a true disciple. Later, go to the mountain peak and choose a cave to live in. I'm not a stingy person. Since you have become my true disciple, I will pass on to you this true lineage technique." As he spoke, a red light flashed in Ghostly Master's hand. At the same time, the system prompted bloodthirsty heaven-devouring technique learned successfully. After completing the skill transfer, Ghostly Master pulled out a small green pagoda, the Egg Tower. This soul-devouring ghost pagoda is a high-grade magic tool that I used before. It can be used to collect spirits and nurture them for combat. And after fully activating it, it weighs 30,000 catties and can be used as a hidden weapon. You should keep it well. Luli was startled at the soul-devouring ghost pagoda float towards him. This was a high-grade magic tool worth 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. He was actually so generous. Despite the shock, Luli's hands were busy, grabbing the ghost-suppressing pagoda. He bowed to the Ghost Devil Master. "Thank you, Master. May you live forever, as long as the heavens." The Ghost Devil Master calmly waved his hand. "Go on, cultivate well. If you don't understand anything, Ask your senior brothers and sisters. Choose your cave dwelling. They should come to see you when they hear the commotion. Yes, then this disciple will take his leave." With that, Luli retreated, secretly relieved. He had finally passed the first hurdle. The next day, he chose an observatory tower as his cave dwelling. The spiritual energy here wasn't very strong, but the environment was truly nice. It was indeed a place fit for a true disciple. Then, he had the system check the bloodthirsty heaven-devouring palace information. The bloodthirsty heaven-devouring palace is an advanced version of the bloodthirsty demonic art. After cultivation, it condenses a bloodthirsty demonic light, which can devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the 5 elements essence, and so on. But to cultivate quickly, one must consume spiritual blood, preferably the blood of powerful cultivators or great demons. At a deep level of cultivation, it devours everything. Seeing this technique, a demonic art that requires devouring human blood, Luli couldn't help but frown. Cultivating this kind of art usually leads to a bloodthirsty addiction. It's truly a demonic cult's technique. It doesn't seem suitable for me to practice. But he quickly thought of a solution. This demonic art seemed to be able to devour spiritual energy as well. So he immediately took off his clothes and had the system run the Purple Haze Sun Refinement Scripture. After the Purple Haze Sun Refinement Scripture was completed, he had the system run the bloodthirsty heaven-devouring palace. Devouring the spiritual energy of the Purple Haze Sun Refinement Scripture directly completed the seamless transition. System notification. Your bloodthirsty heaven-devouring palace is in a good mood for devouring the 5 elements radiant sun energy. Cultivation effect increased by 100%. Purity increased by 1%. Seeing that this method worked, Luli was instantly excited. This way, he could cultivate the demonic art without sucking human blood. But it's a bit too much of a waste for the Purple Haze Sun Refinement Scripture. But there's no other way. I have to practice this new technique. At that moment, with a bang, a blood-colored shield suddenly descended. As the smoke cleared, a handsome young man walked out, bowing to Luli upstairs. "Is junior brother home? I am your 8th senior brother, Bei Jinfei. I'd like to make friends with you." Hearing this, Luli's expression turned serious. Make friends. He had heard that none of the Ghost Devil Master's disciples were good people, but they were still fellow disciples. He still had to do the bare minimum of social pleasantries. After a brief conversation, Luli learned from Bei Jinfei that the Ghost Devil Master had taken in 13 disciples. Now only the eldest senior brother, 2nd senior sister, and 3rd senior brother, as well as the 6th senior sister and him, the 8th senior brother, remained. The others had either died or defected. Currently, only Bei Jinfei, the 2nd senior sister, and himself, who had just become a direct disciple, were in the sect. Hearing this, Luli immediately became more alert, thinking, so being the Ghost Devil Master's disciple is so risky. There are still 2 people in the sect. I have to be careful. However, at that moment, Bei Jinfei suddenly grabbed him by the neck and said, "But speaking of which, junior brother, you must be short on cash, right? Cultivation costs the most spirit stones. If you don't have any, I can lend you some, without interest." Senior brother is so generous. "What are you eyeing on my body?" Junior brother misunderstands. We are all fellow disciples. Why would I covet your things? You just need to write a promissory note. If you can't repay or something happens, the treasures on you will be mine. And besides spirit stones, if you want beautiful women, I can help you with that too. Hearing this, Luli immediately understood. This guy was a profiteer. He quickly said, "I appreciate senior brother's intentions, but I don't need those for now." However, hearing these words, Bei Jinfei backed away in shock. "You are only 18 years old. You're in your prime. You don't even want women. Do you like men?" Luli quickly explained. Senior brother has misunderstood. "I am just a simple hero." Hearing this, Bei Jinfei gasped. A simple? A snake demon who can transform into a human riding a horse? That's a golden core demon. I can get you one of those. Luli was speechless. Did this guy have nothing else in his brain besides women? But before he could explain, Bei Jinfei spoke first. Since junior brother has such unique tastes, I won't ask more. If you need anything, just come find me. I just moved here. I must have a lot of things to handle. I won't bother you. With that, he turned into a streak of blood and fled. Seeing this, Lulai also breathed a sigh of relief. He's finally gone. My fellow senior brothers and sisters, I'm afraid are not ordinary people. I need to hurry up and cultivate. As a mature technique, it's very reasonable for it to go out and hunt to cultivate, right? Just after Luli sent Bai Jinfei away, the system gave a notification. Your bloodthirsty, heaven-devouring palace appetite has increased greatly. Unable to satisfy it, it has to go out on its own. In the 10,000 Ghost Cave, it devoured Yin Qi. Cultivation progress increased by 5%. Your bloodthirsty, heaven-devouring palace discovered a low-grade spirit ghost in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. Location: 720 miles southeast of 3 Stars Valley, inside a 7-foot-tall soul-hiding tree. Seeing the system notification, Luli was immediately excited. A spirit ghost. It's a ghost that was born by chance with spiritual intelligence. It's very rare. One is worth at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. If I can catch it, I won't have to worry about cultivation resources for a month. But going out now would be too conspicuous. Perhaps I'm still being monitored by someone. I need to wait a bit. Also, there's someone else I need to meet in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. Sure enough, Luli had just arrived in the 10,000 Ghost Cave when Sister Greenie came. Luli got up and bowed to her. Greetings, Sister Greenie. Sister Greenie jumped down from the white bone hall and smiled. No need to be so polite. You are now a true disciple of the Ethereal Ghost Sect. Your status is the same as mine. These are the 5 low-grade spirit stones you gave me before. Bai Jinfei is my man, and you're his junior brother. In other words, you're also my man. So I won't take your spirit stones. Looking at the 5 spirit stones Sister Greenie handed over, Luli couldn't help but think, this Sister Greenie can occupy a place in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. She's probably a big sister figure among the Ethereal Ghost Sect's true disciples. She's returning the spirit stones to win people over. Seeing Luli not taking them, Sister Greenie frowned. Are you afraid I poisoned the spirit stones? Luli quickly took the spirit stones. Then I thank you, sister. Sister Greenie revealed a satisfied smile. That's right. You were able to pass the Ghost Devil Master's test at the Ki Refinement first level. You're a genius. I'm optimistic about you. And after just becoming a true disciple, instead of thinking about enjoying yourself, you came to the 10,000 Ghost Cave to cultivate. You're truly diligent, junior brother. I also heard that you rejected Bai Jinfei's offer to send you beautiful women. Facing Sister Greenie's praise, Luli started acting dramatically to give face. A single glance from my senior sister could seal a lifetime of devotion. From then on, all the other women in my eyes are merely vulgar powder. If that's what you say, then I will take it seriously. Wouldn't that be great? Just as Luli felt he had succeeded, Greenie pushed him away, huffing in a spoiled manner. You were not even serious when you were lying. But I like this lie you said. Not bad. Here, this is the map of the entire 10,000 Ghost Cave. You can use this to walk freely in the 10,000 Ghost Cave and cultivate in any of the extremely yin places marked on it. As she said this, she forcefully stuffed the map into Luli's hand, then sat back on the white bone sword and laughed. Oh, right? I usually cultivate in the very center of the map. Come find me when you have time. I'm leaving now. She finished and flew away quickly on her sword. Seeing her go, Luli breathed a sigh of relief. Finally gone. That woman has such a deep agenda. She approached me under the guise of returning something, then tried to win me over with praise and petty favors, then gave an ambiguous invitation before leaving. She even seemed to use charm techniques. If it were a normal young man, he would probably have become self-confident. Too bad I'm not a normal and self-confident man, and you're not my type. I'd better go find the spirit ghost first. Then, Following the markings on the map, he found the soul hiding tree that the system mentioned. The surroundings of the soul hiding tree were filled with yin energy accumulated over the years. I wonder if the bloodthirsty heaven-devouring palace can absorb it. Thinking this, Luli activated the bloodthirsty heaven-devouring palace to try, but it didn't increase his progress at all. At that moment, a ghost face suddenly appeared on the soul hiding tree. With a bang, a spirit ghost flew out of it. It bit Luli's hand. No wonder it's called a spirit ghost. Even a low-grade one has a basic level of intelligence. It knows to retaliate when the time is right. This bite would probably have crippled anyone else, but unfortunately, it met Luli. With the indestructible Vajra divine art protecting him, a mere low-grade spirit ghost couldn't hurt him at all. It was even blasted away by the indestructible Vajra divine art. Seeing that things were not going well, the spirit ghost tried to escape. Luli activated the ethereal ghostly shadow step to chase after it, then threw a wooden stake, blocking the spirit ghost's path. Luli, with a big tree in his hand, revealed a fierce gaze. Don't run. After all, I'm not a devil. Seeing this, the spirit ghost wisely chose to surrender. Then Luli took out the ghost-suppressing pagoda he had just acquired and gently tossed it up. A green light descended, and the spirit ghost was taken into the pagoda. Done. I didn't expect subduing it to be so easy. It's too bad I can't use this spirit ghost directly. It's still more convenient to exchange it for spirit stones. But who should I sell it to? The Ghost Devil Master is out of the question. The previous Green Lotus also seems to have ulterior motives, so I can make rash contact. That 8th senior brother is a profiteer, so I can give it a try. It's also a good chance to test him. But I just separated from him, and now I'm going to go to the ghost cave to catch a spirit ghost. It's bound to raise suspicion. I should go home and go into seclusion for a month first. Gotta play it safe. Thinking of this, he immediately activated the ethereal ghostly shadow step and left the 10,000 ghost cave. After Luli left, a red-haired man and a beautiful woman walked out. That kid is so lucky. He can catch a spirit ghost just by running out to practice. I am getting more and more interested in him. Isn't that great? I've always liked men with good luck. And that kid's escape style is exactly the same as when my late husband, Wong the old demon, jumped out the window in a hurry. It really brings back memories. Don't you think so? Wong the old demon, my husband, as she said this. She suddenly lowered her head and touched her stomach. Seeing this, the red-haired man's expression changed drastically. He thought, should I stay away from this gambling den? I don't want to be eaten by her. Turning into a vengeful spirit forever trapped inside her stomach. He was clearly a demonic sect disciple, yet he practiced Buddhist techniques on the side, and his progress was incredibly fast. Luli had reached the 3rd level of QI refining after enabling automatic cultivation for a month. At this moment, the system notified him, your white bone heart shattering palm is extremely confident because of the breakthrough in your strength. It challenged the indestructible Vajra divine art. As a result, the white bone heart shattering palm was defeated, causing it to regress in cultivation. To increase its strength, the white bone heart shattering palm has decided to cultivate diligently. Progress increased by 100%. Luli was surprised that his techniques would actually fight each other. I didn't expect the concept of righteous and evil being incompatible to also exist in techniques. But it's good that even though I regressed, I can still catch up. But now that he had used up all his cultivation resources, and he had cultivated long enough, it was time for him to sell the spirit ghost. Then he went to Bei Jinfei's residence. However, he had only just sat down when Bei Jinfei suddenly congratulated him. Junior brother, you've been in secluded cultivation this entire month. Now that you've come out, your cultivation must have greatly improved. You actually broke through to the 3rd level of QI refining in 1 month. Such talent is truly terrifying. Hearing this, Luli's expression turned serious. Senior brother, why bother making fun of me? Breaking through to the 3rd level of QI refining in a month is a slow pace of cultivation. I'm probably at the bottom of the ethereal ghost sect. If senior brother doesn't welcome me, I'll leave. Junior brother, you misunderstand. I was really praising you just now. The technique junior brother cultivates is the bloodthirsty heaven-devouring palace, right? You stay inside all day, and you don't have enough money to buy spirit blood, which costs tens of thousands of spirit stones. In 1 month, without devouring any spirit blood, you forced your way to the 3rd level of the bloodthirsty heaven-devouring palace. This kind of talent is absolutely second to none in the sect. This way of cultivation is even more righteous than the righteous sects. If your cultivation wasn't so low, I would suspect that you were a spy sent by the righteous sects. Hearing this, Luli's heart jumped. This guy actually saw through my cultivation at a glance, and he's indeed been monitoring my movements, so he suddenly stood up. Senior brother, he said righteously. You can't say such things carelessly. I was taken in by Master. If I was a righteous sect spy, wouldn't that make Master a spy too? Bei Jinfei laughed. I was just joking, junior brother. Don't be angry. So, did junior brother come here to borrow spirit stones to buy spirit blood? It's the opposite. I've come to sell something. Isn't that the ghost-suppressing pagoda that Master uses in the key eye refining realm? Junior brother, you dare sell it? Of course not. I wouldn't dare sell Master's suppressing pagoda, even if I had 10 lives. I'm selling what's inside. As he spoke, Luli took out the spirit ghost from the pagoda. Looking at the spirit ghost, Bei Jinfei was immediately surprised. It really is a low-grade spirit ghost. Where did junior brother get this spirit naturally? I caught it in the 10,000 ghost cave. But it's just a low-grade spirit ghost. At most, it's worth a piece of magical equipment. I didn't expect senior brother to be so excited. Could there be another use for this spirit ghost? Bei Jinfei laughed awkwardly. Junior brother, you're thinking too much. What other uses could a low-grade spirit ghost have? Since you trust me so much, I'll give you a good price. All right, senior brother is so straightforward. Then this is the price I want. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is it? We are fellow disciples. I can agree to 20,000. As he said that, Bei Jinfei wanted to reach out and take the spirit ghost, but he was stopped directly by Luli. No, I'm saying 200,000. Hearing this price, Bei Jinfei immediately stood up from his chair. 200,000? Junior brother, what does that mean? You should know that a low-grade spirit ghost is only worth 10,000. Low-grade spirit stones, Luli laughed. Senior brother, although we were fellow disciples, you can't take advantage of me for nothing. If you don't want to buy it, then I have no choice but to go find Sister Green Lotus. Hearing Green Lotus' name, Bei Jinfei immediately became anxious. Junior brother, wait, let's talk it out. We're all one big family. Why must it come to this? Since we're all one family, then 200,000 is even more of a must, isn't it? Hearing this, Bei Jinfei was at a loss for words. Then he sat back down slowly and revealed the truth. Since junior brother has seen through me, I'll just tell you the truth. Recently, there is an elder who is collecting low-grade spirit ghosts on a large scale, and they renounce 100,000 spirit stones. That's the highest price I can offer. I'm not making a single penny out of it. Hearing this, Luli said meaningfully, Senior brother, you're not profiting off me, but if you turn around and sell this spirit ghost to that elder, helping them with their urgent need, you'll gain that elder's favor. Right, junior brother? I've really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be so insightful at such a young age. Fine, I won't buy the spirit ghost. Junior brother, you can go earn the 100,000 spirit stones, and that elder's favor. Come on, see him off. Senior brother, you misunderstand. I didn't say I wouldn't sell it to you, no matter how great that elder's favor is. There's a limit. The people in the demonic sect are cold and indifferent. They might not even bother to help you. So I might as well sell it to senior brother. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation, with everyone getting along? He said, handing the spirit ghost over. Receiving the spirit ghost, Bei Jinfei revealed a look of joy. Junior brother Lu, you're so perceptive. I admire you. In the future, if there's anything I can help you with, just say the word. He then waved his hand. He was about to get Luli a beautiful woman when Luli leaped up from his chair and waved his hands. Senior brother, that's not necessary. However, I've hit a bottleneck in my modified diamond art cultivation. I would like to ask if you have any Buddhist techniques so that I can study them. Maybe I can break through my current stage. Hearing this, Bei Jinfei said with interest, a modified diamond art. What a coincidence. I've also cultivated before. Here are some Buddhist scriptures and techniques that I've collected. Junior brother, you can take a look. As he finished speaking, he had the maidservant bring the Buddhist scriptures over. Luli thanked him and opened the scriptures. But when he looked, he was immediately stunned, as expected of Bei Jinfei. These are all scriptures of naked Buddhas. They read from the Buddhist school of joyful meditation. But Luli quickly realized something was amiss. Although the scriptures' images were vulgar, there seemed to be some very strange things in the images. At this moment, the system gave a prompt. You have flipped through the Great Luo Crossing the Mortal Realm Sutra and discovered a hidden Buddhist seal technique within. Congratulations, host! You have learned the Great Lu response. As the system notification finished, a great big Buddha appeared in front of Luli and spoke. As a Buddhist disciple, hold the Great Lu seal and practice with unwavering determination. You will surely understand your heart and nature and achieve Buddhahood instantly. Luli didn't expect this. This is actually a technique for cultivating Buddhahood. At this moment, Bei Jinfei, seeing that he had been silent for a long time, asked, Junior brother, is there something wrong with this Buddhist scripture? Luli snapped back to reality and quickly said, no, there isn't. Seeing this, Bei Jinfei immediately thought of him as a kindred spirit, laughing. I thought Junior brother didn't like women. But you love this person in the painting so much. I didn't expect Junior brother to have such unique tastes. Then, I'll give you this book. This is your pay for your help. Take good care of it. Also, you and I have a connection. There's something important I should tell you. As he said this, he handed a storage ring to Luli, and then continued. This time, Master went into seclusion. To break through to a higher level, with Master's strength, he is very likely to succeed. Once he succeeds, the status of you and me in the Yin Spirit Ghost Sect will also rise. This is a happy occasion. Then why are you frowning, senior brother? At this, Bei Jinfei couldn't help but sigh. Because Master has a lot of enemies among the thousands of golden core cultivators in the demonic sect. Ghost Master has offended half of them. Actually, that half is an understatement. Master is in conflict with at least 70% of the golden core cultivators of the demonic sect. Last time, when Master broke through to the golden core stage, 2 senior brothers died and 1 senior sister went into hiding. This time, I'm investing heavily in burying your spirit ghost, also hoping to sell a favor to that elder. I want to borrow a treasure to protect myself. So junior brother, you must also be prepared. Hearing this, Luli bowed his head. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. At the same time, he thought to himself, it seems I must improve my strength quickly. This man was clearly a disciple of the demonic sect, but he learned Fahai's great might heavenly dragon. After returning to his residence, Luli activated automatic cultivation. Soon, the system prompted congratulations to the host. Your great Arhat seal has gained a great enlightenment after listening to the supreme Buddhist scriptures and has evolved into the great Arhat mantra. Then, 2 phantoms began to condense within Luli's divine consciousness. System notification. One of the 8 guardians, the mighty Vajra Arhat's Dharma form, has been preliminarily revealed. One of the 8 guardians, the great might heavenly dragon Bodhisattva's Dharma seal, has been preliminarily revealed. Looking at the phantoms condensed in his hands, Luli couldn't wait to try them out. He chanted the mighty Vajra mantra, and the mighty Vajra Dharma form on his arm punched out. The power was like a landslide, and then he chanted the great might heavenly dragon mantra. A golden dragon Dharma form appeared behind him, his momentum rising several times, but only for an instant. He felt his body emptied out. The spiritual energy consumption was too high. He only had enough for one attack right now. Based on the spiritual energy consumption of this second great might heavenly dragon mantra, he would at least have to reach the foundation establishment stage to summon it. At that moment, the system prompted again. Due to a lack of materials, the other 6 Buddhas failed to condense. You failed to learn the Buddha's mantras. Seeing that there were actually 6 other Buddhas besides these 2, Luli was a little surprised. Thinking about it, these 2 have tattoos on his arms and back. If he trained them all, it was hard to imagine what would happen. Is Buddhism really this gangsta? But he should still improve his realm first. No matter how good a spell is, it can't be used if your realm is low. So, he immediately sat cross-legged and began reciting the Heart Sutra. At the same time, the Mighty Vajra mantra and Great Might Heavenly Dragon mantra also began automatic cultivation. 10 days later, the system prompted, your white bone heart-shattering palm wanted to teach the new Mighty Vajra mantra a lesson. And the Great Might Heavenly Dragon mantra, but it was double-teamed and beaten into doubting its own existence. It's now in a state of self-pity. Cultivation has regressed. Looking at the system prompt, Luli was speechless. This white bone heart-shattering palm was too tragic. Why did it have to provoke those 2 for no reason? But with this burst of cultivation, he finally reached the 4th level of Kai refining. When he reached the 5th level, and most of his techniques broke through, he planned to go to the 10,000 ghost cave again to convert fierce ghosts. However, at that moment, dark cloudily filled the sky and thunder rumbled. Before Luli could react, a voice came from behind him. Junior brother, run. Master is going to face the nascent soul lightning tribulation. If you get hit, not even your ashes will remain. As soon as the voice fell, a bolt of lightning struck right next to Luli, scaring him into immediately activating his ethereal ghostly shadow step. He arrived at the pleasure boat where Bai Jinfei was. Countless silver snakes were dancing wildly around the pleasure boat. It seemed as if they would fall down at any moment, completely obliterating everything within Ghost Peak Mountain. It was incredibly terrifying. This was also the first time Luli had felt the immensity of heaven's might and how small and helpless humans were. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the great power of the sect took action and activated a supreme demonic array, blocking the lightning tribulation. Then, Luli asked, Senior brother, aren't we supposed to stay here and wait for Master to complete the tribulation? However, Bai Jinfei replied, it's not time yet. This supreme array only isolates the sensing of the heavenly Tao, delaying the tribulation to make it easier for Master to deal with. In 5 days, we can go back to watch Master undergo the tribulation. Hearing this, Luli frowned instantly. This is troublesome. Going back to Ghost Peak Mountain during the lightning tribulation risks getting struck by lightning. This way, the time for breaking through to the 5th level of Ki refining will be delayed again. At this moment, Bai Jinfei turned and asked, Junior brother, what are your plans next? I'm going to 10,000 Demon City to prepare a congratulatory gift for Master. Would you like to come with me to 10,000 Demon City? Whether it's beautiful women or the snake demon that Junior brother has been longing for, they can all be found there. Hearing this, Luli laughed awkwardly. My pockets are empty. I better not go, and just stay in the 10,000 ghost cave. I want to see if I can find another low-grade spirit ghost. That's a shame. I was still hoping to compete with Junior brother. As he spoke, Bai Jinfei couldn't help but shake his head, looking regretful. Luli was speechless. You're playing it up too much? After saying a simple goodbye, he set off for the 10,000 ghost cave. But as soon as he left, Bai Jinfei immediately changed his expression. Our junior brother has a lot of secrets. He has already cultivated to the 4th level of Ki refining so quickly. Not to mention his physical training. How is it compared to your painting dragon true body? Second, senior sister. As soon as he finished speaking, a snow-white python slithered out from behind the bead curtain of the painting boat. A flash of spiritual light passed by. The python transformed into a woman with a human body and a snake tail, wearing white clothes, and asked from above, Is he the simple hero? He's clearly a disciple of the demonic sect. Yet he cultivates Buddhist techniques, and he has also condensed 2 Buddhist Dharma forms. He's become a true Buddhist gangsta. After bidding farewell to Bei Jinfei, Luli went to the 10,000 Ghost Cave to level up by defeating monsters. After killing several fierce ghosts, the system prompted, White Bone Heart-Shattering Palm has broken through to the 5th level. Because his realm had increased, the White Bone Heart-Shattering Palm was greatly encouraged and went to seek revenge against the invincible Vajra divine skill. It was defeated soundly. After contemplating the matter, it decided to join Buddhism. The White Bone Heart-Shattering Palm has been renamed the Compassionate Palm. Looking at the system prompt, Lily was a little speechless. If you can't beat them, join them. Can it be played like this? But since it has become a Buddhist technique, then I should also be able to use the Heart Sutra to evolve it. Thinking this, he immediately sat cross-legged and began reciting the Heart Sutra. System notification. Your compassionate palm has been enlightened after listening to the Supreme Buddhist scriptures and has entered a state of enlightenment. Progress increased by 4%. Congratulations to the host. Your compassionate palm has been greatly enlightened after listening to the Supreme Buddhist scriptures and has evolved into the Great Compassion Palm. Seeing that it actually worked, Luli was instantly excited. In that case, wouldn't I be able to cultivate demonic arts at will? And then have the great art mantra beat them up. I can transform the demonic arts into Buddhist techniques, and then use the Heart Sutra to evolve them. However, at that moment, a giant fierce ghost suddenly appeared behind him and punched him. Luli smiled slightly. A fierce ghost with peak resentment, perfect for unleashing my power. With a whoosh, he leapt into the air and used the Great Compassion Palm against the fierce ghost. With an empty sound, the fierce ghost was completely annihilated, leaving a crater several meters deep on the ground. Luli withdrew his palm and smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Its power has increased by at least double. At the same time, the system prompted. Your Great Compassion Palm feels its merits are immeasurable for converting a fierce ghost. Increasing its cultivation effect by 500%. Your bloodthirsty, heaven-devouring palace discovered a low-grade spirit ghost at the explosion site. Along with the system notification, Luli saw a cute spirit ghost sleeping in the crater. Well, isn't this freebie? Before the spirit ghost could react, Luli had already taken it into the ghost-suppressing pagoda. However, this scene of him capturing the spirit ghost was seen by someone hiding in the dark. Then, without explanation, they launched a sneak attack on Luli. Fortunately, Luli reacted in time and barely managed to dodge. Then, person walked out from behind the tree and said in a sinister voice, Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the spirit ghost. I am a true disciple of the realization stage. Li Ming, my brother is the Yellow Spring True Monarch's closed disciple. Your cultivation is only at the 5th level of Ki refining. You're probably just an entry-level disciple of some true master. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, Luli's eyes instantly turned cold. I don't care who you are. Fratricide among fellow disciples is a major crime in the demonic sect. You dare attack me. I don't dare, however. As soon as he finished speaking, someone arrived on the scene. They asked in a cold voice, I am a patrolling disciple. What happened? Senior brother, this person destroyed my spirit history, stole my spirit ghost, and even attacked me. You must make the decision for me. There's such a thing. Don't you know that fratricide among fellow disciples is a taboo? As he spoke, that man controlled his flying sword and launched an attack on Luli. Luli dodged and instantly realized that these two were a team, so he immediately turned and ran. As he ran, he shouted, Help, the Taoists are invading. This scene left the two men completely dumbfounded. They quickly chased after him. However, before Luli could run far, a golden light blocked his path. The golden light dissipated, and a red-haired man and a beautiful woman appeared in front of him, scolding, who is shouting here. How dare you say that the Taoist Alliance is invading? Are you seeking death? Hearing this, Luli smiled smugly, shouting like that really brings people out. At this moment, The two people behind him quickly stepped forward. "We are Li Jing and Huang Quan, disciples of the true monarch. We were patrolling and found this person harming fellow disciples and wanted to capture him. Who knew that he would shout that the Taoist alliance was invading? It's an unforgivable crime." Seeing how shameless the other party was, Luli directly flipped them the bird. "Screw your ancestors, you two true persons. I am Luli, a true disciple of the ghost demon master. I was cultivating at this stone spirit and accidentally made a hole, finding a low-grade spirit ghost inside. But these two attacked me to steal my spirit ghost. I beg you, true person, to make a decision." Hearing that Luli was actually a true disciple of the ghost demon master, the two's expressions turned dark. Then they said, "True person, this kid is lying. This spirit ghost is clearly one I nurtured. He took advantage of me being gone to steal my spirit ghost. I have witnesses and material evidence to prove it." "What witnesses and evidence?" "The witness is naturally this patrolling disciple. The material evidence is that this stone spirit is my cultivation ground." Listening to the two's shameless back and forth, Luli flipped them the bird again. "Screw your ancestors. You say it's yours, so it's yours. I could also say that your mother's tombstone was carved by me, and that I stole the offerings at your father's tomb. Would you believe me?" Hearing Luli's constant insults towards other people's parents, the true person couldn't help but secretly think, as expected of the ghost demon master as true disciple. At this time, Leming suggested a duel with Luli. He would suppress his realm and only use the power of the 4th level of Ki refining to fight. Luli also knew that this guy's background wasn't small, and he probably had many treasures. It was hard to say how the fight would go, but if he refused, it would definitely damage the ghost demon master's reputation. Just as he was hesitating about whether to accept the challenge, the beautiful woman whispered to him telepathically, "Little guy, let me tell you, these two brothers Li Jing hold grudges. Whether you agree or not, they'll come for revenge later. Be careful." Hearing this, Luli immediately understood. She was telling him to accept the challenge, but he didn't know if there was a trick. But these two guys clearly weren't good people. Not dealing with them now would be a great disaster. Therefore, he agreed to this duel. Then, the group arrived at the arena. This duel was presided over by the Red True Person. Many demonic sect disciples came to watch. Luli saw that so many people had come. He also knew that if he lost, the ghost demon master probably wouldn't let him live, so he absolutely couldn't lose. This man clearly cultivated Buddhist skills, but he insulted other people's parents at the drop of a hat. His mouth was full of profanities. Faced with the repeated provocations of the Li Jing brothers, Luli chose to accept the challenge. Before the duel started, to ensure fairness, Red True Person, acting as a witness, according to what Li Ming had said, placed a restriction on him. If he used power exceeding the 4th level of Ki refining, his entire body would freeze. Then the duel officially began. Li Ming casually waved his hand, and a banner appeared in his hand, emitting a sinister aura. This banner was called the Myriad Ghost Banner. It was a medium-grade spiritual artifact that Huang Quan True Monarch had found in some ancient ruins. Li Ming just casually waved it, and countless fierce ghosts lunged directly at Luli. Faced with the siege of so many fierce ghosts, Luli didn't choose to counterattack. Instead, he casually threw the soul-devouring ghost pagoda out. Li Ming caught it firmly. Then he laughed heartily. "Now that you can't even use your spirit energy, I'd like to see what else you can do." Luli didn't panic at all, saying coldly, "I have 2 things to correct you on. First, I'm not running away, but finding an opportunity. Second, art should be an explosion." As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost-suppressing pagoda in Li Ming's hand began to buzz. With a loud bang, the ghost-suppressing pagoda exploded. When the smoke cleared, although Li Ming was unharmed, he had just used his full strength to defend, and he was now trapped by the restriction and couldn't move. Abiding by the principle of striking when the iron is hot, Luli directly used the Great Compassion Palm, and a single palm directly shattered half of his body. Then he grabbed the Myriad Ghost Banner and laughed. "Your magic weapon is good, but it's mine now." Seeing this, Lei Jing, who was below the stage, couldn't hold back anymore and charged up to avenge his brother. But Red True Person stopped him. You Jinbet, you lose. Today's events will be reported to the sect. The sect master might also notice. What else do you want to do? You held a public duel and then try to attack afterward. Do you think I don't exist? This disciple wouldn't dare. It was my brother's own lack of skill. I admit defeat after saying that. Lei Jing lowered his head, collected his brother's body, and then took his leave. However, Lei Jing had indeed remembered this debt with Lu Li in his heart. Watching Lei Jing's departing figure, Lu Lei also knew that he would probably have a lot of trouble in the future. But if he hadn't acted today, he would have been the one who died. This person did not deserve to live, so let it be a service to the people. At this moment, the Red True Person patted his shoulder and extended an olive branch, wanting to take him as a disciple, but Lu Li still refused. Although he knew that the Ghost Demon Master's disciples were akin to raising venomous insects. If he betrayed his master, the Ghost Demon Master would definitely not let him go. That was simply courting death. But it wasn't just the True Person who was interested in him. The beautiful woman was also eyeing Lu Li. But she didn't want to take him as a disciple. She wanted to wrap herself around him, but Lu Li still flatly refused. This only made her like Lu Li even more. But because she was worried that the Ghost Demon Master would cause trouble for her, she decided to go back first and then find Lu Li again after cultivating to the Foundation establishment stage. Finally, after seeing everyone off, Lu Li also breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the system to check his spoils of war from this fight. However, at this time, Green Lotus suddenly appeared, saying, "Little junior brother, you seem so engrossed. Could it be that you're interested in that black shark madam just now?" This startled Lu Li. "Oh, it's senior sister Green Lotus." "You're joking, senior sister. Is there something you need from me?" "Yes, there is." "Then I'll get straight to the point. Are you willing to be my man?" Hearing this, Lu Li was stunned, as expected of the demonic sect. They are so direct. Seeing Lu Li's expression, Green Lotus laughed and said, "Junior brother, don't misunderstand my meaning. I just want you to come to my side." Lu Li awkwardly touched his head. "Oh, I see. I misunderstood." But then he thought, wait a minute, isn't that what she meant? She still wants to wrap herself around me. Then Green Lotus slowly stood up and said, "Junior brother, you should know about the Buddhist and Taoist alliances planning to attack 10,000 Demons Mountain, right? The world is about to fall into chaos. This is a crisis for the demonic sect, but also a great opportunity." "What opportunity?" "An opportunity for the demonic sect to unite. And I want to be the first female demonic emperor of the demonic sect. When that time comes, you will be the man behind the first female demonic emperor." Listening to Green Lotus' Chunivi-like words, Lu Li was also a bit speechless. So she just wanted to win him over. At this time, Green Lotus took out a pill, saying that it was a spirit blessing pill. It can directly raise one realm. It is safe and has no side effects. If you agree, this pill is yours. Lu Li looked at the pill in front of him. He thought, this woman is truly not simple. She uses temptation, guidance, and enticement. Every step is gradual. If it were someone else, they would probably have fallen for her tricks. Unfortunately, the demonic sect will always be the demonic sect, and it's bound to collapse. I, such an honest person, can't jump into this pit. So he immediately said solemnly, "Thank you for your kindness, senior sister. I'm very grateful, but I only want to cultivate properly right now and achieve the Golden Core realm before thinking about anything else." Hearing this, Green Lotus sighed. "All right, since junior brother isn't interested, then I won't force it. I wish you early attainment of the Golden Core. If you change your mind, just come find me." See you next time. After saying this, Green Lotus left. But the thing she said about the Buddhist and Taoist alliances planning to join forces to attack the demonic sect was indeed something that Lu Li took to heart. He was thinking that perhaps he could take advantage of the opportunity to escape. After all, this place is just too dangerous and not survivable. At this time, a slightly pretentious voice came from behind him, "Junior brother. It seems you are not only lucky, but also have good romantic luck." Seeing Bei Jinfei appear here, Luli was also a bit surprised. "Senior brother Bei, aren't you in the 10,000 Demon City?" Bei Jinfei smiled and said, "Someone sent me a flying sword message. They told me that you and Lijing had a dispute, so I hurried back." "You have gotten yourself into big trouble this time." Li Jing is the closed-door disciple of Huang Quanquan, true monarch. He has a very high reputation among all the true disciples, second only to Green Lotus. He will definitely find someone to take revenge on you. Please, senior brother, tell me in detail. There are things I don't know about. I'll start from the beginning. In the entire sect, the sect master status is the highest at the nascent soul stage. Then there are the supreme elders, who are all in the deification stage. Then there are the elders, who are at the nascent soul and golden core stages. Usually, the elders with real power are at the nascent soul stage. Those with golden core cultivation only have a nominal title. And below the golden core stage are our groups of foundation establishment disciples, who are roughly divided into 5 factions. And among these 5 factions, the most powerful one right now is Green Lotus. This Green Lotus could break through to the golden core stage anytime, but she chooses not to. She is preparing to win over more people to build momentum for herself and continue being the chief disciple for the next 10 years. Li Jing's master is Huang Quan, true monarch. Above Huang Quan, true monarch, is a supreme elder in the deification stage. In addition to his wealth and generosity, there are many people who have pledged allegiance to him. He's also eyeing the chief disciple position, and the chief disciple is the face of our ethereal ghost sect. The 10 major demonic sects in 10,000 Demons Mountain often have exchanges, and the chief disciple is the one to represent the sect. Every year, the sect will also bestow many cultivation resources and even receive guidance from the supreme elder or the sect leader. In short, there are many benefits. By the way, you didn't agree to Greenie's offer to recruit you, did you? Of course not. That's good. Junior brother, don't be fooled by Greenie's favor and various hints to you. She actually doesn't like men. As he said this, Bei Jinfei pushed a cup of tea towards Luli. Luli was about to ask how he knew when he noticed that the tea was full of goji berries. Then, he saw Bei Jinfei covering his face and said, "Those are all things of the past. It's a long story." Seeing this, Luli instantly understood. He thought, "You're brave enough to try and hit on anyone." At this moment, a loud crash suddenly came from the sky not far away. It was the ghost devil master about to undergo his lightning tribulation. Luli and Bei Jinfei quickly went to check. The second senior sister was already waiting. She told them not to worry. It was Master who had requested to undergo the tribulation early. Looking at the second senior sister in front of him, Luli thought, "She's pretty good looking. But why do I always have the feeling that she's not quite human?" And his gaze was noticed by the second senior sister. She turned her head and glared at him fiercely, her eyes filled with deep hostility. The Buddhist golden cores are in the thousands, and the ghost devil master offended half of them. The reason why the ghost devil master, who is so hated by many, can still live until now, is because his strength is powerful enough. Faced with bolts of lightning as big as water tanks, the ghost devil master did not make any special preparations. He merely stretched out both hands and blocked the lightning tribulation. Then, with a loud shout, his magic power turned into a giant blackfish. It swallowed the lightning tribulation in one gulp. This was the ghost devil master's Kunpeng demonic art. With such a supreme demonic art that could even swallow lightning tribulations, it's no wonder that he could still live well despite offending so many golden cores. After witnessing the ghost devil master's successful breakthrough, the system notified him, "Your bloodthirsty heaven-devouring palace gained some insight from watching the Kunpeng devour heavenly lightning, comprehending a trace of the Kunpeng's heaven-devouring wings. It has evolved into the Kunpeng heaven-devouring demonic art. The cultivation realm has increased. Progress increased by 80%. Current progress, 4th layer, 94%. Looking at the system notification, Luli was very excited. This way, he would soon be able to reach the 5th layer. But he couldn't be impatient right now. At this time, the second senior sister presented a 3,000-year-old spiritual herb as a congratulatory gift. The Ghost Devil Master chuckled and said, "Not bad. This is perfect to refine the spirit cleansing pill for my nascent soul. Yar, you have a good heart. I will reward you with this dragon pearl. Refine it well and strive to awaken your bloodline early and transform into a demon beauty." Seeing this, Luli couldn't help but think to himself, the second senior sister is called Yaoer, which is definitely not a human name. And no wonder Bai Jinfei is so keen to find congratulatory gifts. It's actually a chance to make a small gamble for a big reward. Then Bai Jinfei presented a hairpin. The Ghost Devil Master bestowed a meeting Ghost's drawing sword art on him. Luli also followed suit, presenting a low-grade spirit ghost and the 10,000 ghost banner that he had just acquired. But the Ghost Devil Master asked about his ghost-suppressing pagoda, which had disappeared. Luli was immediately scared into a cold sweat and quickly explained, "Master, not long ago, in the 10,000 ghost cave, Disciple found a spirit ghost for you, but was ambushed and robbed. The person was the Yellow Spring True Lord's closed disciple, Li Jing's younger brother. Later, I had a life and death battle with him. In desperation, I self-destructed my spirit guard and managed to win with difficulty." Bai Jinfei, who was beside him, quickly chimed in, "Yes, master. That did happen. And that Li Jing's younger brother even seemed to be disrespectful towards you. Junior brother had no choice but to accept the challenge to protect master's reputation." Hearing this, the Ghost Devil Master snorted coldly. That old fart from the Yellow Spring has always looked down on others. "It's good he's dead. Luli, you did well this time. You were ruthless and bold. You are also filial. This is a mutated 1,000-year-old vermilion bone, which can increase your cultivation by 1 realm and also solidify your foundation. I shall bestow it upon you." "Thank you, master." "All right. I still need to consolidate my realm. I'll have you handle the congratulatory banquet 3 days from now. Jinfei, you go deliver the invitations. As for Luli, you've just gotten into trouble, so don't go out. Stay in your cave dwelling and cultivate well. Someone will probably come looking for trouble after 3 days. Now you may all leave." After speaking, the Ghost Devil Master turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared. After the Ghost Devil Master left, Bai Jinfei wanted to drag Luli to drink and enjoy courtesans. At this moment, the second senior sister, who had passed them, suddenly snorted coldly. "Men are all the same." Then she glared fiercely at Luli and with a swoosh flew away. Seeing this, Luli asked in confusion, "Senior brother Bai, why does the second senior sister seem to look down on me?" "I don't think I've ever offended her." Bai Jinfei chuckled. "Junior brother, you don't need to pretend. Second senior sister is a snake demon. You like being bitten by snakes. If she doesn't hate you, then who does she hate?" Hearing this, Luli was first stunned. What snake demon and being bitten by snakes? But he quickly realized. It must have been this Bai Jinfei who had leaked the fact that he had called himself a simple hero last time. So he asked, speechless, "Senior brother, you didn't deliberately cause second senior sister to misunderstand me, did you? Could it be that you actually like second senior sister and wanted to eliminate me as a potential rival?" After Luli hit the nail on the head, Bai Jinfei instantly panicked and stammered, "How could that be? I didn't." "You're talking nonsense. It's getting late. I still have to deliver invitations for master. I'll chat with you later." With that, he quickly disappeared. Luli didn't know what to say. This guy really doesn't let anyone off. Then, Luli returned to the observatory tower and began to refine the vermilion bone. The system notified him, "Your Kunping heaven-devouring demonic art absorbed the spiritual energy of the mutated 1,000-year-old vermilion bone. Cultivation has increased. You have broken through to the 5th layer. Congratulations to the host for breaking 5th layer of Ki refining." He had finally broken through to the 5th layer. Luli was also very satisfied. He looked at the spirit ghost and the 10,000 Ghosts banner next to him. This time, the Ghost Devil Master was quite generous. He gave him such good things for free, and didn't even take away his low-grade congratulatory gift. The spirit ghost can be sold to Bai Jinfei, but what should be done with the 10,000 Ghosts banner? The fierce ghosts inside require living human sacrifices to nurture. It can't be nurtured or sold. What if it gets back to Li Jing's hands? That would be terrible. At that moment, the Kumping heaven-devouring demonic art suddenly patted his shoulder, pointed at the 10,000 Ghosts banner, and then pointed at its own mouth. Then it took the 10,000 Ghosts banner from Lu Li and began to chew on it. It seemed to be enjoying it. After finishing, it didn't forget to let out a satisfied burp. At this moment, the system notified him, your heaven-devouring demonic art devoured pure ghost energy. Hunger has been relieved. Seeing this, Lily only felt a pang of heartache. It truly is a demonic art that can devour anything. That was an ancient magic tool. It's such a waste to just eat it. At this moment, the Kunping heaven-devouring demonic art put its hand in its mouthy again, and, after rummaging around, took out the 10,000 Ghosts banner again. It turned out that it had only absorbed the fierce ghosts inside and had not destroyed the magic tool. At the same time, the Great Compassion Palm and ethereal, ghostly shadow step on the system panel had reached the 10th layer, the perfect realm. This also made Luli heave a sigh of relief. My strength has improved so much. The Great Compassion Palm is even at the perfect level. With these trump cards, I won't be afraid even if someone comes to make trouble after 3 days. But his happiness didn't last for 3 seconds, as the system gave another notification. The Great Compassion Palm has reached the perfect realm and cannot advance further. So, it decided to go out to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough. Lily's mentality completely collapsed. Are you messing with me? Have you ever seen a technique that is so fickle? It first joined Buddhism because it couldn't beat the Vajra art, changing from the demonic whitebone heart-shattering palm to the Great Compassion Palm. And now that it's reached the perfect level, it's just running away from home. 3 days later, the banquet celebrating the Ghost Devil Master's breakthrough officially began. Luli, with dark circles under his eyes, arrived late. Bai Jinfei was startled by his appearance. He asked, "Why do you look so weak? Ivy had a day and a night battle with several fox demons in 10,000 Demons City and didn't look like that." Luli quickly explained, seeing that Bai Jinfei was about to start with dirty talk again. "Senior brother, I've just depleted some of my blood and Kai due to cultivation." This made Bai Jinfei breathe a sigh of relief. "So that's it. I almost thought you were even more fun-loving than me." Luli was speechless. Where did this guy get his competitive spirit from? At this time, the Ghost Devil Master also walked out. Seeing that Luli's blood and Kai were so depleted, he casually bestowed a recovery pill to him, telling him not to embarrass himself. At this time, several True Lords also walked over. As soon as they met, the Yellow Spring True Lord and the Ghost Devil Master were at daggers drawn. After the second senior sister revealed the gifts given by each of the True Lords, the Ghost Devil Master's face instantly turned dark. The gifts might be quite substantial for cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage, but for nascent soul cultivators, they were just plain pathetic. The Ghost Devil Master was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He commanded Luli, "Damn it, they're all here to freeload." "Luli, if anyone provokes you later, just kill them," Luli quickly agreed, thinking to himself, again with the killing, although he was reluctant. He probably couldn't avoid it on this occasion. At this time, another notification came from outside. True Lord Red Furnace has arrived. This True Lord Red Furnace was named Yun Zusheng and was also Greenie's patron. He seemed to have high status. He was able to make the Ghost Devil Master personally accept the gift. When he looked at Lu Li, he showed a hint of appreciation and gave him a high-grade spirit weapon, a flowing light sword, as a greeting gift. But just as Lu Li received the sword, the system, however, gave a notification. Your Purple Dawn Sun Refinement Sutra has sensed the presence of Supreme Taoist true energy and feels respect and excitement, a boost in cultivation speed by 10,000%. Seeing this notification, Luli was startled. Supreme Taoist True Energy. Could this Confucian Venerable actually be a Taoist spy? Just as Luli was wondering, another announcement came from outside the door. Elder Golden Guard of the Scripture Pavilion is here. This announcement instantly drew everyone's attention. Ghost Demon Master and Confucian Venerable were both very respectful, showing proper etiquette. And this Elder Golden Guard was also the one who had given Luli the Vajra art and the Purple Dawn Sun Refinement Sutra. From a Ghost Demon Master's and Confucian Venerable's attitudes toward him, Luli could tell that this Elder Golden Guard's identity was not simple. Then the banquet officially began. Ghost Demon Master started arguing with Flying Fox Venerable. But Ghost Demon Master was famous for his full mouth. When it came to arguments, Flying Fox Venerable naturally couldn't gain any advantage. So Flying Fox Venerable snorted coldly and proposed to have his newly accepted closed-door disciple compete with Luli. Ghost Demon Master also showed no weakness and told Luli not to forget what he had said earlier. Whoever causes trouble will be killed. Then the competition officially started. Luli, relying on his 10th level mastery of the ethereal ghostly shadow step, created an afterimage and appeared behind his opponent. With just one move, he instantly defeated this closed-door disciple of Flying Fox Venerable. Afterwards, he didn't forget to mercifully scatter some paper money for this senior brother, so he could spend it on his way to the underworld. This angered Flying Fox Venerable, who slammed the table in frustration. Ghost Demon Master took the opportunity to gloat, saying, "Flying Fox old ghost, I'm sorry. This good-for-nothing disciple of mine doesn't know his own strength, and accidentally killed your disciple. You're not angry, are you, Jinfei? Quickly clean up the trash." Hearing Ghost Demon Master's order, Bei Jinfei very skillfully swept the disciple's corpse away as if it were trash. Flying Fox Venerable cursed him for being too overbearing. Ghost Demon Master waved his hand. "You praise me too much? You praise me too much? We are all fellow disciples, and I helped you collect your disciple's corpse. It was just a small effort on my part." At this moment, Yellow Spring Venerable suddenly said that punch just now was strong and unstoppable. But within the ferocity, there was a hint of Buddhist compassion. He must have cultivated the orthodox Vajra art, and at least to the 4th level. Interesting. Hearing this, Flying Fox Venerable immediately understood Yellow Spring Venerable's meaning. He asked Luli pointedly, "You dare cultivate the Buddhist Vajra art in the demonic sect? Are you a spy sent by the Buddhist sects?" But Luli, whose secret was revealed, answered without panicking, "I did cultivate the Vajra art. I must thank Elder of the Scripture Pavilion for it. This Vajra art was indeed passed on to him by me." That day, this kid came to the Scripture Pavilion looking for a technique, and I found him pleasing to the eye, so I passed on the Vajra art to him. Seeing that Elder Golden Guard had spoken, Flying Fox Venerable naturally didn't dare to continue asking. At this time, Silent Saint spoke. "Li Jing's younger brother was my direct disciple. This kid killed my direct disciple. I must take revenge today." With that, he sent a female disciple forward to challenge Luli. With a wave of her hand, the female disciple's body was covered with a set of scales. This scale armor required about 150,000 pounds of force to break through. Usually, only a Foundation Establishment cultivator could fight against it. The great demon king shaking heaven directly declared, "If Luli can break through this demonic spirit armor, I will eat this table right here." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Luli punched the female disciple. With a bang, although the spirit armor didn't break, the female disciple was directly killed by Luli's internal energy. Seeing this, the great demon king shaking heaven was just about to say that he was only joking. But Ghost Demon Master didn't give him any face at all, mocking him mercilessly. This angered him, and he slammed the table and charged at him. At this moment, Luli, as the one who had caused this, felt very complicated. Another person had died by his hand. But if he didn't establish his authority this time, his life in the demonic sect would be even more difficult in the future. And if he didn't use a deadly move, he would be the one lying on the ground. He was clearly a demonic sect disciple, but he had brought the Buddha's skills to the extreme, and even comprehended a palm technique that descended from the heavens. In the last match, Yellow Spring Venerable proposed to add some stakes. He put up a drop of Kunpeng essence blood as a bet. Heavenly Fox Venerable and Great Demon King Shaking Heaven also took out their treasures, wanting to bet against Ghost Demon Master on his Kunpeng demonic art. Ghost Demon Master was silent for a moment and sent Luli a voice transmission. Those two earlier were probably cannon fodder testing your strength. The one about to appear is the final kill. Do you have any trump cards left? I should have a 50% chance of winning. Hearing this, Ghost Demon Master nodded. Good. I have already asked Elder Golden Guard to protect you. If you win this match, I will give you a drop of my treasured Azure Dragon Essence blood and pass on the Kunpeng demonic art to you. After the transmission, Ghost Demon Master agreed to the competition. And the opponent to compete with Luli was the seemingly listless man in front of him. Although this man was only at the 6th level of key refining, Luli had a vague feeling of danger. He decided that it would be best to fight quickly. Sure enough, just after he other party down with one punch. The next second, the man actually revived, but the number of revivals should be limited. As long as he could find a method, he should be able to deal with him. However, during the time Luli was thinking, a sword aura suddenly attacked, cutting through his cheek. The sharpness of this sword aura was such that even the diamond unbreakable divine skill couldn't stop it. It turned out that this man, although only at the 6th level of Kwai refining, hid a pure silver sword pellet in his mouth, which could boost his sword intent to its limit, capable of splitting mountains and breaking rocks. There was nothing it couldn't cut. At this time, Luli was in a very passive situation, because in this setting, his attacking techniques were very restricted. The Vedra Arhat martial arts could not be used rashly in this situation. The Great Compassion Palm, which could have been his trump card, had unexpectedly left home at this critical juncture. He could only use the 10th level mastery of the ethereal, ghostly shadow step to dodge the attacks while looking for an opportunity to get closer. After some probing, although Luli was unable to get close, he was able to see through the opponent's background. He decided to use his trump card. It turned out that just before the Great Compassion Palm left, the Great Heavenly Dragon Dharma chant had taught him a self-defense technique. This technique was called Flying Dragon Ascends to the Heavens. Luli unleashed a palm wind that summoned a giant dragon several dozen feet long, which swooped down. With just one move, he defeated his opponent. But to prevent the opponent from reviving again, Luli resolutely chose to finish him off with several more Flying Dragon Ascends to the Heavens. He didn't stop until he had obliterated his opponent completely. The competition was over. The several venerables all honored their bets and handed over their stakes before leaving angrily. But at this moment, Luli suddenly called out to Li Jing, saying with a face of apology, "Senior brother Li, don't think that I kill without blinking an eye. Actually, I am kind-hearted, gentle, and honest. Last time in the 10,000 Ghost Cave, I accidentally killed your younger brother. I have been feeling extremely guilty ever since. I have been restless these past few days. So to ease the guilt in my heart, I wanted to ask if your younger brother has a wife and children. If he does, I can help take care of them, so that even in the afterlife, he can rest in peace." These words were truly a case of killing with words. Li Jing was so angered that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Even the second senior sister advised him, "Be a decent human being. Don't he drag us all down to be killed with you?" Yellow Spring Venerable even threatened before he left. "Ghost Demon Master, you had better watch your disciple. Be careful, or you might not see him again." But Luli just smiled and waved goodbye to the two. "Seniors, you can also take a closer look. Perhaps we will be meeting each other more often in the future." At the same time, he thought to himself, "After establishing my authority this time, no one should rashly attack me in a short period of time. I should be able to buy myself some time to train." At this moment, The elder Golden Guard's laughter came from behind him. Not bad. You won all 3 battles decisively. You are both brave and fierce, and possess strategy and wisdom. You won quite beautifully. Elder, you praise me too much. It's just some small tricks. They are not worth mentioning. Being able to use small tricks is also a kind of great wisdom. Just now Confucian Lady gave you a flying sword spiritual aura. Then I will give you a sword control technique. This Heaven Demon 23 Swords was created by the founding patriarch's younger brother. It originally only had 13 swords, but after being improved by many sword geniuses in the sect, it now has been increased to 23 swords. I hope you will not bury it. Elder Golden Guard even took out the Heaven 23 Swords. Confucian Venerable was very surprised by this. This also made Lulai realize how powerful this sword technique was. A sword technique that could move even nascent soul venerables was definitely not ordinary. He could only hope that it wouldn't be another trap like before. Then Elder Golden Guard called Luli out separately. As they were walking, he said, "Kid, don't be too happy yet. This Heaven Demon 23 Swords is very dependent on talent. If you don't have the talent, you won't even be able to learn the first sword, and the flying sword will self-destruct. Do you understand?" Luli nodded. "Thank you for the advice, Elder." At the same time, he thought to himself, with the system, these problems should be no issue. But he still felt that something was off. At this moment, Elder Hujin suddenly stopped and turned to glare fiercely at Luli. A magic array instantly appeared beneath his feet. This was a spatial lock before Luli could react. Elder Hujin coldly asked, "Boy, the golden energy you emitted with that palm strike is definitely not a move from the diamond art. And the diamond art you're recultivating is not pure either. Even the Great Thunderclap Temple's top body refinement skill, the diamond art body, is inferior to yours. Tell me, what is this body refinement art, and who taught it to you?" Faced with Elder Hu Jin's interrogation, Luli couldn't move his gaze. He felt like his soul was being controlled. Just as he was about to reveal the system issued a warning, detecting that host consciousness is being manipulated. There is a risk of revealing the existence of this system, initiating mandatory measures. Along with the system prompt, Luli finally regained consciousness. He replied, "This matter concerns my master, so I cannot divulge it." Upon receiving such a response, Elder Hujin couldn't help but furrow his brow. Did your master rob the pagodas of a few bald monks and dig up a body refinement art for you? Forget it. If it was passed down to you by your master, then I won't ask any more questions. I'll leave you here. Go back." Watching Elder Hujin leave, Luli finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. He was directly interrogated at the soul level. If it weren't for the system's protective measures, he would have been completely exposed. Afterward, Luli returned to the banquet. True Lord Hong Ru took out a snuff bottle that could store magic power and gave it to him. Luli accepted the snuff bottle. While thanking her, he thought to himself, "Giving me a gift? But this woman might be a spy from the thief sect. Her background is not simple. Even Green Lotus is affiliated with her. The waters of the demonic sect are truly deep. This man was clearly a disciple of the demonic sect, but he cultivated skills from the Buddhist, Taoist, and demonic sects. And he was even mistaken for a lower-level contact by a Taoist spy. After returning to his residence, Luli began to process his gains. System prompt. Your Kumping Heaven-devouring demonic art has gained a cultivation secret. It has completed the Great Dao laws and has no more worries about cultivation. Overjoyed, the cultivation speed is increased by 500%. Your Kumping Heaven-devouring demonic art is in an extremely joyous mood because it absorbed a trace of Azure Dragon blood, and its blood Kai is satisfied. Cultivation efficiency is increased by 8,000%. The Kumping Heaven-devouring demonic art has begun refining. It is estimated that the refining will be completed in 3 hours. Looking at the system prompt, Luli didn't expect the Azure Dragon blood to be so effective. And Ghost Devil Master was really too generous this time with just these resources. he would probably be able to reach the foundation establishment stage smoothly. And this time's gains weren't small either. The sword given by true Lord Hong-Ru was indeed a good item. But the righteous aura he sensed when he touched it was definitely not fake. But if she was a spy from the thief sect, then why would she reveal it to him? And what did it mean by giving him this bottle alone? But since she said it was a rare treasure that could store spiritual energy, Luli prepared to try it out. He immediately channeled some spiritual energy into the snuff bottle. The next second, the snuff bottle released wisps of smoke. After a while, it transformed into true Lord Hong-Ru's appearance and began to complain. It's been 300 years. Do you know how I've spent these 300 years? Is that you, my contact? Seeing this, Luli was also startled. It directly revealed its identity from the beginning, not giving me any time to think at all. If I answer now, I'll definitely get into trouble. If I don't answer, now that I know his identity, I'd probably be killed on the spot. This is completely a question that leads to death. After thinking it over, Luli still replied yes. Hearing his reply, true Lord Hong-Ru was very satisfied and said good 3 times. So, Demang didn't abandon me after all. I've been in this ethereal ghost sect for 300 years. A full 300 years. If Dao Meng hadn't sent anyone, I would have become the sect master. Do you know how panicked I was? Hearing this, Luli couldn't help but retort in his mind, the demonic sect should be the one panicking, right? By the way, how did you do it? However, he was even more confused. He was clearly hiding so well. How did true Lord Hong-Ru see through him? True Lord Hong-Ru explained with a smile. On your body, there are many traces of cultivating the Purple Haze Purgatory Sutra. Although you are very clever, using demonic techniques to devour radiant sun energy, your body still retains traces of the cultivation. In short, your body has long since taken the shape of the Purple Haze Purgatory Sutra. But you don't have to worry. The demonic sect's elders can't detect these traces. Hearing this, Luli secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness they can't detect it. If I'd known that cultivating the Purple Haze Purgatory Sutra would turn out like this, I would have just thrown it away. At this moment, true Lord Hong-Ru asked with a serious face, and now it's my turn to ask. Who sent you? What is your mission? Is my mission completed? Am I being extracted? Upon being asked this, Luli was also dumbfounded. How would he know? So he turned his head and blurted out randomly, I don't know. Someone just gave me the Purple Haze Purgatory Sutra and told me to cultivate it. Hearing this, true Lord Hong-Ru was greatly disappointed. He stared at Lu and asked, who gave you the Purple Haze Purgatory Sutra? A white-haired old man. He must have been disguised. Besides that, he didn't tell me anything else. So, you really don't know anything else? I don't know anything else. Please forgive me, true Lord. Hearing this, true Lord Hong-Ru's expression instantly darkened. Luli was so scared that he closed his eyes, feeling that he was doomed. But the next second, true Lord Hong-Ru actually sat on the ground and started crying. Don't mess with me like this. I thought my mission was completed, and I could return to the Alliance. How could this happen? Then, while wiping his tears, he apologized. I'm sorry. I was too fierce when I was asking you. It's just a habit I developed after being in the demonic sect for so many years. Seeing this, Luli was completely speechless. He actually believed me. How did he manage to stay hidden here for 300 years? At this moment, Bai Jinfei's voice came from outside the door. True Lord Hong-Ru saw that someone had arrived, so he decided to put this matter aside for now. But to be safe, he still had to place a protective seal on Luli. This was created using a demonic sect secret technique. That way, Luli couldn't casually reveal the secret that he was a spy. Otherwise, he would explode and die on the spot. After placing the seal, he returned to his original appearance. He told Luli to contact him anytime he had any news. With that, he turned and left. This made Luli think to himself, getting involved with a Taoist spy is good news for my escape from the demonic sect. But my strength is still too low now. I might attract trouble. Then Luli invited Bai Jinfei into the house. While Bai Jinfei was making tea, he said, Junior brother Lu, Master gave you the Azure Dragon True Blood. He must want you to quickly reach the Foundation establishment stage. He's preparing you to compete for position of Chief Disciple. Right? Why do you say that? It's not hard to guess. Junior brother, you offended the 3 true lords. You can only compete for the position of Chief Disciple, so that they will be somewhat afraid. The sect values the true disciples who compete for Chief Disciple. During the competition period, they will not allow them to be harmed in any way. So, that means I can only achieve peace by competing for the position of Chief Disciple. You could say that. But when the sect's disciples gather, any true disciple who is at the Foundation establishment stage can compete. But that there will definitely be someone who disagrees with your position. They will question your eligibility, which means your strength. So if I go to compete, I have to fight someone again, of course. This is the demonic sect. It's most normal to start fighting at the slightest disagreement. Hearing this, Luli couldn't help but think to himself, then I won't go. It's too tiring to be fighting all the time. My dog life is more important. But he still asked Bei Jinfei a very important question. Senior brother, according to what you said just now, wouldn't the person who becomes the chief disciple have a free pass, of course? And as long as you don't do something that betrays the sect, even if you seduce the sect master's wife and daughter, you won't die. Also, if you want to borrow money, just borrow from anyone. You don't even have to pay interest. Hearing this, Luli's eyes instantly lit up. With a whoosh, he rushed out. He had to cultivate hard and become the chief disciple, and then run away with their sister-in-law and all the money. Can you believe it? In this day and age, not only are people engaging in infighting, even techniques are competing against each other to become the chief disciple. Luli took out the demonic Sky 23 sword that Elder Hu Jin had given him and started automatic cultivation. With the system's enhancement, in just a moment, he had learned the first sword of the demonic Sky 23 sword, Instant Sword Technique. The demonic Sky 23 sword uses the 7 emotions of man as the substance to embody the demonic way. It condenses unparalleled sword energy to slay souls and destroy spirits, killing people without a trace. Looking at the demonic Sky 23 sword conjured by the system, although Luli didn't know what a demonic sky was or had ever heard of it, the sword technique seemed quite domineering. And judging from the description, it should be able to absorb other people's emotions and convert it to cultivation. It sounds quite simple. But how exactly to operate it, he didn't know. He also didn't know how powerful it was. But after all, it was a demonic technique, so it has a really bad temper. It draws its sword so easily, I should cultivate carefully, just in case. At this moment, the system prompted, your demonic Sky 23 sword has absorbed the 7 emotions, anger, evil. My mood is extremely excited. The Heavenly Demon Awakening cultivation effect increased by 20,000%, and this emotion is coming from Li Jing, who was so angry that she vomited blood because of Luli. Luli laughed when he saw the system prompt. If Li Jing knew that the more she hated him, the higher his cultivation would be. I wonder if he could anger her to death on the spot. But thinking about it, forget it. Let's practice the Heavenly Demon Sword first. With the great might Heavenly Dragon and the mighty Vajra suppressing it, the Heavenly Demon Sword shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. But the cultivation speed is still not fast enough. If there was more pure spiritual energy for the heaven-devouring demonic art to absorb, that would be great. At that moment, he looked at the snuff bottle beside him and immediately had an idea. If you want to catch the tiger cub, you have to go into the tiger's den. He immediately activated his spiritual energy and summoned the Confucian True Lord again. But embarrassingly, the Confucian True Lord who was summoned was taking a bath. System prompt. Your Heavenly Demon 23 swords has absorbed the desires of 7 emotions. The atmosphere between the two briefly fell into silence. Although the system prompt was very brief, Luli did hear it. In other words, at some point, this True Lord was lusting after her body. Soon, the Confucian True Lords, Emotions turned to annoyance, and she started to overthink things in her mind. Seems I really have stayed in the demonic sect for too long. I actually developed such thoughts about a junior. Luckily, he won't find out. After calming her emotions, the Confucian True Lord coughed twice. Speak, what is so urgent that you have called me back? Luli didn't know what to say. She was now in a fit of anger. If he brought up cultivation again, she might just kill him directly. Then he glanced at the heavenly demon sword beside him and immediately had an idea. He cupped his fists. I suddenly remembered some news about the old man that the Purple Haze True Lord told me. I wanted to tell the True Lord. Hearing this, the Confucian True Lord's eyes lit up. Really? What did you think of? Tell me quickly. Seeing this, Luli was a bit speechless. It was so easy for her to take the bait. How did you even manage to be a spy for 300 years? But he still smiled and said, Actually, I was thinking that. Today, my reputation has greatly increased. That old man is very likely to come to me again these days. Hearing this, the Confucian True Lord happily asked Luli if they had agreed on a meeting place. System prompt. The heavenly demon sword absorbed the emotion of joy. Luli sighed. Unfortunately, the ghost devil Matsmi wants me become his chief disciple. Then, even a Kuai refining level sect leader of the ghost sect will pay attention to me. That old man would probably go into hiding. He won't come to me. Hearing this, the Confucian True Lord's expression became disappointed again. System prompt. The heavenly demon sword absorbed the emotion of disappointment. Luli continued, but like me, an undercover agent. There should be a few more inside the ghost sect. They should be able to make contact with the True Lord soon. But I recently heard that the sect is looking for a reincarnated Buddha's child. Would those undercover agents all be found out and killed? In this way, Luli reeled in this Confucian True Lord with a mix of good and bad news, constantly reaping emotions. The effect was very significant. The heavenly demon sword was glowing like a fluorescent stick, but perhaps because it absorbed too much, even the Confucian True Lord couldn't take any more. She got up to leave, but Luli stopped her. Please wait a moment, True Lord, I have one more request. When I cultivate my Purple Haze Purgatory scripture, as soon as I create the 5 elements Radiant Sun True Key, it gets devoured by my demonic arts. So, I would like to ask the True Lord to give me some of your True Key, to help me cultivate the Purple Haze Purgatory scripture. That way, I won't forget that I'm a disciple of the Flying Heaven Temple. The Confucian True Lord turned her head and smiled faintly. It's rare for you to have this heart. I agree. Saying this, she raised her hand and touched Luli's forehead. System prompt. Your Purple Haze Purgatory scripture senses the existence of Supreme Taoist True Ki and is filled with reverence and excitement. Cultivation speed increased by 10,000%. After transferring her True Ki, the Confucian True Lord turned into a wisp of smoke and left. But as soon as she left, Luli turned his attention to the Purple Haze Purgatory scripture, letting the Kunpeng Heaven devouring demonic art devour the 5 elements Radiant Sun True Ki. Through this maneuver, the cultivation effect of the Kunpeng Heaven devouring demonic art increased tenfold. But even so, Luli was still somewhat dissatisfied. Although the spiritual energy was acquired much faster, the conversion efficiency was still not very good. It was a pity that he didn't memorize the Carefree Wanderer back then. Otherwise, these techniques should have reached another level. At this moment, the system prompted. Your instant sword technique greatly detects your Buddhist techniques and challenged them. As a result, it was defeated by the Great Might Heavenly Dragon, the Mighty Vajay, and the Indestructible Vajra Divine Art combined. Your instant sword technique is unwilling. In a fit of anger, it absorbed a large amount of emotional energy and transformed it into Heavenly Demon Sword Kai. Its cultivation has greatly improved. Progress increased by 7%. The Indestructible Vajra Divine Art, Great Might Heavenly Dragon Mantra, and Mighty Vajra Mantra, sensing the danger of the Heavenly Demon 23 swords, are working hard to cultivate. Progress increased by 9%. Looking at the system prompt, Luli exclaimed, Wow, they're directly leveling up. Not bad, not bad. I don't have to worry about the techniques. Then let's continue to farm. And so, for the next few days, he continued to use the same method, summoning the Confucian True Lord as a charging battery. Over and over again, he passed who knows how many days. The Confucian True Lord even treated giving him True Cly as clocking into work. She would even sleepwalk to give him True Key. A man accidentally transmigrates into the cultivation world, recites the Tao Te Ching, causing the Taoist ancestor's statue to shatter. He was also mistaken by the Central State Tao Alliance to be the reincarnated Taoist ancestor, and they wanted to join forces with Buddhism to attack the demonic sect for his sake. In that time, Luli continuously reaped the Confucian True Lord's wool, and his cultivation rose straight to the perfection stage of Ki refining. He was just one step away from establishing his foundation. This time he summoned the Confucian True Lord, hoping that she could protect him. But the Confucian True Lord advised him not to be too hasty. Demonic techniques had a shallow foundation. Breaking through at this time would easily lead to a Kai deviation. Even if he successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage, the disadvantages would outweigh the benefits. Whenever cultivating demonic techniques, a new demon would be attracted at the time of breakthrough. However, Luli insisted, so I asked that the True Lord protect me. The ghost devil mats me to break once through to foundation establishment, to compete for the position of chief disciple. I have no choice but to do so. Please assist me. The Confucian True Lord waved her hand and agreed. She told him to get ready, and they could begin. Luli sat cross-legged, thinking in his heart, inner demons. Hallucinations are just illusions for the people born and raised in this world. But in modern society, it's just a clip from a movie playing in my head. For me, who has seen countless movies? No matter what the illusion is, I want to be afraid. Then, he had the system activate the Kunpeng heaven-devouring demonic art to start the breakthrough. Along with the system prompt, the breakthrough officially began. The next second, Luli appeared in his old office. The codes in front of him were his inner demons. As a programmer who died from overworking, he couldn't control himself and wanted to work. This is too terrifying. Fortunately, the Confucian True Lord beside him reminded him in time not to get lost in the illusion and to maintain his own self. This helped him regain his clarity and reluctantly move his hand off the keyboard. At the same time, he noticed the Tao Te Ching and the carefree wanderer placed next to the keyboard. Taking this opportunity, he could memorize both of these books. The next second, a golden light shot out of his forehead. Seeing this, the Confucian True Lord was shocked. Although all the memories one has ever experienced would be triggered during foundation establishment, Luli was only about 20 years old. How could he possess such a massive amount of memory? But before she could regain her senses, a large knife appeared behind Luli. It was actually a supreme technique. At the same time, inside the Flying Heaven Temple of the Central State Tao Alliance, the Taoist ancestor's statue suddenly cracked. This scene was truly terrifying for the little Taoist child. He quickly went to wake up the sleeping Fat Temple Master. The Fat Temple Master originally thought that the little Taoist child was going to talk about the Buddhists attacking the demonic sect, so he paid much attention to it. But when the little Taoist child said that the Grand Pure Taoist ancestor was blown up, he jumped straight out of bed. He quickly followed the little Taoist child to check. Looking at the pieces of the shattered Taoist ancestor's statue on the ground, he exclaimed, "What the hell is going on? Could it be that the great Tao has fallen?" As he spoke, he calculated something and then suddenly exclaimed, "The Taoist ancestor has reincarnated into the demonic sect. What is the Taoist ancestor up to? Quickly come with me to see the leader of the Tao Alliance. Send the order and gather the troops. Prepare to attack 10,000 Demons Mountain with those bald donkeys. Destroy the demonic sect and rescue the reincarnated Taoist ancestor." And so, because of Luli's breakthrough, the Tao Alliance, which had originally planned to stand by and watch, decided to attack the 10,000 Demons Mountain with Buddhism. But at this moment, Luli was still completely unaware of this. As he gradually broke through, the scriptures that had appeared began to dissipate. This also made the Confucian True Lord frustrated. As the words dissipated, her memory of them also faded. I truly missed an opportunity. At this moment, the system prompted, "Congratulations, host, you have successfully established your foundation." He had finally succeeded. The Confucian True Lord beside him smiled and congratulated him. "Luli, congratulations. I must thank the True Lord for protecting me. If it wasn't for you transferring your True Kai every day, I would have never broken through so quickly. You didn't just help me once, but multiple times. So may I ask the True Lord's honorable name?" Hearing this, the Confucian True Lord paused for a moment and replied, "My name is Yun." At the mention of taking a name, Luli immediately raised 3 fingers and said, "I, Luli, swear to the heavens. I am willing to carry on the Yun family's lineage for generations, to go through fire and water for them. If I'm ever needed, I'll give my life without hesitation." These words even made the Crimson Furnace Lord blush out of embarrassment. Then he waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. You should focus on your cultivation. We'll talk about that when you reach the Origin Core realm." However, at this moment, his expression suddenly became serious, and he turned his head and said, "Luli, you should cultivate well. The Ghost Sect Master is calling me over. It's urgent. It seems something big is about to happen." After saying that, he turned into a wisp of white smoke and left in a hurry. Seeing this, Luli couldn't help but think, something big. Could it be that they've discovered me attracting all those spirits these past few days? Do you know what the effects are when wandering freely and Tao Te Ching are brought to a cultivation world? After finishing his assist, Luli began recalling the details of his previous life's memories. The next second, a massive, heaven-obscuring kun appeared before his eyes. The echoes of the great Tao resonated in his ears. In the northern sea, there is a fish whose name is kun. The kun is so large, no one knows how many miles it spans. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. It's the beginning of heaven and earth. It has a name, the mother all things. System notification. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the Supreme Tao Scripture, the Supreme Technique. Your Kun Peng demonic art has gained profound insights and evolved into the 5 elements Kun Peng demonic art. Your ethereal ghostly shadow step has been greatly enlightened. It has evolved into the unrestrained wind riding technique. Your diamond unbreakable divine art has directly attained enlightenment by listening to the Supreme Do mantra. Your realm has increased by 1 layer. Your great mighty heavenly dragon incantation and great power Vedra incantation have entered an enlightenment state. Your cultivation has greatly increased. Progress increased by 50%. Your demonic 23 swords have comprehended the path of demon by listening to the Supreme Tao Scripture. The 24th sword has been inferred and instantly completed. Your Purple Dawn Purgatory Sutra has greatly comprehended the Supreme Tao Scripture and evolved into the Pure Yang Infinite Sutra. Looking at the system notifications, Luli's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't expect that the books he had read unintentionally in his past life would be so useful and have such good effects. Everything has evolved. This is a huge profit. It's just a pity that the Great Compassionate One is still missing. It's just that one skill away, but thinking about it, I have enough trump cards now. After foundation establishment, my spiritual energy has increased a lot. The great mighty heavenly dragon incantation can finally be activated. I need to test its power. However, he had just gotten out of bed when he heard a series of bells. He came out to look and saw that it was actually the highest level alarm bell of the ethereal ghost sect. With this bell, all disciples except those in secluded cultivation had to report to Ethereal Spirit Mountain. Failure to do so would be a death penalty according to the sect rules. What exactly happened? Just as Luli was wondering, Bei Jinfei's voice came from behind. "Junior brother, come quickly. Come with me to Ethereal Spirit Mountain." Luli jumped onto Bei Jinfei's boat with a swish. He asked what exactly had happened, but Bei Jinfei seemed to have misunderstood something. He thought Luli was asking about the injuries on his body, and chuckled. "I was just playing some small games with some beauties." This left Luli speechless. But soon, Bei Jinfei noticed Luli's unusual condition. Junior brother, you've reached the Foundation Establishment realm. It hasn't even been 20 days since we last met. Luli turned his head with a sigh. It's a long story. Let's just say that Master gave me some special help. We should go to Ethereal Spirit Mountain first. Also, senior brother, you should hurry up and change your clothes. Then, Luli and Bei Jinfei arrived at Ethereal Spirit Mountain to report. The entire Ethereal Ghost Sect had gathered this time. Luli, somewhat confused, asked Bei Jinfei, "Do you know what happened?" Bei Jinfei was stunned for a moment and replied, "I'm not really sure. But it might be related to the Chief Disciple election. Junior brother, you might not know, but in the past 20 days, Li Jingying and the second senior sister suddenly announced their preparation to break through to the Golden Core realm. Now that the biggest rivals are gone, he has almost no doubt of becoming the next chief." Luli was also startled by the rumor. He thought, then doesn't my plan to run away with my sister-in-law go down the drain? The Ghost Devil Master on the stone platform suddenly transmitted his voice to him. "Luli, you will go up and compete for the Chief Disciple position later." These words startled Luli. He actually wants me to compete, but that's right. Once Li Jing becomes the chief, the first person he will want revenge on will definitely be me. Then I might as well stir things up a bit. But I wonder who that person is. Senior brother, don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. I'm saying that everyone here is trash, just as Luli was wondering about the identity of the white-haired man on the platform. The white-haired man suddenly opened his eyes. He slowly uttered 2 words, silence, and immediately all the disciples in the field became as quiet as cicadas in winter. Luli was also startled by this aura. What a terrifying aura. Just a single word could release such pressure. This man's strength must be far beyond the Golden Core realm. Suddenly, all the elders and disciples shouted in unison, "Greetings, a sect master." Only then did Luli understand. So he's the sect master of the Ethereal Ghost Sect, the Ethereal Ghost Emperor, a void refining realm master. The Ethereal Ghost Emperor waved his hand, signaling everyone to be excused. At the same time, he announced, from today onwards, the Ethereal Ghost Sect will enter a state of war preparedness to guard against sneak attacks from the Taoist and Buddhist sects. In addition, the Chief Disciple election will begin now. The Chief Disciple will be selected in 3 days. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples below the platform began to chatter. Luli was also thinking in his heart, why are they attacking now? If I really get elected as Chief Disciple, it will definitely attract attention from the Taoist and Buddhist factions. I might even be hunted down. That would not help me escape from the demonic sect. But perhaps I can rely on the Confucian Lord to avoid a disaster when the time comes. But the key now is to not let Li Jing get elected. Seeing that no one had come to the platform for a long time, the Ethereal Ghost Emperor spoke. "What? The Chief Disciple election has already begun. Are all the millions of disciples of my Ethereal Ghost Sect too cowardly to stand up?" Then Li Jing shouted, "I'll go," and stepped onto the platform on a nether dragon. "Disciple greets the sect master and all the elders." The Ethereal Ghost Emperor nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. Li Jing, you've cultivated your underworld true scripture to the 8th layer, summoning the underworld nether dragon. Nothing can escape its corruption. Below the Golden Core realm, there are probably no opponents for you. Truly commendable. Thank you for your praise, sect master." Li Jing bowed. Then he started addressing the disciples below the platform. "Everyone, no need to panic. The joint attack of the Taoist and Buddhist alliances on my 10,000 Demons Mountain, in my opinion, is actually an opportunity. Why can the Taoist alliance occupy the 9 great immortal mountains? Why can the Buddhist sect have the 10 great heavens and secret realms? Why do we, the demonic sect, have to suffer in this barren, desolate place of 10,000 Demons Mountain without enough to eat or drink? Even finding a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb is difficult. Once we step out of 10,000 Demons Mountain, we are like rats crossing the street. We are hunted and killed by everyone. Are you all willing to accept this?" Since the Taoist and Buddhist sects don't even want to leave us any part of 10,000 Demons Mountain, then let's break out of 10,000 Demons Mountain, destroy the Taoist alliance, and crush the 3,000 Buddhist sects. I, with my humble skills, am willing to become the chief disciple and take the lead. I ask all of my fellow disciples to give me this opportunity. After listening to Li Jing's impassioned speech, the disciples below the platform were instantly filled with righteous anger. However, Luli sang a different tune at this moment. Destroy the Taoist alliance. Crush the Buddhist sect. Do it before you speak. I can also say that I can lead everyone to flatten the moon. Luli, what do you mean? We fellow disciples are of one mind. How dare you try to dampen our spirits at this time? What is your motive? Hey, senior brother, don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. I'm just saying that everyone here is trash. These words immediately aroused the public's anger. Many disciples were ready to rush up and beat Luli. However, Luli just sneered. Destroy the Taoist alliance and crush the Buddhist sect. Do you think that's accomplished through you fellow disciples just arguing here? I'm afraid that even if you argue until dawn, you won't achieve anything. If you want to destroy the Taoist alliance and crush the Buddhist sect, you need to rely on Sect Master and the Confucian Lord and my master's unparalleled martial arts. The brilliant, outstanding past, erudite, knowledgeable, accomplished, and peerless elders. Listening to Luli's flattery, the Crimson Furnace Lord and the Ghost Devil Master on the platform smiled with satisfaction. However, Li Jing, who had his plans ruined by Luli, had already begun to circulate his spiritual power and was determined to kill Luli this time. He was clearly a demonic sect disciple, but he used Buddhist techniques, and he acted so arrogantly in the demonic sect. Having his plan ruined by Luli, Li Jing gathered his menacing aura, ready to make his move. Luli turned his head and said in feigned surprise, Li Jing, senior brother, have I hit a nerve? Are you so angry? Hearing this, Li Jing pointed at him and said coldly, I am currently competing for the position, and it is you who insulted the sect first. You're also provoking the rules of the competition. What a joke! If we followed the rules, why would we become demonic sect members? We might as well go to a Buddhist temple and chant scriptures. And you say I insulted the sect? Was I wrong? You all support Li Jing so much, but I've been standing here for half a day, and no one has dared to come up and chase me away. What else can you be but trash? As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples below the platform were all riled up. They shouted that they wanted to go up and kill him. At this moment, with a swoosh, a burly man holding 2 axes jumped out from the crowd and shouted, Boy, remember this, I'm a disciple of the Black House Lord. Before he could finish his sentence, a golden dragon roared from Luli's sleeve and rushed straight at him. With just one move, flying dragon in the sky, he was blasted into nothing. This scene stunned the disciples watching from below. Did I see that right? Isn't that senior brother Merrywin? He was at the 5th level of Foundation building. He was instantly killed like that. At this time, Luli scattered a handful of paper money and said coldly, Are the Foundation building true disciples of my ethereal ghost sect this week? They can't even beat me, who just broke through to the 1st level of Foundation building. It's truly disappointing. Hearing this, Li Jing couldn't sit still. He jumped out and accused Luli, attacking a fellow disciple. You are provoking the rules of the sect. Luli picked his ear and sneered. It was clearly him who was coming at me with an axe. I was so scared I couldn't hold back and keep talking about sect rules, but even the sect master hasn't said anything. Why do you say it's a provocation? Is it because your father and mother died? Or because your brother died? Being provoked again and again by Luli, Li Jing was gnashing his teeth with hatred. He pleaded with the Ethereal Ghost Emperor to allow him and Luli to fight to the death. The Ethereal Ghost Emperor glanced at Li Jing and turned to ask Luli if he dared to accept this challenge. But Luli refused. Li Jing asked if he was scared. Luli laughed. I'm not scared. I'm just respecting my elders and loving the young. Senior brother Li is older than me, and his seniority is higher than mine. He will definitely die before me. I naturally respect him. How dare I attack Senior Brother Lai? Furthermore, Senior Brother Li's strength is formidable. I admit that I'm not as good as you. So, I plan to go back and cultivate for 300 to 500 years. After Senior Brother Lai dies, I'll spar with you at your grave. Hearing this, Li Jing was overcome with anger. He directly held up 5 fingers, indicating 5 moves. Within 5 moves, if Junior Brother can still stand intact, I will commit suicide on the spot. But he didn't know that he was walking right into Luli's trap. Since Senior Brotherly wants to die so badly, then I, as a junior brother, have no reason not to help him. Then, with the Ethereal Ghost Emperor as a witness, the two began their life or death duel. The competition started. And Bei Jinfei, the profiteer, saw a business opportunity in this. He started a betting business. At this time, the two stood facing each other. Li Jing was gritting his teeth as he looked at Luli. He thought, "This time, you can't run." I said, "I would kill you this time, even if you are at the Golden Core stage. I can kill you in 5 moves." He was clearly a demonic sect disciple, yet he used Fahei's great power Heavenly Dragon. The competition began. The battle between Luli and Li Jing was about to erupt. But at this time, Bei Jinfei below the stage was begging to all gods and Buddhas, praying to all the ancestors of the 3 religions, as Buddhism, Taoism, and demonic sect. He only asked that Lu Li would win this time, so he could make more money through lending and have 100 more concubines. Yellow Spring True Monarch at this time mocked the Ghost Demon Master, Junior Brotherly. "Later you will probably be collecting your disciple's corpse, just like you did for your 4th disciple." The Ghost Demon Master didn't hold back and retorted directly, "Aw, I'll collect your old mother. Also, can you not stand next to me? You are dirtying the place," and Confucian True Monarch watched Luli with a worried expression. Soon the battle officially began. Li Jing attacked first, sending a gigantic nether dragon straight at Luli with one palm. Luli chuckled, "Senior Brotherly, you wouldn't think that a nether dragon would be enough. Would you watch my great power Heavenly Dragon?" With a bang, Luli's great power Heavenly Dragon bit off the nether dragon's neck in one go. But the victory was too easy, making Luli realize that something was wrong. Li Jing's nether dragon seemed powerful, but it didn't unleash its full strength. This is only pure yang energy. Sure enough, the next second, several sword energies suddenly attacked, cutting Luli's great power Heavenly Dragon into pieces. Faced with such powerful sword energy, Luli had no time to dodge. He could only choose to take it head-on. He immediately activated his invincible Vajra Divine Art, forming a golden protective shield. He took these sword energies head-on. When the smoke cleared, Luli touched his cheek, which had been grazed. He was somewhat surprised. The invincible Vajra Divine Art actually couldn't defend against it. Li Jing laughed triumphantly. "Did you think I was joking with you this time? I already saw through your tricks at the banquet last time. So what if it's a Buddhist technique? So what if your physical body is tough? This is the true origin Phantom Sword that can kill even Golden Core cultivators. No matter how strong your physical body is, you're only at the first level of foundation building. Did you really think I would fight you for 5 moves? With this second move, I will kill you." With that, Li Jing activated his sword energy and attacked Luli. Although Luli had the power of the invincible Vajra, he still couldn't disperse the sword energy. If he continued to drag it out like this, he would eventually be worn down. Therefore, he needed to find an opportunity to counterattack. But just as he was thinking, Li Jing in front had already disappeared from his spot. The next second, he appeared above Luli's head and scattered several dark golden beads. When they landed, there was a loud boom. The area where Luli was standing was instantly engulfed in flames and turned into ruins. Seeing this, the Ghost Demon Master exploded with curses. "You motherfucker, using a cross-realm magic tool, a true origin sword, is already bad enough, but you even use the Ghost Water Yin Thunder beads that can blow up even Golden Core cultivators to half dead. You are cheating." Yellow Spring True Monarch smiled triumphantly. "You even used Buddhist techniques. So what's wrong with us being more prepared? Besides, even the sect master hasn't said anything. Why are you in such a hurry at this time? The disciples below the stage all thought that Li Jing had already won. But when the smoke cleared, Luli reappeared on the stage and asked coldly, "Senior brother Li, do you know how many people are here?" Li Jing was very puzzled, not knowing what he meant. Luli grinned. "Finally collected enough of the emotions of hundreds of thousands of people. System notification. Your heavenly demon 23 sword absorbed the evil of emotions, the anger of emotions, the fear of emotions, the joy of emotions. Accumulated 10,000%, transforming into heavenly demon sword Kai." The next second, a heavenly demon sword appeared in Luli's hand, surrounded by demonic energy, like a demon god descending into the world. He said coldly, "Can you withstand this sword? Heavenly Demon 23 sword condenses the emotions of hundreds of thousands of people from the demonic sect. I'm just asking, can you withstand it?" As the demonic sword appeared, the sky and the earth changed color. Even the ethereal ghost emperor on the stage was surprised by this sword. Not to mention Li Jing on the opposite side of Luli, who was trembling with fear at the might of the heavenly demon 23 sword. He said in disbelief, "How is this possible? How could you, a waste, comprehend the heavenly demon 23 sword?" Luli sneered, "It's just luck." "Well, goodbye, senior brotherly." With that, Luli swung his sword, and blood splattered with overwhelming demonic power, slicing Li Jing in half. Seeing this, Yellow Spring True Monarch stood up from his seat in shock. The demonic sect disciples below the stage were all sweating profusely. When the smoke cleared, Li Jing had been blown to dust, not even leaving a speck behind. Luli walked forward slowly, took a deep breath, and then knelt down with a plop. He acted very sad and said, "Senior brother Lai, I told you not to fight me, but you insisted. Look at this. We were originally soulmates, but now we are separated by life and death. I will take your belongings for remembrance, to remember you." Such a shameless act made the disciples below the stage speechless. The ghost demon master also stepped forward to mock, "Yellow Spring old ghost. Aren't you going to collect a disciple's corpse? Oh, right? There is nothing left to collect." Yellow Spring True Monarch was so angry that his veins were popping. He was about to make a move when the ethereal ghost emperor spoke from the stage. "Enough. You two are elders. Acting like this in front of so many juniors. How does it look?" Yellow Spring True Monarch and the ghost demon master hurriedly said that they would not dare. Then the ethereal ghost emperor stood up and said to everyone, "Have you all seen clearly? In a life or death duel, there is no such thing as high or low cultivation. Victory or defeat is life or death. When you encounter disciples from the righteous path, even if their cultivation is lower than yours, you must remember to go all out. That's all for today. 3 days later, we will select the chief disciple. You all may leave. And Luli, come with me for a moment." Luli quickly agreed, but he had a bad premonition in his heart. Why would the sect master want to see him alone? At this time, the ghost demon master walked over. "Luli, you did well this time. Later, return to Ghost Peak Mountain and I will reward you handsomely. Also, Yo-Yo, go back and prepare a celebration feast for Luli. Buy a few wreaths, with elegies saying deserved today, and death cannot atone for his crimes. Send them to Li Jing's mourning hall in a few days. Consider that our gift to him." It had to be said that the ghost demon master was indeed ruthless. He had not only killed him but also insulted him, twisted his bones, and flaunted his victory. Then, Luli prepared to go see the ethereal ghost emperor. But as he brushed past Confucian True Monarch, he received a warning from Confucian True Monarch, "Be careful." This made Luli's expression instantly turn serious. With a worried heart, he arrived in front of the ethereal ghost emperor. The ethereal ghost emperor directly got to the point. "Luli, I, sitting here, ask you, are you a spy?" Luli quickly denied, "Disciple is definitely not." But the ethereal ghost emperor continued, "Not a spy? Then where did you learn the great power heavenly dragon Buddhist chant from?" Such profound Buddhist incantations would probably be considered a secret supreme dharma by the 3,000 Buddhist sects and kept hidden from others. Hearing this, Luli was shocked. No wonder he told him to be careful, as expected of a sect master. His knowledge is indeed vast. How was he going to hide this? He was clearly a demonic sect disciple, yet in the demonic sect's competition, he used Fahei's great power heavenly dragon. This aroused the suspicion of the sect master, the ethereal ghost emperor, and he questioned Luli. Where did he learn this great power heavenly dragon incantation? Luli quickly had an idea. He grinned. It seems I can't hide it anymore. These techniques were actually all comprehended by myself. The ethereal ghost emperor looked at him suspiciously. Based on you. Based on my abilities. Luli, I am the true #1 genius of the demonic path. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Then, the ethereal ghost emperor slowly spoke. Do you know who the #1 genius of the demonic path was in the past? Luli was stunned for a moment, and then pretended to be surprised and asked, could it be the sect master? That's right. Back then, I only needed less than 1,000 years to go from one yuan yang to the divine transformation stage and then to the refining void stage. I was the true #1 genius of demonic path. Luli clapped his hands and flattered. No wonder. When I first met Sect Master, I felt a sense of camaraderie. It turns out that it's because both Sect Master and I are unparalleled geniuses. However, the ethereal ghost emperor was clearly not one to fall for Luli's flattery. He flicked his sleeve, and a dark red scroll appeared in his hand. He said, since you say you are an unparalleled genius, able to comprehend Buddhist supreme incantations on your own, very well. Then I will see how much of a genius you truly are. This is the demonic strategy, the origin of the demonic path. Many supreme secret demonic arts were comprehended from it. Whoever possesses one of these scrolls can establish themselves as a top 10 demonic sect. Your demonic heaven 23 swords were also comprehended from it. As he spoke, he threw the scroll to Luli, signaling him to open it. Luli looked at demonic strategy in his hand, his eyes filled with fear. The origin of the demonic path, the foundation of the demonic cult. This doesn't sound or look like anything good. So he asked the ethereal ghost emperor tentatively, may I ask, Sect Master, is there any danger in opening this thing? The ethereal ghost emperor replied calmly, no. This made Luli heave a sigh of relief, and he was just about to open the scroll when the ethereal ghost emperor added, at most, you'll lose your mind, have a change in temperament, maybe cut off your limbs, have a Kai deviation, or even become possessed by a demon or something. This scared Luli. He hurriedly put down the demonic strategy and said, then something this important I think I'll pass. But how could the ethereal ghost emperor give him a chance to refuse? With a wave of his hand, he suspended Luli in mid-air and said coldly, aren't you boasting that you are the #1 genius of the demonic path? If you can comprehend anything from it, I will acknowledge you as the #1 genius of the demonic path and make you the chief disciple directly. Otherwise, you can just wait for the demonic invasion and Ki deviation. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic strategy slowly floated up from the ground, and the next second, it unfolded suddenly in front of Luli. Instantly, a pure darkness emanated, enveloping Luli's entire body. At this moment, in Luli's pupils, he saw a darkness that was full of attraction, twinkling with starlight, like the depths of a vast universe, making people unable to resist immersing themselves in it. And his actual body was being held in the hands of the demon. He didn't know how long had passed when a clear system notification suddenly sounded. You have viewed the demonic strategy. Your demonic heaven 24 swords, in response to contact with the origin of the demonic path, have comprehended the path of demonic nature. They have begun to deduce the demonic heaven 25 swords. It is estimated that the deduction will be successful in 3,000 years. Collecting other origins of the demonic path can reduce the deduction time. You have learned the second sword of the demonic heaven 24 swords, the myriad demon sword. Your 5 elements, comping divine art, has greatly understood the origin of the demonic path, and has undergone another mutation, evolving into the Yang mixed Yuan Peng demonic divine art. The realm level has increased to 40 levels. Current realm, 11th level. Progress, 1%. Hearing the system notification, Luli instantly woke up, his heart filled with both shock and joy. The Kumping demonic art has actually evolved again. I even learned the second sword of the demonic Heavenly Four Swords. This man was clearly a disciple of the demonic sect, yet he could make the Buddhist and Taoist alliances jointly attack the demonic sect. Luli, with the help of the system, by viewing the demonic strategy, had upgraded his demonic Heaven 24 swords and his Kumping demonic art. At this time, the ethereal ghost emperor suddenly waved his hand and took back the demonic strategy. Luli also instantly woke up from his state of enlightenment. The ethereal ghost emperor praised Luli without holding back. Very good. Able to directly view the origin of the demonic path with your foundation level cultivation, and still be able to comprehend one or two things. You can indeed be considered the #1 genius of the demonic path right now. From now on, you are the chief disciple of my ethereal ghost sect. Luli immediately bowed. Thank you, sect master, but sect master, are you really not afraid that I am a spy? The ethereal ghost emperor said coldly. In the entire ethereal ghost sect, no one can deceive my eyes. Who is a spy of the Buddhist sect? Who is a spy of the thief sect? And who is a spy of other demonic sects? I know everything perfectly clear. Luli was stunned for a moment. Then, sect master, why haven't you eliminated these spies? The ethereal ghost emperor smiled confidently. Other people's spies. As long as I use them well, they become my spies. Do you understand? Luli bowed. Yes, sect master is wise. At the same time, he was thinking, this man is incredibly calculating and meticulous. He's really terrifying. Now that I've become the chief disciple, I should quickly prepare to abscond with the funds. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid my life will be in danger. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the main hall. The entire hall shook. Luli quickly asked, what happened? The ethereal ghost emperor waved his hand, and a black light shot out, which turned into a giant black mirror in mid-air. The scene and then the mirror showed the sky above 10,000 Demons Mountain. A square, incredibly huge golden jade seal, glimmering with dazzling golden light, crashed down hard with a loud bang. The mountains were directly flattened, leaving behind 4 huge characters, Zhongzhou Taoist Alliance. At this moment, the camera turned, and a golden wall of light suddenly appeared in the distance. This wall of light was actually formed by the Western Buddha Venerable, leading countless Buddhas in chanting sutras. Its momentum was enormous. Wherever it went, everything was leveled. The Taoist and Buddhist sects have truly joined forces to invade 10,000 Demons Mountain. Luli watched, cold sweat dripping down his back. However, the ethereal ghost emperor was filled with excitement. Then he waved his hand and pulled Luli over. The next second, Luli was taken to the 10,000 Demon City. The ethereal ghost emperor turned his head to look at Luli and said calmly, for the upcoming occasion, your attire is a bit inappropriate. Take this demon armor. Consider it a gift for you becoming the chief disciple. You should stay here. I'm going to take care of some things, and I will be back soon. After speaking, the ethereal ghost emperor disappeared, without giving Luli a chance to speak. This made Luli quite speechless. He thought, you could at least explain it clearly. Why did we come here? What is going on? With the Great War imminent, yet we run to 10,000 Demon City. This sect master isn't going to be like senior brother Bai, is he? But just as he was thinking, someone suddenly walked up behind him. Luli didn't bother to see who it was, and focused on checking the storage ring. He was too busy finding the ethereal ghost emperor before, and he didn't have time to look yet. As soon as he opened it, Luli found that there were still quite a few ghostly water yin thunder pearls in the ring he'd previously been injured by. They might be of great use. But just as Luli was enjoying the loot, the person who had just entered started ordering him around. Hey, can't you see that I've already sat down? Hurry up and pour me some tea. Luli turned his head and glanced at him. Another idiot. He chose to ignore him completely. The person angrily slammed the table and shouted, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Are you deaf? This man cultivated techniques of the Taoist and demonic paths, and he was even declared the #1 genius of the demonic path by the sect master, the ethereal ghost emperor. But there were some who were blind and actually treated him like a servant. They even wanted him to pour tea and water for them. Luli chose to simply ignore these kinds of idiots. This completely angered the man. He attacked Luli without saying anything. Luli dot, his eyes turning ice cold. He thought, they will kill each other at the slightest disagreement. I can't stay in this demonic sect for even a second longer. Seeing Luli easily dodge, the man was furious. Who told you to dodge? Luli pointed to his head speechlessly. If I didn't dodge, would you let me get killed? Do you have a problem with your brain? Don't count me in. Here's a little gift for you. With that, Luli flicked a newly acquired ghostly water yin thunder pearl towards the man. Recognizing the item that was flying towards him, the man was instantly shocked. You madman, you're using a ghostly water yin thunder pearl. The entire hall will be leveled because they were too close. The man didn't have time to dodge. He could only barely block with his hands. As the ghostly water yin thunder pearl got closer and closer, at a critical moment, a slender hand suddenly appeared, grabbing the ghostly water yin thunder pearl. This scene shocked the two of them. Then a voluptuous figure, wearing sexy attire, walked over. You two little brats are really making me worry. Just arguing. Did you really have to throw out the ghostly water yin thunder pearl? Seeing the woman appear, the previously arrogant man instantly became meek, as if he was very afraid of her. Luli was shocked. This woman's power was truly terrifying. She could actually catch that thunder pearl with her bare hands. And she didn't seem to have a simple identity either. Thinking of this, Luli tentatively asked, Senior, may I ask where this place is? I am new here and don't know the rules. Please forgive me. The woman turned her head and smiled charmingly. This is the City Lord's mansion of 10,000 Demon City, and I am the City Lord of 10,000 Demon City. You can call me Dugu Feng. Hearing this, Luli was shocked. She's the City Lord of 10,000 Demon City, the one who is able to suppress the top 10 demonic sects and gather all kinds of evil demons here. Then Dugu Feng sat in the main seat and slowly said, Now, tell me, why were you fighting just now? Every plant, every tree, every brick and tile here is carefully arranged by me, and I do not tolerate even the slightest damage. You two almost destroyed my things just now. If you can't give me a good reason, I'll send you to be ducks for 3 months. Even if your sect leader came, I wouldn't give face. Hearing this, Luli instantly felt a tightening in his behind. This woman was ruthless. Meanwhile, the man beside her started playing the victim, City Lord Dugu. It's all a misunderstanding. After I came in, this guy was being scary and wouldn't let me investigate, so I just gave him a little lesson. I didn't expect he would directly throw out the black water, yin thunder orb. Dugu Feng looked at Luli and asked, Is that so? Luli wasn't polite and made an international friendly gesture towards the man. He started his national essence output. Your small brain is underdeveloped. You only know how to fart like your mom. I am handsome and dignified. Which part of me looks like I'm trying to be scary? City Lord Dugu, this guy was deliberately provoking conflict. I had no choice but to retaliate. Seeing that his verbal attacks weren't working, the man became agitated, instantly releasing a powerful aura. He threatened Luli, Kid, watch your mouth if City Lord Dugu wasn't here. I'd let you know what wishing you were dead is like. Luli felt this powerful aura and was a bit surprised. This person was clearly only at the foundation establishment completion stage. So how did he have the aura of a golden core? But so what if he's golden core? Bring it on. I still have 100 and some caddies of black water yin thunder orbs. You dare make a move, I'll bomb your father's grave to the ground. Seeing that the two were about to fight again, Dugu Feng lightly exhaled, and her powerful aura instantly suppressed the two. Then, she slowly spoke, All right, since it's a misunderstanding, let's leave it at that. You'll be working together for a while. Hearing this, the man protested, Wait, City Lord. With his stupid face, what qualifications does he have? Luli also retorted, You're the one with a stupid face. Then he turned to ask Dugu Feng, City Lord Dugu. What exactly do you mean by working together? Du Gufeng smiled charmingly. Didn't the ethereal ghost sect tell you? The Taoists Buddhists created a celestial tribulation. Our demonic sect is naturally going to create demonic tribulation to counteract them. This man was clearly a demonic sect disciple, but he single-mindedly wanted to go to the Buddhist sect to be a spy. Hearing what Du Gufeng said about the demonic tribulation, Luli was a bit confused. The Taoists and Buddhists are already attacking us, and will soon flatten the entire 10,000 demon mountains. And we still have the mind to do this. Du Gufeng smiled. Our dignified demonic sect isn't that weak. Soon, the ancient demonic formation under 10,000 demon mountains will activate. The Taoists and Buddhists won't be able to advance. They'll have to stop around the fallen Immortal Valley, setting up camp, and besieging the 10,000 demon mountains. At that time, the Taoist Alliance and Buddhist Grand Formations will also activate. The Grand Formations will counteract each other, enveloping the celestial and demonic paths, and will engage in a 10-year standoff. Golden Core, Nascent Soul, and Transformation God cultivators can step out. They be immediately locked onto and attacked by the other side's Grand Formation. So, we can only send you little helper soldiers out to fight on the front lines. Hearing this, Luli was still a bit confused. Then, won't we be locked on if we go out? Du Gufeng asked. Have you ever seen someone use celestial energy to kill a mosquito? In this celestial demonic war, who wins and who loses is not decided yet. Any battle can affect the final victory or defeat. So, we have to pay attention to every detail. This can be considered the prelude to the celestial demonic war. Hearing that the prelude to the war was going to last for 10 years, Luli was shocked. My goodness! But the biggest problem now was becoming a demonic tribulation leader. Then he would be sent to fight the righteous cultivators. Attacking the righteous cultivators would result in being chased down by them. He couldn't bring himself to do it, and he could easily be identified as a spy by the demonic sect. So Luli asked tentatively, So, can I refuse? Du Gufeng was a bit surprised. You don't want to be a demonic tribulation leader. The man beside her snorted. It must be because this kid is afraid of death. He isn't willing to fight for the demonic sect. Luli didn't let him off the hook, directly responding with an international friendly gesture. Fart like your mom. I've even done hard work for your mom. What are you chirping about? The man was enraged. He attacked Luli, who dodged, but the attack shattered the table behind him. So Luli took the opportunity to complain, City Lord. Look, he broke your table. Quickly sell him off to be a duck. Du Gufeng sighed lightly. Yang Su, my table is worth 500 mid-grade spirit stones. You should pay 1 high-grade spirit stone for it. And even if this kid is a scout and water fetcher, he's still my city lord's estate subordinate. It's not your place to teach him a lesson. This isn't your supreme demon sect. If there's a next time, you should wash your butt and prepare to leave. Yang Su was so scared that he quickly apologized. It was my rudeness. Please forgive me, City Lord Dugu. I will have someone send the money over later. Hearing Yang Su's answer, Du Gufeng ignored him. Instead, she smiled and looked at Luli. Little guy, why don't you want to be a demonic tribulation leader? Luli smiled. It's simple. I cultivate both demonic and Buddhist arts, so I'm more suitable to be a spy. When the time comes, just do a self-inflicted injury. You guys beat me half to death. Then declare that you will abolish my Buddhist arts. And I'll directly escape to the Buddhist side. With my superb understanding of Buddhism, I'll be able to infiltrate the Buddhist sect. But while saying this, in reality, he just wanted to directly run away. After hearing Luli's explanation, Du Gufeng smiled charmingly. A self-inflicted injury. Interesting. But you can't be a spy. You look so handsome. You shine like the moon in a crowd. It's easy for people to recognize you. With such an outstanding appearance, you can't be a spy. Luli shamelessly said, Senior, you have a good eye for people, leaving me speechless. I admire you. But I still don't want to be it. This demonic tribulation position requires me to stay at the foundation establishment level. I plan to break through to the Golden Core in 3 years, and reach the Nascent Soul stage in 5 years. As for the so-called celestial tribulation, I don't even pay attention to it. Hearing this, Du Gufeng laughed. You little guy, you're really like your master. Luli looked confused. City Lord Du, you know my master. Du Gufeng nodded, of course. He never stops talking about other people's parents, has a thick skin, and loves to brag. In the entire demonic sect, only your master, Ghost Devil Master, is like that. Back in the day, your master, Ghost Devil Master, couldn't beat others in 10,000 Demon City, but he wouldn't admit defeat. He just stood at their door and cursed for 3 days, without repeating a single sentence. That's how he became famous. Learning about his own master's heroic deeds, Luli only had one thought. How did he survive until now, coach? I want to learn this. At this moment, Du Gufeng stood up and said, All right, this is not negotiable. The demonic tribulation positions want to treat you badly. You can choose a name for yourselves. In less than half a day, the Taoists and Buddhists will also know of your existence. The others should also come over one after another. You can rest here for a while and slowly think of your names. Don't cause trouble. Ole. You don't have to think about it. Your name has already spread like wildfire. I heard that you like to scatter paper money after killing people, so your name is now Money Sprinkling Maniac. This man was clearly cultivating Buddhist techniques, but he liked to scatter paper money after killing people. Therefore, he got a nickname, Money Sprinkling Maniac. After hearing Du Gufeng say his name, Luli was so angry that he wanted to explode. I wonder which bastard gave me this title. Meanwhile, Yangsu was laughing to himself. So you're the idiot. Hearing this, Luli instantly became raged. Do you dare say that again? Do you want to try out the power of my heaven demon 23 swords? Yangsu wasn't willing to back down. City Lord isn't here. You still dare to act so arrogantly. I can make your head fall off in minutes. Just as the two were about to fight, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. So, you're the idiot. What is the Heaven Demon 23 swords? It's far inferior to my Heavenly Baron Demon Sect's Heavenly Baron Blade. Seeing the newcomer, Yangsu instantly became nervous. Even you've come, Nangong Long. Seeing Yangsu's reaction, Luli couldn't help but think, he is from the Heavenly Baron Demon Sect. According to what City Lord said before, Yangsu should be from the #1 Demon Sect, the Supreme Demon Sect. No wonder he always acts so arrogant. And the Heavenly Baron Demon Sect was second in ranking. Although this man and Yangsu were both the Foundation Establishment completion stage, this man's aura was even stronger. His combat power was at least equivalent to that of 5.5 Li Jing's. It was simply terrifying. Then, Nangong Long focused his gaze on Luli and asked, So you're Luli, the one who killed Li Jing? Luli nonchalantly replied, What, are you another of his relatives, here to take revenge? Nangong Long sneer him, he's not worthy. With your cultivation at the first level of Foundation Establishment, you were able to kill him. You must have some ability. But Li Jing couldn't last even 1 round in my hands. Even if your Green Lotus came, she would become a ghost under my blade in less than 10 rounds. Luli casually picked at his ear. Really, I don't believe it. Nangong Long raised his eyebrow and said coldly, I'm not saying this to make you believe it, but to tell you that you need to know your place. You're not qualified to be a demonic tribulation leader. Your strength will only lower our status. You should withdraw. Hearing this, Luli's expression instantly turned cold. I do want to withdraw, but who do you think you are? The demonic tribulation leader position was decided by the 10 top demonic sects. Is it your place to be pointing fingers? Why don't you go tell your mother to quit the brothel business? Upon hearing this, Nangong Long instantly flew into a rage. You're courting death. The next second, he appeared behind Luli and drew the demonic blade behind him that flashed with cold light. The speed was so fast that even Yangsu on the side was taken aback. Then, with a shua sound, Nangong Long slashed down. But Luli didn't show any sign of dodging. Instead, he said calmly, If you want to be dragged away by the city lord to sell your ass, then feel free to try and do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Long's blade instantly stopped at his neck. Nangonglong retracted his demonic blade and said coldly, "You're right. Since you won't withdraw, there will be plenty of opportunities." Luli immediately put on a smiling face and approached them. "We're all here to get some benefits. Why do we need to fight? Peace is the right way, isn't it?" Seeing Luli suddenly concede, Yang Su was a little surprised. Why did this kid suddenly get scared? The next second, he saw Luli put a bag on the table, saying, Come, since you're unhappy, big brother, I'll give you a gift first." Nangonglong picked up the bag and smiled triumphantly. "You're quite sensible, kid." But when he saw what was inside the bag, he was stunned. It was actually a bag of Geshui Yin Thunder Pearls. Turning his head, he saw that Luli had already slipped away from the palace. Immediately following was a deafening boom. A violent explosion occurred inside the palace. Du Gufeng looked at it all from afar and breathed a sigh of relief. This kid is too troublesome. Oh well, I'll just deduct it from the others. But this little guy is quite interesting. On the other side, Luli, who was running away, suddenly bumped into the ethereal ghost emperor, who was walking towards him. The ethereal ghost emperor asked him, "Why are you running so fast?" Luli replied helplessly, "I'm afraid I'll be caught and sold." The Yinming ghost emperor instantly understood. Also, to report to the sect master, I provoked 2 demonic sect disciples. One is Yang Su, the chief disciple of the number 1 demonic sect, and the other is Nangonglong, the chief disciple of the 2nd demonic sect. Upon hearing this, the Yinming ghost emperor was speechless. "You're really just like your master." But it was well provoked. "My Yinming ghost sect doesn't obey anyone. I'll speak to Dugu on your behalf. You go back to the mountain and cultivate well. You'll be going to the battlefield soon. I hope you'll become famous in this battle and shake the world." Then Luli returned to his residence and sighed helplessly. "Whether I can survive until then is a problem. Forget about shaking the world." At this moment, Bei Jinfei suddenly appeared beside him. "Junior brother Lu, you're finally back. This is great news." Luli was startled. "Senior brother Bai, what's the great news?" Bei Jinfei explained with a smile. "Someone just came to propose marriage to you, and master has already agreed. This is great news." This man had clearly transmigrated into the immortal cultivation world, but was still being forced into arranged marriage. As soon as Luli returned to his residence, he was informed by Bei Jinfei that someone had just come to propose marriage to him, and the ghost devil master had agreed. Luli was instantly dumbfounded. He had just gone out for a little while. How did he suddenly have a wife? This is too surprising. However, Bei Jinfei on the side said with a longing look, "Junior brother, your future wife is the daughter of Madame Yumyu. This Madame Yumyu is quite beautiful and full of charm." Standing next to her daughter, they are both as beautiful as peach blossoms. Luli was speechless. "Why is your focus all on the mother?" Seeing this, Bai Jinfei asked with some confusion, "Junior brother, this is one of the 4 great joys in life. Why are you so gloomy?" Luli sighed helplessly. "I just wonder. Why is this considered a joy? Why do people need a wife?" At the same time, he was thinking in his heart, especially in the demonic sect, this is a big problem. Hearing this, Bai Jinfei's mind was filled with countless thoughts. Why does one need his own wife? Aren't other people's wives better? Then he had an epiphany and bowed to Luli. "You are the real big brother." When Luli saw his reaction, he knew that this guy was probably thinking wrongly again. He didn't dare to continue talking, fearing he would come up with another simple hero. Then he asked, "Speaking of which, why did master agree so readily?" Bai Jinfei thought for a moment. "About that? I heard that master had some intense collisions with Madame Yummu back in the day." Luli instantly understood. "So it's an old flame, can you elaborate?" Just as he was about to start gossiping, a furious shout suddenly came from the palace in the distance. "What nonsense are you 2 talking about? Don't you come over here immediately. I have something important to tell you." Not daring to delay, the 2 immediately went to the Ghost Devil Master. The Ghost Devil Master waved his hand, signaling them not to be too polite. "Get up." Then he took out a treasure from his sleeve and said, "Luli, you killed the officer, avenging my old grudge. I'm very happy. I feel so proud." I'm giving this treasure to you. This demonic lotus armor is an ancient secret treasure. When attacked, it will split into huge lotus petals to protect your whole body. And the more magic power you inject, the greater its power. Back in the day, I relied on this armor to dominate everywhere. Lulai received the treasure. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. An ancient secret treasure. Could this be what he relies on to offend people everywhere? And not be killed, he hurriedly bowed to the Ghost Devil Master to express his thanks. The Ghost Devil Master waved his hand. No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. Also, there's something else. You became famous in the battle, and you were appreciated by the Sect Master. You were practically the next chief disciple. You were in the spotlight. Just now, many elders came to propose marriage. After careful consideration, I agreed for you. Faced with the Ghost Devil Master's arranged marriage, Luli had already thought of a countermeasure. He said, I've always trusted Master's judgment, but I'm afraid it's not the right time to talk about marriage, as I'll be going to the battlefield in a few days. Hearing that Luli was going to the battlefield, the Ghost Devil Master was immediately startled. You're only at the first level of foundation building. Even if you were to participate in the Immortal Demon War, it should be for those at the foundation building perfection. Why did the Sect Master send you? Luli said with a serious face. Because the Sect Master appreciates me. He made me a demonic Dao prodigy to prepare to face the immortal Dao prodigy. So I'll be going to the battlefield soon to fight against the immortal Dao prodigy. It's not suitable for marriage now. These words, made by Jinfei on the side, frowned. Junior brother, you've really become the demonic Dao prodigy. You're going to the battlefield. The righteous disciples are all walking treasure chests, each of them carrying several pounds of Gashoi and Ein Thunder pearls, unlike us poor demonic sect disciples. If you're not careful when you go up there, you might just die. Bai Jinfei's meaning was that there was more bad luck than good. Naturally, the Ghost Devil Master also knew the severity of the matter. He said with a serious face, All right, since you've become a demonic Dao prodigy, then the marriage will be put on hold for now. I will teach you the true secrets of the Kumping demonic art, so that you have a better chance of surviving on the battlefield. Jinfei, you will go with your junior brother. Help him as best as you can. These are the two true secrets of the Kumping demonic art. Please accept them. With that, the Ghost Devil Master threw out 2 scrolls for them to look at. At this moment, the system prompted, Kumping demonic body. Devours the enemy's attacks and converts them to your own use, forming a water and fire-resistant demonic body. Kumping heavenly demonic dismemberment technique burns all cultivation and half of your lifespan. Devours and reflects the enemy's fatal attacks. Seeing the system's explanation, Luli couldn't help but be amazed. It can absorb other people's attacks and turn it into your own defense. This is clearly a modified version of the Northern Darkness divine skill. And it can also reflect the enemy's fatal attacks. He can live until now. He really does have some tricks up his sleeve. After completing the skill transfer, the Ghost Devil Master waved his hand. This Immortal Demon War. There's not much I can do to help you. Go back and cultivate. Bai Jinfei and Luli bowed and retreated. Then, Luli returned to his residence and had the system activate automatic cultivation. In a short while, he had learned the Kumping demonic body and the Kumping heavenly demonic dismemberment technique. In this way, he had gained a few more trump cards. So next, he needed to test this magic treasure. He saw Luli reach out his hand and infuse magic power into the demonic lotus armor. The next second, his body emitted a dazzling golden light. The armor automatically put itself on his body, but this style seems a little off. He's clearly a demonic sect disciple, yet he recites Buddhist scriptures and gained enlightenment in the great sun Tathagatapam. After putting on the demonic lotus armor, Luli immediately took it off because he felt too embarrassed. Fortunately, this armor could be controlled. He could get used to it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to wait for others to kill him. He'd have already killed himself. He also didn't expect the Ghost Devil Master to be so strict. At this time, the system prompted, "Your great compassion palm has returned." Congratulations, host! Your great compassion palm had encountered 3 fortuitous encounters while traveling and has increased to the 18th level. Current level is the 11th level. Congratulations, host! Your great compassion palm evolved into the great amitabha palm after eavesdropping on a Buddhist monk's sermon. Luli was very happy to see the returned great compassion palm had evolved. But before he could be happy for 3 seconds, the system gave another notification. Your great amitabha palm thinks it's awesome and wants to be the boss. It has decided to challenge the Yang mixed Yuan Kumping demonic divine art. Luli wanted to stop it but was unable to. The result was that the great amitabha palm was brutally beaten up and its confidence was shattered. Cultivation effect reduced by 50%. Then the system prompts again. Your great amitabha palm feels that it is the orthodox Buddhist sect and prepares to guide the Vajra mantra. Unexpectedly, it is taught a lesson and is subjected to a mixed double beatdown by the great powerful heavenly dragon and diamond unbreakable, summoned by the Vajra mantra. Its confidence is greatly hit and the cultivation effect is reduced by 500%. At the same time, your heavenly demon 24 swords takes the initiative and delivers the finishing blow. The great amitabha palm is severely abused. Its confidence is greatly hit and begins to question life. Cultivation effect reduced by 5,000%. Luli is speechless looking at this series of prompts. Seriously, what are you doing? You get a little sunshine and you go wild. Done. TU. At this time, the system sends another prompt. The great amitabha palm noticed the pure Yang infinite scripture and challenged it. The pure Yang infinite scripture was defeated miserably. Your great amitabha palm's wisdom is overflowing and its confidence is bursting. Cultivation effect increased by 100,000%. Seeing this prompt, Luli exclaimed, "Good grief!" As expected of a technique evolved from demonic arts, it can only bully the weakest. Luckily, the pure Yang infinite scripture cultivation has always been at a low level, or else it would probably have been beaten to the point of running away from home. But never mind, I should recite some Buddhist and Taoist scriptures first. Let's see if I can level up again. Luli sat cross-legged and started reciting Buddhist and Taoist scriptures. Before long, the system prompted, "Congratulations, host, Great Amitabha Palm has integrated the Supreme Taoist scripture. Supreme Buddhist scriptures have infused it with an enlightenment, evolving into the Great Tathagata Buddha Palm. Its level has increased to 20 layers. Current level, layer 11. You have learned the Tathagata Divine Palm. Your Great Tathagata Divine Palm, sneaking around, tried to ambush the heavenly demon 24 swords for revenge. However, it fell into a trap and was beaten up again. The great Tathagata Divine Palm is feeling dejected and has decided to go out to spy on Buddhist monks preaching. It has entered the Immortal Alliance's stronghold and is currently spying. At this moment, an old man in the Tao Alliance was preaching and telling the immortal cultivators in front of him, in this war between immortals and demons, the demonic sect, in order to fight against you, has also produced demonic prodigies. These are their files. Everyone took the files and looked through them. Someone asked, "The information here is quite detailed. The Heavenly Demon Sect, Heavenly Awakening Sect, and Joyful Sect are all listed. But the style of the Yin Spirit Ghost Sect's Luli feels a bit different. He's only at the Foundation Establishment first level." The old man explained, "Don't underestimate him. This Luli cultivates both demonic and Buddhist arts. He not only cultivated the Yin Spirit Ghost Sect's Heavenly Demon 23 swords, but also profound Buddhist techniques. His physical body is comparable to the 5th layer of the Diamond Unbreakable. Lijin, the Yin Spirit Ghost Sect's reserve chief disciple, died in his hands." Hearing this, a young monk exclaimed in surprise, "Demonic and Buddhist cultivation, Amitabha. May I ask, Elder Heavenly Sword, is this Luli an undercover agent from our Buddhist sect?" Elder Prejudice immediately denied it. "Absolutely not. This child is very vicious. He's nicknamed Scatterbrain Madman. He likes to blast people into pieces. Then he scatters paper money to send them off. And this person is the Ghost Devil Master's true disciple. His mouth must be extremely full. As soon as he finished speaking, someone walked in from outside. Don't you worry, Elder Heavenly Sword. We will certainly live up to expectations. We will eliminate all the evil and heretical ways and return peace and harmony to the world. Seeing the newcomers, Elder Heavenly Sword was very pleased. You're here. Then the first battle will be handed over to you. Spirit Sword Yinli. This Luli is handed over to you. Be sure to take his first blood. Spirit Sword Yinli agreed without hesitation. But having two women take a man's first blood, the way it sounds is a bit odd. This man is clearly the chief disciple of the demonic sect. Yet he is only thinking about running away with his sister-in-law and the money. After 3 days of cultivation, Luli's cultivation finally reached the second level of foundation establishment. At that moment, Bai Jinfei's voice came from outside the door. Junior brother, come out quickly. Today is the great day of your selection as chief disciple. You are the main character, so you can be late. Then, Luli followed Bai Jinfei onto the flying boat, overlooking the demonic sect disciples below. The feeling of being the center of attention made him feel great. But just as he was about to jump down to show off, someone down below suddenly shouted, Look, it's the idiot, the idiot's here. Hearing this, Luli was caught off guard and stumbled, falling directly down. He performed a face plant on the spot. Then, he looked at everyone with a resentful expression. You guys, can you stop mentioning that nickname? At that moment, the Etherghost Emperor spoke up on the stage. Luli, you are now the chief disciple. You don't need to perform such a grand ceremony. Luli smiled charmingly. Greetings, sect master and elders. No matter what my identity is, I must not forget etiquette. The ethereal ghost emperor snapped his fingers and laughed. You are thoughtful. This is the ghost fiend cloak and the chief disciple token. Take them. From today onwards, you are my ethereal ghost sect's chief disciple. Day Luli received the cloak and token from a maid. The ethereal ghost emperor waved his hand. You may all bow. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples below all knelt down and bowed to Luli. Seeing that the status of chief disciple was so useful, he immediately felt that his plan to run away with the money was very promising. But just as he was calculating how to run away with his sister-in-law, the ethereal ghost emperor suddenly announced, In addition, I have received news that the Immortal Alliance has advanced to the fallen Immortal Valley and has built a demon extermination city. In the next 3 days, they will also send immortal prodigies to come and challenge our camp. Now I will have the chief disciple, Luli, lead 100 Foundation Establishment true disciples to the front lines to fight against the immortal prodigies and raise my ethereal ghost sect's prestige. Hearing this, Luli was dumbfounded. Seriously, wait a minute, what is going on? This is too fast. Then, Luli and Bai Jinfei rode on the flying boat to the battlefield. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. What is going on? Not only has my plan to run away with the money failed, but I also have to risk my life to fight for them. Aren't I just a pure, big idiot? But now, he was already on the verge of action and could not retreat. He had no choice but to turn to Bai Jinfei for information. Do you have any news about the immortal prodigies? Bai Jinfei laughed. Junior brother, you asked the right person. I just got the first-hand information on the immortal prodigies. There are 6 men and 4 women, all at the Foundation Establishment completion level. The most powerful is that female sword immortal from the Heavenly River Sword Sect, Lin Jianshuang. As he spoke, Bai Jinfei handed Luli a booklet. Luli took it and looked at it. A portrait of a woman entered his eyes. She was wearing purple clothes, with a tall and exquisite figure and delicate facial features. Her brows revealed a hint of heroic arrogance. Next to the portrait, there was a long text introduction, including Lin Jinshuang's background, origin, cultivation techniques, spiritual treasures, etc. Luli exclaimed, Good grief! This Lin Jianshuang actually succeeded in Foundation establishment at the age of 8 and has been refining her skills for 10 years. Her swordsmanship has already reached a profound level. Her strength is comparable to the Golden Core stage. Not to mention, she is the chief disciple of the Heavenly River Sword Sect. She has a pile of mysterious treasures. Probably 10 legions combined would not be her match. She is truly terrifying. At this moment, Luli suddenly noticed a strange clue. Speaking of that immortal prodigy, Lin Jianshuang, who is 18 years old, is graceful and aloof like an iceberg. Not only is her immortal swordsmanship unmatched, her body is also well proportioned. But during a strong wild fight, she was accidentally captured in the demon extermination city, and she is about to be auctioned off. However, Lin Jianshuang would rather die than give in. She gritted her teeth and looked at the person before her who pulled out. Seeing this, Luli immediately realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. This doesn't feel like the bus to the kindergarten. Bai Jinfei chuckled. I picked up the wrong one. This is a doujin erotic wet book that I just bought from the Wamo City. Do you like it? If you do, I can lend it to you. Look, I have so many more. Luli quickly replied, no need, senior brother. You can keep them for your own enjoyment. At the same time, he felt somewhat speechless, as expected of the demonic path. If they can't beat others, they do this kind of stuff. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that the author's name of this doujin novel was actually Scatterbrain Madman. He instinctively burst out with a curse. Damn it, who dares to impersonate me and write such a dirty article? Bai Jinfei smiled and explained, Junior brother, your reputation is now at its peak. Someone probably wants to ride on your popularity for some quick cash. Although the article is dirty, it can mess with people's minds. If you encounter him in the future, you might be able to use it to turn the tables. At this moment, the flying boat suddenly shook violently and stopped. Luli and Bai Jinfei quickly came out to check the situation. They asked True Monarch Hongru what had happened. True Monarch Hongru glanced at them and said flatly, trouble has come knocking. Luli looked down and saw a large group of demonic sect disciples below the flying boat, yelling for him to come down. True Monarch Hongru frowned. The other demonic sects seem quite unhappy about you becoming the chief disciple. And you've offended other demonic sect chief disciples. These people are probably under orders to block the way. Why don't I go and stop them? I'm an accompanying elder for this team. They wouldn't dare to act unruly in my presence. Luli smiled casually. In the future, there will only be more trouble. How could we trouble True Monarch with such a small matter? Hearing Luli say in the future, True Monarch Hongru's face flushed slightly. Then, Luli turned and asked Bai Jinfei, Senior Brother Bai, can I have control over this flying boat? Bai Jinfei was somewhat confused. You can, but do you know how to control it, Junior Brother? Luli smiled slightly. Don't worry. You don't need to know how. Meanwhile, Nan Gonglong and Yang Su, who were previously severely injured by Luli's trickery, were also watching the situation on the flying boat not far away. Nan Gonglong asked, Brother Yang, you sent the Yinchin to stir up trouble. Will he not even be able to take one move from Luli? Yang Su smiled coldly. Don't worry. I've already given Yinchin a sword. With the black dragon armor and your 3 demonic talismans, he should be able to withstand Luli's sword energy. Without heavenly demon sword Kai, only his powerful physical strength, Luli is nothing more than a mobile punching bag. No one has ever dared to make me so embarrassed. I need to put more pressure on him. Publish and print those novels about the female sword immortals being humiliated and max out his hatred. Once this kid leaves the Immortal Execution City, I'll have the news spread to the Immortal Alliance. Hearing this, Yang Su frowned. Isn't this colluding with the enemy? That's a serious crime. Nangong sneered. No, this is using Luli as bait. When Spirit Sword Shuang is lured out and attacks Luli, we'll be the ones to benefit. We'll directly capture that female sword immortal. My harem is lacking a righteous female swordswoman. Spirit Sword Shuang will be very fun to play with. At this time, Luli's Africa had already flown over the heads of a group of demonic sect disciples. Facing these mocking demonic sect disciples, Luli didn't hold back, directly slamming the Africa down. This action immediately silenced everyone. At this moment, sturdy man sitting in the back of the crowd spoke up. Is this how you disciples of the Ethereal Ghost Sect behave? I only wanted to challenge a disciple of the Ethereal Ghost Sect, but the Ethereal Ghost Sect killed my subordinates. Eintian must have an explanation. Everyone saw that, right? Such despicable methods. And they are even on par with Yangshu and Nangong Nong, being called demonic sect prodigies, in my opinion. They are the shame of the demonic path. Just as Yin Qian was giving his speech, Luli jumped down from the Africa and directly used a heavenly descent kick. Accompanied by a golden dragon, it slammed into Yin Tian's forehead. He landed smoothly, kicking up a cloud of dust. Luli cupped his fist to the crowd. I'm not very skilled at driving the Africa. I didn't stop very well. Please forgive me. Didn't someone just call for me? Where are you? In our immortal execution city. You are stomping your feet. As he said this, Luli raised his foot that was on Yin Tian's head. With a bang, he stomped down again. The scene fell silent. Luli then lowered his head and looked at Yin Tian, putting on an act of being surprised. He said, I thought I stepped on dog poop. Turns out there was a fellow Daoist lying here. No wonder it was so bumpy. Fellow Daoist, are you all right? After being shaken by Luli, Yin Tian woke up. Just as he was about to speak, Luli backhanded him with a big slap, shouting while slapping, Wake up, wake up. Fellow Daoist, since I accidentally stepped on you, why didn't you say something? Take this money and spend it on the road. And say hello to your parents for me. I will get rid of these useless things for you, fellow Daoist, to prevent them from becoming burdens on your journey. Seeing that Luli could actually be so shameless, the crowd was speechless. Then Luli patted the dust off his body, stood up, and asked the crowd, Is there anyone else here who knows him? The crowd looked at each other, and no one dared to step forward. Luli then swaggered into Immortal Execution City. Seeing this, Yangsu was shocked. What the heck? It's only been a few days, and his strength has increased so much. If he cultivates for a few more years and reaches the peak of foundation establishment, I'm afraid neither of us will be a match for him. Therefore, he must die. The scene changed. Luli was brought to a rest area by a beautiful young girl. Luli took the token and turned to go into secluded cultivation. At that moment, the young girl suddenly stopped him, blushing and saying, Senior brother Lu, it must be inconvenient for you to be all alone. Wouldn't you need a maid or servant to serve you? What do you think of me? Senior brother Lu, I'm skilled at massaging shoulders, pounding legs, making beds, and cooking. Hearing this, Luli was a little tempted. After doing Africa for so long, he was indeed a bit stiff. It wouldn't be bad to get a massage. So he asked, Junior sister, you're indeed not bad, but I need more. Do you have a one-stop service here? Hearing the term one-stop service, the girl's eyes widened in an instant. She stammered no. Luli shook his head in disappointment. That's a pity. Then I won't trouble you, junior sister. Watching Luli leave, the young girl couldn't help but complain in her heart. Are people playing this wildly nowadays? He's only at the foundation establishment stage. Yet he wants to find a dragon with the cultivation of origin spirit to serve him. Too bad my plan to get close to him failed. But this guy is so twisted, and he's everywhere, publishing those vulgar books to humiliate senior sister Lin. He must be a great threat to the righteous path. I must quickly get this news to the Immortal Alliance. He was clearly a disciple of the demonic sect. Yet he cultivated Buddhist techniques, and these techniques even had a mind of their own. They were starting to fight among themselves. After rejecting the young girl's request for service by requesting a one-stop service, Luli returned to his room and began cultivating. A short while later, the system prompted, Your mighty Vajra mantra and great compassion Vajra mantra are in a good mood for killing a heinous demonic cultivator. Cultivation progress increased by 1%. Greatly enlightened on the Diamond Unbreakable Divine Art. Cultivation progress at the 5th level is 98%. About to break through. Luli didn't expect that casually solving a problem could bring such benefits. Once the Diamond Unbreakable Divine Art breaks through to the 6th level, his strength will increase again drastically, making him capable of withstanding attacks from low-grade magic tools. This was also a great trump card. But before he could be happy for long, the system gave another notification. The Diamond Unbreakable Divine Art has failed to break through. It turned out that when the Diamond Unbreakable Divine Art was about to break through, the Heavenly Demon 24 Swords and Kunpeng Demonic Divine Art felt a threat and joined forces to attack the Diamond Unbreakable Divine Art, interrupting the breakthrough. The Diamond Unbreakable Divine Art was furious and was preparing to counterattack. The mighty Vedra and Great Compassion Mantra extended their hands to help, joining the battle. The techniques began a chaotic battle. Seeing this series of system notifications, Luli spat out a mouthful of blood. Please, don't be like this. At night, inside the chasing Immortal Valley, Fang Yingli, one of the Immortal Da prodigies, was lying on a rock, snoring loudly. He seemed to be sleeping very soundly, even drooling a little. Heavenly Sword Elder really couldn't stand it anymore, and coughed a couple of times to wake him up. Unexpectedly, the first thing Fang Yingli said after waking up was, "Heavenly Sword Elder, is it time for food again?" Heavenly Sword Elder was speechless. He sullenly instructed, "Yingli, why are you always thinking about food? Someone sent news that Luli has already cultivated to the 2nd level of Foundation Establishment." With a single move, he killed a demonic cultivator named Yinqian. "If you meet him tomorrow, do not hold back." Fang Yingli nodded with a smile. "Of course. As long as I meet him, I'll let him experience the power of my 5 elements sun-moon rings. Then he'll go from a living carp to a dead carp, letting me fry, braise, steam, and stew him." Halfway through his sentence, his stomach rumbled. Fang Yingli chuckled. That Heavenly Sword Elder, do you have any food on you? I made myself hungry just by saying that." Heavenly Sword Elder was confused. "Hungry? Didn't you just eat dinner? It hasn't even been half an hour." Fang Yingli replied innocently, "Elder, I eat 9 meals a day. That dinner was only my 6th meal." Heavenly Sword Elder's face stiffened. He thought he ate 300 spirit stones in just 1 meal before. 9 meals would be over 2,000. No wonder Xuanqi Guan pushed him so hard to come here. The Immortal Demon War will last at least 10 years. I'm afraid that before the Immortal Alliance can conquer the 10,000 Demons Mountain, they'll be bankrupted by him. At this moment, Fang Yingli asked pitifully again, "Elder, isn't this place supposed to include food and lodging? Why is there no food so quickly?" Heavenly Sword Elder sighed helplessly. "Don't worry. Go find Elder Meng Xuan later. He'll make arrangements for you." Hearing that there was food, Fang Yingli immediately cheered happily. "Yay, I'll go now." "No, I can't go yet. Has Sister Lin not come out yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, the stone wall beside them suddenly exploded with a bang. Lin Jishuang walked out from inside, her whole body radiating an icy sword intent. She looked sharp and strong. Heavenly Sword Elder hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Jianshuang, how'd it go?" Lin Jianshuang cupped her fists and replied, "Don't worry, Elder. I fought 130 battles in the illusionary realm, and I won them all. Luli, who just learned a new technique, was also defeated by me in the illusion. His Kunpeng Demonic Divine Art is powerful, but his cultivation is too low, making him vulnerable." Getting such a reply, Heavenly Sword Elder was very excited. "Good, tomorrow, you and Yingli will go to Immortal Execution City and challenge Luli the next day." Lin Jianshuang and several other Immortal Dao prodigies arrived in Immortal Execution City. As soon as she landed, Lin Jianshuang pulled out the sword at her waist with a swoosh and shouted, "Lin Jianshuang of the Heavenly River Sword Sect has come to challenge Luli, one of the 10 demonic prodigies." He was clearly a disciple of the demonic sect, yet he cultivated both Buddhist and demonic techniques. His Buddhist techniques were also advancing by leaps and bounds. After hearing Spirit Sword Shuang's challenge, Grand Scholar Zhenjun hurriedly ran to Luli's residence and anxiously shouted, "Luli, the Immortal Alliance has issued a challenge. Spirit Sword Shuang specifically wants to challenge you." But when he saw Luli, he was stunned. Luli was surrounded by a red and gold light, and there was a blue halo above his head. He looked very chaotic. Luli also raised his head at this time and said, "Zenjin, I heard the challenge, but I'm feeling a bit off." Grand Scholar Zenjin's expression was serious. "It seems like you aren't suffering from Kai deviation, but your dual Buddhist and demonic cultivation has reached a certain stage, and your techniques are starting to clash." Hearing this, Luli frowned and quickly asked Grand Scholar Zenjin for a solution. Grand Scholar Zenjin replied, "The first solution is for me to directly intervene. I can forcefully suppress the conflict between your techniques for now, but the next time it erupts, the problem will be much worse. And no one can predict when the next eruption will occur." Hearing this solution, which sounded very dangerous, Luli immediately asked, "Is there a second option?" Grand Master Hongru explained, "Yes. That is to cultivate a supreme Taoist technique. Cultivate all three: Taoism, demonic, and Buddhism. When the three stand as a tripod, they will restrain each other. This will eliminate future problems." Hearing this, Luli's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted. So, he immediately said, "Grand Master, I have an unreasonable request. Please, Grand Master, doodle cultivation with me." Please help me cultivate, Grand Master. I will surely repay you with many body in the future. I will repay you with my greatest efforts." Grand Master Hunger's face flushed slightly at Luli's request, and she replied, "All right, you don't need to say so much. I will naturally help you." "What do you want me to do?" Luli broke out in a cold sweat. "Please, Grand Master, just transfer some supreme true energy. But speaking of which, I know that the golden one is the Buddhist technique, and the red one is the demonic technique. But what is the cyan one?" Grandmaster Hongru explained. "You consumed Azure Dragon True Blood. This must be some of the Azure Dragon bloodline that remained. You didn't fully refine it before. Now, the conflict between your techniques has forced it out. The Azure Dragon is wood attribute. Wood generates fire. If you cultivate a pure fire-type Taoist technique, you can refine it." Hearing the words fire-type Taoist technique, Luli immediately thought of the Purple Dawn Purgatory Sutra. However, Grandmaster Hongru said the Purple Dawn Purgatory Sutra isn't a supreme Taoist technique. It'll be difficult to refine the Azure Dragon bloodline and balance your supreme demonic and Buddhist techniques. I have a Golden Crow pill here. Take it, and your cultivation will be faster later. If nothing goes wrong, your cultivation will increase significantly. As she spoke, Grandmaster Hongru pulled out a pill with a golden flame. This pill was clearly not ordinary. Luli grabbed Grandmaster Hongru's hand and said gratefully, "Thank you, Grandmaster. Luli will never forget your kindness." Grandmaster Hongru smiled and scolded, "Stop joking around. Start cultivating. Lin Jian Shuang is still outside the city, challenging you. But you still need time to refine this. I'll have someone put up a no-challenge sign for you." Meanwhile, Bei Jinfei, who was waiting outside, was anxiously pacing back and forth. Although Grandmaster Hongru was in Junior Brother Lu's room, they should be done with whatever they were doing by now. "Why isn't there any sound? Junior Brother Lu, are you okay? That Lin Jianshuang is challenging you outside the city every day. She's here again today." Luli said indifferently, "Senior Brother Bai, just keep putting up the no-challenge sign for me." Bai Jinfei said with some difficulty, "Junior Brother, you haven't shown your face these past few days. Rumors are spreading in the city. If you don't show up again, it will damage your reputation and the reputation of our sect." Hearing this, Luli, who was finding the pill in the room, frowned. The door opened with a click, and 3 brocade pouches flew out. At the same time, Luli's voice came out, "Senior Brother Bai, here are 3 brocade pouches. Use them in order. It will surely make that Lin Jianshuang retreat without a fight." Hearing this, Bei Jinfei was shocked. What are these things that are so magical? Well, whatever they are, I can only trust Junior Brother Lu. Then Bei Jinfei went to the city wall. Other demonic disciples in the city mocked him. "Bei Jinfei, has your ethereal ghost sect's leader turtled up again? Doesn't dare to accept the challenge. Is Luli so scared that he doesn't dare to even go out? Having you put up the white flag every day? What a coward." Bei Jinfei turned his head and snorted coldly. You just wait. The leader of my ethereal ghost sect is strategizing. He's winning battles from 1,000 miles away. He can make that Lin Jianshuang retreat without even showing his face. Bei Jinfei clenched the brocade pouches in his hand, thinking, Junior brother Lu. Please don't let me lose face. Then he opened the first brocade pouch. At this time, Yang Shu and Nanggong Long were also nearby, watching Bei Jinfei's actions. Nanggong Long smiled coldly, no matter what he does, as long as Lu Li doesn't dare to accept the challenge. His newly built reputation will quickly stink. We just need to keep dragging his name through the mud and throwing dirt on him. At this moment, they saw Bei Jinfei starting to read loudly on the city wall. The contents of the first brocade pouch, Lin Jianshuang outside the city, listen up. The suffering record wasn't written by my Lu Li. Someone is deliberately framing him. The real authors are the leaders of the Grand Demon Sect, Yang Su, and the Heavenly Dignity Demon Sect, Nanggong Long. Seek revenge from them. Hearing this, Yang Shu and Nanggong Long were shocked. Damn, we were completely exposed. Meanwhile, a Bei Jinfei on the city wall was full of joy. Junior brother, this is an amazing move. I don't care who wrote it. Just throw the blame to someone else, Lin Jianshuang sneered. The demonic path is full of evildoers. I will not let any of them go. Tomorrow it will be Yang Su's turn. Today I will kill Lu Li. Hearing this, Bei Jinfei felt helpless. This woman is a bit stubborn. Let's see if Junior brother has any more good ideas. As he spoke, he opened the second brocade pouch and shouted again to Lin Jianshuang. These are the original words of the leader of our ethereal ghost sect, Lu Li. Listen closely. Lin Jianshuang, I, Lu Li, recently only broke through to the foundation establishment stage. My cultivation time is short. I know that I am no match for you. After 3 days, when I complete my breakthrough, I will surely come to challenge you and beat you until you kneel down and call me daddy. As soon as the words left his mouth, the young scholar behind Lin Jianshuang hurriedly reminded her. Senior sister Lin, Lu Li is trying to buy time. The demonic path has never been trustworthy. Especially this Lu Li who is Ghost Devil Master's disciple, who is full of vile words. His words are even less trustworthy. Fang Yingli, who was next to him, also tugged at Lin Jianshuang's sleeve, saying, Senior sister Lin, don't believe what that Lu Li is saying. My mother told me that the more handsome a man is, the more likely he is to deceive you. He is described as being so handsome. He must be an eloquent, frivolous good-for-nothing, just like my father, who promised to only marry my mother, but then took a second wife. Lin Jianshuang gently patted Fang Yingli's face and comforted her. Don't worry, I won't be fooled. Then, she coldly shouted towards the city, There's no point talking to demonic path people. Quickly call out that Lu Li to accept his death. Bei Jinfei frowned. So, it didn't work after all. But why did Junior brother say that he even dug a hole for himself with that 3-day agreement? Don't drag me into this. This is the last one. Don't let me lose face, he said this. Bei Jinfei opened the third brocade pouch and saw 3 words written on the note. Shoot it out. Seeing these 3 words, Bei Jinfei immediately had the wrong idea. But after he saw the note's contents, he was instantly enlightened. So that's it, Junior brother Lu. This move is truly brilliant. It truly shows the demeanor of us people of the demonic path. Having understood Lu Li's intention, Bei Jinfei immediately nocked an arrow and tied the note to it. He shouted, Lin Jianshuang, you'd better catch this. This is a gift from my ethereal ghost sect leader. With that, an arrow shot straight toward Lin Jianshuang. Lin Jianshuang casually waved her hand, stopping the arrow in mid-air. The young scholar behind her quickly reminded her, Senior sister Lin, be careful. It might be poisoned. Lin Jianshuang, holding her sword, said indifferently, This level of poison can't hurt me. But when she saw the note's contents, she was immediately stunned. The note clearly read, If you don't leave now, I will have people on the city walls recite our secret love letters day and night, and spread rumors about our wedding everywhere. There was also an accompanying explicit drawing. Lin Jianshuang angrily crushed the note, turned her head, and said, Let's go. Seeing this, the young scholar was confused. What was written in that note? Why did she suddenly leave? Lin Jinshuang turned her head and glared at him. It's none of your business. The young scholar was startled and quickly waved his hand. All right, I won't ask. Then he looked at Fang Yingli, who hadn't left. Senior Sister Yingli, why haven't you left yet? Aren't you hungry? Fang Yingli looked in the direction of Zhu Xianqing. Worried. I'm worried about Senior Sister Lin. The young scholar bent down and patted her head, comforting her. Don't worry. With Senior Sister Lin's divine sword and all her treasures, 10 lilies wouldn't be a match for her. Fang Yingli shook her head. It's not that. I'm worried that Senior Sister Lin will fall in love with that Lu Li. Hearing this, the young scholar laughed. How is that possible? Senior Sister Lin hates that Lu Li so much. She wants to kill him. How could she fall in love with him? Fang Yingli's face flushed red. But in the many novels I've read, it's always like this. They start out as enemies who want to kill each other. But in the end, they become cultivation partners. And they even have lots of children. The young scholar laughed. That's all made up. How could a heavenly genius like Senior Sister Lin fall for a shameless, despicable demonic path person? Let's hurry back and figure out what happened. Fang Yingli nodded helplessly. She looked back at Zhu Xianqing again and muttered quietly. But my predictions are always very accurate. This man actually practices Buddhism, Taoism, and demonic path techniques at the same time, and has somehow managed to achieve a wonderful balance. He even achieved the 3 flowers gathering at the top. After Bai Jinfei used the 3 brocade pouches to force Lin Jianshuang to retreat, the other demonic disciples gathered around. Senior Brother Bai, even though your leader wasn't there, you forced Lin Jianshuang to retreat without a fight. That's truly impressive. Can you reveal a bit? What was written in those brocade pouches just now? Bai Jinfei chuckled. That's confidential. But turning his head, he couldn't help but worry. Luckily, Lin Jianshuang really left. Speaking of which, has Junior Brother Lu's breakthrough taken too long? What if he doesn't come out? Well, Grandmaster Hongru is inside. Maybe they're just doing some good deeds and can't get out. At this time, Luli had already taken the Golden Crow pill and started automatic cultivation. System notification, you have taken the Golden Crow pill. The Pure Yang Infinite Sutra has begun to devour the pill's power. It's like eating a delicacy from the human world. Cultivation effectiveness increased by 10,000%. The Pure Yang Infinite Sutra senses the supreme Taoist true energy and is filled with admiration. Cultivation speed increased by 10,000%. Your techniques are engaged in fierce battle, fighting fiercely. Due to cultivating the 24 heavenly demon swords, your chaotic body has attracted the attention of a heavenly demon. A 6-winged golden cicada heavenly demon has invaded your body. The great Tathagata palm has joined the melee with the heavenly demon, attempting to take the opportunity for revenge. Congratulations, host! Your Pure Yang Infinite Sutra is diligently absorbing and cultivating, and has been greatly enlightened in the melee, breaking through to the 5th layer. Due to the great Tathagata palm's grave offense, the other techniques have decided to join forces. The 6-winged golden cicada heavenly demon has been suppressed. The great Tathagata palm is being ganged up on and beaten to a pulp. It's feeling dejected. Cultivation effectiveness reduced by 10,000%. Your Buddhist, He and demonic techniques have entered a miraculous balance and have decided to break through together. You have comprehended the foundation of the great Tao. As the system notification ended, the 3-colored light around Lu Lai's body began to shine and rotate. It finally slowly shrank, condensing into a 3-colored lotus flower hovering above Lu Lai's head. It slowly sank into Lu Lai's crown. Seeing this, Crimson Skull True Lord's beautiful eyes widened in an instant. She exclaimed in surprise, "This is the 3 flowers gathering Kranda foundation." As soon as her voice fell, the dense spiritual energy around them was absorbed into Lu Li's body, turning into powerful magic power and rushing into his dantian. When Lu Li opened his eyes again, his realm had already broken through the 4th layer of foundation establishment. Now his magic power was at least equivalent to 2 ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Breakthrough successful! Luli immediately bowed to Crimson Skull True Lord and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, True Lord. You helped me solve the hidden dangers of my 3 cultivation paths and gifted me a spiritual pill. Your great kindness, I will never forget. Crimson Skull True Lord covered her mouth and chuckled. All right, no need to thank me. I was quite happy to see you form the 3 Flowers Gathering Crown Dao Foundation. Hearing this, Luli couldn't help but ask in confusion, what is the 3 Flowers Gathering Crown Dao Foundation? Crimson Skull True Lord explained with a smile, you cultivate the 3 teachings of Buddhism, Taoism, and the demonic sect, and comprehend the great Tao's foundation. You condense the 3 Flowers Gathering Crown. This is the 3 Flowers Gathering Crown Dao Foundation. Because of this, your magic power is so powerful, comparable to that of a foundation establishment cultivator at the peak. After listening to Crimson Skull True Lord's explanation, Luli said proudly, there are such benefits. If I were to say this, wouldn't my reputation be taken to another level? Crimson Skull True Lord continued to say with a smile. But in the eyes of those demonic cultivators, you are the best cauldron for harvesting yang and replenishing yin. Hearing this, Luli instantly felt a tightening in his nether regions. Then, never mind. He did not want to risk his dignity. Then, Luli asked about the situation outside. Is that Lin Jianshuang still outside the city, calling for a fight? Crimson Skull True Lord sighed softly. She left long ago. Girls, their pride is always fragile. You used tender bamboo shoots to harass her. How could she not leave? Suddenly, Crimson Skull True Lord's expression tightened. She turned to walk toward the door and said, Luli, you should first consolidate your realm. Something big seems to have happened. The 10 major demonic sects are calling for an emergency gathering. I'll go take a look. Luli hurriedly reminded her. Okay, True Lord, please be careful. Crimson Skull True Lord turned her head and smiled faintly. I will. After saying that, she turned into a beam of light and disappeared. In the whole cultivation room, only Luli remained. Luli summoned the system panel. To his delight, he found that the Diamond Unbreakable Divine skill was finally at the 6th layer. When the Diamond Body Protection and Armor were combined, his defense would reach another level. But this was the first time he had seen a heavenly demon from the outer realms. This problem had to be resolved. This man, who simultaneously cultivates Buddhist, Taoist, and demonic techniques, had actually caused his techniques to fight each other. And this had attracted a heavenly demon from the outer realms. Heavenly demons from the outer realms are shapeless, without a will, and they are everywhere. As long as there is a demonic heart forming, during cultivation, it will attract the heavenly demon from the outer realms to observe it. Once you are infected by the heavenly demon, your personality will drastically change, and the heavenly demon will devour the 7 emotions of the 7 souls in the cultivator to grow stronger until the cultivator is completely taken over by the heavenly demon. Because of the internal chaos within his techniques, Luli was taken advantage of. But now that it had been found, and even suppressed, he certainly could not let it go. Otherwise, it was highly likely that more heavenly demons would directly invade. But keeping it within his body was not an option either. So, Luli decided to let the 24 heavenly demon swords, which originated from the same source, try to refine it. Then the system notified him. You attempted to refine the 6-winged golden cicada using the 24 heavenly demon swords. Because of insufficient emotional energy, the refining failed. Seeing the system notification, Luli sighed deeply. It's a shame that Li Jing died. Otherwise, she could provide him with a daily dose of emotional anger, emotional joy, and emotional hatred. At that moment, the 24 heavenly demon swords suddenly lit up. Several more threads of emotional energy appeared around them. Luli was a little surprised. This emotional energy was 10 times stronger than what Li Jing had provided. Who hates me this much? At this time, within the Righteous Alliance, Lin Jinshuang was practicing her sword on a water skin. The long sword in her hand was dancing, and the splashing water was forming into several illusions. upon closer inspection. These illusions were clearly in the shape of Lu Li. Lin Jianshuang took a step, and a powerful sword quai spread out. The surrounding illusions were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Then Lin Jianshuang swung her sword, and all the ice sculptures were instantly shattered. Seeing this scene, Fang Yingli, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, felt that Sister Lin was very angry. So she made a suggestion. Sister Lin, you hate that Lu Li so much. I suddenly thought of a good way to take revenge on him. Lin Jianshuang asked with some doubt, what method? Fang Yingli replied with an innocent face. My mother said, the best way to take revenge on a man is to give birth to his son, have 7 or 8 sons, and then abandon him. Let him carry a bunch of baggage. No other woman will ever be willing to marry him. Isn't this a very vicious method? Hearing this method, Lin Jianshuang was immediately speechless. Heavenly Sword Elder walked over and said with a smile, it's fortunate that this bad idea came from you. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would have already been chopped up by your sister Lin. Fang Yingli curiously asked Heavenly Sword Elder, am I not right? Lin Jianshuang hurriedly stopped her and stepped forward. I was unable to take down Lu Li's dog head, and I was defeated by him instead. Please punish me, Heavenly Sword Elder. Heavenly Sword Elder waved his hand. It's all right. The Righteous Alliance has another plan. In 3 days, the demonic sects will definitely go all out. Now, what you need to do is conserve your strength and prepare to eliminate demons and evil in 3 days. Also take this with you. This is a cloud ring made by the Taoist Alliance. The scenes of eliminating demons and evil can be transmitted to the various Taoist and Buddhist sects through this cloud ring. I hope that you will not disappoint the immortals. Lin Jianshuang nodded in agreement. Yes? In 3 days. I swear to take Lu Li's life and tear him to pieces. 3 days later, Lu Li, inside the cultivation chamber, felt the emotional energy that had been coming in for the past few days and was somewhat puzzled. It had not stopped for several days now. Just how much does this person hate me? At this time, the system notified him. Congratulations, host. You have successfully refined the 6-winged golden cicada heavenly demon and successfully created a magic sword. As the system notification ended, a blood-colored long sword appeared in front of Lu Li. This was the magic sword that had been refined from the heavenly demon. Lu Li picked up the heavenly demon's sword and examined it. He could not help but exclaim, what a great heavenly demon sword. Its sharpness is probably comparable to that of a top-grade spiritual tool. And now it no longer needs emotional energy to be used. It's a top-grade spiritual tool that is ready to be used at any time. But Lu Li was also somewhat worried. After all, the heavenly demon sword was made from a heavenly demon from the outer realms. He did not know if there would be any side effects. At that moment, something unexpected happened. The entire cultivation chamber began to shake. There was a sudden earthquake. Even the surrounding spiritual energy began to rage. Has the immortal sect attacked? Just as Lu Li was confused, a golden pillar of light as thick as a heavenly pillar suddenly shot out from the fallen immortal valley, piercing straight into the sky. With a bang, a large hole was torn in the azure sky by the pillar of light. Everyone saw this scene. That's Dao Qi. Dao Qi has appeared, this man who simultaneously cultivates Buddhist, Taoist, and demonic techniques, had actually refined a heavenly demon from the outer realms into a sword. At the moment that the Dao Qi appeared, everyone's gazes were focused on the fallen immortal valley. The so-called Dao Kai was a legendary spiritual treasure that contained laws. Not only was its power enormous, it could also suppress a sect's fortune. And within the immortal and demonic paths, there were only 2 Dao Qi swords, one being the heavenly Emperor's Rai scepter, which was in the hands of the beautiful and unparalleled Taoist Alliance leader. The other was the Brahma world-saving treasure, which was enshrined in the Great Hall of the Great Thunderclap Temple. The 10 great demonic sects had never acquired one, and since the Dao Qi had appeared, the 10 great demonic sects had already reached an agreement to divide the fallen immortal valley into 10 areas, and each one would search for one area. The ethereal ghost emperor had also issued an order. They must find the Dao before the Immortal Alliance. However, Luli felt that something was not right. The Dao appeared so suddenly. He suspected that this could be a trap set by the Immortal Alliance. Crimson Skull True Lord thought for a moment and responded, that shouldn't be the case. A Daokai sword is more important than 100,000 gifted geniuses. The Immortal Alliance should make such a sacrifice. Having said that, Crimson Skull True Lord waved her hand at the disciples behind her and announced, Luli, the area that our Yin Ming Ghost Sect will search will be the southeastern area of the fallen Immortal Valley. This time, you will lead a team out of the city to search for the Dao Qiai. Also, Bei Jinfei, take 3 people with you and follow behind. Provide support at any time, move out immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 disciples immediately stood out. They volunteered to join Luli's team. Luli thanked the 3 with an unreadable expression. At the same time, he thought to himself, such a dangerous task, and they are fighting to join my team. There is definitely something wrong with these 3 people. Then, Luli led the team to the southeast of the fallen Immortal Valley to search. But all the way, he didn't say a word. He just followed behind the 3 disciples. At this time, the disciple in front suddenly turned his head and laughed. I say, Li, Lu Guardian, we are all fellow disciples. Why make the atmosphere so tense? It's like we are all holding grudges. Wouldn't it be better to chat? The Dao won't be found that quickly. Luli waved his hand. No, it's just that I'm old and my legs aren't very agile. At this time, the female disciple among the 3 pointed to a rock in front, guarding Lu. We've walked a long way. How about we rest and recover our spells at the front? Luli agreed. He let them go ahead while he looked around. Then the 3 disciples sat down to rest. Luli, hiding in the dark, saw this and couldn't help but doubt himself. Am I really overthinking it? Senior Brother Bei's team of 3 are keeping their distance, and there's nothing unusual about them. But this is a scenario that caused conflict between the righteous and the demonic paths. It shouldn't be so quiet, right? At this time, the system notification suddenly sounded, and Luli stopped in his tracks. System notification. Your demonic Skydict 4 swords has absorbed the 7 emotions of joy, hatred, and desire. This immediately put Luli on guard. How can there suddenly be such a large amount of 7 emotions? Could there be enemies nearby? Luli took 2 steps back. The system notification came again. Your demonic Sky 24 swords has absorbed the 7 emotions of anger, evil, hatred, and desire. Listening to the continuous system notifications, Luli couldn't help but think. But this worried Ling Jianshuang and the others hiding in the bushes. Fang Yangli couldn't help but mutter, Damn it, what is that damn Liu doing, dawdling outside the formation? Why doesn't he come in? I'm so anxious. At that moment, with a swoosh, Luli leaped into the air and ran in the opposite direction. Seeing that the situation had changed, Ling Jianshuang immediately led his team out of the bushes and shouted, Attack! Don't let him run. Luli heard the voice and cursed inwardly, Damn it, there really is a trap. He hurriedly sped up. Soon, Bei Jinfei also heard the commotion and came to support them. Ling Jianshuang instructed the man next to him, Senior Brother Ye, please stop those 4 for a moment. The man agreed, and making a hand seal, shouted a blood illusion. Countless white cranes materialized in the air and flew towards Bei Jinfei and the others. Seeing this, Bei Jinfei exclaimed in shock, Those are Dao soldiers. Luli couldn't help but frown. That's Yi Qing, the chief disciple of the Crane Sect. Looks like these are all famous people among the elite. He was clearly a disciple of the demonic sect, yet he cultivated Buddhist techniques. He even condensed a Vajradharma image, and with one move, he defeated the Buddhist prodigy of the Great Thunderclap Temple. After realizing that Ling Jianshuang and the others were after him, Luli immediately sped up his escape. But Ling Jianshuang wasn't about to let him escape so easily. She shouted, Luli, stop right there, and unleashed countless frosty sword auras towards Luli. Luli turned his head and felt a shiver down his spine. He immediately activated his demonic lotus armor, creating a protective barrier to resist the sword aura. but the powerful impact of the sword aura forced him to retreat 2 steps. With a bang, the sword aura shattered. Luli broke out into a cold sweat. Such ferocious sword aura. It seems she really does hate me to the bone. At this moment, Fang Yingli soared into the sky and shouted, "The little fish! Don't run, let me get your blood." As soon as she finished speaking, a golden halo appeared on Luli, then instantly tightened. Luli used the carefree wind riding technique, creating several afterimages, and ran away without looking back. Seeing Luli's profound movement technique, Fang Yingli immediately took out a talisman and began chanting a spell to form an array. And at this time, Luli also felt the change in his body. He didn't expect this array to be so powerful. It could even control him remotely. Just then, a little monk appeared in front of him. He politely said a Buddhist blessing, Amitabha. Benefactor Lu, the sea of suffering is boundless. Repent and you'll find peace. Then, a large Buddhist seal slammed into Luli's body with a bang. Luli supported himself with one hand and laughed somewhat miserably. "You are truly merciful." But before he could stand up, Ling Jianshuang, who had come after, raised her hand and condensed a giant frost sword in the air and fiercely smashed it down towards Luli. With a bang, the place where Luli was standing was blown into a deep pit. Smoke and dust filled the entire area. The little monk, seeing this, was about to say Amitabha when he was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. Ling Jianshuang and Fang Yingli were also equally dumbfounded. They saw Luli sitting unharmed in the pit. He mocked, "You don't even have the strength to hit someone. Have you not eaten?" After speaking, Luli activated his diamond unbreakable divine art. He condensed the Vajradharma image, then swinging his fist, shouted loudly, and with one punch directly shattered the little monk's Buddhist seal. Seeing this, the little monk was so scared he collapsed to the ground. His face was filled with terror. "Oh my Buddha, he has already condensed the Vajradharma image at the Foundation Establishment Stage 4th level. How do you have the Buddhist Diamond Sutra? You can even condense a Vajradharma image." Luli smiled disdainfully. "A mere Dharma image? Is it difficult? No way, no way, no way, you're a Buddhist prodigy. You have cultivated in the Great Thunderclap Temple for so many years. You haven't been able to create one. Do you want me to teach you?" The little monk was so angry he was gritting his teeth, not knowing how to retort. At this moment, Ling Jianshuang shouted angrily from behind, "Luli, stop being so arrogant." Luli directly retorted, "What's it to you if I'm arrogant? Besides, I am talking to the little monk. Why are you interrupting? Is being big-chested something to be proud of?" Ling Jianshuang was humiliated. "You lecher," Luli smiled smugly. "Oh, and that little girl who said she wanted to take my blood, come and take it now." Hearing this, Fang Yingli was startled. Tears welled up in her eyes, as if she was saying, "There are so many people. Why are you picking on me?" Sure enough, the end of the universe is live streaming, and even the cultivation world cannot escape the fate of live streaming. The Buddhist and Taoist giants were still watching with great interest. Just when Luli revealed his Vajradharma image and was mocking everyone, a white Crane-Dao soldier suddenly attacked. Luli activated his diamond unbreakable divine art and waved his hand to easily knock it down. The next second, Ye King, the chief disciple of the Crane Sect, appeared in front of him. He shouted, "Junior Sister Ling, don't waste words with him. Let's go at him together." And at this time, Bei Jinfei also rushed over to help. Luli breathed a sigh of relief. "Senior Brother Bei, it's good you re okay. Did you see the 3 people in my team earlier? Those 3 are spies. It was them who were trying to lure me into the immortal Sectist trap." Bei Jinfei looked shocked. What's going on? And what puzzled Luli was, when they came, there were clearly only a few of them. Why was there such a large amount of 7 emotions? Then he turned his gaze towards Ling Jianshuang and the others. It turned out that the 7 emotions came from the cloud rings on their ears. These things could broadcast live images, equivalent to a live stream in the cultivation world. And at this time, in the Central Continent Dao Alliance, the Alliance Master was leisurely watching the live stream, picking a fruit from the fruit platter. He chuckled, a 3-flower gathering Dao beauty, Interesting. At the same time, inside the Flying Immortal Temple on Flying Immortal Mountain, the Flying Heaven Temple Master was looking at the cloud screen, also feeling curious. Strange. Why does this kid have the aura of Golden Crow pills on him? At the same time, inside the Great Thunderclap Temple, the Western Buddha Venerable saw the Vajradharma image that Luli had shown and was also greatly surprised. Amitabha. Why does this demonic disciple have such a pure Buddhist aura? But it was precisely because of these big shots watching the live stream that Luli received enough 7 emotions. Perhaps he really could fight these 4 immortal path tribulation holders. Seeing Luli about to take on Ling Jianshuang and the other 4 alone, Bai Jinfei was about to step forward to help, but Luli waved his hand to stop him. Senior brother, just stand aside. Just watch me perform. Despite this, Bai Jinfei had to remind him. Junior brother, be careful of Yi King, the chief disciple of the Crane Sect. Although I only exchanged 1 move with him, his magic power is probably equivalent to 8 Lingzhen. Luli turned his head and revealed his demonic sky sword. He grinned and said, "Don't worry, senior brother." Seeing the demonic sky sword in Luli's hand, Bai Jinfei exclaimed in shock. That aura, it's demonic sky energy. These kinds of things have the potential to devour stars. Junior brother, are you playing so big? Luli smiled confidently. I control it. It doesn't control me. At this time, Yi King from the opposite side mocked. Have you finished saying your last words? You're overestimating yourself. Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. Luli didn't hold back either, directly retorting, you talk too much nonsense. When your mother gave birth to you, did she specially make an extra mouth for you? With that, Luli swung his sword, releasing a blood-red sword aura. Yi King felt the powerful aura of the sword aura and broke out into a cold sweat. I never expected that. Luli would immediately use the instant sword technique of the demonic Sky 23 swords. Naturally, he didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly drew his sword from his back to defend. With a bang, the blood-red sword aura collided with his sword. Yi King was blasted dozens of feet away, and smoke and dust filled the entire area. At this moment, the little monk behind him suddenly leaped into the air and shouted, Amitabha. This humble monk will have a spar with Benefactor Lu, Vajra Protector, he said. A fist appeared in the little monk's hand and, like a phantom, swung at Luli. Luli just casually waved his hand and blocked the little monk's fist. Then he mocked them with a smile. No wonder you were so surprised earlier. After practicing for so long, you only managed to manifest 1 hand. The little monk was gashing his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. The fist could not move any further. Seeing the little monk at a disadvantage, Spirit Sword Double snorted and said, Yinli will assist from the side. Fang Yinli agreed. The 2 of them charged at Luli together. Luli turned his head angrily and said, Do you like to interrupt so much? As he spoke, he sent a bloody slash towards the 2 of them. Spirit Sword Double hastily used their swords to block. They were sent flying back in a mess, kicking up a cloud of dust. At this moment, Luli turned his head to look at the little monk again. He coldly sneered, Little monk, let me teach you how the Vajra avatar is really used. After saying that, he sent a punch towards the little monk's face. He was clearly a disciple of the demonic sect, but he used Fahai's great mighty heavenly dragon and a complete Vajra avatar. He relentlessly beat the little monk of the great Thunderclap Temple. While watching the little monk get beaten by the Vajra avatar, he even gloated, saying, Too cruel, but I love it so much. Seeing the little monk getting beaten black and blue, Yi King suddenly jumped up and swung his sword at Luli. He shouted, Let go of Kong Xiang, fellow Daoist. Luli glanced at him with disdain, then with a casual flick, he sent Kong Xiang flying away. Yi King hurriedly went to catch Kong Xiang, but in the next second, Luli's Vajra avatar punched him directly, sending him flying as well. Lin Jianshuang and Fang Yingli were both startled. Luli, who was not far away, mocked them, the immortal sect, is nothing more than this. At this moment, Lin Jianshuang and Fang Yingli also realized that something was wrong with Luli. Not only had his power sword, but his magic power seemed to be inexhaustible. This was too strange. Yaking also struggled to get up from the ground and advised, Senior Sister Lin, fellow Daoist Kong Xiang is injured, and our immortal opportunity has been lost. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Want to run away? It won't be that easy. Luli, holding the heavenly demon sword, charged at the three of them, shouting, None of you will escape, Lin Jianshuang shouted, and thrust her sword into the ground. Several stone pillars rose from the ground, blocking Luli's path. Luli hurriedly retreated to dodge. When the smoke cleared, he tried to go forward to check the situation, only to find that there was only an empty crater there. Lin Jianshuang and the others were escaping in the direction of the Immortal Alliance. While escaping, Lin Jianshuang felt a sense of lingering fear. The four of them had joined forces, but not only were they beaten back by Luli, they couldn't even manage to injure him. What kind of monster was Luli? Suddenly, Lin Jianshuang stopped. They had been blocked. The ones who were blocking their path were the leader of the Tai Demon Sect, Yang Su, and the leader of the Celestial Dignity Demon Sect, Nangong Long. The two of them had been lying in ambush here, ready to reap the benefits. Now they wanted to take advantage of the fact that Lin Jianshuang and the others had exhausted their magic power and were seriously injured, to wipe them out in one fell swoop. The next second, the two of them charged from the front and back, attacking the group. Their speed was so fast that even Lin Jianshuang didn't have time to react. At this moment, a blessing suddenly came from not far away. Luli directly used the great mighty heavenly dragon, instantly sending Yang Su and Nangong Long flying. Lin Jianshuang turned to look at Luli, stunned for a moment. However, after using the great mighty heavenly dragon, Luli did not continue to attack. Nangong Long, who was sent flying, questioned him. Luli, what do you mean by this? You attacked to save these people of the Immortal Path. Are you an Immortal Path spy? Have you already betrayed the demonic sect? Do you know what you're doing? Right now, the Immortal Demon War is underway. You're disregarding the big picture. Even if you're not a spy, you will suffer 1,000 cuts. Luli chuckled. The big picture? You still want to use the big picture to pressure me now? Haven't you seen the situation clearly? I am the big picture now. Still want to report this and have me punished? Go back to the immortal slaughtering city before you say that. Hearing these threatening words, both Yang Shu and Nangong Long broke out in a cold sweat. Bei Jinfei, who was behind him, kindly advised a junior brother, It's probably not a good idea to draw aggro right now. Let's subdue Lin Jianshuang and the others first. However, when Luli turned around, his eyes were bloodshot and surrounded by dark energy. He coldly said, Senior brother, do you think I'm afraid of them? Bei Jinfei was startled and hurriedly shook his head. No, it's just junior brother. Have you really not been affected by the heavenly demon? I feel like something is not quite right with you now. Luli scoffed. Didn't I already say it? It's me controlling him, not the other way around. Luli's demonic energy soared, and he looked like he had already fallen into demonic possession. A blackened and empowered character gets 30% more power. So, how strong would the blackened hero be if he used the Tathagata palm? At this time, Luli was sitting cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by various black energies. The system issued a warning. The heavenly demon sword is out of control and is guiding a heavenly demon invasion. Soon after, a group of six-winged heavenly demons broke through the barrier and entered Lula's consciousness. The system issued another warning. The heavenly demons are attempting to control the host's consciousness. At this moment, the aura on Luli's body increased more than tenfold, surrounded by demonic energy. Even the heavenly demon sword in his hand seemed to have come to life, flashing a ferocious red light. Seeing this, Yang Su also realized something was wrong. Knowing that they couldn't fight him head-on, he decided to deceive Luli first before making plans. So after consulting with Nangong Long, they immediately put on a smile. They said, Luli, our four-way feud can be put aside for now. I will definitely apologize to you later. Right now, the most important thing is to capture Spirit Sword Double and the four others and escort them back to the Immortal Slaughtering City. Luli chuckled. Is that so? Then what if I don't agree? After saying that, he swung his sword, and the bloody sword energy shot straight out. Faced with this sudden and powerful sword energy, Yang Su and Nangong Long were both startled. Knowing that they couldn't block it head-on, they all dodged to the sides. But they were still injured by the sword energy and blood. A cut was made on Nangong Long's face, which completely angered him. He immediately gritted his teeth and said, again and again and again, Luli, you forced me. After saying that, he shouted loudly. A giant demonic figure appeared behind him. This was the Heavenly Dignity Demon, Sect's life force consuming technique, the evil spirit of the 9 heavens. Seeing this, Lin Jane Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. But she didn't know what exactly they were doing. Their infighting was so fierce. But for now, the most important thing for her and her group was to retreat from this place. However, just as she was thinking about countermeasures, countless vines suddenly rose from the ground under her feet and attacked her, instantly tying her up securely. And judging by the looks of it, these vines were very lewd. Lin Jianshuang tried to struggle free with her magic power, but it was to no avail. She knew that this must be a trap that Yang Shu and the others had set up beforehand. Now that things had come to this, she could only use that. Without any hesitation, Lin Jianshuang took out a talisman and threw it behind her. When the talisman hit the ground, a golden formation immediately appeared. This was a teleportation talisman. Realizing that Sister Lin was going to stay behind alone, Fang Yingli hurriedly shouted, Sister Lin, no, but in the next second. He was still sent away by the teleportation talisman. At this time, only Lin Jianshuang, who was tied up, remained in the clearing. Suddenly, Yang Xiu came up behind her and with a lewd smile extended his evil demonic claws. You can't leave yourself, but you still sent them away. How touching. Then you can accompany us back. Let's reenact the story of a real female sword immortal being humiliated. After saying that, he directly pressed Lin Jianshuang to the ground. Luli turned his head to look, and seeing that someone dared to snatch his prey, he immediately couldn't stand it. But just as he was about to make a move, he discovered that several chains had appeared on his hands. His body was actually bound by the evil spirit that Nangong Long had summoned. Nangong Long, standing at a distance, mocked, Luli, you're trapped by my black fiend evil god. You should just stay put. After we're done playing, we'll come to deal with you slowly. Luli roared, I told you. Don't snatch my prey. Then he used the yin-yang primal chaos Kunpeng demon god art. He condensed a blood-colored ball in his hand. In just an instant, he shattered Nangong Long's black fiend evil god into nothing, and then absorbed it all into the blood-colored ball in his hand. Luli crushed it and coldly snorted, That's all you've got. Nangong Long was also enraged. His eyes became bloodshot. He slashed at Luli with his blade. With a whoosh, Luli was cut in two, but unfortunately, it was only an afterimage. The next second, Luli reappeared behind him and slapped down with a Tathagata palm. The giant golden palm instantly crushed down, and Nangong Long was pressed to the ground, letting out a scream. But Luli didn't care how much he was screaming and increased the power once more. It's said that 10 years of cultivating the Tao is not as good as one morning of entering demonic possession. Luli, who was using the Tathagata palm after falling into demonic possession, was 3 times stronger with just one slap. He slapped the leader of the Celestial Dignity Demon Sect, Nangong Long, into nothing. Seeing this, even Bai Jinfei behind him was startled. Yang Xu asked Luli with a face full of cold sweat, Luli, how dare you kill Nangong Long in public? But Luli didn't seem to hear him. Again, he started acting like his nickname, money-sprinkling lunatic, and started scattering paper money. After scattering the paper money, the demonic energy on Luli's body suddenly dissipated, and his eyes became clear again. Luli, waking up, rubbed his head, completely unaware of what had happened. He carefully thought back and understood what was going on. It turned out that just 10 minutes ago, a large number of celestial demons invaded, trying to control his consciousness. To prevent the celestial demons from completely occupying the host, the system decided to help the host suppress them. So, in the next second, Luli, controlled by the system, appeared in his consciousness space, facing the six-winged golden cicada celestial demon that was attacking. Luli, controlled by the system, simply slapped the celestial demon's face. This directly caused the celestial demon to shatter into a pile of dust. And this commotion also attracted other celestial demons. Numerous celestial demons surrounded Luli, but with the system's enhancement, Luli's combat power obviously soared several times. One punch was all it took to take them down. Even when the celestial demons used a human wave tactic to try and bury him, it was useless. Luli instantly wiped them out with one move. In a short while, all the celestial demons were eliminated by Luli, controlled by the system. Luli stood above the mountain of corpses and blood. He was like a war god possessed, and in a voice that brook no refusal, he commanded the celestial demon 24 swords. Go, you will refine them all. Faced with such an imposing Luli, the celestial demon 24 swords couldn't help but blush a little and hastily agreed. Then, from the cracks opened by the previous celestial demons, a pair of crimson pupils suddenly appeared. Luli turned his head and roared, "Get lost!" The next second, the cracks instantly closed. Everything seemed to return to calm. And the Luli in the real world also came out of the key deviation state. But when he thought about how he had killed Nangong Long because of the Kwai deviation, Luli couldn't help but want to laugh. Such a good thing happened. Then he scratched his head and looked at Yang Su and said with a shy smile, if I were to say that I accidentally killed him because I had been cultivating the celestial demon 24s and was accidentally invaded by a celestial demon, would you believe me?" Yang Su collapsed on the ground, retreating as he said, "I believe you, you ghost. Urea madman, stay away from me." Luli sighed helplessly. These days, no one believes the truth. So, what do you want? Are you still going to try and take her from me? After saying this, Luli's eyes turned cold as he looked at Yang Su. Yang Su was so frightened he ran away. But as he was running, he yelled, "Luli, you've made a big mistake. You'll be punished by the 10 great demon sects." Luli looked at him and scoffed. No wonder he's called Yang Su. He's so weak. Then Luli turned to look at Lin Jianshuang and grinned. "So, fellow Taoist, now there's only the two of us left. Do you have time to go back and read a book together?" This man, because of Kai deviation, killed a fellow disciple. Unexpectedly, he accidentally gained a female immortal cultivator. Just as Luli was preparing to take Lin Jianshuang back to read a book, Fang Yingli and the others had already been teleported back to the Immortal Alliance's training hall. But Yakin couldn't he be happy? Not only did they suffer a great defeat this time, but they also let senior Sister Lin fall into the hands of the demonic sect. How were they going to explain this when they returned? While Fang Yingli seemed to make a decision and suddenly clenched her fists. "No, I have to save Sister Lin." Then Fang Yingli activated her magic power and chanted, "Mysterious heaven has a technique." The stars shift. Seeing this, Yaking immediately realized something was wrong. He hurriedly asked, "Wait, doesn't this technique's cost?" But before he could finish his sentence, Fang Yingli's technique had already been cast. A silver whirlwind formed in place. The next second, she disappeared from the spot. Lin Jianshuang appeared in the space she was in, and on the other side, Luli was stunned and stared wide-eyed at Fang Yingli. He was still wondering. Just a moment ago, it was a mature woman. Why did it suddenly become a lowly? This feels like a loss. It turned out that the second half of the sentence that Yaking didn't say was that the cost of this technique was that it would switch people. Fang Yingli greeted Luli awkwardly. "Hey, Fishy Li," he, in this scene, was seen by the Heavenly Sword Elder who was leading the team. At this time, he was pacing back and forth in his room, not knowing what to do. He had no choice but to make a video call to the Alliance Master of the Taoist Alliance and proactively apologized. "Alliance Master, this time our demon subjugation failed. The Immortal Alliance's morale has been greatly undermined. I am ashamed to face my fellow Taoists of the immortal and demonic paths. Please punish me." The Taoist Alliance Master on the other side laughed. "On the contrary, you did a good job. As the saying goes, an arrogant army is bound to lose. Luli alone can unite the entire immortal path and ignite their fighting spirit. Isn't this a good thing? The Heavenly Sword Elder suddenly realized. I understand. Luli has already become the public enemy of the Immortal Alliance. Countless Immortal Path geniuses will strive to kill him and unleash their potential and advance valiantly. But what about Fang Yingli? Hearing the name Fang Yingli, the Taoist Alliance Master's expression paused. Is she that girl from the Mysterious Heaven sect, who cultivated the Mysterious Heaven technique, and then suffered a ki deviation because her mother passed away, which caused her IQ regress to that of a 9-year-old? The Heavenly Sword Elder quickly replied, That's her. I wonder if the Alliance Master could step forward and pressure the demonic sect and make them return Fang Yingli. The Taoist Alliance Master stroked his chin and asked a question. Then, he yawned lazily and said, You don't need to worry about that Fang Yingli. If it is meant to be, it will happen. She will be fine. Okay, I'm tired. Let me know if there are any new updates. The Heavenly Sword Elder wanted to ask further, but before he could say anything, the Taoist Alliance Master directly hung up the call. The Heavenly Sword Elder was instantly dumbfounded. Is that it? This was just like when someone asked Master Lochin to help them with their fortunes, and he replies, Good fortune awaits you. Everything is destined. 2 silver pieces, no discounts. Thank you for your patronage. He was very familiar with this kind of routine, but this kind of answer wouldn't work on his own people. However, he soon let go of his worries. If the Alliance Master said so, then there must be some profound meaning behind it. But how should he explain things to Lin Jianshuang and the others? He decided to pretend he was busy and avoid them. Thinking this, the Heavenly Sword Elder walked out of the room. But just as he came out, he ran into Lin Jianshuang, who had come to apologize. Heavenly Sword Elder, I failed in this mission. I am unpardonable. Please allow this sinner to go back in exchange for Yang Li to atone for my sins. Hearing this, the Heavenly Sword Elder calmly put on a smile. I know you're anxious, but don't be. The Taoist Alliance Master cast a divination for Yang Li. Good fortune awaits her. Although Yang Li has fallen into the hands of the demonic sect, she will turn danger into safety and gain a great opportunity. Hearing this, Lin Jianshuang immediately asked, Really? The Heavenly Sword Elder continued with a hint of hesitation and a smile. Of course, I am hundreds of years old. Why would I deceive you little ones? Lin Jianshuang was finally relieved, but still felt guilty inside, feeling that this was her fault after all. Although that Luli was strong, if she had spent a little more time in seclusion and comprehended that sword, she would have been able to kill Luli. Then, Yingli wouldn't have been captured. Now she only hoped that Luli would not eat Yingli. At this time, Luli's side, although he no longer had a big booed woman, a little loli was not bad either. He carried Fang Yingli on his shoulder and started to head back. Fang Yingli struggled and yelled, Let go of me. Where are you taking me? Luli turned his head and smiled wickedly. Aren't you supposed to marry me and give me your first blood? I'm giving you the chance. He clearly captured an immortal woman. But in the blink of an eye, she turned into a cute loli. And she was the same one who yelled that she was going to take his first blood. Naturally, Luli was willing to give the other party a chance. Carrying Fang Yingli on his shoulder, he entered the immortal slaughtering city. After entering the city, Bai Jinfei started shouting at the top of his lungs to help Lu Li promote himself. My ethereal ghost sect's chief senior brother Lu is brave and invincible. He overwhelmed the immortal path stone steps and forcefully captured Fang Yingli. His divine power is unmatched in the world. However, the disciples of the other demonic sects didn't believe him at all, and they constantly mocked. Are the disciples of the ethereal ghost sect crazy? Overwhelming the immortal path's 10th level is too much boasting. Something a golden core cultivator can do. How can he, a ki refining 4th level cultivator, do it? Bai Jinfei didn't explain any further, but directly pointed at Yang Su. He said, If you don't believe me, you can ask that senior brother Yang Su from the Tai Demon sect. Instantly, everyone's attention turned to Yang Shu. Lulei also greeted him. So, Senior Brother Yang was following us. Why are you so far away? It's so unnecessary. Hearing these words, Yang Shu subconsciously took a few steps back and cursed. Lulei is a madman. Stay away from him. At that moment, Fang Yingli on Luli's back started to act out again. You stinky fish, if you have the guts, let me go, Luli replied nonchalantly. Don't struggle. All your magic is sealed by me. What do you want to do? If you don't believe me, try to run. With that, Luli put Fang Yingli down from his back. He let her be exposed to a group of demonic cultivators. In an instant, the demonic cultivators swarmed forward and reached out their evil demonic claws towards her. Fang Yingli was like a little white rabbit, surrounded in the middle. With a whoosh, she hid behind Luli. At this time, a lewd old man came up and said with a lecherous grin, Luli'll give you 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. How about you let me enjoy her for one night? Without thinking, Luli slapped the old man, sending him flying. Then he said coldly, You trash! How dare you covet my prey? If you have the guts, then go catch an immortal path beauty yourself. At this moment, Daoist Hongru also arrived and immediately recognized Luli. Next to him was Fang Yingli from the Profound Sky Temple. Fang Yingli clenched her small fist and stammered, I'm not afraid of death. If you have the guts, kill me right now. Hearing this, Daoist Hongru took a closer look at her, then reached out to touch Fang Yingli's head. He removed the cloud ring from her ear. Luli was puzzled about what it was. Daoist Hongru explained with a smile, This is a cloud ring created by the Immortal Alliance. It can transmit images from thousands of miles away to different sects in real time. It's called Cloud Wave. After hearing Daoist Hongru's explanation, Luli immediately understood what was going on. No wonder there was such a huge amount of emotional power coming earlier. So, it was because of this thing. This actually helped him. He then turned to ask Daoist Hongru, What should we do with this Fang Yingli? Daoist Hongru said, Just lock her up. We'll wait for the Profound Sky Temple to pay the ransom. She suffered a key deviation because of cultivating a secret technique of the Profound Sky Temple. Now she only has the intelligence of a 9-year-old. Even if we interrogate her, we won't get anything. After finishing the obvious arrangements, Daoist Hongru secretly started transmitting a message to Luli. This little girl is also quite pitiful. She was originally a genius of the Profound Sky Temple. But because her Kinglian passed away, she was too sad and suffered a chi deviation. She became obsessed with eating, and her intelligence started to regress. Later, her father remarried. He had a son, and from then on, her father didn't care and her stepmother didn't love her. After hearing Fang Yingli's tragic life story, Lulei also felt that this little girl was indeed quite pitiful. But to not reveal his true self, he still smiled and pinched Fang Yingli's chubby cheek. Let's go. Fang Yingli, you are now my little golden pig. For my ransom, I'm going to fatten you up. Fang Yingli, who was pinched, felt a little pain and said with pride, I would rather starve to death outside than eat anything from you. That's right, I'm going to starve myself to death. I will never let you succeed in your evil schemes, Luli chuckled. Is that so? As he said this, he turned to Daoist Hongru and asked for the silver ring. He wanted to make good use of this thing. Not long after, Fang Yingli was taken to the prison. She curled up in a corner, shivering. She asked Luli with a sob, What do you want? Luli walked slowly with a small leather whip, smiling as he replied, Of course, it's something fun. This man is a pervert. He actually wants to live stream the abuse of a young girl in the cultivation world. Fang Yingli was so scared that she shrunk into the corner. She looked at Luli in horror, telling him not to come closer. Luli whipped the ground, laughing. Don't struggle. All your magic power is sealed right now. You can't even commit suicide. The more you shout, the more excited the people outside will be. But Fang Yingli still screamed in fear. This was exactly the effect Luli wanted, because according to Daoist Hongru, as long as you inject magic power into it, you can live stream. He was familiar with live streaming. He couldn't waste such a good opportunity to get emotional power. As soon as he said it, he did it. Luli immediately shook the cloud ring a few times and asked, "Can anyone see this?" The next second, his face appeared in the Immortal Alliance's headquarters. All the Immortal Alliance disciples stopped what they were doing. They quickly understood. This was Luli activating the cloud ring and going live. Such an arrogant move aroused the anger of many Taoist disciples. At the same time, Luli quickly received a system notification. Your heavenly demon 24 swords absorbed the evil of the 7 emotions and the anger of the 7 emotions. Seeing the system notification, Luli knew that he had succeeded. He immediately started his even more unrestrained live stream. Hello everyone, I am Lu Li of the Yinming Ghost Sect. I currently live at No. 1 Kingfing Street, Zuxian City, Wamo Mountain. The Yinming Ghost Sect headquarters. Today I caught a wild Taoist cultivator. A very rare and unusual event. Her name is Fang Yingli. She's not sure how old she is. Anyway, she's still alive. She's currently locked up in the Yinming Ghost Sect headquarters, in a dungeon. Hearing this, most of the Immortal Alliance disciples had been angered by Luli's shameless behavior, but some of them calmed down. They tried to persuade their companions to stay calm and not fall for this demonic sect thief's tricks. At this time, Luli raised 2 middle fingers, provoking them. If you have the guts, come and save her. I bet you don't have the courage, a bunch of cowards. As soon as he said this, even the disciple who had just been persuading everyone to stay calm couldn't help but roll up his sleeves. He wanted to go up and tear Luli's mouth apart. At this time, not far away, Lin Jianshuang was watching Luli's live stream. She was gnashing her teeth in hatred. She secretly swore in her heart that if this Luli dared to humiliate Yingli in front of everyone, she would make sure he died without a burial place. At this time, Luli suddenly turned his head to look at Fang Yingli. He said with a smile, "Oh right, a dignified Taoist cultivator from the Immortal Alliance, stooping to grace my Yinming Ghost Sect. I'm afraid I've been a bit negligent in my hospitality." Then, with a thud, a large bucket of rice appeared in front of Fang Yingli. Luli revealed an evil smile. "Let's just say this is a bucket of fresh rice mixed with yellow sand. Fellow Taoist Fang, after you pick out the sand inside, your meal will come soon. If you can't pick it all out, you won't get any food." Fang Yingli, upon hearing that there was no food, was so scared she almost cried. She looked pitiful and helpless. This scene instantly angered all the Immortal Alliance disciples. They all took out their cleavers, and with red eyes, they were about to kill Luli, cursing him as shameless. Even without magic, even if you pick until your eyes go blind, you won't be able to pick it clean in a month. Is this guy even human? But Luli was still not satisfied. He patted his own face and said shamelessly, "Everyone, you must be very angry, right? But you can't hit me. I really want to get beat up. I'm in so much pain." The next second, the anger of the 7 emotions and the evil of the 7 emotions erupted like a cosmic explosion. System notification. Your heavenly demon 24 swords absorbed the anger of the 7 emotions and are feeling exceptionally excited. Cultivation effect increased by 10,000%. Your heavenly demon 24 swords absorbed the evil of the 7 emotions and are feeling exceptionally excited. Cultivation effect increased by 10,000%. Your heavenly demon 24 swords absorbed a large amount of the anger of the 7 emotions, entering a state of excitement. Cultivation effect doubled. Current cultivation effect is stacked at 1%. Seeing that he had collected enough emotional power, Luli decisively put away the cloud ring and shut down the live stream. After this, he estimated that he wouldn't be lacking in emotional power. But there was still one problem to solve. He originally wanted to capture Lin Jianshuang and use Taoist Hongru's identity, so that maybe he could secretly secure his identity as a Taoist disciple. This would make his escape easier later. Now that he had Fang Yingli, it would probably be difficult. Looking at Fang Yingli staring at the big bucket of sand-mixed rice, she almost cried. Luli sighed helplessly. It seemed he could only think about increasing his strength first. Other things could be dealt with later. Then he sat down next to Fang Yingli and handed her a plate of tempting-looking fried rice. Fang Yingli was startled, thinking that Luli had poisoned it. But Luli told her to eat it without worry. Even if I really wanted you dead, I wouldn't need to use poison. I already told you that you are my golden pig now. If you really die, how am I going to make money? Fang Yingli stood up, puffing out her chest. I said, I won't let you succeed. I would rather starve to death outside than eat anything. However, Luli ignored her and just shoved a spoonful of rice into her mouth, telling her to stop fooling around. This gag is old already. Sure enough, after eating the first bite, Fang Yingli immediately started enjoying her meal. While eating, she would sometimes look at Luli. He looked so fierce just now. Why is he suddenly giving me food? Was that whole scene an act? Is he actually a good person? But as soon as that thought arose, Luli's style suddenly changed. He reached out his hand to Fang Yingli, saying, 1 top-grade spirit stone. Thank you for your patronage. Do I have to pay after eating? This is the problem Fang Yingli was facing at the moment. Luli said, of course. Didn't the people of your immortal alliance teach you that you need to pay for food? We are upfront with our prices, with no deception. The goods are genuine. Fang Yingli took the price list and was immediately shocked. Although she only had the intelligence of a 9-year-old, she also knew that a single bowl of fried rice cost 1 top-grade spirit stone. This was clearly not a normal price. She stammered as she asked Luli, why don't you just rob someone? Unexpectedly, Luli's face instantly turned cold. He asked back, I am robbing you right now. Is there a problem? Fang Yingli was so upset that she almost cried. Luli ignored her and walked straight out of the cell. Right after, Fang Yingli's cursing could be heard from the cell. Stinky carp, dead carp, braised carp, steamed carp, sweet and sour carp. As she cursed, Fang Yingli ended up cursing herself. Luli just smiled slightly, thinking according to Taoist Hongru, her intelligence is easy to expose. I should continue playing the villain. Then Luli returned to his residence, activated the system, and automatically cultivated, digesting his recent gains. Not long after, the system sent a notification. Host, your yin-yang cumping demon god technique has broken through to the 15th level. You've broken through to the 5th level of foundation establishment. Luli let out a long breath and stretched his body. This battle with the immortal sect was a bit rough, but he had gained a lot of benefits. His current strength was probably equal to 5 Li Jing, and he had a new ability. Luli condensed his magic power at his fingertips, pointed to the void, and slowly uttered a word, emerge. Countless streaks of blood light appeared around him. The next second, these streaks of blood light transformed into swords, swirling around Luli. These were the spiritual energies refined from the defeated demons during the last demonic invasion. Now that the 7 emotions were strong, Luli thought that if he kept introducing demons and then refining them, would it be possible to reach the number of pre-demons in the future? But after some experiments, he decided to give up this idea. After all, the demons were still too dangerous. Last time, the system helped him forcefully suppress them. If he got corrupted in the future, it wouldn't be good. Then, Luli pulled out 2 storage rings ready to loot. One was from Fang Yingli and the other was from Nangong Long. Luli first opened Fang Yingli's ring, but was greatly disappointed. It was actually full of snacks, but not a single spirit stone. Was he really that much of a glutton? The snacks were almost piled up into a small mountain. Fortunately, Nangong Long's resources were abundant. He should not have to worry about cultivation resources for a while. Then he discovered a memory stone. He didn't know why Nangong Long carried this thing with him. Was it a record of a cultivation technique? If it was, he had to take a look. No sooner said than done. Luli immediately activated his magic power to play the images inside the memory stone. But the cultivation scene looked familiar. Oh my god, it was a video that shouldn't be played. Luli was so angry that he directly crushed the memory stone and couldn't help but complain. Nangong Long was too perverted. He actually had recorded himself, that broken stone. There shouldn't be any inappropriate things on it. Right, just then, a servant reported from outside. Lu Master, Ling Wan from the Harmony Joy Sect is here to seek an audience. Luli didn't he care and casually replied, Who is that? I don't know her. Tell her I'm not seeing anyone. The servant then added, The lady Lin Wan said that she greatly admires your valiant bravery and has prepared gifts to pay you a visit. She insisted on seeing you no matter what. When Luli heard about the gifts, he was immediately interested. But why out of the blue? Would someone send her gifts? And the Harmony Joy Sect? Wasn't that the demonic sect that liked to cultivate in pairs? Suddenly, he remembered the memory stone he had just crushed. Could this Lin Wan be the female lead from that video? He had just watched a little video in the immortal realm. But in the next second, the female lead in the video took the initiative to come to his door and even offer to cultivate with him. After guessing the identity of the visitor, Luli immediately went out to greet her. Then, this female lead introduced herself with a smile. The lead disciple of the Harmony Joy Sect, Lin Wan, greets Master Lu. Luli smiled. Fellow Taoist Lin Wan, you are indeed a beauty. No wonder you can make countless demonic cultivators lose their minds. Please come in. Luli then led Lin Wan into the house. But before they sat down, Lin Wan began to sing praises again. Master Lu, you are too kind. Your fame has spread far and wide. You can be called peerless under the heavens. Now, all the female cultivators in the demonic path want to see your appearance. My small beauty is not worth mentioning in front of you. Luli laughed. Please have a seat, fellow Taoist Lin Wan. You really know how to flatter people. It makes me even more curious. As a beauty like you, fellow Taoist Lin Wan, in bed, do you prefer to be on top or on the bottom? Lin Wan's expression turned serious at this. She asked Lulu what he meant by that. Luli was too lazy to waste any more words. He directly acted like a dead pig who wasn't afraid of boiling water, telling her to speak directly. He was in a hurry to go back to cultivating. Lin Wan covered her mouth and giggled. Master Lu, you are so interesting. I'm starting to like you. I wonder if Master Lu is free to cultivate in pairs with me. As she spoke, Lin Wan not only placed her hand on Luli's, but also lowered her collar a bit more. But facing such a tempting scene, Luli refused without even thinking. Sorry, I'm not interested in someone else's plaything. Seeing this, Lin Wan wasn't angry. She rested her chin and charmed Luli again. If you are not satisfied, I also have several senior sisters and junior sisters, who are all pure and beautiful. They admire Master Lu very much, and would like to spend a night of passion with you. Luli slammed his hand on the table and stood up. He snorted disdainfully. What a joke. In front of me, the Hongru true lord of the ethereal ghost sect, all beauties are nothing but vulgar powder. I don't even care about them. Just get to the point. What do you want? As he said this, Luli's gaze subconsciously looked outside the room, causing the Hongru true lord, who was hiding outside, to secretly guard Luli to blush slightly, her heart racing. Why is this kid suddenly talking nonsense? No, I'm only here to protect her safety. There's no reason to feel happy. At that moment, Lin Wan in the room finally revealed her true intentions. Master Lu is indeed interesting. Then I will not beat around the bush. I heard that you took Nangong Long's storage ring. Inside it is a memory stone of mine. I assume Master Lu has already seen it. Luli nodded, not denying it. Then, Lin Wan pushed a bag of spirit stones in front of him and said with a smile, Here are 10 high-grade spirit stones. I would like to buy back the memory stone. Luli waved his hand and said truthfully, I'm sorry. I've already crushed that memory stone. You can go now. But Lin Wan simply didn't believe it. Instead, she teased him, It's not good to be untrustworthy. As a dignified man, you're keeping this kind of thing for the purpose of blackmailing me in the future. If you're not satisfied with the price I gave, you can just say it. Seeing that the other party didn't believe him, Luli was too lazy to explain further. He raised his hand, ready to chase her away. Seeing this, Lin Wan panicked slightly and quickly stood up from her chair. Master Lu, it's not that I don't trust you, but that memory stone has a great impact on me. So can I trouble you to swear a poisonous oath? Hearing this, Luli turned around and said seriously, Fellow Taoist Lin Wan, just because we are from a demonic sect, doesn't mean you can make poisonous oaths so casually. Swearing an oath involves celestial karmic repercussions. Understanding Luli's intentions, Linwon didn't waste any more words and directly asked Luli how much it would cost to swear an oath. Luli replied, 12 spirit stones then. But Linwon was still a little worried and asked, then, when you swear, can you add the ethereal founder's name? Hearing this, Luli immediately became serious. What do you mean by that? Not only do you want to customize a poisonous oath, but you also want to add the ethereal founder of my ethereal ghost sect? The ethereal founder is the person I respect the most. He is invincible and unparalleled. He created the ethereal ghost sect all on his own. The founder's status is so high in my heart. My respect for him is like a surging river, endlessly. So you have to pay more money. This was a man who would openly price everything, even swearing. Even if it meant adding his own sect's founder. He only needed more money, 20 spirit stones. You won't suffer a loss or be deceived. And when Linwon heard Luli's request for more money, she decided to pay up to avoid any more trouble and handed over 20 spirit stones to him. Luli took the spirit stones and smiled. Thank you for your patronage. If there are any more good deals like this, come find me. Not only can I add the ethereal founder's name, I can even add the heavenly King Lalzi. Linwon covered her mouth and giggled. Master Lu, although you are a bit shameless, you are indeed a good person. Then I'll take my leave first, goodbye. After saying that, she didn't forget to turn around and blow a kiss at Luli. After she left, Luli happily checked the spirit stones he had just acquired. The money really came without any effort. A moment later, the Hongru True Lord came in and asked concernedly, Luli, how can you casually use the ethereal founder's name to swear a poisonous oath? Aren't you afraid that the ethereal founder will descend and beat you to death? You rebellious disciple. Luli smiled and waved his hand. If this Linwon had believed me, then none of this would have happened. What people lack the most between them is trust. Now, there aren't many people as pure, honest, kind, and dutiful as I am anymore. Besides, even if the sky falls, don't I still have you, True Lord? The Hongru True Lord was also amused by his words and poked his head, scolding with a smile, you smooth talker. At the same time, Linwon had also arrived at Nangonglong's residence for a visit. Nangonglong, at this time, had been wrapped into a mummy, looking very pathetic. Luli had shattered his physical body, destroyed his Danshan and Zifu, and ruined his meridians. He was now a useless man. The more Nangonglong thought about it, the angrier he became, and he almost caught up blood. But as they say, prostitutes are heartless, and actors are faithless. Upon learning that Nangonglong had become a cripple and could no longer cultivate with her, Linwon turned to leave. Seeing this, Nangonglong quickly shouted, Wait, Linwon, although I'm a cripple, I can still become a ghost cultivator. I'm not completely useless yet. Hearing that, Linwon stopped. She turned around and put on a gentle smile again, calling out, Long, dear, why didn't you say so earlier? Be careful not to unravel your bandages. But as for helping you kill Luli, I can't help you with that. Luli's battle was so shocking that he suppressed the immortal world, and has already become famous in both the immortal and demonic worlds. Now, he's the ethereal ghost sect's treasure. Killing him will be extremely difficult. Nangonglong smiled grimly. Don't worry, you don't need to make a move. My parents have already found someone. Luli won't live to see tomorrow. Hearing this, Linwon's eyes became complex. Just then, an old woman walked in. She seemed to be Nangonglong's elder. She went to Nangonglong's bedside and gestured for Linwon to go back first. Linwon respectfully responded, then silently turned to leave. She roughly guessed what was going on. It seemed that the Sky Fiend sect was preparing to activate their spy in the Yinming Ghost sect. Luli was too monstrous. He might become another Yinming Ghost Emperor in the future. Also, Luli was too dazzling. He had greatly increased the prestige of the Yinming Ghost sect, which would inevitably affect the Sky Fiend sect's position as the #1 demonic sect. This was a situation that the Sky Fiend sect absolutely did not want to see. It seemed that a storm was brewing. At the same time, Luli was taking Fang Yingli out for a walk. He hadn't expected that even after he had set the price for an outing to one high-grade spirit stone, Fang Yingli would actually be willing to pay. But with such heavy rain, he figured that he should just wander around casually and find an excuse to go back early. At this time, Fang Yingli was looking at the sky, her eyes gradually becoming teary. Muttering, "Mother." Luli knew that she was thinking of her deceased mother. He felt even more sorry for this little girl. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a voice suddenly came from ahead. "Luli, what are you doing taking Fang Yingli out?" Luli looked up. It was actually the great demon King Zenshin. He was also a bit puzzled, and immediately shielded Fang Yingli behind him. He asked back, "I'm taking her out for a walk." "On the contrary, why are you suddenly here? As the saying goes, no kindness without a purpose. It's either a trap or an ill intention." But he couldn't directly point it out, otherwise the consequences would be serious. Suddenly encountering the great demon Zenshin in the immortal execution city, Luli immediately became vigilant. But the great demon King Zenshin said, "Your deeds have already been reported back to the Yin Ming Ghost Sect. The sect master is worried that there are not enough people here, so he sent me." "Any objections?" Luli waved his hand with a smile. "No. Since it's the sect master's arrangement, how could I have any objections?" Then he introduced him to Fang Yingli. "By the way, this is the great demon King Zenshin of our ethereal ghost sect. He's also a foodie who likes to eat tables. You two might as well get to know each other." But Fang Yingli simply did not believe him. "Who are you fooling? Can tables even be eaten? Even a 3-year-old knows they can't eat. Only an idiot would eat tables." Luli couldn't help but laugh out loud. She has a point. The great demon King Zenshin was so angry that he gritted his teeth. At this moment, an old man wearing a raincoat walked over. "If I am not mistaken, you must be Chief Lu, right?" Luli turned around and curiously asked. "Senior," the old man smiled. "My alias is Bloodsaber Old Ancestor. It's an honor to meet Chief Lu today." The great demon King Zenshin added, "This Bloodsaber Old Ancestor once single-handedly roamed the demonic path with his Bloodsaber. He went in and out 7 times from the 12 consecutive ring demonic creatures, and even the golden core cultivators couldn't do anything to him. He's much stronger than you." But the Bloodsaber Old Ancestor just waved his hand. "Great demon King Zenshin, you flatter me. My little skills are nothing compared to Chief Lu's might. He shook the world with his first battle and made our ghost sect famous. I'm so excited that I haven't been able to sleep all night." Although the Bloodsaber Old Ancestor acted very humble, Luli still quickly bowed. "I really don't deserve it. Junior has seen Bloodsaber Old Ancestor." At the same time, he knew that although the other party's words were full of praise, he had not received any joy at all. It was obvious that these were all just platitudes. At that time, Bloodsaber Old Ancestor asked with a smile, "Chief Lu, I heard that you cultivate both demonic and Buddhist techniques. I happen to have found a Buddhist treasure while I was out, and a few Buddhist techniques. I wonder if you'd be interested in taking a look." Luli's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He was indeed a little interested. The Bloodsaber Old Ancestor also said very cheerfully, "Then, please follow me, Chief Lu. Those things are in my Bloodsaber Hall. You can take them if you like after you look at them." After hearing this, Luli was about to say it would be disrespectful to decline, when Fang Yingli pulled him, pouting her small mouth. Helpless, Luli could only politely refuse. "Elder Bloodsaber, I am very sorry. I'm still taking Fang Yingli out for a walk. How about we pay a visit next time, unexpectedly?" The Bloodsaber Old Ancestor smiled and extended his hand towards Fang Yingli. "There's no time like the present. This little girl should come along too." Fang Yingli slapped his hand away. "Don't come near me. You're just trying to be nice. There is an ill intention. Are you planning to kidnap and kill us?" As soon as she said this, the unspoken tension between Luli and Bloodsaber Old Ancestor was immediately revealed. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became cold, and a storm arose. The great demon King Zenshin stood aside without saying a word. Then, with a shua sound, Bloodsaber Old Ancestor pulled out the blood saber on his waist. Luli realized something was wrong. Before he could dodge, Blood Saber Old Ancestor slashed at him. With a loud roar, this strike directly split the clouds in the sky in half. When the smoke cleared, the dark clouds completely disappeared, and the sky became a bright blue. The sun was shining brightly. Luli stood in place, his face covered in cold sweat. He couldn't believe that he was still alive. At the same time, he was also shocked by the power of a nascent soul cultivator. He couldn't even react to that terrifying slash. At this moment, a dark red scroll suddenly appeared beside him. Blood Saber Old Ancestor recognized it at a glance. It's the Heavenly Demon Scroll. I didn't expect that the Ethereal Ghost Emperor had left a Heavenly Demon Scroll protecting you. But this protection can only withstand one attack. How are you going to block the next one? Luli never dreamed that he would be attacked at his doorstep. Fortunately, he had the Heavenly Demon Scroll left by the Ethereal Ghost Emperor to protect him. That was how he blocked Blood Saber Old Ancestor's attack. But now that this protection had disappeared, how was he going to block Blood Saber Old Ancestor? His current cultivation was only at the Foundation Establishment stage. Above the Foundation Establishment stage was the Tribulation Core stage. Above the Tribulation Core stage was the Golden Core stage. Above the Golden Core stage was the Nascent Soul stage. Under the pressure of crossing two cultivation realms, Luli knew that the reinforcements had not arrived yet. If he were to take another hit, he would probably be reduced to ashes. He wouldn't even have a chance to escape. What was the point of fighting this? Then, he turned to look at the great demon King Genshin, who had been silent all this time. He suspected that this guy was also with Blood Saber Old Ancestor. At this moment, Blood Saber Old Ancestor revealed a sinister smile. You can still stand under my full power oppression. You are indeed a rare talent. It's just a pity that you are an obstacle to too many people. You have to die. With that, Blood Saber Old Ancestor's ghost form swung its saber and slashed directly at Luli. Facing the saber, Luli felt that he was doomed. But at the critical moment, Fist hit the ghost form, interrupting the slash that was aimed at Luli, forcefully rubbing the ghost form against the ground. Luli looked at this newly appeared huge figure in front of him, somewhat at a loss. Suddenly, the great demon King Zenshin's laughter rang out. I thought you were so powerful. Finally, I get to see you make a fool of yourself. It turned out that the great demon King Zenshin had made a move, and Blood Saber Old Ancestor, because his ghost form had been broken, coughed out a mouthful of blood. He questioned the great demon King Zenshin angrily. Don't you have a grudge with this kid? Why are you interfering? The great demon King Zenshin snorted coldly. He made me eat a table in public. I'm unhappy with him. But that doesn't mean you can kill someone from the ethereal ghost sect in front of me. With that, the great demon King Genshin's ghost form raised its fist again and smashed Blood Saber Old Ancestor's ghost form to pieces. Blood Saber Old Ancestor also coughed out a mouthful of old blood again because of this. Now that his ghost form was destroyed, he had no chance of escaping. The great demon King Genshin didn't give him any chance to breathe. He summoned his ghost form and extended a large hand to grab him. No matter how much Blood Saber Old Ancestor begged for mercy, the great demon King Genshin did not show any mercy and directly put him into his mouth. Then a scream came from the ghost form's mouth. A moment later, the great demon King Genshin withdrew his ghost form. He said with a relaxed smile, "It stinks a bit, but it's still the flesh and blood of a nascent soul cultivator." That was satisfying. Luli hurriedly bowed to thank him. Thank you for saving me, great demon King Genshin. The great demon King Genshin waved his hand. You don't have to thank me. The Sect Master sent me here to increase the manpower protecting you. You can say that I was also acting under orders. Then, he looked at Blood Saber Old Ancestor's remaining clothes on the ground and snorted with disdain. That useless Blood Saber Old Ancestor hasn't broken through to the mid-nascent soul stage after all these years. He probably was bought by the Sky Fiend Sect. He must have been invited by Nangong Long's father. Don't let me catch him alone. Otherwise, I'll kick all three of his legs. Luli was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Sky Fiend sect would send out a nascent soul cultivator to assassinate him. They really think highly of me. The great demon king Genshin patted him on the shoulder, laughing heartily. This time I can thank you. I ate a nascent soul cultivator. I had a good meal. I hope someone will come and assassinate you every day. Luli was speechless. Then the great demon king Genshin left, telling Luli before he went that he would report this matter to the sect master. The sect master would probably clear things up soon. He told him to be careful. After watching the heaven-suppressing great demon king leave, Fang Yingli muttered softly, "What a strange person." Luli smiled. His personality is a bit weird, but he's surprisingly nice to people. Also, how long are you going to keep holding me? At this, Fang Yingli's face instantly turned red. She quickly released Luli's hand, stammering in denial. I just wanted you to die in front of me. Don't get the wrong idea. At this moment, Crimson Furnace True Lord suddenly descended from the sky, urgently asking Luli, "Are you alright?" He had heard that Luli was assassinated by the demonic sect and rushed over immediately. Luli smiled. Thanks to the heaven-suppressing great demon king, I'm fine. Only then did Crimson Furnace True Lord breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that you're alright, but there's something else. Yang Su reported everything that happened earlier. The 9 great demonic sects want to summon you for questioning. At this, Luli's expression immediately turned serious. This man cultivated the powers of Buddhism, Taoism, and the demonic sect. He was the Buddha's child of Western Buddhism, and also the reincarnated ancestor of the Central State Taoist sect, but was in the demonic sect. Now, he was being summoned by the 9 great demonic sects for questioning. At this moment, Crimson Furnace True Lord brought Luli to a large building in the center of Immortal Slaying City. Before going in, Crimson Furnace True Lord told Luli, "This time you were too conspicuous, stealing the limelight from the Grand Demon Sect and the Celestial Tyrant Demon Sect. They've always wanted to prevent the Yin Nether Ghost Sect from rising, so they'll definitely take this chance to exploit things." Luli was stunned. Is the Grand Demon Sect and the Celestial Tyrant Demon Sect the ones behind this? Crimson Furnace True Lord nodded. That's right. Be careful when you go in. They want you, Yang Su, and Nangong Long to confront each other. They'll definitely try to frame you in every way. Think carefully before you act. After saying that, the two of them walked directly into the hall. After entering, they saw Nangong Long, who was wrapped up like a dumpling, and Yang Su, who was standing to the side. In the center of the hall was a table. Naturally, the one sitting in the middle was the city lord of 10,000 Demon City, Du Gufeng. On both sides sat 9 black-robed figures. They represented the Blood Shadow Sect, Celestial Tyrant Demon Sect, Grand Demon Sect, the Intelligence Gathering Nether Demon Sect, the Mysterious Soul Sect, and the Joy Sect, the Whitebone Sect, and the Nether Fiend Sect. If you added the Yin Nether Ghost Sect, then all 10 great demonic sects were gathered. Luli felt the pressure coming from the black-robed figures in front of him and felt a chill run down his spine. Because those who had come were either their true selves or their even more powerful avatars. It seemed they truly wanted to give him a severe warning. At this moment, Crimson Furnace True Lord spoke. The 9 great demonic sects have gathered. What a grand scene. If one didn't know better, they'd think we had already defeated Buddhism and Taoism and unified the world. Crimson Furnace True Lord's words were neither humble nor arrogant, clearly mocking everyone present. At this moment, a burly man in black robes on the right said coldly, "Madam Crimson Furnace, the Luli behind you released the first Dao Corpse Calamity. We suspect he is a spy, so we have summoned him for questioning." "What's wrong with that?" Crimson Furnace True Lord snorted coldly. "Without evidence, nothing you say matters." Suddenly, a lazy voice interrupted their conversation. All right. I don't have time to listen to your squabbles. Even though we are a demonic sect, we also value evidence. Today, if the 9 great demonic sects want to convict this Luli, you need to bring out some evidence." As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Su immediately stepped forward to accuse him. Reporting City Lord, I am the evidence in the battle, Nangong Long, and I had already severely injured the 4 Lingjin Shuang members. We could have easily captured them, but just at that moment, Luli not only released them, but also attacked Nangong Long and me with lethal intent. Du Gufeng's eyes slightly lifted after hearing this. She asked Luli, "Do you have any explanations?" Unexpectedly, Luli actually pointed at Yang Shu and mocked, "You say what it is." And that's what it is. You 2 pieces of trash couldn't even beat me. Yet you claim you severely injured the 4 of them. That's a laughable lie. No one would believe that. Right? At this, a black-robed elder immediately slammed the table in warning. "Impudent. Watch your tongue." "Young man," Zhu Gufeng waved her hand. "It's fine," Luli continued, with Du Gufeng's words. Luli was immediately emboldened. He began his impassioned speech. "As a glorious member of the demonic sect, my goal is to fight against the immortal sect's disciples. At that time, I had already severely injured the 4 Lingjin Shuang members. I had planned to use them as hostages, to lure the other 6 heroes and capture them all in one fell swoop. But at this moment, Yang Su and Nangong Long took advantage of my weakness, wanting to steal my credit. That's why I had no choice but to defend myself." At this, Yang Su angrily cursed, "You're spouting nonsense. You attacked so heavily, not only did you shatter Nangong Long's bones, but you also used the Great Thunderclap Temple's Great Amitabha Palm. If that isn't a spy, then what is?" Luli was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to refute. He immediately changed the topic. "Right, speaking of Nangong Long, where is he? Wasn't he supposed to confront me? If he is supposed to confront me, but isn't here, is that logical? Does this still have any justice?" At this, Nangong Long, who was wrapped up like a dumpling, looked at Luli through gritted teeth. Even Yang Su couldn't take it anymore and directly asked, "Luli, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Nangong Long is clearly right here." Luli walked over to Nangong Long and took a look, pretending to be shocked and gasping. Could that thing be a person? Nangong Long was so angry that he almost did a carp jump to get up. He shouted that he was going to kill Luli. Luli took 2 steps back and exclaimed with surprise, "So it is Nangong Long. Senior brother, you are still as energetic as ever, but you must calm down. Nangong Long, your body is important. Seeing that you're recovering so fast, I can finally feel relieved." Nangong Long was so angry that he could barely stand it, but his body wouldn't move. He could only shout weakly, "Don't touch me, I'm going to kill you." At this moment, from behind Luli, the black-robed elder from earlier once again angrily shouted, "Enough nonsense. Speak. Why did you beat our celestial tyrant demon sect's Nangong Long into a severe injury? If you can give a valid reason, I will turn you into a cripple right here and now, crushing your bones to ashes." Luli sighed lightly. "The reason is quite simple. Actually, senior brother Nangong and I are love rivals. That Miss Lin Wan of the Joy Sect is my dream girl. He and I were already betrothed in private, sharing a night of passion." Hearing this, Nangong Long trembled and started to ramble incoherently. Luli then grabbed his hand and added even more fuel to the fire. "Senior brother Nangong's tastes are indeed good. That Miss Lin one, she's very moist." This was a man who was taking killing with heart to its most extreme level. He not only broke his love rival's bones, but was now also grabbing his hand, complimenting his taste, and saying his woman was very moist. After hearing this, Nangong Long recalled what Lingluan had said when she came to see him, and was immediately overcome by anger. He couldn't hold back, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Luli cried out in a loud voice, "Everyone, seniors, you all saw it clearly. I didn't do anything. Senior brother, I told you to not get so emotional. Look at the mess we're in now." At this moment, the black-robed burly man stood up again. "You're spouting nonsense. Even if you are Nangong Long's love rival, why did you attack Yang Su? And why did you prioritize your personal affairs by severely injuring your fellow sect members? Disregarding the big picture, you are clearly a spy." Luli spread his hands, chuckling. "They were the ones who attacked first. I didn't expect that my resistance would result in them being injured so badly. Besides, I am a member of the demonic sect. If I were to value righteousness and the big picture, Then I would have gone to the righteous sects long ago. All of you here are experienced experts. Do I really have to teach you such a basic principle? As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed elder suddenly appeared beside him, then raised his hand and shouted angrily, "I've tolerated you for too long, you ill-mannered brat." With that, the elder launched a palm strike. With a bang, Crimson Furnace True Lord protected Luli and steadily blocked the palm strike. The black-robed elder gritted his teeth and said, "Crimson Furnace, move aside. Today I'm going to teach this disrespectful brat a lesson." Crimson Furnace True Lord scoffed. "How nice that sounds. You're simply mad because your disciple was humiliated. You're just losing face? What is there to say if juniors fight over love, and their skills are inferior to others? And now you are attacking a junior disciple who helped to capture him. The Celestial Tyrant Demon Sect has truly lost all shame, as long as I'm here today. No one can even think about touching him." Seeing that the two were about to start fighting, Du Gufeng slowly uttered two words, "Stop." Although these two words weren't loud, the two didn't dare to continue fighting. At this time, Du Gufeng yawned lazily. "Madam Crimson Furnace is right. Since you can produce any other evidence, then let it be. I'm busy and need to get back to 10,000 Demon City to handle things." Suddenly, an old woman in black robe said, "Wait. Luli's matter can be put aside. The most important thing right now is Fang Yingli. Hand over Fang Yingli. The Yin Nether Ghost Sect shouldn't keep her all to themselves." As soon as she said Fang Yingli, the other members of the demonic sect started to echo her. "That's right, hand her over. Fang Yingli should be handled jointly by the 10 great demonic sects. We can use Fang Yingli to make a big deal out of this, and then dampen the morale of the Immortal Alliance," made him Crimson Furnace. "The younger generation is ignorant, but you should know the big picture, right?" At this, Crimson Furnace True Lord fell silent. At this moment, Luli stood up. "I'll call you all a bunch of losers. Fang Yingli was captured by me. Why should I hand her over to you? What big picture are you talking about? What a joke. Your own disciples are incompetent in capturing people. Now you're all shamelessly trying to take advantage of your age and status, and trying to show off your power to a mere Foundation establishment cultivator." The black-robed burly man looked at him and snorted coldly. "Kid, stop your shenanigans. Hand over Fang Yingli. Otherwise, the Yin Nether Ghost Sect can forget about establishing a presence among the 10 great demonic sects." Luli scoffed. "Who cares about the 10 great demonic sects? Let's establish our own new top 10 demonic sects. If it comes to it, we'll fight to the death and destroy the ancient demonic array. That will let the Immortal Alliance charge in, and we can all become homeless dogs. That'd be great." After Luli finished speaking, Grand Scholar Monarch Hongru took over. "Some people should think before they speak. I don't have time to waste here with you. Luli, let's go." Seeing that the two were about to turn and leave, the black-robed strongman immediately got anxious, slammed his hand on the table, and stood up. "If you don't hand over the person today, no one's leaving." Luli turned his head and said calmly, "I won't hand over anyone. With Lord Dugu here, whether we can leave or not isn't up to you." With that, Luli made to turn away. The black-robed strongman immediately shouted, "Wait, how about an exchange? As long as the Ethereal Ghost Sect hands over Fang Yingli, we can agree to any conditions." Luli turned his head and smiled. "Shouldn't you have said that sooner? Since that's the case, then my Ethereal Ghost Sect will take charge of the immortal demonic war." Hearing this, Du Gufeng couldn't help but laugh. The black-robed strongman said flatly, "No, change your request." Luli was extremely disappointed. "Just now you said you would agree to any request. If you can't do it, then don't just show off. Fine, I'll compromise. Give all of your 10 great demonic sects heaven demon scrolls to my Yin Ghost Sect." The black-robed strongman looked away again, telling him to change it again. This time, Luli didn't bother bringing it up again, just turned around and shrugged his shoulders. "This one do, that won't do, then what's the point of even talking?" With that, he prepared to leave again. The black-robed strongman hurriedly shouted, "Wait, I'll trade it for a sword Dao Wonder." "How's that?" Hearing this, Luli was shocked. "Is that true?" The black-robed strongman smirked. Kid, my supreme demon sect is preparing to refine a sword Tao wonder. It will take about 3,000 to 5,000 years. After it's complete, I'll personally give it to you. You hand over Fang Yingli first. After hearing this, Luli's face immediately darkened. He gave the black-robed strongman a thumbs up. In all my year, this is the first time I've met someone more shameless than me. I've truly broadened my horizons. You are the real expert. Luli never dreamed that he would meet a master even more shameless than himself today. So he decisively turned around and waved his hand. Since you are so shameless, then I'll hand over Fang Yingli after your sword dye is refined. I hope she'll still be of use by then. Of course, maybe the profound heaven crown will be more generous and trade their sword dog high first. Hearing this, the other demonic sect members glared at him, while Du Feng stood up from her chair, happily announcing, All right, since that's settled, let's end the meeting, however. Just as Lu Li and Grand Scholar Monarch Hong Ru were about to leave, Nangong Long, who was sitting in a wheelchair, suddenly stood up. Wait, Luli, I want to have a soul confrontation with you. Hearing this, Du Feng immediately deflated. Luli, however, was confused. What's a soul confrontation? Grand Scholar Monarch Hong Ru explained. Soul confrontation is a demonic evil technique. A soul contract. Once it is planted on another's soul, you can't lie to them. But generally, only those with a reason will have it done to them. Hearing this, Luli looked at Nangong Long with disgust. Senior brother Nangong, my interests aren't that broad. Nangong Long angrily cursed, Stop talking nonsense. Esteemed elders, Lord Dugu, this Luli must be a spy. I want to have a soul confrontation with him. Luli grinned. Okay, though it's embarrassing, since senior brother Nangong wants to get to know me so deeply, then I can only oblige. Seeing that both sides had agreed, Du Feng stood in the middle as the witness. She told them to each squeeze out a drop of blood. Luli and Nangong Long did so, each dropping their own blood. The next second, Du Feng extended her hand, and the 2 drops of blood turned into blood ki, circling around her. Then, with a wave of her hand, she lightly shouted blood ki, and immediately a strange array appeared beneath the 2's feet. However, Luli wasn't flustered at all. After all, he was a man with a system. If the system detected that his consciousness was being controlled, it would immediately take drastic measures. Last time, even Elder Protector Jin's interrogation had been blocked. Would he be afraid this time? Sure enough, just as the blood ki formed, Lulai heard a wonderful system notification sound in his ears. After that, Du Feng announced that the soul confrontation had begun. Nangong Long asked 3 questions in a row. Luli, are you a spy from the Buddhist path? Did you intentionally let Lin Jinshuang and the others go? Are you rescuing your comrades? Have you ever thought about betraying the demonic sect? Luli answered no to all of them. Getting these answers, Nangong Long immediately became anxious. That's impossible, you're lying. At that moment, Grand Scholar Monarch Hong Ru couldn't help but speak. Okay, that's enough. Can you clear Luli's name now? However, Nangong Long grabbed Luli by the collar and asked again, Luli, have you actually cultivated dual cultivation with Lin Wan? Luli smiled and replied, yes, and she also said that you are not very good. Hearing the words not very good, Nangong Long's face was filled with disbelief, but he still stubbornly said, what not very good? Luli continued to rub salt in the wound. Other than speed, nothing was very good. Nangong Long's eyes widened in anger, and he clenched his teeth. Seeing this, Du Feng couldn't help but laugh. Then, they saw Nangong Long foam at the mouth and fall backwards, his entire body collapsing on the ground. His eyes rolled back in his head. Yang Tzu looked at the fallen Nangong Long, his face filled with cold sweat, his mouth open in shock. He's dead. He was injured to death by Luli. Just as the words left his mouth, the black-robed elder from Heavenly Lord Demon Sect roared, and, bringing with him many skeleton demonic shadows, instantly arrived in front of Luli, preparing to kill him on the spot. In this critical moment, a sword suddenly descended from the sky, blocking the black-robed elder. Immediately after, Du Feng stood in front of Luli and said coldly, "In my 10,000 demon city, no one can kill anyone without permission." The black-robed elder said angrily, "Du Gufeng, this isn't your 10,000 demon city." Du Gufeng turned proudly and retorted domineeringly, "Everywhere under the heavens, whether it be the earth, stars, or the moon, it all belongs to my 10,000 demon city. If you are strong enough, can you really do whatever you want? Du Gufeng tells you. You really can." Facing the domineering Du Gufeng, the black-robed elder asked through gritted teeth, "Du Gufeng, from the looks of it, you are determined to interfere in today's events." Du Gufeng said carelessly, "What ghostly old demon? Do you want to try whether my sword can cut you down to size?" The ghostly old demon clenched his teeth, but he didn't dare to refute. He could only turn his head and snort coldly. "This old man will give Lord Dugu this face." Then he looked at Luli with a venomous gaze, threatening, "I'll remember today's grudge. Kid, no one will be able to save you next time." Seeing this, Luli couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A dignified stage 9 demon elder actually chickened out so easily. This Du Gufeng is worthy of being able to occupy a mountain in the 10,000 demon mountain and rule the city. What power, then? Du Gufeng turned her head and smiled at Luli. "Little fellow, are you reluctant to leave?" Luli smiled and bowed. "Of course, I wanted to thank Lord Dugu for upholding justice. My ethereal ghost sect still has matters to attend to. Esteemed seniors and fellow Daoists, we will see each other again." With that, Luli walked out of the main hall and went back to his residence. However, as soon as he stretched out his body, ready to rest, Grand Scholar Monarch Hongru suddenly closed the door and asked, with a slightly flushed face, "Luli, were the words you said earlier all true?" Luli was stunned. "What words?" Hearing this, Grand Scholar Monarch Hongru immediately became anxious. "The things you said when your blood Kai was activated. The things you said about Nangong Long and Lin Wan." Luli scratched his head. "You're talking about all those things? They were all lies." Hearing this, Grand Scholar Monarch Hongru breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Then how did that happen under the blood Kai? You were completely unaffected. There's no way you could resist the blood Kai on your own. Could it be that Lord Du Gufeng of the 10,000 Demon City did something? Lu Li turned his head guiltily and replied, "Maybe." But in his heart he was thinking, "This is troublesome. I can reveal the system." Fortunately, at this moment, Grand Scholar Monarch Hong Ru seemed to have thought of something and muttered, "To be able to make a move on the eyes of the 9 great demonic sect masters, it seems that the rumors are true, that Lord Du Gufeng really does possess the Heavenly Demon Scroll Score Summary." Luli asked with some confusion. "Heavenly Demon Scroll Score Summary?" Grand Scholar Monarch Hongru nodded. "That's right. The Heavenly Demon Scroll has 10 volumes. The 10 great demonic sects tried to merge the 10 volumes of the Heavenly Demon Scroll in a vain attempt to glimpse the essence of the Heavenly Demon. But nothing happened. It was as if they were missing a volume. And the volume that they were missing was the core summary. Now it seems that it should be in the hands of that Lord Dugu." Hearing Grand Scholar Monarch Hongru's guess, Luli couldn't help but secretly rejoice. "I didn't expect such a thing. My answers actually had many loopholes. That way I can gloss over everything. After all, no one would dare to trouble that city lord." At that moment, a roar came from outside. "Luli, you little bastard, get out here. Give me my son's life." It turned out that Nangong Long's parents had come to seek revenge. Luli didn't expect them to come so quickly. Grand Scholar Monarch Hongru wouldn't let them have their way. He immediately prepared to go out and teach them a lesson. However, before he could go out, a loud laugh came from the roof. "Nangongsi, what's with all the yelling? Are you trying to summon your parents' souls?" It was indeed the Ghost Devil Master. He immediately insulted the other's parents, which enraged Nangongsi. "Ghost Devil Master, your disciple killed my son. Today, I will kill you first, then kill your disciple to pay for it." Nangong Siisha suddenly appeared in mid-air and summoned his ghost form. Then he slashed directly at Ghost Demon Master. Ghost Demon Master didn't dodge or evade. He directly took out the yin-yang sun-moon wheel, easily blocking the attack. He continued to mock, "With this level of skill, it's worse than my grandma's stewed pig trotters, yet you dare seek revenge on my wise ethereal ghost sect. Call me grandpa. And maybe I'll give you some pointers." With that, Ghost Demon Master threw the golden wheel in his hand, instantly slamming into Nangong's eye. Nangongsi was startled and quickly held up his saber to defend. At that moment, the old woman beside him rushed forward and deflected the golden wheel with a strike of her saber. Then, the two of them summoned their respective ghost forms and decided to attack together with their dual saber combination, charging at the Ghost Demon Master. Facing the saber ray tornado formed by their dual saber combination, the Ghost Demon Master still didn't dodge or evade. He placed the yin-yang sun-moon wheel behind him to power up. He shouted with his demonic power, "Kunping devours the heavens." Instantly, a gigantic black kunping appeared behind him and opened its bloody maw. It directly sucked the saber rays generated by the dual saber combination into its mouth. Nangon and his wife also realized that the Ghost Demon Master's technique was strange. They decisively withdrew their dual saber combination. Just as the two separated, the giant kunping bit down on their location. Seeing this, Nangong Sai knew that they had no chance of winning if they continued like this. He immediately chose to retreat. But before leaving, he didn't forget to leave some threatening words. "Ghost Demon Master, you and your disciples better watch out while walking at night." The Ghost Demon Master didn't hold back either. He directly retorted, "Pui Nangong Sai, don't you let me find your son's grave, or I'll definitely dig it open and whip at his bones." Having watched the entire process, Lu Li couldn't help but sigh in his heart. One person forced back two mid-nascent soul stage cultivators. He really is a ruthless person who has offended 70% of the demonic sect, Golden Core stage cultivators. Indeed, shamelessness doesn't mean incompetence. Then, he respectfully stepped forward to greet his master. The victorious Ghost Demon Master was also very happy. He praised Lu Li without holding back. "Lu Li, you did very well this time. You seized a celestial treasure alone and brought back a celestial cultivator. You've greatly enhanced the reputation of my ethereal ghost sect and made me proud." Lu Li smiled and clasped his fists. "It's all thanks to Master's great teaching. My little contribution is nothing worth mentioning. Master's ability to force back two mid-nascent stage cultivators with early nascent soul stage cultivation is truly impressive and awe-inspiring throughout the demonic realm, and will make you famous in the world." The Ghost Demon Master chuckled. "All right, you don't need to flatter me. I'm well aware of my abilities." Lu Li also chimed in. "But the world needs to know them too." However, standing in the middle, Hongru Zenjin, who had been listening to the two people's mutual flattery, had a black line across his face. "It seems Lu Li's thick skin is from him, right?" Then, the Ghost Demon Master placed his hand on Lu Li's shoulder, indicating that, "Lu Li, you have rendered great service. The sect has authorized me to reward you. I took the liberty of requesting an unparalleled treasure for you." Hearing that there was a good thing in store, Lu Li quickly thanked his master. But the next second, the Ghost Demon Master's expression changed. "Won't you listen to what the treasure is? What if it's not suitable? Wouldn't you be disappointed?" Lu Li said righteously. "Master's wise and resourceful, with far-reaching insights. You are refined and amiable, with a broad mind, handsome and extraordinary, upright and magnificent, and you charm all beings. How could you choose the wrong treasure for your disciple? Furthermore, Master came all the way here. I am grateful to you. How could I possibly dislike it?" Listening to Lu Li's barrage of flattery, the Ghost Demon Master laughed heartily. "I didn't choose the wrong disciple." However, Lu Li was sweating profusely, thinking, "Hurry up, I can't make anything up anymore, fortunately." Then, Ghost Demon Master handed him a talisman and told him that it was a 6-syllable mantra, a talisman that could suppress celestial demons and was most suitable for him to cultivate with. Celestial demons. Lu Li took the talisman. He immediately felt the powerful air on it. It was clearly not something an ordinary person could create. He didn't expect that this world would have the 6-syllable mantra. Then he turned the talisman over and found that there were words on the back as well. But when he saw what was written on the back, his eyes widened. The words on the back were actually phonetic annotations. He immediately realized something was wrong. He had read many books here and had never seen phonetics, not even a single letter. Could there be other transmigrators in this world? A man in a cultivation world obtained a 6-syllable mantra talisman. Unexpectedly, there were phonetic letters on the back. Could there be other transmigrators in this world? Thinking of this, Luli quickly asked the ghost demon master and Hongru Zhenjin, "Do you know what these characters on this talisman are?" But both of them said they had never seen them and thought that it might be some kind of ancient talismanic script. At that moment, Ghost Demon Master suddenly asked, "Luli, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the talisman?" Luli quickly shook his head. "No. I was just curious as to why there is this kind of Buddhist mantra talisman in our sect." The Ghost Demon Master chuckled. "What's so strange about that? We've been fighting for so long, and we've ambushed countless Buddhist sects. Besides, the demonic path is best at digging graves. Maybe someone went to the Buddhist sect side and dug up a few bald donkey pagodas and found this talisman." Luli quickly bowed to the Ghost Demon Master. "I see. Thank you, Master." The Ghost Demon Master patted Luli's head and said with a hint of satisfaction, All right, don't worry too much about it. I don't really know much about Buddhist stuff, but you have high comprehension, and I believe you can comprehend it yourself." Luli secretly thought to himself, "Looks like I have to keep an eye out for things like this later." At that moment, Ghost Demon Master turned his head and asked, "Oh yeah, where's Bai Jinfei? Did that kid die on some woman again?" Hearing the Ghost Demon Master's voice, Bai Jinfei ran over as fast as he could, not even having time to put on his clothes. Then, he immediately knelt on the ground to greet his master. The Ghost Demon Master patted his shoulder twice and gave a kind smile. "Your junior brother was attacked by nascent soul stage cultivators and was also interrogated by the 9 major demonic sects. It makes me feel relieved that you're okay and enjoying yourself." Bai Jinfei was sweating profusely. He turned his head to ask Luli, "Attacked by nascent soul stage cultivators. Junior brother, are you all right?" Luli spread his hands and smiled. "I'm fine. Just almost died, that's all." Bai Jinfei was shocked and took 2 steps back. At that moment, the Ghost Demon Master suddenly appeared behind him and said coldly, "Jinfei, your ghost drawing sword technique has reached the 2nd layer perfection. Looks like you're close to being done. Then I'll give you some proper guidance." After saying that, the Ghost Demon Master dragged Bai Jinfei away, telling Luli to go back and cultivate well. "Remember to be more careful when going out in the future." Luli watched Bai Jinfei being dragged away and could only say a silent prayer from in his heart. "Take care, senior brother." Then he returned to his residence and began to study the 6-syllable mantra talisman, thinking that since the 6-syllable mantra talisman exists, maybe there are other Buddhist scriptures such as the Diamond Sutra, the Amitabha Sutra, and the Lotus Sutra in this world. If that were the case, his skills could evolve again. But unfortunately, the lead was lost. Let's refine it first. With that, Luli placed the 6-syllable mantra talisman on his forehead. Instantly, his pupils turned golden, and his whole body was shrouded in a Buddhist light. The system quickly notified him, "Your Vajra mantra and Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon mantra have entered a state of enlightenment due to the blessing of Supreme Buddhist power. Cultivation effect increased by 10,000%. Your invincible Vajra divine skill has entered a state of enlightenment due to the blessing of Supreme Buddhist power. Cultivation effect increased by 10,000%. Your great Tathagata Buddha palm has entered a divine state due to the blessing of fresh Supreme Buddhist power. Cultivation effect increased by 50,000%. You have obtained the blessing of Supreme Buddhist power, making you invincible against all evil." Hearing the series of system notifications, Luli's heart immediately filled with joy. 100 times boost is indeed a good thing. Furthermore, it has the effect of suppressing evil. If that is the case, wouldn't it be able to help me refine the celestial demon sword? he acted on his thoughts. Luli went to his consciousness space, and with the celestial demon sword in hand, forcefully slashed at the space barrier. He directly split open a huge opening. The next moment, countless celestial demons swarmed into the opening. Luli smiled smugly. Perfect timing. He immediately began chanting Buddhist scriptures, suppressing all the celestial demons. Looking at the imprisoned celestial demons, Luli revealed a satisfied smile. This way, I should be able to refine 10,000 flying swords, right? They say that a woman can change face faster than flipping a book. Luli witnessed this today. And the person he witnessed this with was his own fiancée. After continuously working overtime to refine the celestial demon sword for 10 days, Luli felt like he couldn't go on. He was truly drained. Not even a single drop of spiritual energy left. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. My realm is still too weak. He was only at the 4-layer Kai refining stage. He had reached his limit after continuously refining for 10 days. But whatever, let's rest first. After all, if I continue like this, I'm afraid that the celestial demon 24 swords are going to revolt. Suddenly, Luli recalled that during the period of refining the demonic sword, something seemed to have happened. At that moment, the system notified him your yin-yang chaos kunpeng demon god skill had to go out to find spiritual energy to devour due to increased appetite. Your yin-yang kunpeng demon god skill devoured a trace of chaos kai in the imperial court Dao palace. After having its fill, its cultivation has greatly increased. Progress increased by 25%. Seeing this notification, Luli was startled. Chaos Key. Isn't that the treasure that is greatly needed by powerful cultivators who are practicing supreme techniques? Where did it steal this from? But that's not right either. Chaotic energy is a type of innate energy. There's also another way it appears, which is accompanying Toe energy. Could it be the yin-yang primal kunpeng demon god art? If I can find the location of Toe energy, wouldn't that mean that Toe energy is within the imperial Toe palace? But where is the Toe palace? Thinking this, Luli decisively left seclusion. But just as he came out and stretched, he bumped into Scholar Monarch. Scholar Monarch smiled charmingly. It seems your cultivation is going well. Even your looks have become a bit more handsome. Luli also happily laughed. If I wasn't handsome enough, how could I be worthy of Madame's peerless beauty? Scholar Monarch blushed a bit after he said that, then coughed twice and introduced a young girl behind him. This one has been waiting for you for a long time at the station. She is Madame Cloud Mother's daughter, Xiang Zhuo, that is, your fiancée. Saying this, Scholar Monarch looked at Luli with a meaningful gaze. Luli was dumbfounded. He had indeed heard Ghost Master mention this before, but hadn't he already rejected it? Why are they still coming to his door? This is a big problem. Then, Xiang Zhuo acted charmingly and bowed to Luli. This servant greets my husband. Luli awkwardly replied. Hello, but don't you think this is developing too quickly? But to his surprise, Xiang Zhuo laughed. Quick! After hearing about your exploits, my mother was extremely delighted and made me rush here overnight. She wants you and I to consummate our marriage first, then have the wedding ceremony later. I've brought a lot of dowry. You can rest assured. Stop dilly-dallying and hurry up. As she said that, Xiang Zhuo's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes were filled with disgust, which made Luli a bit confused. What was that just now? But at this moment, Xiang Zhuo had already returned to her docile woman guise and said charmingly, What's wrong? Xiang Zhuo doesn't understand what you're saying. Luli awkwardly turned his head and hesitantly asked, Miss Xiang Zhuo, I wonder if you have ever heard a saying from the great Confucian scholars of the immortal path. My 7-foot body has been promised and is difficult to be given a clear answer. Xiang Zhuo's expression instantly turned dark after hearing that. Difficult to be given a clear answer. Then you don't want to clarify things with me. As she said that, Xiang Zhuo suddenly unbuttoned her clothes, revealing her whole body in front of Luli. Seeing this scene, Luli tried to cover his eyes. He asked her what she was doing, but unexpectedly, the next second, Xiang Zhuo suddenly cursed. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? I had to act like a demure young lady for so long. If it wasn't for my mother forcing me to come, I wouldn't even bother with you. Farewell, and never see you again." With that, Xiang Zhou decisively turned and left. Luli was left standing there, dumbfounded, exclaiming, "This woman's face changes so quickly." A scholar monarch on the side couldn't help but laugh. "It's your fault for being so careless. If you had just asked around, you would have known that this Miss Xiang Zhou is a haughty little demon who doesn't see anyone as worthy. Her mother, Madame Cloud Mother, has found countless talented young men for her, but in the end, she played them all to death." Hearing this, Luli was startled and curiously asked, "Wait, what kind of playing to death?" Scholar Monarch pouted and said arrogantly, "I don't know. If you want to know, go chase after her." Luli was sweating profusely. "Never mind. It's good that I didn't agree. By the way, Monarch, has anything big happened in the last 10 days, 5 days ago?" With that sword strike, the Tao energy appeared again. A man transmigrates to the cultivation world. He wanted to learn from old Devil Han and record the names of his enemies. But he didn't expect his first time to be a disaster. He almost got sliced. Recap of the last episode. When Luli asked if anything big had happened in the last 10 days, Scholar Monarch nodded. 5 days ago, with that sword strike, the Tao energy appeared again. The 10 great demonic sects used all kinds of methods, and finally found the location where the Tao energy disappeared. The Fallen Immortal Valley, the Fallen Immortal Cave. In the last 5 days, both the immortal and demonic paths have sent disciples to search in the Fallen Immortal Cave. They've clashed over 1,000 times and fought over 100 battles. But no one has truly found the whereabouts of the Tao energy. Hearing the name Fallen Immortal Cave, Luli subconsciously thought, could the Imperial Tao Palace be in this Fallen Immortal Cave? Then he scratched his head and complained, "It seems like I'm going to be sent out to work again." Scholar Monarch nodded. "That's right. But this is what I'm worried about. The Immortal Alliance hates you to the bone. Some of the Immortal Alliance geniuses who were secretly secluding themselves to form their cores have directly left seclusion and are prepared to kill you. Some of them aren't even weaker than Ling Jin Shuang. I'm very worried about you going there." Luli grinned. "Then I'll prepare for departure now to avoid a repeat of what happened last time. I plan to not bring any fellow disciples with me." Upon hearing this, Scholar Monarch immediately panicked. "But it's too dangerous for you to go alone." Luli smiled. "Don't worry, Monarch. I'm not going alone. I have someone I can bring." And the person he was bringing was naturally Fang Yingli. He could also use her as a maid along the way. At this moment, Luli was lying on a chair, leisurely basking in the sun, drinking coconut, with Fang Yingli massaging him from behind. It was so comfortable it couldn't be any better. After massaging for a while, Fang Yingli suddenly asked, "How is your body so strong? How do you cultivate?" Luli turned his head and glanced at her. "What? You want to gather information on me to go back and tell Ling Jin Shuang so he can kill me?" Fang Yingli guiltily turned her head and stuttered, "No, I'm just curious." Luli didn't care and just smiled faintly. "With your brain that's barely enough to feed a crab, don't try to scheme against me. If it wasn't for your low IQ, I would have had you bear me a litter of kids a long time ago." Upon hearing this, Fang Yingli blushed. "You're the one with the low IQ. It's just having kids. I'm not afraid." Luli, with an evil smile, stood up from the chair. "Is that so? Then let's turn around and go back and have 10 or 8 first." With that, he directly hoisted Fang Yingli up, preparing to go back for 300 rounds. Fang Yingli panicked and immediately admitted defeat. "I was just kidding. Put me down." At that moment, a voice suddenly came from below the airship, interrupting their friendly interaction. "What are you doing up there? This is a restricted area ahead. You are not permitted to enter. Get off the ship immediately." Luli and Fang Yingli jumped off the ship together and threw their attire, determined that they were most likely people from the Blood Shadow Demon sect. At this moment, the leading disciple questioned who he was. Luli smiled and bowed, This humble one is Huangfeng Li Jing. Greetings to all of the Blood Shadow Sect senior brothers. The leading disciple and his companion whispered to each other. Huangfeng, never heard of it. But this fellow has such a powerful aura, he must not be ordinary. Luli smiled. In front of the 10 great demonic sects, it's not worth mentioning. I wonder if this senior brother could disclose some information, so I can safely enter the fallen immortal cave. I will surely repay you in the future. The leading disciple didn't say much after hearing this, and directly let Lu Lai through, indicating that he didn't have any useful intel. Go ahead. Luli smiled and said, Thank you, senior brother, then walked straight past. But the next second, that disciple revealed a cold smile and swung his blade at Luli. Luckily, Luli had been prepared and easily pinched the blade with 2 fingers. What is the meaning of this, senior brother? That disciple sneered. We were just playing along to stall you. You really took it seriously, don't you pretend, Luli. Seeing that he had been exposed, Luli stopped pretending as well. He exerted a bit of force with his 2 fingers, and the blade turned into a pile of fragments. Then he disdainfully said, You wouldn't think that just by you few useless trash with this broken metal, you can kill me, right? The leading disciple snorted. We know that we are no match for you. We were only stalling you. But some of our senior brothers who were in seclusion have emerged, and after hearing of your reputation, they really want to meet you. Luli faintly smiled. Then your senior brothers better hurry, because if they read too slow, they might not make it in time to collect your corpses. As soon as he said this, Fang Yangli, on the side, unleashed the 5 elements sun and moon rings, instantly locking all of the surrounding Blood Shadow Sect disciples. Luli looked at Fang Yangli, who was squatting on the ground, ready for battle, and smiled. You're pretty quick-witted. You know we were on the same boat. It wasn't a waste feeding you so much food. At that moment, the other Blood Shadow Sect disciples suddenly surged forward and swung their blades at Luli. Luli's expression didn't change. He condensed his magic power in his hand, and with just a wave, several heavenly demon swords flew out, giving the surrounding Blood Shadow Sect disciples a soul-piercing blow. In the end, the only one left at the scene was the leading disciple from before, who was staring at Luli in horror. You can control so many heavenly demon swords. Are you even human? Luli laughed. That's not something you should worry about. As he said that, he summoned another heavenly demon sword, and with a swoosh, he sent it flying out, and the disciple was instantly torn apart into a bloody mist. Seeing such a bloody scene, Fang Yangli subconsciously opened her mouth wide. You were also one of the demonic sect, and you're so merciless to your own people. Luli clapped his hands and said nonchalantly, You, a righteous person, are sympathizing with this sect that harvests people's blood, and besides, I have a deep grudge with their sect. Hearing this, Fang Yangli was curious what grudge. Luli said with a serious expression, A grudge for breaking up a couple. I was in love with a beautiful woman from the Blood Shadow Sect, and we were in mutual affection. But I never expected someone from the Blood Shadow Sect to oppose it. Hearing this, Fang Yangli immediately became interested, and eagerly asked, Who opposed it? Was it the woman's parents? Ah, I understand. A forbidden love that defies family opposition. I've read this classic plot so many times in books, however, Luli, but she shook her head. The one who wouldn't interfere was her husband. Fang Yangli was instantly dumbfounded. Luli, on the other hand, walked in on his own, seeking out the key. Looking at his back, Fang Yangli couldn't help but think, he truly lives up to the reputation of the demonic sect. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the fallen immortal cave. However, this fallen immortal cave seemed to be an active volcano. They hadn't been in there long, when Fang Yangli was already sweating profusely. Luli guessed that the space inside was probably formed by millions of years of eruptions. The Imperial Court Dao Palace might really be here. At that moment, a woman with only bandages on her upper body appeared in front. With one hand on her hip, she asked Luli, Who are you? How did you get in here? She had just come out to show off her great sword, but she didn't expect to run into the main character. Although the quality of this cheat sword wasn't great, it could fuse and was also wholesale. Facing the red-haired woman's question, Luli politely replied, "Sorry, there are too many bad guys outside. I just came in to take refuge and got lost accidentally." At the same time, he recognized that the other party should be someone from the Immortal Alliance. After hearing this, the red-haired woman, with a blush on her face, said, "Really, the outside is surrounded by the demonic sect and the inside is the Immortal Alliance. The point is, just don't wander around. And judging by your pale complexion, I suggest you go back." But embarrassingly, she had been talking to the wall the whole time, and Luli was on the other side, reminding her that he was over here. The red-haired woman awkwardly laughed and said, "Sorry, my eyesight isn't very good." At this moment, a golden mark suddenly appeared in her eyes. Then, she drew her sword with a whoosh and pointed at Luli. She shouted, "You're Luli." Luli spread his hands and smiled. "With your eyesight, you could still recognize me. Looks like I'm really famous in the Immortal Alliance." The red-haired woman directly stabbed at him with her sword. "The Alliance leader gave me a spirit eye. As soon as I see you, I'll recognize you immediately. Even if you turn into ashes, I'll recognize you. Die, you trashy thug." As soon as she finished speaking, the sword successfully stabbed into the wall. Seeing this, Luli was speechless. "You're almost blind. Doesn't this world have glasses?" And Fang Yingli, who was on the side, greeted the other party. "Sister Long, it's me, Yingli." It turned out that this red-haired woman was one of the Immortal Alliance's elite disciples, Long Xuan. At this moment, Long Xuan hit a stone behind her and said, "Yingli, don't be afraid. Stay behind me. I'll save you." Luli was speechless. Is she trying to be funny? Fang Yingli was also a little embarrassed. Sister Long often stays up late looking at sheet music. That's why she's like this. At this moment, a young man in white suddenly descended from the sky. "Junior Sister Long, I heard your voice. Are you all right?" As he spoke, he came to Long Xuan's side. He also recognized Luli's identity. Long Xuan was reminding senior brother Yu to be careful. Rumor has it that Luli has cultivated the heavenly demon 23 swords. His strength is unfathomable, so be extremely careful. It turned out that this young man in white was Yu Jinlong, another of the Immortal Alliance's elite disciples. Luli crossed his arms and said with a relaxed smile, "So, it's just the two of you. Where's Lin Jian Shuang? It's been a few days since I've seen him. I kind of miss him." Yu Jinlong pointed at him and snorted coldly. Last time's failure was just because junior sister Lin was tricked by your demonic sect schemes. He doesn't need to come out to deal with you, Luli grinned. Is that so? He then directly threw a heavenly demon sword towards Yu Jinlong. Yu Jinlong scoffed, snorting coldly, a paltry trick. He then drew his sword from his back and directly cut Luli's heavenly demon sword into 2 pieces. As the 2 broken sword pieces hit the ground, Yu Jinlong, while injecting magic power into his sword, said, "This sword is called Spirit Serpent. It is made from the essence of meteoritic iron from beyond the heavens. To die under this sword is your good fortune, Lu." Luli grinned. Is that so? As he spoke, he summoned several heavenly demon swords and unleashed 6 strikes. At first, Yu Jinlong was shocked and quickly jumped back, dodging the heavenly demon swords. But that was obviously useless. Luli simply pointed his finger upward, and all the heavenly demon swords under his control rapidly flew upwards. Faced with so many heavenly demon swords, Yu Jinlong, although he had a sword in hand, was still having a difficult time parrying them. At this moment, Luli prepared to try a newly developed move. Suddenly, the surrounding heavenly demon swords began to fuse. They ultimately transformed into a larger and longer version of the heavenly demon sword. It appeared in front of Yu Jinlong with a whoosh. Faced with this heavenly demon sword, Yu Jinlong gritted his teeth and directly unleashed the move, Sword 9 Heaven's Thunder. The awe-inspiring power of heaven, the spirit serpent leads the phoenix's body to break through. As Yu Jinlong's voice fell, the 2 swords collided with a bang, and a fierce confrontation began. Seeing this, Luli couldn't help but admire. Although the elites of the demonic sect are focused on unorthodox ways, they are still top tier within the Yin Ming Ghost sect. And the geniuses of the Immortal Alliance, with just a single move, display the strength of 7 or 8 elites of the demonic sect. But unfortunately, his opponent was Lu Li, a cheat character. Soon, the clash of the two swords ended. They shattered into pieces. Yu Jinlong, because his natal weapon was damaged, suffered a backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell directly to the ground. Long Swan quickly went forward to support him and asked worriedly, "Senior brother Yu, are you all right?" Yu Jinlong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled, "I'm fine." But it was worth it to exhaust his heavenly demon sword. He's not a threat now. However, at this moment, Lu Li clapped his hands with a smile. "Amazing. Brother Dao, you are indeed skilled. But when did I ever say that I only had 6 heavenly demon swords?" As he spoke, a dozen more heavenly demon swords appeared around Lu Li. Seeing this, both of their faces were filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Those are all heavenly demon swords. Seeing that they couldn't beat Lu Li, Yu Jinlong, with Long Swan's support, turned and ran, deciding to join up with junior sister Lin first. But running away wouldn't be so easy. Lu Li was immediately prepared to chase after them and leave the two behind. Suddenly, Long Swan turned around and threw out 2 Gloom Water Yin Thunder Pearls. Lu Li was startled and immediately stopped in his tracks. He grabbed Fang Yingli's hand and ran outside. Then, with a bang, debris flew everywhere. Lu Li and the others jumped down from above. But another dark figure jumped out from inside as well. Then, the two of them arrived at a safe area. Fang Yingli, clutching his chest, gasped for air. "That was so scary. It scared me so much that I'm hungry." Lu Li let out a long breath. After a brief adjustment, he looked towards a cliff face. He said, "My friend over there, since you've been following us, why don't you come out and chat?" Following this, a pair of fair and slender legs walked out from behind the cliff. Accompanying them were 3 tails. A woman walked towards Lu Li with a charming laugh. "You truly live up to the reputation of being the strongest of the demonic path's 10 elites. You were actually able to see through my hidden power." Lu Li recognized that the other party was a 3-tailed fox demon, but for some reason, looking at the swaying 3 tails, he had an urge to pet them. He felt that the fox tails would feel great to pet. At this time, the fox demon added fuel to the fire, teasing Lu Li, "Do you want to touch my tail? Then come here. You can touch all of me as much as you like." This was a man who even perverts would consider perverted. Faced with a fox demon beauty who was throwing herself at him, he only wanted to pet her tail and then take her as a mount. As the 3-tailed fox demon walked towards Lu Li smelled a strange odor. Then, with a look of disgust, he asked Fang Yingli, "Did you fart? It stinks." Fang Yingli immediately retorted, "You're the one who farted." And seeing that her scent was ineffective against Lu Li, the 3-tailed fox demon's gaze became sharp. Her aura began to gradually transform into a fox lizard. Fang Yingli said, "That should be the scent she's releasing. She's probably from the heavenly fragrant fox clan of the abyssal demon race. Rumor has it that the heavenly fragrant fox clan can hypnotize their enemies without them realizing it. If we don't leave, we're done for. I'll definitely be eaten on the spot, and you'll be captured and forced to give birth to their fox cubs." After listening, Lu Li thought, "The abyssal demon clan will capture me and force me to have babies. I never expected there to be such a good thing." Fang Yingli was so startled by his words that he took 2 steps back. "I know you're a pervert, but you can't be like this." At this time, Lu Li's style suddenly changed. He summoned a heavenly demon sword and smiled, "But compared to being captured, I have a better idea. I'll capture her to be my mount." With that, Lu Li threw a heavenly demon sword towards the 3-tailed fox demon. The 3-tailed fox demon lightly waved her hand and blocked the sword. She said with a chuckle, "Other people may be afraid of your heavenly demon sword, but I'm not." With that, she clenched her palm and directly turned the heavenly demon sword into countless pieces. Seeing this, Lu Li started to get serious. He thought, "What a strong physical body. If the heavenly demon's sword doesn't work, I can only find a way to get close. The three-tailed fox demon chuckled. You want to play rough? I can play with you, too. Such powerful blood ki. We demons from the abyss like to eat beings with powerful blood ki the most. As she spoke, the three-tailed fox demon summoned 3 fire foxes and charged them at Lu Li. Lu Li shouted at Fang Yangli behind him, If you keep watching, I won't care if you get captured. Hearing this, Fang Yangli came back to his senses and immediately used the 5 elements sun and moon rings to lock the 3 fire foxes in place. Lu Li then charged forward, transforming into an afterimage and appearing behind the 3-tailed fox demon. However, at that moment, the fire foxes that were trapped by Fang Yangli suddenly disappeared. They reappeared behind the 3-tailed fox demon and bit towards Lu Li. Lu Li was unable to react in time. Being bitten by 3 fire foxes at the same time, a pillar of fire shot into the sky. Seeing this, Fang Yangli felt he was done for. He was really going to become roasted carp. But what was unexpected was that when the flames dispersed, Lu Li was actually unharmed. It turned out that he had used the yin-yang primal chaos, Kumping divine demon art to absorb all the flames. Next, it was his turn to counterattack. Lu Li summoned the great Tathagata Buddha palm Dharma image. A golden palm struck the 3-tailed demon fox, directly slamming it onto the rock wall. The 3-tailed demon fox was completely enraged, letting out an angry roar, Damned human. I won't let you go, demon god's protection. After saying that, the 3-tailed demon fox's eyes turned blood red. Its power also increased instantly, and it slowly tore through the golden giant palm, breaking through Lu Li's great Tathagata divine palm. Then it landed with a thud and spoke threateningly to Lu Li, Don't be too proud of yourself. My sister will soon bring a few demon clan experts back to avenge me. By then, you won't even have bones left, Lu Li replied indifferently. Is that so? Too bad you won't live to see it. After saying that, Lu Li directly summoned his 3 Dharma images. He was going to make a quick decision. The 3-tailed demon fox was instantly dumbfounded, and then it watched as Lu Li used the great mighty dragon Vagar Dharma chant, Vajra indestructible, ganging up on the 3-tailed demon fox. Fang Yangli was so scared that he took 2 steps back, thinking, he really is a pervert. Soon after, Lu Li finished the fight. The demon fox was beaten back to its original form, becoming a small fox. Lu Li held it in his hand. Fang Yangli reminded him, Lu Li, the abyssal demons won't easily submit, and they share a common hatred. They will soon swarm back. Lu Li grinned. I didn't want to conquer him, but using him as bait is not bad. Let's see if they can deal with the combined forces of the immortal and demonic paths. You should know how to find people from the Immortal Alliance, right? Suddenly being asked this, Fang Yangli turned his head and said guiltily, What are you talking about? We should continue on our way. Lu Li then picked him up. Don't play dumb. You're already dumb enough. But Fang Yangli really shook his head frantically. No. You clearly want to use me to capture Sister Lin. Lu Li sighed helplessly. I'm alone with you looking for Lin Jianshuang. There must be a lot of people on her side. How am I going to capture her? Besides, I've planted the most insidious and poisonous demonic seed in your body. If you don't obey me, be careful you burst and die. As he spoke, Lu Li didn't he forget to rub Fang Yangli's chubby cheeks. Finally, Fang Yangli had no choice but to obediently lead the way. After walking several turns, Lu Li was speechless. How is it not here yet? You're not taking me around in circles, are you? Fang Yangli turned his head and snorted, believe it or not. Sister Lin will appear soon. By then, you won't even have time to run away. At this moment, Lu Li's eyes suddenly sharpened. Immediately after, a sword aura came from the side. Lu Li leaped away, dodging the sword. But before he could steady his feet, the ground beneath him suddenly began to buzz. A thick stone spike instantly shot up from the ground. Luckily, Lu Li managed to roll away in time. But before he could land, Lin Jianshuang had already thrust her sword from midair. This time Lu Li didn't dodge, he only said one thing. That made Lin Jianshuang stop her thrust. If you want Fang Yangli to die, then go ahead and attack. Lin Jianshuang questioned with her sword. What do you mean? Lu Li smiled faintly. If I die, The various demonic back curses in Fang Yingli's body will explode. You probably don't want to see him suffer a fate worse than death. Do you hearing this? Fang Yingli's face instantly puffed up like a steamed bun. He started to curse. You stinky carp, you big bad guy, you pig, giant-headed, giant. As he cursed, he got hungry again. Lin Jianshuang then sheathed her sword and asked through gritted teeth, "You despicable demonic scoundrel, what do you want?" Seeing this, Luli revealed a satisfied smile. That's more like it. Getting angry so easily will cause wrinkles, you know. My request is very simple. I just captured an abyssal fox demon, but I'm afraid the abyssal demons will come back for revenge, so I'd like to ask Protector Lin to protect me. After saying that, Luli directly snuggled into Lin Jianshuang's arms. Lin Jianshuang's face flushed red. She was instantly stunned. The man was clearly the head of the demonic sect, but he wholeheartedly wanted to join the Buddhist sect and then marry and have kids, and use that as a path to reach the pinnacle of life. Suddenly be embraced by Luli, Lin Jianshuang's face turned red. After reacting, she pushed Luli away and said coldly, "Don't touch me. Do you believe I won't stab you to death with my sword? You're full of bad ideas. What kind of evil plan are you scheming now?" Luli chuckled helplessly. "I'm such a simple person. How could I possibly have any evil intentions? Besides, with Fang Yingli as my companion, what do I have to fear? Or should I go look for my other fellow disciples? Although I have a lot of enemies. Maybe they'll let me go for Fang Yingli's sake. Right?" Hearing this, Lin Jianshuang glared at Luli coldly. In the end, she had no choice but to turn her head away and say, "Oh, all right, I understand." Luli patted her on the shoulder, smiling. "Great, happy to cooperate. Protector Lin, I'll return this silly goose to you for now." Being called a silly goose, Fang Yingli was immediately unhappy. "You re the silly goose." Lin Jianshuang slapped Luli's hand away and said sternly, "Don't push your luck. I said don't touch me. And don't call me protector." But Luli clearly wasn't the type to listen. Turning his head, he said again, "Understood. Protector Lin, let's set off. Remember to protect me." "Protector Lin, what fun things are up ahead? Protector Lin, your colleagues are." As Luli spoke, Luli walked towards a turn. Seeing this, Lin Jianshuang wanted to stop him, but the next second, 3 swords instantly appeared, simultaneously held to Luli's neck. It was 3 of Lin Jianshuang's fellow disciples who had arrived first. But even with 3 swords held to his neck, Luli didn't panic at all. He said jokingly, "You people from the Immortal Alliance really like holding swords to people's necks. So many people are welcoming me. Is something good happening?" At this time, Lin Jianshuang also ran over, shouting, "Everyone, this Luli has taken senior sister Fang hostage. He planted a demonic curse on her, and he is forcing us to protect him from the abyss demons that will come to seek revenge. I have no choice but to protect him." Fang Yingli also came forward and said apologetically, "Everyone, I'm sorry. I'm the one who's holding you back." Seeing Fang Yingli's pitiful appearance, everyone cursed Luli for being shameless. But Luli didn't care at all. He even put his hand on Yi Qing's shoulder and said with a smile, "That's right, I'm really too shameless. Even I can't stand myself. Isn't that right?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qing was instantly enraged. He grabbed Luli's collar and raising his fist, said fiercely, "Luli, don't push your luck too far. Don't think I won't dare to beat you." Luli grinned, "Then try me." At the same time, he was thinking happily in his heart, "Come on, don't back, don't hesitate. Just don't hit my face. I only said you can't kill me. I didn't say you can't capture me. I'm just afraid that if it affect right now, before I even reach the Immortal Alliance, I'll be endlessly pursued by the demonic path, or be handed over to the demonic path by the Immortal Alliance as a bargaining chip for the war. But as long as someone gets angry and dares to disregard Fang Yingli's life, captures me and brings me back to the Immortal Alliance, then I'll be free. Once I get to the Immortal Alliance, I'll reveal that I'm in the Buddha's child. Then I'll demonstrate my comprehension of Buddhist techniques and evolve myself. The Buddhist sect won't have any choice but to worship me, and I've done my research. There are a few Buddhist branches among the 3,000 Buddhist sects that allow marriage and children. The Buddhist sect has a deep foundation, and their cultivation resources are plentiful. Reaching the deity transformation stage in 300 years and the void refinement stage in 500 years is not a dream. This wave will take me straight to the pinnacle of life. Thinking this, Luli provoked again. Come on, face me head on. As he spoke, Luli didn't forget to raise his middle finger at him. But in the end, Yiking held back. He snorted coldly and released Luli. Watching Yiking turn around and leave, Luli didn't expect the other party to be so patient. Then Lin Jianshuang also stepped forward and questioned Luli. What exactly do you want to do? Luli grinned. Of course, I want to be on good terms with everyone. I'm a very friendly person, as he said that. Luli waved towards an empty alley not far away. Isn't that Taoist Kong saying? You're looking good. It seems like you've recovered well. Have you mastered your Vajra barrier yet? Why don't I teach you? We're old friends, after all. I'll only charge you 3 high-grade spirit stones for tuition. How's that? Faced with Lulia's sudden attempt at intimacy, Kong Xiang didn't know what to say. He had no choice but to turn his head and recite a Buddhist phrase. At this time, Luli looked at a female cultivator in the crowd and asked, This fellow Taoist, you look very unfamiliar. Are you interested in getting to know me? The female cultivator replied calmly, I am a cultivator from Kunwu Island overseas. I have no intention of getting involved in the immortal demon war. I only want to see the Dao Kai. Please don't bother me, fellow Taoist Lu. Unexpectedly, Luli directly pushed away the nearby Dao Alliance disciple and, acting familiar, crowded next to her. He started to tease her. Since you're an overseas cultivator, then don't be so distant. Why are you wearing a veil? The face under the veil must be captivating, right? How many people are in your family? Are your parents still alive? What are your hobbies? Being teased like this, the female cultivator's face instantly turned red. Her speech also became somewhat stuttering. In the end, she left a sentence, Everyone, I have nothing more to say to you all. Goodbye, everyone. After saying that, she turned and ran away without looking back. And as this female cultivator ran away, the other Taoist Alliance disciples also retreated, creating distance from Luli. Luli was speechless. Why isn't anyone coming to beat me up? Don't you righteous cultivators have any hot tempers? At this moment, Ling Zhenshuang stomped forward angrily. Enough! Isn't what you want is to force us to reveal the secret of this place? Look, that's the palace where the Taoist key is located, and Luli looked in the direction Ling Zhenshuang pointed. He saw a lava waterfall in front of him. Below it were a stone tablet and a spatial entrance. Luli approached and saw 4 big words on the stone tablet, Imperial Court Taoist Palace. Seeing these 4 words, Luli instantly understood. So, the Yin Yang Kiao's demon god palace came here looking for food. Then, he turned and asked Ling Zhenshuang, Since you found it, why didn't you go in? Ling Zhenshuang snorted coldly. Then why don't you go in and try? Luli smiled and said, Then I'll accept the challenge. While speaking, he pulled out the 3-tailed fox, who had just woken up from behind him, and threw him directly towards the spatial entrance. The 3-tailed fox, suddenly thrown out, cursed at Luli, but the moment he collided with the spatial entrance, he seemed to be electrocuted. He began to sizzle and scream. Then he fainted with a burnt smell. Luli picked him up and turned around. As expected, there's a restriction protecting it. You tried to trick me into touching it. You are truly a snake-hearted woman. Ling Zhenshuang turned her head away, not responding. At this moment, Luli suddenly held out his hand. Since that's the case, give me 5 of your righteous sect's divine firmament thunderbolts to try. Hearing this, Ling Zhenshuang was startled. What do you mean? Do you know how much damage detonating thunderbolts in this environment would cause? If you want to die, I won't stop you. But you want to implicate our righteous cultivators. Don't even think about it. Luli pointed at his head and said speechlessly, Then why don't you send someone to guard the entrance below? What if my demonic sect cultivators sneak in and throw dozens of dark water thunder pearls? Wouldn't you and I be forced to be lovers dying together? It's strange that you're so developed, but your IQ is about the same as Fang Yingli's. Hearing this, Ling Jianshuang was ashamed and angry. Who would be lovers dying together with you? Luli smiled and said, Okay, don't get angry so easily. It's not cute at all. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the entrance not far away. No need. We're already here. Luli, you just killed our demonic sect fellows in the Blood Shadow. Now you are flirting openly with the people of the Righteous Alliance. You still dare say you're not a spy for the Righteous Alliance. The Righteous and the demonic sects never thought that there would be someone so vile. If he can't get it, he would rather destroy it so that no one else can. Just as Lu Li and Ling Jianshuang were flirting, Yang Su suddenly barged in, interrupting their fun. Seeing him, Lu Li turned around and waved at him. Weakling, long time no see. Yang Su gashed his teeth in anger. My name is Yang Su. Stop being so glib. You haven't figured out the situation yet, have you? Today, with all these fellows as witnesses, I'll make sure you wish you were dead. Hearing this, Lu Li pointed at his head and laughed. Has the lava cooked your brain dry? Can't you see that I brought Fang Yingli here as a hostage? The one who hasn't figured out the situation is you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Su was surrounded by the righteous cultivators. At this moment, a cold snort came from the crowd. Who dares to touch my demonic sect people? Then, a gray-haired old man with sideburns walked out. The moment he saw the old man, Lu Li's expression also turned serious. This old man's power is comparable to 8 Li Jing. He's at the peak of foundation building. The old man also saw Lu Li at this moment. He unleashed his aura and questioned, Lu Li, is it you who made my family's soul disperse? Lu Li sneered, so, you're from Nan Gonglong's family. No wonder you're still at foundation building even at this age. Sorry, I don't have time to attend Nan Gonglong's funeral banquet. I'll just give you this low-grade spirit stone as a token. With that, Lu Li flicked his finger, and a low-grade spirit stone shot out, slicing the old man's cheek. This completely enraged the old man. He summoned a blood-colored blade, and swung a blade aura at Lu Li. In a moment of desperation, Lu Li reached his hand behind and once again grabbed the three-tailed fox, directly using him as a shield. Then, with a boom, the three-tailed fox and the blade aura collided. The blade aura was successfully blocked and shattered into countless pieces. The three-tailed fox fainted again. Lu Li picked him up and grinned smugly. As expected of the Abyss Demon Clan, you're fine even after blocking that. At this moment, the old man suddenly charged towards him with his blade. Lu Li was still unperturbed and turned his head, saying, Go. Although Ling Jianshuang did not want to be ordered around by Lu Li, she still drew her sword and charged forward. She exchanged a blow with the old man and sent the old man back with a sword move. However, just as Ling Jianshuang was about to seize the chance to attack, a voice suddenly came from below. Stop it. If anyone dares to attack again, I will detonate these dark water thunder pearls. Yang Su was leading a group of demonic sect disciples, holding dark water thunder pearls, ready to detonate them. The righteous sect side was also unwilling to be outdone, and took out the divine firmament thunderbolts to counter. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think we Dundee have any? Let's see who explodes who. So, the two sides started bickering, but no one dared to make the first move. At this time, Lu Li suddenly tapped his toes and jumped down from above, standing in the middle of the righteous and demonic sects. He smiled and said, Everyone, please give me some face and stop for now, how about it? Hearing this, Yang Su was so angry that he gritted his teeth and pointed at Lu Li. Li, you are truly shameless, aren't you? Don't you know why we were fighting? Lu Li said. Wasn't it because I was watching you guys for a long time, and none of you were exploding anything, then why not let me set one off first? Hearing this, Yu Jinlong was puzzled. You set one off. Set what off? Then the two quickly reacted and looked behind them. They discovered that the stone tablet with Imperial Court Taoist Palace written on it had been buried with dark water thunder pearls. They were about to explode. Yang Su turned his head and shouted at Lu Li, Are you crazy? Do you want all of us to be buried here? Lu Li turned around and started running. So, I kindly came here to remind you, run. After speaking, Luli ran towards the exit without looking back. The reason why he did this was because he knew that even if he managed to get something, he would not be able to keep it. So the best solution was for no one to get anything. Then, with a boom, the dark water thunder pearls exploded and the cave began to collapse. The surrounding area instantly became a sea of fire. However, not long after the explosion, the space above suddenly began to glow, dispelling all the surrounding flames. Seeing this, Ling Jianshuang was shocked. He had actually activated the secret realm here. Then, above the secret realm, some words began to slowly appear, introducing the origins of the Imperial Court Toist Palace. Along with them came a pile of treasures placed in golden light. Seeing this, Yangsu was shocked. This is actually a secret realm of an ancient sect. But before he could finish speaking, the demonic sect disciples next to him had already rushed up, trying to take the treasures first. Yangsu tried to stop them, but couldn't he? Soon, a disciple arrived at the treasure and reached out to take it. Suddenly, countless thunderbolts descended from the sky. They turned those disciples, who wanted to forcefully take the treasures, into coke. Seeing the fate of these people, Yang Shu and other demonic sect disciples instinctively backed away. After a moment, words reappeared in the secret realm. If you are not among the 10 true disciples, you must fulfill one of the following conditions. 1. 5-colored Taoist foundation. 2. 3-flower foundation. 3. Magic power as strong as a golden core. 4. 9 yin 9 yang divine body. 5. Divine firmament lightning body. 6. Innate 5 elements spiritual body. 7. Heavenly spiritual body. 8. Reincarnation of a god of heaven and earth. 9. Reincarnation of a Taoist ancestor. 10. Reincarnation of the Buddha. But if there is anyone who tries to take it by force, they will be severely struck by heavenly lightning. Seeing these newly appeared conditions, Yu Jinlong was filled with joy. In our righteous sect, there are 4 people with magic power as strong as golden cores. I have the divine firmament lightning body. Kong Shang has a heavenly spirit body. We also have the 5 elements spiritual body. Since we arrived first, we can take all of them. Hearing this, Yang Xiu gritted his teeth and glared at Yu Jinlong. You want to take them all. You are not taking us seriously. Today, you won't get anything. Yu Jinlong refused to be outdone and retorted, then we will see how much you weigh. At this moment, Luli suddenly tapped his toes and stepped on the heads of several demonic sect disciples, flying towards the top. He landed smoothly on the secret realm and then picked up one of the treasures, laughing everyone. Please give me some face and let me take one first. How about it? As he spoke, the 3-flower Taoist foundation appeared above Luli's head, gaining the recognition of the secret realm. Seeing this, Yu Jinlong was shocked. 3-flower Supreme Taoist Foundation. How does a demonic sect person have one? Luli then opened his hand and found that the treasure inside was a pill. He held the pill and taunted the crowd below. This looks pretty good. Everyone, this pill already has an owner. Hearing this, Yu Jinlong was instantly enraged. He drew his sword and threatened Luli. Quickly hand over the pill. Have you asked the righteous sect cultivators here before taking it? At this time, a white-bone demonic sword suddenly fell, blocking Yu Jinlong's path. Immediately after, a pair of slender jade feet slowly descended. Does my Yinming ghost sect need your permission to act? Seeing that it was an acquaintance, Luli immediately greeted her. Senior Sister Greenie, what are you doing here? Greenie turned around and replied, the sect master heard that you came here alone, so he sent me urgently to help. The disciples of the Yinming ghost sect are also here. They are all my subordinates, so you can trust them completely and command that will. Oh, so the chief senior brother is here too. Upon hearing this, Yu Jinlong snorted coldly. Do you really think that you and your men can stop the Immortal Alliance? What a delusion! Luli pointed to his head and said, Did you get confused from burning yourself out? Don't he forget that I still have a hostage in my hands. And I also have a remarkable guard. The man was clearly a member of the demonic sect. But he had the Ice Frost Fairy from the Immortal sect as his guard. Furthermore, He had achieved the Trinity convergence, cultivating all three paths of Buddhism, Taoism, and the demonic sect. He was the first to obtain the treasure under the eyes of both the immortal and demonic sects. At this time, Greenie was a bit surprised to see Lin Jianshuang also protecting Lu Li. Then, as if she understood something, she smiled and said, "Senior brother Lu, you have quite the talent in training women. Even the ice frost fairy Lin Jianshuang listens to you obediently. How did you do it?" Lu Li smiled smugly. "That's because my current bodyguard, Lin, is much more docile and adorable than she was when she was being all fierce. I'll tell you my secrets to raising a daughter in private later." A Lin Jianshuang, protected by the Po Chai sword, said to the people, "Sorry, everyone." Seeing this, Yu Jinlong gritted his teeth in anger. Pointing at Lu Li, he cursed, "Lu Li, you bastard, all you know is hiding behind women. What kind of ability is that? If you have guts, come out and fight me to the death." Lu Li lowered his head and glanced at him with disdain. "You re another one of my defeated opponents. And you still have the nerve to challenge me." Yu Jinlong continued to provoke him. "So, you re not even afraid of me if you lose. You will release the demonic curse of junior sister Fang Yingli, as well as the demonic axe, and let her free. If you win, this sword formation is yours. With your 10,000 demon sword, combined with this sword formation map, its power will be enough to kill a golden core. Is this bet enough?" Seeing the bet that Yu Jinlong took out, Lin Jianshuang hurriedly advised, "Senior brother Yu, you swear upon the 3,000 bright moons that's your ultimate technique. This is absolutely impossible." Yu Jinlong said quite affectionately, "Junior sister Lin, for your sake, what does it matter if I bet everything? And don't worry, I am confident that I will win." Behind him, Fang Yingli also asked worriedly, "Sister Long, will senior brother Yu be all right?" Long Swan reassured her, "Senior brother Yu has 3 sacred trump cards. He'll definitely win." Lu Li, facing this behavior of rushing to offer him a chance to attack, naturally agreed right away. He had the crowd clear the area and stood in the center with Yu Jinlong, ready to duel. The battle began. Yu Jinlong immediately used his ultimate technique, 3,000 thunder strikes, and rushed towards Lu Li. Facing this move, Lu Li didn't even bother to look at it, and said with disdain, "I thought you had some new trick. I've already seen your swordsmanship before." Before he finished speaking, Yu Jinlong slashed his sword down, but Lu Li easily dodged it. The next second, Lu Li flashed behind him. Seeing that he was no match, Yu Jinlong decisively chose to take a pill. He crushed a golden core in his mouth and rushed towards Lu Li again, still with the same move. But this time, Lu Li was almost hit. Fortunately, he created an afterimage in time to avoid the attack. He circled around behind Yu Jinlong again, wondering what he had eaten, since his magical power had suddenly increased so much. At this time, Yu Jinlong also turned around and coldly looked at Lu Li. "What? I've only just begun, and you can take it any more. What happened to that smug face you had earlier?" As he spoke, he took out another talisman and attached it to his sword. His magical power increased again. At a glance, Lin Jianshuang recognized that it was the demon sword pill that infused the upper layers of the sword wings. And it was also a talisman that forcibly broke through the power limits of the realm. They were all treasures at the golden core level. Long Swan also nodded. Senior brother Yu's strength now is probably comparable to the middle stage of the golden core. However, Lu Li still said with a relaxed expression, "Using these treasures to fight against me, a foundation establishment 5th layer. It seems you really want to win." However, Yu Jinlong revealed a sinister look. Then he laughed loudly, and in an instant he disappeared from the spot, then appeared behind Lu Li. He said coldly, "Can you still laugh now?" Lu Li sensed danger and immediately condensed the demonic sword in his hand. He turned around and slashed, but Yu Jinlong easily blocked it. Yu Jinlong looked at Lu Li coldly and said, "These were originally the magic treasures that my master gave me to save my life. Now that they are used to kill you, a demonic scum, you should be grateful." Upon hearing this, Lu Li's expression became solemn. "You look more like a demonic scum than I do. Besides, if you kill me, then Fang Yingli will die for sure." Unexpectedly, This immediately enraged Yu Jinlong, who shouted, "Shut up!" He directly cut off his demonic sword. Luli quickly used his movement techniques to dodge. But he was still injured by the powerful sword energy, and a long sword wound appeared on his chest. Yu Jinlong slowly turned around and said, "Luli, whether you have offended the Abyss demons, or used an evil method to get the protection of the immortal sect, or if you stole and plundered treasures, I don't care about any of that. But why do you have to involve Lin Jianshuang for a lowly member of the demonic sect?" To actually have Lin Jianshuang protect you, Lu Li was somewhat speechless. So it was because of his strong jealousy. At this time, Yu Jinlong took out another talisman from his pocket and continued, "As long as I kill you, it will be over. The demonic sect will lose a great general, and there will be no obstacles in the treasure competition. Lin Jianshuang will no longer be threatened by someone from the demonic sect. So, what does it matter if that Fang Yingli dies?" Having said that, Yu Jinlong threw the talisman into the air and cut it in half with his sword. The next second, the talisman began to transform. In an instant, it transformed into a golden toys phantom and appeared behind Yu Jinlong. Yu Jinlong's magical power increased several times again, and he shouted, "Die!" He slashed his sword towards Lu Li. Facing this attack, Lu Li was also startled. He hurriedly used the invincible Vedra divine art to defend, but he still couldn't block it. All the clothes on his body were torn to shreds. Seeing this, Yu Jinlong laughed triumphantly. This is a suggestion from a nascent soul true lord. Unless one possesses the pure Yang Dao essence, even a golden core late stage would not be able to withstand you, demonic ant. Just die peacefully here. But as soon as he said this, Lu Li laughed. "Do you mortals like to reveal your battle plan when you fight?" As he spoke, a pure Yang Dao essence rose from his body. He blocked Yu Jinlong's sword energy from the outside. Seeing this, Yu Jinlong was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. The pure Yang Dao essence that even he had never comprehended was actually learned ahead of time by a member of the demonic sect. At this time, Lin Jianshuang, who was watching the battle not far away, was also shocked to see the scene. Before, she thought that Lu Li had taken some kind of elixir to cultivate the Trinity convergence. But she never expected that Lu Li was actually cultivating all three paths of Buddhism, Taoism, and the demonic sect. The man was clearly the chief of the demonic sect. Yet he cultivated the techniques of all three religions, and had also condensed the corresponding Dharma forms. At this time, the chubby abbot of the Yellow Clay Temple on Flying Immortal Mountain, who was watching this scene through Cloud Live broadcast, exclaimed, "Holy shit, the Trinity convergence of Buddhism, Taoism, and the demonic sect, and he also possesses the pure Yang Dao essence. I stayed a virgin for 80 years and still couldn't cultivate it, and this guy of 18 years old actually cultivated it so purely. If he's not the reincarnation of the Taoist ancestor, I will eat the Taoist ancestor statue." Thinking of this, he immediately told the young Taoist to stop what he was doing and quickly go gather people to bring him back. At the same time, the Western Buddhist side also saw the Cloud Live broadcast image. They couldn't help but curse out loud, "My Buddha! This Lu Li is probably the reincarnation of the Buddha child. Hurry up, send the Peacock King there immediately. Be sure to bring him back to the Buddhist sect. This is not negotiable." On the other side, the leader of the Taoist alliance also became interested after seeing Lu Li and planned to go the 10,000 Demons Mountain to meet him. If Lu Li was really a Taoist or Buddhist child, then he would bring him back to raise as a pet. If he was the reincarnation of the great Freedom Heavenly Demon, then he would just beat him to death with one knock. As for the reaction from the various forces, Lu Li, the person involved, was still completely unaware. His battle with Yu Jinlong was not over yet. But since the other party wanted to kill him, he wasn't going to hold back. He immediately waved his hand and flung out a demonic sword wrapped in a pure Yang Dao essence. This sword instantly arrived in front of Yu Jinlong. Yu Jinlong hastily used his sword to defend and then forcefully slashed, breaking Lu Li's demonic sword. But just breaking this sword had already left him panting. When he looked up again, he saw countless demonic swords swirling around Lu Li's head, Luli waved his hand, and countless demonic swords fired at the same time, instantly turning Yu Jinlong into a sieve. Seeing this cruel and bloody scene, Lin Jianshuang couldn't bear to look and closed her eyes. Greenie couldn't help but sigh. How long has it been? He has already grown to be so powerful. I really didn't misjudge him back then. A moment later, the battle was completely over. Yu Jinlong's figure had long disappeared from the scene. Only a cloud of blood mist remained. Seeing this, the disciples of the Heavenly Unity Sword Sect were immediately enraged. They prepared to seize the sword formation to avenge Yu Jinlong, but Greenie was no pushover either. She directly led a disciple of the Ghost Sect and stood in front of Lu Li. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, Lu Li pushed aside the disciples of the Heavenly Unity Sword Sect who were standing in front of him and came to Lin Jianshuang's side. Asked Lin Jianshuang, "Aren't those who are in our alliance supposed to accept the outcome of their bets?" Lin Jianshuang bit her lip. "You killed senior brother Yu. You could have spared his life." Lu Li shrugged, speechless. "What a joke. He used 3 magical items, all of which were at the golden core level. And you still think I could spare his life? Do you think I'm the reincarnation of Buddha? Besides, I said that if I died, Fang Yingli would be buried with me. Knowing that, he still wanted to kill me. You must know what that means." Right hearing this, Lin Jianshuang was speechless. She didn't know how to argue. Long Swan, on the side, fiercely pointed at Lu Li. "What are you saying? You demonic sect villain, don't try to sow discord." Lin Jianshuang closed her eyes and sighed. "All right, we, the Xanming, keep our word. Put down your swords." Hearing this, Lu Li smiled with satisfaction. "That's more like it. You Xanming people are indeed reasonable." "Oh, right. You glutton. I remember you're also a special spirit body, right? Go help me pick a treasure." Hearing that Lu Li wanted another one, Long Xuan immediately panicked. He told him not to take things too far. Yang Shu also expressed his disapproval. "There are only so many treasures. You've already taken one. You want another one." Lu Li turned and said coldly, "Is there a problem? That guy was also a powerful challenger, right? Since he said he could take a treasure, and I defeated him, his share naturally belongs to me." With that, he pointed at a 10,000-year spirit herb above. He had Fang Yingli go get it for him. Fang Yingli leaped up and jumped. Following Lu Li's instructions, he found the 10,000-year spirit herb. The rich medicinal fragrance made his mouth water, unable to resist it. But before he could warm it up, Lu Li snatched it away. "Smell it. That's enough. This isn't for you to eat." After saying that, Lu Li put the spirit herb away and turned around, waving his hand. "The rest, you guys can divide among yourselves. I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep." "Keep up." Watching Lu Li's retreating back, Yang Su gnashed his teeth in hatred. That guy is too arrogant. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly yelled, Where's that big piece of fire crystal? Why is it suddenly gone?" But when everyone reacted, Lu Li had already run away, carrying Fang Yingli on his shoulder. Then, after leaving the fallen immortal cave, Greenie asked curiously, "Lu Li, aren't we waiting for the Dai to appear?" Lu Li said, "No, we're not waiting. We can't fight for the Dao Kai. Once the fighting breaks out, we'll be easily surrounded. Then you'll all die." Saying that, Lu Li couldn't help but cough, and a bit of blood appeared on his hand. He continued, "Besides, that sword intent was indeed not weak." Seeing Lu Li cough up blood, Greenie hurriedly went forward to ask about his injuries. Lu Li waved his hand to signal her to keep her voice down. "My injuries aren't too bad, but it'll be troublesome if we attract attention. Now that I've taken these treasures, I'm afraid others will soon come to rob and kill you. Let's go in a different direction first. I can escape on my own, but if you guys are around, I won't be able to escape with all my power." Hearing this, Greenie was a bit self-reproachful. "It's us who are holding you back, Chief Lu." Lu Li smiled and comforted her. "Senior Sister Greenie, that's not what I meant. You guys helped me a lot back there in the Imperial Court Dao Palace." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Greenie left with the Yin Ming Ghost Sect disciples. Seeing that, Lu Li also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they're gone. Otherwise, I really don't know what I would do if a fight broke out later. Hearing this, Fang Yingli asked in confusion, knowing that someone wants to rob and kill you. Why did you send your helpers away? Besides, you defeated senior brother Yu, who was using his trump cards. Who else can kill you? Luli smiled. Then think carefully. I've offended 3 factions here. The Sanming, the demonic sect, now they're all inside. Who else hasn't shown up? Fang Yingli fell into deep thought. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something. At this moment, the 6-tailed fox demon on Luli's waist looked very smug. My backup has arrived. You're all going to die. Suddenly, a powerful aura swept over. Luli and Fang Yingli turned to look at the same time. The next second, the ground suddenly exploded, and a minotaur-like monster appeared before the 2 of them. Luli looked at the Minotaur and smiled. So you're finally here. Abyssal Demon Clan. Then the Minotaur stretched out his hand and said, Hand over my clay member, leave your treasures, or die. Luli curled his lip with disdain. Just you a cow, the Minotaur pounded his chest and roared, I am Queen Yu of the Abyssal Demon Clan. One of my kind has the power of 15 Jiao. Do you want to try? Luli spread his hands and smiled. Although I don't know what kind of unit your Jiao is, I'm not so easy to kill. I have a better suggestion. I can give you this fox demon back, and then I'll give you 10 high-grade spirit stones. We'll go our separate ways. How's that? Hearing this? The Minotaur thought for a bit. Sounds good. But if I kill you, all of the treasures will be mine. With that, he charged towards Luli. Trading a gluttonous loli for an ice queen, do you think that's worth it? Perhaps you think it's worth it, but Luli says you have to pay more. At this time, facing the onrushing Kuan-Yu, Luli pushed Fang Yingli aside and then threw a punch. It collided with Kuan-Yu. In an instant, rocks flew everywhere and dust rose high. Kuan-Yu spoke coldly. You're not bad. You can actually withstand my punch. Luli laughed, pretending to be relaxed. I said, I'm not so easy to kill. With that, he suddenly exerted force. He punched Kuan-Yu away. Kuan-Yu wasn't to be outdone. He raised his hoof and stomped down. He pried up a stone slab, then threw a punch at Luli. Luli wasn't able to dodge in time. He secretly said in his heart, oh no, then, with a bang, Kuan-Yu smashed the stone slab. But when the smoke cleared, Luli wasn't hurt. A purple, elegant figure was protecting him. Seeing this, Luli couldn't help but tease her. I can't tell that you are so cold on the outside, but you can't let go of me in your heart. You're really such a tsundere. Lin Jianshuang held her sword with both hands and snorted. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't be so conceited. I was just worried about Yingli. With that, she waved her hand and gathered her magic power, using a swan bing technique. Countless weapons immediately formed in the air from her sword aura. With a swing of her sword, they shot towards Kuan-Yu. Seeing this, Fang Yingli excitedly yelled, Sister Lin, you're finally here. Quickly chop this cow. I haven't eaten abyssal demon beef before. Hearing this, Kuan-Yu immediately realized that the person before him was the legendary Lin Jianshuang. He had the intention of retreating in his heart. Seeing this, Luli smiled smugly. Silly cow, now it's 2 against 1. Do you still want to fight? Kuan-Yu pounded his chest with both hands and yelled. We, the Kuan-Yu clan, don't have a habit of turning around and running. With that, he charged towards Luli again. Seeing this, Luli and Lin Jianshuang were on high alert, ready to deal with Kuan-Yu's charge. But they didn't expect that Kuan-Yu, that sneaky old fox, would suddenly turn and run away just before he crashed into them. But he really didn't turn around to run. He ran away head-on. As he ran, he didn't forget to say some harsh words. Kid, I've remembered you. I'll definitely be back. Hearing this, Luli was speechless. How come this guy has more scenes of running away than me? At this time, Lin Jianshuang, behind him, finally made a decision after some internal struggle. She proposed a trade to Luli. She wanted to exchange herself for Fang Yingli. As long as Luli let Fang Yingli go back, she would willingly become Luli's hostage. Hearing this, Fang Yingli hurriedly ran over panting. Sister Lin, no, I haven't eaten them poor yet. Lin Jianshuang caressed Fang Yingli's face softly. Yingli, you were the one who saved me before. Now I'm saving you to go back. It's only right. After saying that, Lin Jianshuang, without giving Fang Yingli a chance to reject, tapped his neck. The next second, Fang Yingli's eyes slowly closed and he fell into a deep sleep. Looking at Fang Yingli in her arms, Lin Jianshuang couldn't help but sigh lightly. I'm sorry, Yingli. If I don't do this, you probably wouldn't be willing to go back. Then, Lin Jianshuang carried in a tree and said her final goodbyes. Sleep for a while. Soon Xingxuan will come find you. You'll be home when you wake up. But Luli interrupted. Wait a minute. I haven't agreed yet. After being with this glutton for so long, I'm actually reluctant. And bullying you when you're so cold isn't as interesting as bullying Fang Yingli. To this, Lin Jianshuang didn't say anything. She just turned her head and coldly 6 words, my ransom is higher. Luli's attitude changed in an instant. He grabbed Lin Jianshuang's hand and said, Deal. The man just went out for a while and exchanged his gluttonous loli for an icy queen, and also got top-grade pills and a 10,000-year spirit herb. After settling Fang Yingli down, Lu Li took Lin Jianshuang back to the city of immortal slaughter. As soon as they entered the city, a group of demonic sect disciples turned their heated gazes towards Lin Jianshuang. Some even saw business opportunities. They ordered their subordinates to print the book The Female Sword Immortal's Tribulation overnight. Lin Jianshuang felt uncomfortable facing these gazes, but there was nothing she could do. Seeing this, Luli smiled and teased her. What's wrong? Are you scared? It's too late to regret it now. Lin Jianshuang turned her head and snorted. Why would I be afraid of this? I never regret my decisions. At that moment, a perverted old man finally couldn't restrain himself and reached out his evil hand towards Lin Jianshuang. But at the critical moment, a sword suddenly pressed against his neck. Luli, holding the heavenly demon sword, coldly said, If you don't want to die, get lost with this show of force. The surrounding demonic sect disciples who had wanted to watch the show scattered in a panic. Luli then sheathed the heavenly demon sword and comforted Lin Jianshuang, Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Lin Jianshuang's face flushed slightly at his words, but she still stubbornly said, Do I need you to protect me? Then, the two of them returned to the Yinming Ghost Sect's base. Grandmaster Hongru came out to greet them warmly, but his face immediately darkened when he saw the addition of Lin Jianshuang beside Lu Li. He complained, You've brought back another fresh beauty. I was worried about you. Looks like you're having a good time. Luli awkwardly chuckled. She came back with me willingly. Grandmaster Hongru let out a resentful "Oh." Your charm is truly irresistible. Even Lin Jianshuang is willing to come back with you willingly. As he spoke, Grandmaster Hongru moved closer to Lin Jianshuang, startling her. She quickly retreated 2 steps. She bowed and said, I came to Immortal Slaughter City with him to exchange for junior sister Fang. Grandmaster Hongru, the chief disciple of the Sky River Sword Sect, Lin Jianshuang, was there. Grandmaster Hongru was slightly surprised. Do you know me? Lin Jianshuang immediately replied, I remember all the famous people of the 10 great demonic sects, a grandmaster. Grandmaster Hongru turned his head and smiled. You have a good memory. At the same time, he thought to himself, This girl shouldn't know about my undercover identity. It's better not to reveal it to her for now. Then, Grandmaster Hongru turned back and looked at Luli with concern. By the way, I heard from Siantong that Greenie and the others said you were injured. Is it serious? There's actually someone in the immortal path who could hurt you. Hearing this, Lin Jianshuang couldn't help but think, although they're from a demonic sect, they care for their disciples so much. They're not completely hopeless. But before Luli could answer, a hearty laugh came from the entrance. I bet it's this kid causing trouble and challenging the immortal path disciples. That's why he got injured. No, this is the aura of a nascent soul grandmaster. Kid, you didn't break into Demon Slaughter City, did you? Faced with the doubts of the heaven-shaking Demon King, Luli truthfully replied, I was just injured by a true immortal sword artifact. And it's not a big deal. This time, I failed to grab the Dao artifact, but I did manage to snatch 2 Mystic Realm treasures, a pill and a spiritual herb. Unfortunately, I don't know what they do. Seeing the 2 treasures Luli took out, the heaven-shaking Demon King couldn't help but gasp. This pill has an extremely rich medicinal fragrance, and there's even an underlying Doist charm. Even a refinement void old monster can refine even a few of these in his entire life. And this 10,000-year spiritual herb, could it be the legendary ascending immortal branch? This spiritual herb is snow white, spotless, like the white snow of March. It has a musky fragrance that is refreshing, as if you read becoming an immortal. It really is the legendary ascending immortal branch. Kid, how about we make a deal? What do you want? I can give you anything. As long as you give me 1 petal of the ascending immortal branch. Hearing this, Luli became interested. Then, he jokingly said, Really, I heard that you, the heaven-shaking Demon King, have 2 unmarried daughters. The heaven-shaking Demon King immediately became agitated. Get lost, the sect leader has 2 secretly born daughters too. Why don't you go ask him for them? But as soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from outside the door. Who told you? The heaven-shaking Demon King didn't realize the severity of the situation yet, and said smugly, Of course it was the sect leader's wife who told me. But when he turned around, he saw that the sect leader, the ethereal ghost emperor, was already standing at the door. He was immediately terrified. Seeing this, Luli and the others quickly bowed to the ethereal ghost emperor. Then, the ethereal ghost emperor walked in front of Luli, picked up the pill, and slowly said, This pill is refined through an ancient celestial formation. After consuming it, it will only release a small amount of medicinal power to transform your body. But as long as you completely refine it, it can double your magic power, physical body, and soul strength. Luli, you did well this time. You were decisive and you knew when to stop. You can have this pill yourself. Time it right. Refine all of it after you reach the foundation establishment completion. With that, the ethereal ghost emperor returned the pill to Luli. He also reminded the heaven-shaking Demon King and Grandmaster Hongru. This pill is only suitable for refining at the foundation establishment stage. It won't have much effect on those above the golden core stage. So don't even think about it. Then, the ethereal ghost emperor reached for the spiritual herb. He said calmly, As for this 10,000-year ascending immortal branch, I will take it. I'll find someone to refine it into a limitless golden pill for you in the future, so you'll be invincible in the golden core realm. Hearing this, Grandmaster Hongru immediately explained, refining a limitless golden pill is extremely difficult and requires a lot of 10,000-year spiritual herbs. But once the golden pill is consumed, the limitless magic power will be endless. It looks like the sect leader is going to suffer a great loss this time. After hearing this, Luli immediately cupped his fist and thanked the sect leader. The ethereal ghost emperor waved his hand, saying, It's fine. I came here not just to see you, but also because I have important matters to attend to. I won't stay any longer. Also, something will happen in 5 days. But the ethereal ghost sect won't get involved. During this time, you should all cultivate well. With that, the ethereal ghost emperor turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared from the spot. Luli couldn't help but think to himself, It's good that I didn't get the Dao artifact. The Dao artifact is a hot potato. I need to take this opportunity to improve my strength. Then, he grabbed Lin Jianshuang's hand and said, Come, Lin Jianshuang, come with me. Lin Jianshu was a little shy at being grabbed by her hand and asked Luli what he wanted. Luli turned his head and smiled. Of course, it's for you to help me cultivate. This man was clearly a chief disciple of the demonic sect. Yet he wanted the Ice Frost Fairy of the Immortal Alliance to help him cultivate. Lin Jianshuang was stunned at this request and uncertainly asked, You want me to help you cultivate? Luli smiled slightly. That's right. Right now, only you are most suitable. Hearing this, Lin Jianshuang's face immediately changed. You despicable, shameless, and lewd pervert. Seeing this, Luli was a bit helpless. What are you thinking about? I'm talking about sword practice. I don't keep immortals here. Even Fang Yinli has to listen to me and work for me to get food. You should teach me sword practice. Seeing the scroll Lily had taken out, a trace of sorrow flashed in Lin Jianshuang's eyes. The 3,000 bright moon sword formation diagram. This was a rare opportunity that junior brother Yu had obtained great difficulty. Then she turned away and arrogantly replied, "Although I'm your prisoner, I'm not obligated to teach you sword practice. And it's no problem for me to starve for 10 or 20 days." Lily clapped his hands and smiled. "Good, you have a backbone. But you should remember the greenie you saw before, right?" "She is a woman." Hearing this name, Lin Jianshuang frowned. "I'm not blind." "What nonsense are you talking about?" But Luli continued, "She also likes women." Hearing this, Lin Jianshuang was also startled and started thinking wildly. Luli then continued nonchalantly, "Senior Sister Emerald, she helped me a lot earlier. How should I thank her? Since you were not willing to stay here with me, then I might as well just send you to her." Hearing this, Lin Jianshuang immediately caved. Let Luli prepare a moving puppet. "Let's begin sword practice." Luli chuckled and cupped his fist. "Then I implore Master Lin for guidance. Speaking of puppets, I happen to have a good target here. It's very durable." With that, Luli grabbed the six-tailed fox at his waist, then shouted, "I choose you." Then he threw the three-tailed fox out. With a bang, the three-tailed fox landed and transformed into a human form. He turned around and started scolding Luli, "You bastard! How dare you treat me like this? I'll peel off your skin." But Luli was in no mood to pay attention to him. He took out a heavenly demon sword and started practicing with Lin Jianshuang. Lin Jianshuang closed her eyes and held her sword. She said coldly, "The sword is the place of the divine. If you want to practice the sword formation, you must become one with the sword, like the 10 fingers of a jade. Where the divine goes, the sword light follows." Luli also copied her actions and adopted the same pose as Lin Jianshuang. Then he thrust out his sword. 2 different colored sword energies instantly flew out, shooting directly towards the three-tailed fox, raising clouds of dust. But Lin Jianshuang turned her head and said, "Wrong, that's just simple sword control, not becoming one with the sword. I will teach you only once. Follow my rhythm and breathing. Unite your mind." With that, she grabbed Lily's hand and began demonstrating. Seeing the two not only using him to practice sword skills, but also showing off their love in front of him, the three-tailed fox gnashed his teeth in anger. "You two, you dog couple. I am the 7th princess of the heavenly fragrant fox clan. How dare you use me to practice sword skills?" But before he could continue, several sharp sounds of wind breaking came over. Then, screams and roars from the three-tailed fox would occasionally ring out in the yard. At the same time, the leader of the Taoist alliance had also stepped into Immortal Slaughter City and was discovered by a demonic sect disciple wandering outside. The Taoist alliance leader, holding a jade scepter, lazily asked, "Is this the Immortal Slaughter City of 10,000 Demons Mountain?" The demonic sect disciple walked forward with a smile and said, "That's right. This is Immortal Slaughter City." "Beautiful lady, could it be that you have amnesia? Let me examine your body." The Taoist alliance leader's face darkened, and he lightly flicked the jade scepter in his hand. The next second, the demonic sect disciple turned into dust. Then he followed Lin Jianshuang's aura and found Luli's residence. He stepped in, and a powerful aura burst forth. The appearance of this figure instantly froze both of them in place, and the three-tailed fox even shrank into a corner in fear. She could only hope that she wouldn't be seen. At this moment, Luli also had a sullen expression. He didn't know how this person had appeared. But before he could react, Lin Jianshuang directly knelt on one knee and saluted the figure. "Disciple Lin Jianshuang greets the Alliance Master." Hearing this, Luli was startled. The other party was actually the Dao Alliance Master, the woman who commanded 9,000 Daoist sects. Then, the Dao Alliance Master helped Lin Jianshuang up. She said softly, "Little Shuang, don't be nervous. I am here today to bring you back, but that's only one reason. The other is to find him. suddenly pointed out by the Tao Alliance Master, Luli was also taken aback. But before he could react, the Tao Alliance Master spoke again. She asked, "Are you the reincarnation of Buddha?" Luli scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "What do you think?" "However you want to decide, that's fine with me." But this answer clearly didn't satisfy the Tao Alliance Master. She directly demanded that he answer yes or no. Luli was so startled that he broke out in a cold sweat and had to shake his head. "I am not," he answered. This was the first time he experienced the feeling of being completely unable to resist. Until now, he had experienced many instances of mental control, but the system was always able to resolve them. But he was completely helpless in front of this woman. Then, the Tao Alliance Master asked, "Then are you the reincarnation of the Tao ancestor?" Luli still answered no. Then, the Tao Alliance Master asked again, "Then are you the reincarnation, the great heavenly demon of freedom?" Luli still answered no. This made the Tao Alliance Master feel a bit strange. But compared to her curiosity, Luli felt that his strength in front of her was like that of an ant. But fortunately, if it was her, she should be able to easily take him out of 10,000 Demon Mountain, right? So Luli smiled and cupped his hands. Alliance Master, I'm actually a good person. Can you take me to the Immortal Alliance?" The Tao Alliance Master was a little surprised to hear that. "You want to go to the Immortal Alliance just because you're a good person? Then do you think I'm good looking?" Luli gave her a thumbs up. He praised her while drooling. "Good looking, of course you read good looking." But in the next second, the Tao Alliance Master's expression changed drastically. "Then you can just stay in this demonic sect. We Immortal Alliance don't accept perverts." This turn of events dumbfounded Luli. He quickly explained awkwardly, "Alliance Master, the desire for beauty is a normal human feeling. Besides, your legs are indeed good looking." Hearing that, the Tao Alliance Master's face turned dark. She said in an icy tone, "That's still not something you should be looking at. Little Shuang, let's go." Then, she turned around and prepared to leave with Lingji and Shuang, but she had only just taken 2 steps. When a voice suddenly came from behind them, "Hold it! How can the Tao Alliance Master leave so hastily after coming all the way here? Won't you stay and have a cup of tea?" As the eerie voice of the Spirit Ghost Emperor fell, the surrounding space began to fluctuate. It was as if he had laid out layers upon layers of terrifying formations all around. But the Tao Alliance Master just turned around slightly. She said calmly, "Spirit Ghost Emperor, you can't keep me. Your 24 heavenly demon swords can't block my heavenly emperor's ray." Hearing this, the Spirit Ghost Emperor was a bit surprised. "You know that this lord has cultivated the 24 heavenly demon swords." The Tao Alliance Master waved her hand casually and turned to reply, "I know, because I have already cultivated the 25th sword." As her voice fell, the surrounding formations seemed to be shattered in an instant, and the Spirit Ghost Emperor's pupils contracted. It was clear that he had suffered a huge shock. At this time, the Tao Alliance Master spoke again, calling him back to his senses. "May I leave now? We'll meet again if fate allows." Just as the Tao Alliance Master was about to leave, the Spirit Ghost Emperor suddenly said, "So that's how it is. So you are that person." Hearing that, the Tao Alliance Master turned slightly, a hint of surprise on her face. "You know," the Spirit Ghost Emperor's eyes flashed with golden light. He said fiercely, "This lord originally thought that that person would hide and secretly protect this land. I never thought you would appear so openly and even become the Tao Alliance Master." The man obtained a video stone that recorded the learning material. He thought he could have a good look at the Tao Alliance Master's beautiful legs, but he was slapped by the image, creating a gaping hole. Then the image just stopped working. At this time, faced with the Spirit Ghost Emperor's harsh questioning, the Tao Alliance Master replied indifferently, "Why not? Can't I enjoy myself?" The Spirit Ghost Emperor continued to ask, "You made the Tao and Buddhist sects join forces to attack the demonic sect. Is it also to get the demonic sect to activate that great formation?" The Tao Alliance Master thought about it. "That wasn't it, but now it is." As she spoke, she didn't forget to turn her head and look at Lu Li behind the spirit ghost emperor. Lu Li was scratching his head, looking confused. He didn't know what these two were talking about. Could they speak in a way that I can understand? At this time, the Tao Alliance master raised her hand and said calmly, "All right, it's time for me to go." With that, she casually waved her hand, opening a rift in space. She prepared to leave with Ling Jianshuang, but was stopped by the spirit ghost emperor again. "Hold it, you're taking Ling Jianshuang away. You should at least leave some ransom. She is Lu Li's captive." Hearing this, the Tao Alliance master thought it made sense. So she casually searched her body and then threw a purple crystal to Lu Li. "Consider this video stone as ransom. I'll trade it to you. It's my sword cultivation method that I compiled 300 years ago. It's enough to benefit you for life. All right, I'll give you a little gift. After all, to us, being bare-chested isn't very elegant." After saying that, the Tao Alliance master snapped her fingers again, and Lu Li's body was covered with a black Taoist robe. Before leaving, the Tao Alliance master didn't forget to smile and say goodbye to Lu Li. Then she left with Ling Jianshuang. After the two left, Lu Li immediately asked the sect master, what exactly happened? Who was that person? And what was that formation? But the spirit ghost emperor said that the water was very deep. With your current realm, it's not appropriate for you to know too much. You should cultivate well. You'll understand in about a year. Hearing that, Lu Li was speechless. He couldn't help but think, "What are you talking about, you cryptic person? You don't know anything yourself, but you're still putting on an act, right? But exchanging Ling Jinshuang for a video stone and a piece of clothing, I feel like I lost out. Damn it, I still have to cultivate diligently. When I become invincible in the future, I must grab your legs and stare at them long enough." Soon after seeing off the spirit ghost emperor, Lu Li went back to his room, ready to see what was inside this video stone. After all, this was something given by the Tao Alliance master. It should have some secrets. Then, he activated his magic power and projected the contents inside. In the next second, an image of the Tao Alliance master holding a wooden sword appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Lu Li couldn't help but exclaim, "What a powerful video stone! I didn't expect it to be so realistic. Now, I can look to my heart's content without cultivating." However, just as Lu Li was appreciating the beautiful legs, the image of the Tao Alliance master suddenly frowned. She turned her hand around and hit Lu Li with a big chop using the wooden sword. Lu Li was dumbfounded by the hit. He didn't understand what had just happened. How could an image hit someone? Could this thing have a soul? As he was thinking that, he prepared to poke it to see what was up, but before his hand could reach, the image attacked with another sword strike. This injured Lu Li. Twice now, this thing is definitely not a video stone. Surprisingly, this time the Tao Alliance master actually responded, "Of course it's a video stone, but it's a high-end one. You just haven't seen one before." Of course, Lu Li didn't believe it. "High-end? Are you kidding me? How can an illusion from a video stone answer my questions?" The Tao Alliance master replied casually, "I'm extremely perceptive. Isn't it possible to record answers in advance anyway? Are you learning or not?" Although Lu Li was very displeased, he still grit his teeth and slowly uttered one word, "Learn." Then, the Tao Alliance master held the wooden sword, saying softly, "Then watch carefully. I will only demonstrate it once. This is the thrust." After saying that, she thrust her sword out heroically, and then that was it. This was the entire demonstration. Then, she just went back to sleep, saying in an impatient tone, "This is too troublesome. I don't want to teach anymore. I'm too tired and sleepy. Good night." Seeing this scene, Lu Li was so angry he gritted his teeth. A vulgarity escaped his mouth. What the F? The leaders of the Buddhist, Taoist, and demonic sects. They never expected that the Tao Ki that everyone was fighting for would actually be stolen away by a demonic sect disciples' cultivation technique. Looking at the Tao Alliance master who had already lain down to quit, Lu Li couldn't help but complain. "Do you even have the self-awareness to be a ransom?" The Tao Alliance master yawned and replied indifferently, "All right, Since you're begging me so much, then I will graciously teach you. But rather than telling you about it, this method is more suitable for you." With that, she put her hand on Luli's forehead. In the next second, Luli's mind was filled with a lot of information. At the same time, the system gave a notification. "Your 24 heavenly demon swords has become greatly enlightened after listening to the Supreme Sword Tao teaching. You have comprehended the third sword. The time to deduce the 25th sword has been reduced to 300 years. You have learned the 24 heavenly demon swords, the third sword." Moments later, the skill transfer ended. The Tao Alliance Master sat up from the bed. She yawned and said, "All right, you can comprehend it slowly yourself. I'm going to sleep now." Then, without giving Luli a chance to ask anything else, the Tao Alliance Master turned into a golden light and disappeared from the spot. This left Luli speechless. What the heck is going on? At the same time, a white-haired old man was also staring at Luli's residence. But because he had just seen the spirit ghost emperor descend, so he didn't dare to act rashly and prepared to bide his time. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind him. No need to wait. Seeing who it was, the old man immediately knelt down and saluted. "Flying Immortal Wind Bell Taoist greets the Tao Alliance leader." The Tao Alliance leader waved his hand, telling him there was no need for such formality. Then he casually sat down on a nearby chair. "Windbell, I heard you're doing well in the Great Devil Sect. Did you come here to capture Luli and take him back?" Seeing the Tao Alliance leader asking him, Windbell Taoist didn't dare delay and immediately replied, "Yes. The abbot ordered me to bring Luli, the reincarnation of the Tao ancestor, back to the Flying Immortal Temple, no matter what." However, the Tao Alliance leader said, "I just went to see him. He is neither the reincarnation of the Tao ancestor nor any Buddha's child. He's not even the reincarnation of some great celestial demon, so there's no need to bother. The Buddhist sect's peacock, Bright, has also wanted to take him away, regarding Luli as the reincarnation of a Buddha's child. I've also told him already." Seeing that the Tao Alliance leader had said so, Windbell Taoist could only cup his fist and say that he understood. Then, the Tao Alliance leader asked about the formation. "How much of the formation has the Great Devil Sect activated now?" Windbell Taoist replied relieved, "About 9/10. I'm afraid it will only take a year to be fully activated. Also, the Great Devil Sect seems to have found a weakness in the Imperial Taoist Palace's restriction, and they're preparing to take out the Taoist sword inside." The Tao Alliance leader smiled faintly after hearing this. "No need to worry. The Taoist sword's master will not let it be taken by the Great Devil Sect." At the same time, on Luli's side, after activating the system's automatic cultivation, he had also learned the third sword of the 24 celestial demon swords, the soul-severing sword. It allowed the soul to leave the body, fuse with the celestial demon, and turn into an invisible sword wing that could sever souls and destroy spirits. Looking at the Soul Severan's introduction on the system panel, Luli couldn't help but exclaim, to be able to have the soul leave the body and kill enemies from thousands of miles away. What a fierce and bizarre sword technique! But fusing the soul with the celestial demon would make it easy for the celestial demon to seize me. This can't do. It's too dangerous. I won't practice it. Just then, the familiar system notification sounded again. Your great Tathagata Palm and a new friend have hit it off. They share the same full taste and have become sworn brothers. The great Tathagata Palm is preparing to invite its new brother to come home for a visit. Do you agree? Seeing this system notification, Luli was also stunned. There's actually something that can hit it off with the great Tathagata Palm. Could it be another troublemaker? But since they be coming, I'll just let them be. Then, Luli began to take stock of his spoils. The sword techniques that the Tao Alliance leader had imparted were truly good. Although he couldn't use the soul-severing sword, his other sword techniques had improved a lot. That senior brother Yu was a sword cultivator. There should be some items from this pile of spoils that I could use. After sorting through everything, Luli discovered that there were a lot of good items. There were 6 high-grade spirit stones, 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones, 3 high-grade spirit swords, 8 medium-grade spirit swords, and sword pills. There were also 6 unknown pills and 38 chapters of unknown low-grade talismans. However, his attention was quickly drawn to a sword that had appeared out of nowhere. He was about to pick it up and take a good look, when he suddenly heard a childish voice from nowhere. "Hey, you're very impolite. Quickly put me down." Luli looked around but didn't see anyone. Just as he was puzzled, the voice spoke again. I'm so angry. I'm right here. I thought the owner of the great Tathagata palm was a good person. But I didn't expect you to be so rude. Quickly put my body down." Seeing a small person suddenly appear on the table, Luli was also stunned for a moment, then laughed awkwardly. "I'm sorry. You must be the new brother of the great Tathagata palm. Your body is that sword, right? I'll put it down now." As he spoke, Luli couldn't help but complain in his heart. "I thought the great Tathagata palm would bring back a new technique, but I didn't expect it to bring back such a strange creature." However, the small person didn't care for Luli's attitude at all. He crossed his arms and snorted childishly. "How boring. I want to go back." Then he turned his head haughtily, ready to leave. But when he passed a sword pill, the small person suddenly stopped, and drool involuntarily flowed from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Luli pointed at the sword pill on the table and asked, "Do you want this?" The small person's eyes lit up. He nodded repeatedly. "Yes. Can I?" Luli generously pushed the sword pill in front of him. "I'll give it to you. After all, you're the brother of the great Tathagata palm. It wouldn't be right to let you go home empty-handed on your first visit." Hearing this, the small person said thank you politely, then pounced directly onto the sword pill. He began to devour it. Seeing this, Luli was also somewhat speechless. He's actually eating sword pills. What kind of creature is this? Then he asked the small person for his name. The small person, while happily eating the sword pill, replied, "My name is Golden Finch. Thank you for the good stuff. You are really good." Hearing the name Golden Finch, Luli felt it sounded familiar. Then he suddenly remembered the description of the Taukai in the secret realm. Wasn't the name of that Taukai Golden Finch? Could this small person be the Taukai, the Golden Finch sword? Luli never expected that the Taukai that both the immortal and demon sects were fighting over would actually come to him. Now that he had learned Golden Finch's name, Luli became instantly attentive. "I say, Golden Finch, where do you usually live?" Golden Finch continued to munch on his sword pill while answering, "I live in a palace called the Imperial Palace." Hearing this, Luli became instantly excited. That Imperial Palace must be the Imperial Taoist Palace. Then he asked, "How old are you, Golden Finch?" Golden Finch thought about it and said, "I took 3,000 years to form, 3,000 years to shape my body, and 3,000 years to develop consciousness. So, I should be about 9,000 years old." Hearing this reply, Luli was so excited that he almost jumped up. 9,000 years old, that's right. He must be the sword spirit of the Golden Finch sword, and since he can befriend the great Tathagata palm, his intelligence should be about half a square mile. He is easy to trick. Thinking this, Luli pushed a large pile of sword pills in front of Golden Finch and said with a smile, "Since you like sword pills so much, I'll give all these to you." Golden Finch's eyes lit up when he saw so many sword pills. Drool also uncontrollably dripped from his mouth. "Really, thank you so much. You're such a good person." Seeing this, Luli continued, "I say, Golden Finch, since you're already here, and you're also the brother of the great Tathagata palm, why don't you stay with me for a few days? I'll treat you well." Golden Finch hesitated, saying that he still wanted to go back and watch the fighting. Recently, a bunch of guys have come to the Imperial Taoist Palace. They're fighting all day in front of the palace. It's just too bad that not enough people are dying. Luli's face darkened. He's definitely a troublemaker. His personality is too evil. Why do I feel like you're the one from the demonic sect? No wonder you're the brother of the great Tathagata palm. Thinking this, he had an idea and said with a smile, "I say, Golden Finch, If you like to watch fighting, there are even more fights in this immortal slaughter city. Every day, there are demonic cultivators fighting, and at least 1,000 die each day. Hearing this, Golden Finch instantly became excited. Really? That's so great. Luli was also a bit speechless. At the same time, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. What a cruel thing to say. Let you become the head of the demonic sect. But on the surface, he certainly couldn't say that. He still had to coax this sword spirit. Then, he snapped his fingers and said, "Moreover, if you stay here, not only will you have sword pills to eat, but you'll also have a pet to play with. Come in." As Luli spoke, the three-tailed fox walked in from outside, asking Luli why he called him in. But Luli didn't answer his question. Instead, he introduced the fox to Golden Finch. "Look, this is your pet." However, Golden Finch wasn't too interested in the three-tailed fox. He said, "What's so fun about a fox?" Luli smiled maliciously. "He's very powerful. Not only is he very resistant to being hit, but you can also play with him as much as you want. And don't let the fact that he's a fox deceive you. He can also bark like a dog. Come on, little fox, bark like a dog twice." Hearing this, the three-tailed fox instantly became angry. "You're the dog. How dare you ask me, the princess of the heavenly fragrant fox clan, to bark like a dog? This is simply—" But before he could finish speaking, Luli had already drawn his sword. He had no choice but to obey. He barked like a dog twice, causing Golden Finch to clap and cheer. "That's much more interesting." Luli smiled and said, "Is it interesting? Then you stay here. This fox will play with you every day." Hearing this, Golden Finch threw himself into the three-tailed fox's arms, happily saying, Okay. Seeing this, Luli was secretly pleased. He had successfully tricked him. At the same time, the secret realm of the Imperial Taoist Palace had also been opened. The two people who opened the secret realm were the demonic shadow old ghost from the celestial all-demonic sect and the great devil master from the great devil sect. Before opening the secret realm, the two of them had agreed that the Taoist sword inside would belong to the great devil sect, while the other treasures would belong to the celestial all-demonic sect. But when they actually entered the Imperial Taoist Palace, they were both dumbfounded. The Imperial Taoist Palace was empty, with nothing at all, as if it had been looted. The great devil master slapped the steps and shouted, "Impossible! Where's my Tao key?" The demonic shadow old ghost, who was following behind, was also incredulous. "The Tao key is gone." How could this be? The great devil master turned his head and questioned the demonic shadow old ghost. "We secretly broke through the Tao's essence is exhausted. Only a few people know this. Could you have secretly obtained it? Daoki is putting on a show for this old woman to see." Hearing this, the demon shadow old ghost immediately cursed, "Bullshit. If my heavenly decision demon sect had the power, we would have unified the demonic path long ago. Do we need to put on a show for you?" Then he proposed another guess. Could it be that all of this is just a ruse? This palace is just to divert attention. In reality, Daoki has already met with an accident. Upon hearing this, Grand Magus Tomo instantly understood. "You mean among those 10 secret treasures, but that's not right either. The Immortal Alliance took 5 of the secret treasures, but there was nothing special about them. We haven't discovered anything in the ones we got either." Daoki, wait, I remember now. Yang Shu said that Luli snatched a particularly large fire crystal, and then he ran away. Thinking of Luli, Grand Magus Tomo was immediately infuriated. He angrily smashed the stone pillar beside him with a punch. The demon shadow old ghost also gnashed his teeth in hatred, saying, "It's him again." Kid spoke disrespectfully at the 10,000 Demons Pavilion. "He should have died long ago, and he dared to kill my Tang son Nangong. Even if I tear him to pieces, it wouldn't be enough to quell the hatred in my heart. Now, Grand Magus Tomo, you should know what to do, right?" Grand Magus Tomo flicked his black robe and walked straight out of the secret realm. He said coldly, "I understand. Spread the news. Let the entire demonic path know that Daoki is in Luli's hands." Then, Forcian Ming Ghost Emperor to hand over Doki. "Luli, this attention-seeking brat, deserves to die. The man only went into secluded cultivation for a year, but his original Buddhist skills have turned him into a band of ruthless bandits. They even set up an ambush on the main road between the immortal and demonic paths, playing the game of black eats black. Early the next morning, revered sage Hongru anxiously found Luli, who was practicing his sword. Luli was a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Why are you so anxious early in the morning? Reverend Sage Hongru, panting, replied, "It's best if you don't go out recently. There are rumors outside that you have obtained the Tao sword. There are countless demon cultivators who want to take your life." Hearing this, Luli was also startled and quickly waved his hands in denial. "It's not me. I didn't." Who's spouting nonsense? Revered sage Hongru's expression was grave. "Of course, it's the rumors spread by the Tamo Sect and the Heavenly Decision Demon Sect. Yesterday, they even joined with the other 7 great demon sects to force the sect leader to hand you over." Hearing this, Luli was also a bit worried. "I wonder how the sect leader will deal with this." Reverend Sage Hongru smiled faintly. "You can rest assured. Yesterday, at the demon sect meeting, the sect leader defeated 4 void refining stage experts with the 24 her heavenly demon sword techniques. He intimidated the entire audience. When he left a message. If my yin spirit ghost sect truly has the Dao sword, I will take the sword and cut off your dog heads one by one on the spot, and then take them to pay respects to your long-dead mothers and bastard fathers." Hearing this, Luli couldn't help but applaud and cheer. The sect leader is truly elegant and handsome, refined and amicable, and full of knowledge. His words are truly impressive. I cannot help but admire him. In response, Reverend Sage Hongru also rubbed his forehead in helplessness. "Come to think of it, you two are of the same ilk. You both like to greet other people's parents. What kind of tradition is this in the Yin Spirit Ghost sect?" But although the sect leader has suppressed the matter, it's easy to dodge a spear but hard to avoid a hidden arrow. It's better for you to go out less. Hearing this, Luli smiled faintly. "Actually, I'm planning to go into secluded cultivation for a year. I happen to have something I want to ask you to help with, Reverend Sage." Hearing that Luli was going into secluded cultivation for a year, Reverend Sage Hongru immediately became anxious. He quickly asked Luli, "Why are you suddenly going into secluded cultivation? Have you made all the necessary preparations?" "What do you need me to do?" Luli replied with a smile. "The recent situation from all sides is pressing, so I decided to go into secluded cultivation. I need to hurry and improve my cultivation. It's also a good way to avoid the spotlight. I've prepared the cultivation materials, so there's no need to worry. I just need to trouble you to give me a wisp of your true energy to help me with my cultivation." Hearing this, Reverend Sage Hongru smiled. He tapped Luli's forehead, transferring a wisp of his true energy to him. After a moment, he finished transferring his true energy. Luli asked Reverend Sage Hongru about the situation at the Royal Da Palace. Reverend Sage Hongru thought for a moment. "I heard that the Tamo Sect and the Heavenly Decision Demon Sect didn't find Doki. The entire cave collapsed after Doki left. It disappeared into the void in the end. After Reverend Sage Hongru left, Golden Finch, realizing that her home was gone, became immediately distraught. She threw herself onto a chair and burst into tears. I just went out for a walk. How did my home disappear?" Luli, seeing this scene, wanted nothing more than to open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. This was truly his opportunity, but on the surface, he pretended to be regretful and comforted Golden Finch. "That's truly unfortunate. But don't worry. You can just stay here. There's food and drinks and pets to play with. And there are demon cultivators fighting outside every day. Isn't it great?" Hearing this, Golden Finch stopped crying. She looked up at Luli. "Really? Can I stay here?" "Thank you. You're such a good person." Luli smiled faintly. "You're welcome. You're the big Tathagata Buddhist brother, right? But I would like to ask you to lend me a wisp of the Tao's essence of the sword to help me practice my sword skills. Is that all right?" "Of course, it's a small matter." With that, Golden Finch handed over a wisp of the essence of the Tao, and this essence of the Tao all converged on Luli's brow. The next second, with a ding sound, A golden light, accompanied by the sound of a sword, shot out from Luli's brow. System notification. You have fused a wisp of the divine power of the sword. Your sword cultivation efficiency has increased by 1%. Hearing this system notification, Luli couldn't help but become excited. 100-fold amplification? Truly the Tao's essence of the sword, and with the resources I've scavenged during this time, it should be no problem. And during the time that Luli was in secluded cultivation, his techniques were not idle either. System notification. The great Tathagata Buddha Palm, using the diamond unbreakable divine art, went out and walked a notorious demon cultivator with a stick. It is acting out of chivalry, immeasurable merit, cultivation progress increased by 5%. The great Tathagata Buddha Palm, after being instructed by the 24 heavenly demon sword techniques, upgraded its walking with a stick into black, eats black. It specifically sets up ambushes in the fallen immortal valley, acting out of chivalry. Then, the great Tathagata Buddha Palm joined with the diamond unbreakable divine art, and the great mighty heavenly dragon incantation to go out and enforce justice. Golden Finch sword spirit is on the sidelines wildly providing assistance. 1 year later, the progress of each of Luli's techniques reached 99%. It seemed that in this year, his techniques had all been corrupted by the great Tathagata Buddha Palm. But the result is good, at least in this year. They have improved a lot. He himself also successfully advanced, but the results seem a little different than he imagined. You know, how do you tame an arrogant fox princess and make her obediently call you master? After 1 year of secluded cultivation, Luli had successfully advanced to the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. At the same time, he had also developed muscles all over his body, turning into a muscular man. At that moment, Golden Finch flew in through the window from outside and asked in a childish voice, "Luli, the time is up. Why aren't you done yet? If you don't come out, that fox outside is going to starve to death." However, after seeing Luli's muscular body, she couldn't help but freeze. Then she floated in the air, holding her belly and laughing. "Are you serious about this form?" Luli turned his head away, feeling helpless. "Stop laughing. I was fine just a while ago. Today, when I finished my secluded cultivation, I suddenly turned into this form. And the magic power in my body is constantly unstable. I can't even sense my current strength. Is something seriously wrong?" Unexpectedly, Golden Finch said, "Who told you to absorb so many spirit stones all at once? And you even swallowed a lot of spiritual medicines." Upon hearing this, Luli quickly asked, "Do you know the reason?" Golden Finch held out a little finger and explained earnestly, "It's simple. Even the best materials need forging to become a treasure sword. The better the sword, the more materials that need to be smelted. More strength is needed to forge it so as to remove the impurities and allow the materials to fuse and take form. Otherwise, it'll just be a lump of scrap iron stuck together. You absorbed so much spiritual energy at once. Good and bad, you absorbed it all. It can go up or down. Of course, your strength would be unstable. Some spiritual energy can even fuse together. It's already a miracle that your body wasn't blown apart." After listening to Golden Finch's explanation, Luli couldn't help but marvel. "I didn't expect you, a sword spirit, to know so much." Hearing this, Golden Finch smiled smugly. "Of course, I've lived for 9,000 years, in your words. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice." Seeing Golden Finch so smug, Luli was speechless. But he finally understood where the problem was. Now all he had to do was to refine the spiritual energy in his body and make his strength completely stable. And this process felt like trying to force out a bowel movement. Luli gritted his teeth and strained for a long time. It felt like he couldn't release one last breath. Suddenly, with a series of bang sounds, Luli finally expelled the waste energy from his body. Golden Finch was also sent flying by the force of Luli's fart. She couldn't help but complain mid-air, "Luli, your movements were too loud. Couldn't you have let me hide first?" Luli, after putting on his clothes, said sorry with a smile, then walked straight out of the door. Now, he was at the late foundation establishment realm. He felt that his magic power was at least as strong as 30 li jing, a Chinese unit of measurement. But as soon as he walked out, he was startled. Damn, what is that thing? He saw a figure with glowing green eyes, gnawing on something in the corner. After seeing it clearly, he realized it was actually the three-tailed fox demon. No wonder it looked so familiar at first. At that moment, Golden Finch floated over. Pointing at the three-tailed fox demon, she began to report, "Luli, this fox demon has been stealing the spirit fruits in your cave. It has even eaten the bark and leaves. Punish it. Cut off one of its tails to use as a scarf. Wait till winter. Its tail will grow back. I'll just cut off another one." The golden finch was trying to scare her. The three-tailed fox hugged its tail, crying and trying to explain, "I was just hungry. There's nothing to eat in this yard. I could only eat spirit fruit. The spirit fruit is gone. I can only eat leaves and gnaw on tree bark. Don't pick my tail, Ball." Seeing the three-tailed fox looking so pitiful, Luli felt a bit embarrassed. He recalled that after throwing it in the yard, he seemed to have completely forgotten about it. So, with a wave of his hand, he took out a few spirit fruits from his storage space. "Here, eat them in peace." The three-tailed fox, seeing the spirit fruit, could no longer restrain itself. It picked up the fruit and began to eat, and very gratefully said to Luli, "Thank you, master." Seeing this, Luli smiled with satisfaction. "It's already calling me master. It seems that these abyss demons are too hard to tame. Huh, just starve them for a year. Now it won't dare to shout about eating people." Right. At that moment, a graceful figure descended from the sky. It was Righteous Gentleman Hongru, who had come to congratulate Luli on his breakthrough. But when she saw the three-tailed fox in front of Luli, Righteous Gentleman Hongru immediately changed her expression and snorted coldly. "So, you have women waiting to greet you when you come out." Seeing this, Luli quickly waved his hand and explained, "It's a misunderstanding. She's a fox demon I brought back before." Hearing that it was a misunderstanding, Righteous Gentleman Hongru's face flushed red. She turned her face away, trying to justify herself. "What misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? I didn't even care." Luli chuckled awkwardly. "It's good that you done tea." Then, Righteous Gentleman Hongru asked Luli about his cultivation progress. "How is it? How do you feel now that you've cultivated to the foundation establishment perfection?" Luli clenched his fists, confidently replying, "Strong. Invincible. I feel like I can take on 10 spiritual sword duos right now." But Righteous Gentleman Hongru chuckled. Spiritual sword duo has already broken through the golden core stage and is now traveling the world. You won't be able to find him even if you wanted to fight him. Hearing this, Luli looked shocked. Spiritual sword duo has broken through to the golden core stage. Righteous Gentleman Hongru nodded. "Yes? During your year of seclusion, Ling Jianshuang and those other unparalleled geniuses swept through the demonic forces. No one could resist them. They haven't appeared for 2 months now. They must have gone into seclusion to cultivate." Hearing this, Luli asked, "Has anything major happened this past year?" Righteous Gentleman Hongru helplessly shrugged. "It's still the same as before. The immortal demon war has entered a stalemate. Both sides are just fighting around the fallen immortal valley, and nothing major has happened. The abyss demons have also retreated. But there is one strange thing. In the fallen immortal valley, demonic cultivators are often ambushed and die without reason. The most deaths are from the Tay demon sect. Second is the heavenly art demon sect. And the culprit seems to be a peach-colored infant." Hearing this, Luli knew with his toes that this must be exact. So he looked shocked and said, "Then please, gentlemen, please send me. I want to go to the Immortal Alliance." Hearing this, Righteous Gentleman Hongru looked surprised. "The Immortal Alliance? What are you going to do there?" Luli righteously replied, "This past year, I have studied the Immortal Alliance's teachings. And I've also integrated the sword skills taught to me by Alliance leader Liu Yingxi, plus the true energy that you transferred to me. This series of hints might make the people of the Immortal Alliance recognize me." But he had another half-truth he didn't say. That was that he was preparing to take this chance to run away. The man was clearly a reincarnated Buddha child from the Buddhist sect. Yet, in front of the immortal and demon sects, he was flirting with a little nun. After Luli took away her 5 elements demonic key, Lingdong was furious. You're the first one who can take away my magic treasures after I've grown this big. With that, he charged towards Luli again, landing a heavy punch on Luli's diamond shield. But Luli didn't budge, letting him attack as he pleased. Miao Yu, who was watching from the side, immediately sensed something was wrong. She knew that if things continued like this, Lingdong would probably suffer a Kai deviation. She prepared to step forward to save him, but Lingdong at this point had already been blinded by rage. He punched the diamond shield again and again, but after hitting it for so long, it had no effect. Luli, inside, couldn't help but yawn. He asked, "Aren't you tired?" Lingdong furiously punched the diamond shield and retorted, "Weren't you here to fight? Come out and fight me." As soon as he finished speaking, the diamond shield suddenly opened, and Luli struck out with his palm. A massive golden palm print instantly sent Lingdong flying. He crashed directly into a small mountain nearby. After unleashing this palm strike, Luli slowly spoke. "Then I'll accept your challenge." As he said this, Luli was also calculating in his mind. The time I've spent paving the way is almost long enough. There should be a lot of people watching from the Immortal Alliance now. And Lingdong, who had been sent flying by Luli's palm, simply rolled his eyes and passed out completely. Seeing how critical the situation was, Miao Yu immediately stood in front of the two of them and turned her head, saying, "You take Daoist Lingdong away first. His injuries are very severe. He needs treatment right away." Hearing this, the purple-haired youth hesitated. But he agreed in the end. "Then you must be very careful. I will go back for help immediately and then come back to assist you." With that, he quickly fled the scene with Lingdong, and Miao Yu walked up to Luli, her face serious, and asked, "Amitabha, Lu benefactor, what is the purpose of your visit?" Luli asked with interest. "You're a little nun from the Water Moon Nunnery." "Right, I told you, I'm here to fight. And by the way, to plant my Yin-Ming Ghost Sect's flag on the walls of your demon-slaying city." After hearing this, Miao Yu was stunned for a moment. Then, she took a stance and declared sternly, "Since Lu benefactor has made such outrageous remarks, then this nun certainly can't ignore it. Today, even at the cost of my life, I will stop you." Hearing this, Luli smiled and applauded. "Good, I appreciate your spirit, but I don't want to kill you either. How about you and I make a bet?" Hearing Luli make a bet, Miao Yu became very nervous. "Amitabha, a Buddhist nun cannot gamble," but Luli said, "You can even disregard life and death. Are you still afraid of a minor Buddhist precept? It's all right. The bet is simple. Buddha will understand. I'll fly from here to Demon Slaying City. If anyone from your Immortal Alliance can stop me, then I'll immediately make the demonic sect. Give up evil, do good, and join your Water Moon Nunnery to practice Buddhism." What do you think? Hearing this, Miao Yu was stunned. She asked uncertainly, "Are you serious?" Luli put his hands behind his back and confidently replied, "Of course. No matter how many people your Immortal Alliance sends, as long as they can stop me, you win. And if I win, I won't take your life or make you my prisoner. Nor do I want any temporary treasures. I just want to pick someone beautiful at the Water Moon Nunnery." As soon as he said this, the shocking Heaven Great Demon King, who was watching the live stream, couldn't help but burst into laughter. This kid really has no sense of propriety. But righteous gentleman Hongru's face turned dark immediately, and she smashed the cup in her hand. She slammed her fist heavily on the table. At the same time, Luli was continuing to tease Miao Yu. "I think you're quite beautiful." Miao blushed after hearing this. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Miao Yu's mind. "Senior Sister Miao Yu, Master wants you to agree to him. We can't lose the Water Moon Nunnery's prestige." Hearing this voice, Miao Yu was stunned for a moment. Then she agreed to Luli's bet without hesitation. "All right, today I will show you the Buddhist teachings of the Water Moon Nunnery." With that, Luli consciously turned around and created some distance. then activated his diamond shield, indicating that Mayu could start. Hearing this, Miayu took out a string of prayer beads, a magic tool, and said politely, "Lu Benefactor, please forgive me." Then, she began to activate the magic tool, using her Buddhist techniques. Her feet left the ground, suspended in the air. With a wave of her hand, she unleashed a move called Mystical Cycle, turning into a golden beam of light that blasted towards Lulai. The power of this attack even directly pierced through a small mountain. But when the smoke cleared, Lulai was still completely unharmed. He stood there and said calmly, "Little nun, it seems like you won't be able to stop me today." The man was clearly a demonic sect disciple. Yet he dared to plant the demonic sect flag on the Immortal Alliance city walls, in front of all the Immortal Alliance disciples and elders. Seeing the unharmed Luli, Miaoyu was full of disbelief. Impossible. My full-powered attack couldn't even break his defense, and Luli took a running stance. He said with a smile, "Little nun, watch carefully." With that, he pushed off with his feet and shot towards the distance. This direction was actually the steeple of Demon Slaying City. Miaoyu quickly threw her prayer magic tool to stop him. The prayer bid, once thrown, immediately formed a golden light barrier, blocking Luli's path. Then there was a crashing sound. The barrier shattered like glass. This magic tool couldn't even stop Luli for a second, and seeing how easily Luli had broken her magic tool, Miaoyu could only sigh helplessly and say Amitabha. A moment later, Luli flew above Demon Slaying City. A group of Immortal Alliance disciples, wielding their swords, rushed to meet him, roaring, "If we let him climb the walls and plant his flag, it will be the Immortal Alliance's greatest shame. Everyone, stop him." But how could these small fry possibly be a match for Luli? Luli didn't even raise his head. He simply shouted, "Get out of my way," and scattered all the people who came to surround him. Seeing that their senior brothers, who were attacking Luli, couldn't hold on for long, the disciples of Demon Slaying City couldn't help but worry. Is there really no one who can stop him? At that moment, a figure stepped out from behind the crowd and slowly spoke. "There's nothing to worry about, because I am here." The person who came was one of the Immortal Path geniuses who had just broken through, the chief disciple of the Immortal Crane Sect, King. At this point, his divine skill was complete, and he had trained his 9 revolutions golden body. He felt like he had the power of 6 reincarnations. He thought he was unstoppable. But unfortunately, that was just what he thought. He leaped into the air, swinging his fist towards Luli, but Luli didn't even bother to look up. He just used a rocket headbutt, making King vomit blood. This attack stunned the Immortal Alliance disciples below. Did our senior brother just get headbutted to death? And Luli, after landing, realized that he seemed to have bumped into something. But then he thought, forget it. The important thing was to plant the flag in Demon Subduing City. Luli simply summoned a demonic sect banner in his hand, then provoked the crowd around him. "So, all of you from the Immortal Alliance have come. Are you all here to watch me plant the flag?" The crowd, hearing this, was gnashing their teeth in anger. "Luli, if you dare plant the demonic sect flag here today, even if we have to give our lives, we will make sure you don't leave." But Luli just smiled. "Okay, come on." As he said this, Luli was also thinking in his heart, "You guys have to make sure I don't leave. I've been building this up for so long. I've been waiting for this moment. As long as you attack together, I'll pretend to be exhausted and wait to be captured. The demonic sect will be watching the whole time, so they won't think I'm defecting and come after me. Everything will go according to plan." So, facing the Immortal Alliance disciple siege, Luli remained calm, thinking, "Come on, I can take it now. It's okay if you hit harder. Immortal Alliance, I'm coming." But at this time, Elder Sky Sword suddenly shouted, "Enough, all of you, stop. The Immortal Alliance's skills are inferior. We concede defeat. Let him plant the flag." Hearing this, Luli was stunned. "You're being so generous." Elder Sky Sword stroked his beard and said calmly, "Luli, although you injured Lingdong earlier, you also stopped him from losing control and going berserk. Consider it a lesson for him." Then Elder Sky Sword turned to the Immortal Alliance disciples. giving them a pep talk. Although this person is an evil villain, we of the Immortal Alliance are honorable and righteous. We accept defeat. We must not use numbers to bully the weak. Remember the humiliation of today. In the future, we will plant the Immortal Alliance flag all over the 10,000 Demons Mountain. The disciples, hearing this, all shed tears of shame. Elder, it's all our fault for being so unskilled. We've brought shame to the Immortal Alliance. We will work harder in the future. Luli, facing this situation, was completely dumbfounded. He asked uncertainly, so, I can really plan it? At the same time, he was also secretly complaining. What the heck is going on? I was already prepared to get beat up. But you convinced them to stop. And his provocation had no effect. Instead, he was urged by a group of Immortal Sect disciples. If you want to plant it, just plant it already. I still have to go back to Cultivate. Plant it already. Stop dawdling. Plant it and get out of here. Luli, with a face full of black lines, could only plant the demonic sect banner on the city wall. But he felt that something was off. He was speechless at these rigid people of the Immortal Alliance. At the same time, the Immortal Alliance leader also saw this scene through a live cloud broadcast and began to calculate. But the results surprised him. He was clearly trying to divine Luli's life or death, but for some reason, he got a divination of Phoenix Jade 9 chicks, a sign of many children and great happiness. Did he calculate wrong? Or did someone obscure Luli's heavenly secrets? Luli never expected that the true and false Monkey King plot would actually happen to him. And this person was the Tao Alliance leader. After successfully planting the flag in Demon Subduing City, Luli flew back to Demon Execution City in a sorry state. And Bai Jinfei had already led the Ethereal Ghost Sect disciples, and waited a long time welcoming Luli's triumphant return. But Luli had a dark face from beginning to end, not saying a word, and passed Bai Jinfei directly, heading straight into the house. This made Bai Jinfei feel very strange. Junior brother showed off great power. But why does he look so unhappy? But the disciples next to him felt that he was saying something strange. He won a great battle but doesn't show it. Chief Lu's state of mind is truly a model for us all, but despite this, Bai Jinfei still felt very strange. This wasn't like Luli. At the same time, Luli returned to his residence and couldn't help but kneel down and shout out his emotions. Damn Immortal Alliance! I just want to leave the demonic sect safely. Why did this also fail? Why did the people of the Immortal Alliance have the same strange thought process as their leader? At this time, a familiar voice suddenly came. Who is talking bad about me? Seeing the Tao Alliance leader, Luli was also a bit puzzled. I didn't even activate the recording stone. How did you run out on your own? Without my permission, you ran out on your own. What are you acting so arrogant for? As a projection, what if I talk bad about you? And I've made such a big fuss? And your people from the Immortal Alliance still refuse to capture me. Isn't that a strange thought process? And didn't I just look at your legs for a bit? Who could resist such a temptation? You're not just having a strange thought process. You're just missing a screw in your head. Weren't you very arrogant before? Why aren't you resisting now? As Luli spoke, he more boldly pinched the Tao Alliance leader's face. But the Tao Alliance leader did not speak, instead reaching for the recording stone, infusing it with magic power. Then, a lazy projection was summoned, yawning and asking Luli why he called her out. But after seeing Luli's actions, she put her hands on her hips and started scolding. How dare you? What are you doing to my body? You scumbag, you degenerate. You are a male lead from a garbage novel. And Luli was instantly petrified. At this time, the Tao Alliance leader, whose face he was pinching, said coldly, in all these years, no one has dared to touch my face like this. Prepare to atone for your crime with your death. Hearing this, Luli directly knelt down in submission and started begging for mercy with flattery. I am so ashamed. I feel so bad. I am deeply sorry and regretful. I regret it so much. I am very, very, very sorry to the gentle, lovable, and beautiful heavenly fate. Great one, please forgive my petty mistake and spare my life. But while blowing smoke up, Luli couldn't help but complain in his heart. Is the demonic sect's territory your backyard? How can you come whenever you want? At this time, the Tao Alliance leader spoke again. You don't need to apologize. I actually came looking for you because I have something for you to do. I want you to go overseas and help me with something. As for what to do, you'll know when you get there. You need to set off immediately. What just happened will be considered your payment. Hearing this, the projection next to her immediately became unhappy. He touched my face. How can we just let this go? At least, we should cut off both his hands. But the Tao Alliance leader said, he touched my face. The current me is not you. But the projection didn't think so. Aren't you me? Then tell me. Who am I? Tell me, facing the projection's incessant questions. The Tao Alliance leader was a bit annoyed. With a flick of her finger, she sent the projection back to the recording stone. Then she said calmly, so that's how annoying I used to be. Luli was speechless and couldn't help but complain in his heart. You're not any better now, but he still smiled and asked, leader, you have so many experts in the Immortal Alliance. Why do you need me to run errands for you? Can't I just not go? The leader lowered her head and said, of course you can. But you've already received your payment. If you don't go, I will cut off both your hands. Hearing this, Luli immediately kneeled again and said, I am willing to serve the leader wholeheartedly, but I need some time to prepare. I need to tell my senior brothers and make arrangements, and then say goodbye to the True Lord. The Tao Alliance leader seemed to have thought of something, and muttered, the True Lord is him. No problem. After all, he is one of the Phoenix Jade 9 chicks. He is unique. Luli was dumbfounded. He was about to ask what the Tao Alliance leader was talking about when she disappeared again, as if she had never been there. Then, Lulu went to the residence of True Lord Red Furnace to say goodbye. But True Lord Red Furnace was still clearly angry after watching the live broadcast. Seeing that it was Luli, she said a bit snobbishly, I am feeling unwell, so I couldn't greet you on your triumphant return. But there must have been a lot of beauties who came to greet you, right? So, what do you want? Did you come to introduce me to the pretty nun you brought back? But then Luli's desolate voice came from outside the door. True Lord, I've actually come to say goodbye. I'm planning to go overseas to train for a while, and I have some tasks to complete, so I'll be away for some time. As soon as he finished speaking, True Lord Red Furnace couldn't hold back anymore and pushed open the door, asking anxiously, You only went into secluded cultivation for a year. How long have you been out?